Cheng Xing traversed into a world where innate talent reigned supreme. A post-apocalyptic game realm. His father was the revered war god of the southern China base, the adopted scion of his parents. Possessing an awakened A-rank talent, stood in stark contrast to him, the true Heir, who had been separated from his parents during the cataclysmic invasion of the game 8 years prior. Forced to survive alone in the desolation. After much difficulty, he was finally located, only to find his mother and the false Heir conspiring to undermine him, while his father regarded him as a waste due to his F-rank talent. Severing ties with his family, he astonishingly upgraded his F-rank talent to an SSS rank, boasting a 100% drop rate. The notion of meager loot from monsters was utterly unfounded. Every encounter yielded spoils, with an abundance of equipment and skills at his fingertips. Is a person limited to a single talent? Cheng Xing, apologies, but I can manifest talents as well. Chapter 1. The 100% drop rate. In the realm of thought. In Huaxia, at the war god mansion of the southern China base, a luxurious extended Maybach glided through a series of opulent villas. In the rear seat, a young man of 18, clad in the uniform of southern China No. 4 high school, sat with sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating his chiseled features. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated his prominent nose and deep-set eyes. Indeed remarkable, the driver mused inwardly upon catching sight of him through the rear-view mirror. Cheng Xing gazed at the magnificent war god mansion surrounding him, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. This was a world where talent dictated worth. 8 years prior, upon his arrival, a crimson star streaked across the sky, heralding the invasion of the apocalyptic game. Catastrophic events unfolded globally, unleashing monstrous beasts that mercilessly slaughtered humanity. In this dire hour, every individual over 18 on Blue Star awakened their talents, standing against the calamities. After years of struggle and countless sacrifices, humanity reclaimed 20% of their territory from the beasts in Huaxia. Amidst the ruins, the populace began to rebuild, establishing 5 bases: north, south, west, east, and central China. As order was restored, those who awakened their talents were dubbed Awakeners, with the title of War God reserved for those of level 50 who had achieved remarkable feats in the fight for human survival. This mansion served as the residence for the War God. "Young master, we have arrived," the driver announced, jolting Cheng Xing from his reverie, realizing the vehicle had halted before a grand estate. "Young master?" The sudden address left Cheng Xing feeling an unexplainable discomfort. Upon his arrival in this world, he had been thrust into the chaos of the apocalypse, devoid of the original owner's memories. Surviving through cunning and experience, he managed to endure until order was reinstated, only to discover that he was the biological son of Cheng Xing, one of the war gods of the southern China base, after graduating high school and awakening his talent. Thus, this scene unfolded. However, as Cheng Xing alighted from the vehicle, the mansion's grand entrance remained firmly shut, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. "Is no one home?" The true heir of the war god, returning from obscurity, found himself unable to enter his own house. The familiar trope elicited a wry smile. In his previous life, he had read plenty of novels with similar plots. "Then let us wait and see who outlasts him." Cheng Xing, unfazed by convention, chose not to ring the doorbell, despite its proximity. "Strange, why is Uncle Sue taking so long to greet me? I had prepared show of force." An hour slipped by, and the impatience of those inside became palpable, culminating in a murmur before the grand doors began to creak open. A woman appeared, her eyes widening in shock as the towering figure of Cheng Xing stood before her. She stumbled back, startled by his imposing stature. Cheng Xing cast a fleeting glance at the woman, his peripheral vision sweeping across the interior of the mansion. The decor was a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western styles, understated yet opulent. In the hall, a lavish cake awaited, surrounded by individuals holding colorful ribbons, seemingly celebrating a birthday. On the staircase, he spotted a youth bearing a slight resemblance to himself. However, upon Cheng Xing's abrupt entrance, he observed the young man's expression of annoyance freeze in place, especially upon seeing the name on the cake, which was incongruous with his own. The absurdity of the true heir returning only to find a celebration in honor of the false heir dawned upon Cheng Xing, evoking a sense of irony. "Translate for me. What does show of force mean?" he inquired, surveying the surroundings. "What show of force? I did not comprehend what you were saying," the woman stammered. "Translate for me. What on earth does show of force mean?" Cheng Xing pressed further. "What are you doing?" The youth on the staircase swiftly approached, positioning himself protectively behind the woman, his tone icy. "You must be Cheng Xing, is it? She is your mother. Is this how you treat her? I had presumed your hardships stemmed solely from being lost, but it appears." The young man continued, only for Cheng Xing to interrupt him. "Oh, how should I treat her then? Return to find no one to greet me? Have to knock to enter my own home? Only for you to stage a facade, believing it to be a welcome from me, when in reality, it is a celebration for your birthday? Is this how you intend to assert your dominance? As the imposter who has usurped my place for so long? Cheng Xing leveled his gaze at the cake, delivering a final blow. Right? Wouldn't you agree? Cheng Yun? At his words, both Cheng Yun and Liu Chunyin were struck with disbelief, their expressions revealing their astonishment at how Cheng Xing had uncovered their scheme. Witnessing their reaction, a flicker of disappointment crossed Cheng Xing's eyes. Enough. A commanding voice resonated from behind, but a middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Cheng Xing, descended the stairs with deliberate steps, exuding an invisible pressure even before he spoke. Is this what a level 50 awakener embodies? Cheng Xing discerned that this was his so-called father, Cheng Xingyang. You are Cheng Xing. What is your awakened talent? Cheng Xingyang's demeanor did not indicate reproach towards Cheng Yun and Liu Chunyin. Instead, he addressed Cheng Xing with directness that F-rank talent. Enhanced drop rate, Cheng Xing replied. At this, Cheng Xingyang's brow furrowed, that he was well aware that the enhanced drop rate was a common talent, varying in levels, with the highest only achieving a D rank increase of 1%, while F rank seemed to provide a mere 0.1. I am one of the war gods of the Huaxiao base. Cheng Yun awakened an A rank talent, Sword Saint. Are you not embarrassed enough with your pathetic F rank talent? In this grim world overrun by calamities, the caliber of one's talent could dictate their future. Higher talents invariably facilitated swifter advancement. Upon being singled out by Cheng Xingyang, Cheng Yun's expression gleamed with triumph as he regarded Cheng Xing upon learning of Cheng Xing's meager F-rank talent. He felt assured of his position. What did it matter if Cheng Xing was the true heir? With such a talent, what could he possibly contest for against the resources bestowed by Cheng Xingyang? Apologize to your mother immediately. That is your room, Cheng Xingyang said impatiently, gesturing towards the exterior. Were it not for his status as a war god, necessitating a constant awareness of his influence on the base's populace, he would have never extended any opportunity to this worthless son. Following the direction he indicated, Cheng Xing beheld a solitary chamber nestled in the corner of the estate, a small room cluttered with an array of miscellaneous items. Evidently a storage space. Yuner. Today is your birthday. Father has prepared a gift for you. Upon uttering these words, Cheng Xingyang swiftly turned, producing a gleaming sword from seemingly nowhere, and presented it to Cheng Yun. At the sight, Cheng Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, a B-grade rare pure spirit sword. I adore you so much. Clutching the sword, Cheng Yun could hardly contain her exhilaration, then proudly glanced at Cheng Xing, as if to say, look, what does it matter that you are the legitimate young master? Do you receive such treatment? This evident disparity in treatment, even for someone who had lived 2 lives, caused Cheng Xing to clench his fists, his heart sinking in utter disappointment towards these so-called parents. Ding, detected that the traveler triggered the true and false young master plot. System loading. System loading complete. Please make your choice to receive rewards. Just as Cheng Xing was poised to act, a screen materialized before his eyes. Is this the system? In his previous life, Cheng Xing had avidly consumed novels, and he instantly grasped the situation, diving into the information. Detecting current plot direction. Please make a choice, traveler. Choice 1. A wise man knows when to yield, apologize, kneel to gain your father's forgiveness, and secretly vie against the false young master, achieving the glory of the 3 war gods as a family. Reward. Hidden A-grade talent, Peerless Sword Saint. Oh, a hidden A-grade talent? Cheng Xing's eyes glimmered at this revelation, yet upon concluding the options, he couldn't suppress a scoff. 3 war gods as a family? Disgusting. Not selecting a bona fide traveler. Having lived 2 lives and surviving the apocalypse at the tender age of 10, he certainly did not require the so-called support of a war god. Choice 2. Endure. When the second option appeared, Cheng Xing dismissed it without a second glance. Endure? After being trampled upon? Endure? Choice 3. Heaven did not create me, Cheng Xing. The Eon shall witness my scorn. Retort. And since it is deemed disgraceful, sever all ties and let him experience what it means to be a player from Zwan. Reward. Talent upgraded to SSS grade. 100 drop rate. Upon encountering the final choice, Cheng Xing chose without hesitation. As for the war god's legitimate son, let whoever desires that role assume it. He would not tolerate such indignities. Originally, he had crossed over without the memories of the original self. Had he not wished to witness the so-called war god, he would not have come here at all. Choice successful. Talent. Drop rate increased, F grade, SSS grade. Current drop rate, 100. Cheng Xing suddenly felt a tingle in his hands, an overwhelming urge to rush out into the disaster zone and slay monsters. However, before he could make a move, the harsh voice of Cheng Xingyang echoed in the air. Useless. What are you still standing there for? Kneel and apologize to your mother. Chapter 2. Severance of Ties. Upon hearing those words, Cheng Xing's thoughts coalesced as he gazed at Cheng Xingyang in the distance, coldly retorting, apologize? Kneel down. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? I am your father. Cheng Xingyang's brow furrowed at Cheng Xing's rebuttal, anger flaring within him. He never anticipated that Cheng Xing would dare to address him in such a manner. How many times did you see me during the apocalypse? Did you ever seek me out? Now you wield the title of father to intimidate me? When I was a mere 10-year-old struggling to survive in that chaos, I saw no sign of you. Cheng Xing scoffed, recalling the arduous struggles of those years. Had it not been for the memories of his 2 lifetimes, he would already be buried beneath a mound of earth. You. For a moment, Cheng Xingyang was rendered speechless by Cheng Xing's retort. For the truth of his words struck home. He could scarcely fathom how a 10-year-old child managed to survive through that calamity, especially when he himself had barely managed to keep afloat. Brother, if you do not wish to return to the Cheng family, why have you come back? Ultimately, you blame me for taking away the love of our parents and robbing you of the title of the war god's legitimate son. If it truly bothers you, I shall simply leave. At this juncture, Cheng Yun seized the opportunity to speak, his words dripping with eloquence. Yuner, do not compare yourself to him. Regardless, you are our son. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunmei lost her composure, hastily stepping forward to embrace Cheng Yun as if he were her true son. Young as you are, yet you yearn for vanity, vying for fame and fortune. Who taught you this? Look at yourself, and then at Yuner. Why can you not learn from him? Cheng Xingyang's eyes widened in response. To exchange an F-grade Cheng Xing for an A-grade Cheng Yun? He must have lost his senses. Enough of your vanity and relentless pursuit of fame. Be sincere for once. Do not present that so-called paternal facade before me. I am not swayed by your charade. While you bask in the privileges conferred by your status as the war god's legitimate son, I had to fend for myself in the apocalypse. How dare you suggest I should emulate him? Cheng Xing countered with icy indifference. But he is still your father. Lu Chunmei interjected, unable to restrain herself. My father? That elaborate farce he prepared? Does a war god not know? He did not seek me out or assist me in my hour of need. Now, he appears to impose his so-called paternal authority upon me, conspiring with you to suppress me. I could randomly find someone on the street to call dad, and they would perform better than you. Cheng Xing sneered, his disdain palpable. Shut your mouth. Cheng Xingyang, infuriated, felt the veins on his forehead throb. Shut your mouth, indeed. Let us be honest, it all boils down to my awakened abilities not being high enough, bringing shame to your so-called war god family. If I were to awaken an ability of A grade or above, would you still possess this attitude? Selfishness is just that, selfishness. You cannot have it all. Boom. With a resounding crash, a formidable aura erupted from within the villa, causing the floor beneath Cheng Xingyang to fracture, and the surrounding furniture, including the cake, was instantly reduced to ashes. Cheng Xing, standing at the entrance, felt a tightness in his chest. Staggering backward from the force of the aura, a clear display of a level 50 awakened might. Disrespectful to elders, unreasonable. What part of you resembles me, Cheng Xingyang? With your F-grade talent, what face do you have to compare yourself to Yuner? Cheng Xingyang scoffed. Of course, I lack the qualifications to compare myself to him. He is the A-grade prodigy, the future war god. Cheng Xing replied coldly, showing no sign of fear. From the moment we began this exchange, you have never truly looked at me. With him, you can twist the truth, while I am met with baseless accusations. To put it plainly, what you desire is merely a son who can enhance your prestige. This matter is quite simple. Henceforth, you may consider me no longer your son. Let us sever ties. At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the entire residence, with Cheng Xingyang and the others staring in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Cheng Xing would willingly relinquish his identity as the Cheng family's legitimate son. Only Cheng Yun's eyes sparkled with a hint of elation. It was at this moment that Cheng Xingyang and Lu Chunmei recognized that the youth before them, though bearing their resemblance, felt like a complete stranger. They could not help but reflect. Had they truly erred? Was it wrong for them to be slightly partial? Get out. I want you to leave. Cheng Xingyang bellowed, unable to contain his fury. Do not trouble yourself. I am more than capable of leaving. Cheng Xing retorted with a cold snort, turning to depart. As Cheng Xing left with such determination, Cheng Xingyang found himself seething with rage, while Lu Chunmei gently stroked his back. The couple exchanged glances, each filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Once calm, they found themselves grappling with the question of how their once adorable child had transformed into this version of himself after 8 years. A flicker of doubt inevitably crept into their hearts. Father, mother, it is all my fault. Were it not for me, Cheng Xing would not have been so incensed. Cheng Yun, sensing the gravity of the situation, lowered his head with an expression of feigned innocence. Hearing this, Cheng Xingyang and his wife gazed at the child they had raised for 8 years, who displayed such maturity, their eyes brimming with affection. They hastily offered words of comfort. How could you speak of yourself in such a manner? It is clearly that ungrateful child who lacks understanding and has learned to argue so shamelessly. Indeed, regardless of circumstances, you are still my closest son. Following Cheng Yun's display of eloquence, any lingering guilt Cheng Xingyang and Lu Chunmei felt toward Cheng Xing vanished without a trace, replaced by disdain for the rebelliousness and insolence of their estranged son. Father, mother, you are the best parents in the world. Cheng Yun's face lit up with a warm smile as he embraced them. After sharing a brief moment of familial warmth, Cheng Xing raised his hand, commanding, "Bring someone to clean up this mess." The old steward of the war god's residence, trembling, stepped forward, announced to the public that there is no Cheng Xing in the Cheng family, and reclaim all resources prepared for him. From this day forth, my only son shall be Cheng Yun. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yun, nestled in Lu Chuanmei's embrace, felt a surge of joy. Now, all the resources under Cheng Xingyang's command would belong to him. However, the old steward's face betrayed his reluctance. "What? Do you have an objection to my decision?" Cheng Xingyang commanded with an air of authority. Seeing the steward's hesitation, he quickly spoke, "My lord, you have never publicly acknowledged Master Cheng Xing, nor prepared any resources for him." At this, Cheng Xingyang's countenance stiffened. It dawned upon him that since learning of Cheng Xing's whereabouts, he had done nothing. Yet, recalling Cheng Xing's earlier attitude reignited his indignation. As the war god, he had never been so openly insulted. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling an end to the discussion. Should Cheng Xing wish to return to the Cheng family, he would need to kneel outside the door for 2 days before he could enter. The old steward bowed and exited, casting a furtive glance at Cheng Yun, as he harbored a truth he dared not voice, one that Cheng Yun had previously instructed him to keep silent. Chapter 3. The Adventurer. Emerging from the war god's residence, Cheng Xing turned and boarded a bus, watching as the once vibrant streets outside gradually aged, his mind consumed with thoughts of future plans. Every individual awakens at the age of 18, but the talents that manifest are as varied as they are unpredictable. Not every ability is suited for combat. Take the A-class talent swordsman Cheng Yun as an example. His talent epitomizes combat prowess. As long as he continues to slay disaster beasts, ascending to A-class in the future will be a trivial endeavor. However, it would be remiss to dismiss the value of construction and research talents. For the very bus he currently rides and the entire base itself are the fruits of those awakened with such talents. Upon opening his panel, the following details are revealed. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 1-0-100. Health, 100. Attributes, Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 2, Free Attribute Points 0. Talent, SSS-level Increased Drop Rate Effect, 100 Drop Rate. Skills, none. The unique Awakened panel presents information in a remarkably concise manner, easily comprehensible at a glance. I must seek out a lower-tier disaster zone to test the efficacy of my talent while simultaneously leveling up. All awakened individuals must follow a singular path to progress, exterminating disaster beasts, irrespective of whether their talents are in construction or research. The level of one's talent merely reflects its potency, not the stature of the awakened individual. H District has arrived, please disembark. The bus stop announcement jolts Cheng Xing from his reverie, prompting him to rise and exit. In stark contrast to the Central A District, where the War God Manor is situated, H District resides on the periphery of the base, its surroundings markedly dilapidated. Everywhere he looks, he sees crumbling, aged structures. With no towering edifices in sight, nearby looms a formidable wall several dozen meters high. It is said that this area is the old town of Y City prior to the apocalypse, now transformed into the South China Base's H District. Navigating familiar alleyways, Cheng Xing greets the neighbors with warmth. Unlike the opulence of a district, he finds himself more fond of H District, where the essence of life is palpable. Soon, he arrives at a crumbling old building nestled in a corner, traversing a corridor that resembles a labyrinth before finally reaching his abode. Though it is referred to as a home, it is merely a small room of several square meters, furnished only with a bed and a table and chairs. The sole advantage is the low rent. Upon returning home, Cheng Xing skillfully rummages beneath his bed and shortly retrieves a machete and a travel bag. This machete was salvaged from a supermarket shortly after the onset of the apocalypse and has accompanied him ever since the base was established. Glancing at the time, he stows the machete in his travel bag, changes into a faded set of casual clothes, and sets out once more. Following the high wall, he walks eastward. In the past, he would have headed west toward a secret passage. Technically, unawakened individuals are prohibited from leaving the city. However, in dire circumstances, no one would venture out without awakening. Now, however, he is different. He has awakened and can exit the city through official channels. Before long, a massive steel gate comes into view, wide open, revealing a camp beyond it. This camp belongs to the Adventurers Guild, where awakened individuals who brave the disaster zones, earning their keep by slaying disaster beasts, are known as adventurers. The Adventurers Guild is not an organization characterized by stringent regulations. It was established primarily to facilitate the gathering of disaster beast materials and to guide awakened individuals in their leveling and exploration of disaster zones. The entry threshold is remarkably low. Any awakened individual may register, making it an ideal avenue for commoners to transcend their social standings. Within the 5 major bases of Huaxia, numerous tycoons, families, and war gods have risen through the ranks of adventurers. This is precisely why Cheng Xing holds disdain for returning to the Cheng family. The adventurer camp is bustling with backpackers like Cheng Xing, as well as those clad in expensive gear, clearly higher-level adventurers. E-level disaster beast hunting team. requires E-level adventurers and above. Qingyun Mountain Disaster Zone Adventure Team Recruiting requires D-level adventurers and above. Newcomer Self-Improvement Team requires combat talent above E-level. 4-to-1 Leveling Team requires E-level adventurers and above, negotiable rates. The sounds of recruitment echo throughout the adventurer camp, and Cheng Xing even spots a few classmates from his previous class. Not lingering for long, he strides directly to the counter, where a charming young woman is in charge of registrations. Upon noticing Cheng Xing, her eyes light up. "Hello. I would like to register as an adventurer," Cheng Xing states, handing over his application form. After receiving the application form and scrutinizing its contents, the smile on the clerk's face fades almost imperceptibly. F-level talent? What a pity. Cheng Xing remains oblivious to the clerk's change in demeanor. The registration process is swift, and soon the clerk returns with a nameplate. "This is your adventurer identity badge. Please keep it safe. The initial registration badge is complimentary, but should it be lost, a fee will be incurred for reissuance." As he takes the badge, it gleams with a yellow metallic luster, the front embossed with a simple letter F, while the back bears his name, simple and unadorned. To advance to E-level, one must reach level 10 and participate in the hunt for an E-level disaster beast. After listening to the clerk's explanation, Cheng Xing expresses his gratitude and hangs the badge around his neck, preparing to leave the city. "Hey, brother." Before he can walk far, he is unexpectedly called out. A young man in his 20s rushes over, swiftly scanning the badge hanging on Cheng Xing's chest. Upon recognizing the opportunity, he quickly adopts a professional smile. Feeling scrutinized, Cheng Xing furrows his brow slightly and asks coolly, "Is there something you need?" His tone conveys a clear message of dismissal. "Hee, brother, you just registered today, right? Are you looking to form a team to level up?" Lu Gu, seemingly oblivious to the rejection, rubs his hands together and continues, "Newly registered adventurers often struggle to find a team. I have a team here, and as an E-level adventurer, I will personally lead it. Each member only needs to pay 10,000 Huaxia coins per day. Thank you, but I don't require assistance." Realizing he has encountered a salesperson, Cheng Xing shakes his head in refusal. "Is it too expensive? I assure you, this is the lowest price available." Lu Gu persists, undeterred. His own talent is only E-level, and he has struggled to reach level 10, spending a considerable sum to join an E-level disaster beast team. Finally achieving the status of an E-level adventurer, he intended to leverage his status to find a team, but due to his insufficient strength, he has faced rejection from other teams, and without a team, he cannot gain rewards. Hence, he has set his sights on the newly registered low-talent adventurers. As long as he takes these inexperienced novices through a low-level disaster zone to slay a few level 1 F-level disaster beasts, he stands to make a significant profit. If anyone questions it later, how could a bunch of low-talent novices possibly hold him accountable? I still don't need it. Cheng Xing maintains his refusal, sidestepping Lu Gu as he attempts to leave. Hey, don't be like that. Since you need to form a team anyway, how about this? I'll give you a 10 discount. I just need one more person to make a group of 4. Lu Gu steps forward again. Having had his eye on this easy target for quite some time, I never planned to form a team. Cheng Xing, having been blocked again, furrows his brow, pausing momentarily before continuing. Moreover, I have no money. Upon hearing this last statement, Lu Gu's expression darkens immediately. He had not expected that after all his efforts, he would encounter a penniless individual instead of an easy target. What? You, with an F-level talent, intend to venture out alone? With this realization, Lu Gu raises his voice dramatically. His loud tone captures the attention of others in the camp. Isn't that Cheng Xing from Class 1? His awakened talent is merely F-rank. How dare he venture alone into the disaster zone? An F-rank talent, and yet he is permitted to roam the disaster area? Is he seeking death? Indeed, there are far more sensible ways to meet one's demise. The students from South China No. 4 High School recognized Cheng Xing, which sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd. Faced with their remarks, Cheng Xing's expression abruptly turned icy as he cast a glance at the instigator. For reasons unknown, Lu Gu instinctively took a step back in fright. Cheng Xing's heart remained unperturbed as he retorted, "Is there a regulation against leaving the city alone?" To which Lu Gu found himself at a loss for words. Subsequently, Cheng Xing, amidst their astonished gazes, boldly entered the disaster zone all by himself. It was only after Cheng Xing had departed that Lu Gu regained his composure and viciously exclaimed, "Bah, what does an F-rank talent think he is doing? I can guarantee that he is doomed. And what if he returns alive? Returns alive? In your dreams. Do you think he possesses S-rank talent?" Chapter 4. The drop rate is indeed high. As he traversed through the city gates, the scene outside unfolded before his eyes. Unlike the civilized order maintained within the city, the area beyond was a wasteland connected to the ruins of Y City, littered with crumbling remnants, devoid of human intervention, and overrun by rampant vegetation. Cheng Xing recalled a series of photographs he had seen in his previous life depicting what the world would look like after humanity's disappearance. After orienting himself, Cheng Xing set off directly southward. Strictly speaking, the area outside the base was all disaster zones. However, there were guards stationed around the base, patrolling diligently. The guards were formidable, with a minimum entry requirement of D-rank talent, and the disaster beasts within a 10-mile radius had long been eradicated. To hunt disaster beasts, one had to venture farther afield. After half an hour, the ruins of a city came into view, prompting Cheng Xing to halt his rapid pace. It must be said that his physical constitution had markedly improved since his awakening. After running for half an hour, he was not even out of breath. In contrast, previously, he would have struggled to manage even 2 hours of exertion. At this moment, Cheng Xing was acutely aware of the need for vigilance upon exiting the city. He listened intently and scanned his surroundings, his feet treading upon a long-neglected, intermittent road, cracked and overgrown with weeds. Cautiously, he made his way along the road toward the outskirts of the urban ruins, which appeared to be a small town before the apocalypse. Once a bustling town, it was now a desolate landscape of crumbling walls and devoid of any semblance of life. After locating a relatively intact, dilapidated building, Cheng Xing stealthily ascended to the rooftop. Once he secured a vantage point, he retrieved a tattered map from his backpack and spread it out before him. This was a map of the former Qing city, marked with various colored annotations delineating different areas, with designations ranging from A to F radiating outward from the map center. The A-ranked area, delineated in red ink, occupied more than half of Qing City's center, accompanied by annotations warning of extreme danger and certain death. Originally, disaster zones had no defined regions or rankings. But disaster beasts were transformed from indigenous creatures of the former Blue Star, many of which retained territorial instincts. Consequently, the disaster beasts were categorized into 9 ranks from F to SSS, based on every 10 levels. And the primary disaster beast occupying a disaster zone determined its classification from F to S. The Qing City disaster zone was undeniably an A-ranked zone, home to a level 55 crimson-eyed mad dog, a formidable presence among A-ranked disaster beasts. Cheng Xing's current location, in the farthest corner of the map, was the L town, where the predominant disaster beasts were mostly level 2 to 4 mad rabbits, classified as F rank, with virtually no E-rank creatures present, making it a quintessential F-rank disaster zone. Additionally, it was the closest novice training point to the entrance of the H district. As he pondered, the ruins of L town echoed with the sounds of fierce battles, prompting Cheng Xing to squint in concentration. Several teams were hunting. It would be wise to steer clear of them. Cheng Xing had come to test his abilities and had no desire to reveal his trump card. Fortunately, L-Town was expansive, and having identified a target, he hastened down the stairs and swiftly melded into the ruins. As he advanced, Cheng Xing skillfully set up several upgraded traps, taking over an hour to prepare. Once completed, he returned to the earlier dilapidated building and began to quietly await his quarry. Though he had awakened his talent, he was still but one person and needed to proceed with caution. Time passed gradually, and soon one of the traps began to stir. Cheng Xing's eyes brightened as he set down his backpack, armed only with a machete, and rushed toward the trap. As he drew nearer, a cacophony of roars reached his ears. Approaching the edge of the trap, he skillfully positioned himself behind a wall, peering cautiously to observe the situation. There, he beheld a disaster beast resembling a rabbit, a meter in length, with crimson eyes, its enormous maw filled with jagged teeth, continuously howling amidst the chaos. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a steel rod had pierced its hind leg, firmly embedded in the concrete beneath, its blood staining its fur, which shimmered with an eerie glow. Its other hind leg flailed wildly in rage, shattering more fragments of concrete. Disaster Beast, Mad Rabbit. Level 2. Health, 100-120. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 6, Stamina 2. Spirit 2. Talent, F-Rank Speed Boost. Effect, increases movement speed by 10. Skill, Stomp LV1. After a brief examination of the Mad Rabbit status panel, Cheng Xing did not rush forward. After all, his talent was not combat-oriented. Although his awakening had significantly enhanced his physical attributes, such a panel meant that any disaster beast in the area could easily overpower him. The Mad Rabbit continued its frenzied destruction, exacerbating its injuries and slowing its movements until, after some time, it collapsed, unconscious on the ground. With the opportune moment at hand, Cheng Xing approached with his blade drawn. However, just as he neared the Mad Rabbit within a mere meter, a figure lunged at him. Alarmed, Cheng Xing instinctively raised his machete to defend himself, sparks flying as the two met. To his astonishment, the previously motionless Mad Rabbit had suddenly surged to life, sinking its teeth into the blade. With a bone-jarring crack, the machete shattered, and Cheng Xing's eyes widened in shock. He swiftly sidestepped, withdrawing the broken blade. The fragment glided across the Mad Rabbit's neck, a tremendous force coursing through the hilt, and with gritted teeth, Cheng Xing summoned all his strength. With a slashing sound, the shard cut through the neck, and the Mad Rabbit's crimson eyes dimmed as it fell lifelessly to the ground. Mad Rabbit killed, experience 5. Panting heavily, Cheng Xing realized he had narrowly escaped disaster. He took a deep breath, his hand trembling slightly from the exertion. He had not anticipated the Mad Rabbit's counterattack to be so formidable. Reflecting on his past experiences of hunting Mad Rabbits before awakening, he recalled how he would wait for hours before approaching. Inwardly, he praised his own cleverness. After awakening, he had perhaps been a bit too reckless. He would need to exercise greater caution next time. Had something dropped? Just as Cheng Xing was immersed in reflection, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the mad rabbit's corpse, drawing him closer. Upon inspection, he found a long knife emanating a white glow and a sphere of white light lying quietly beside the dead creature. Cheng Xing picked up the long knife and exclaimed in astonishment. It was a finished weapon. Standard Tang Dao. Level, F rank. Effect, none. To his knowledge, slaying disaster beasts not only granted experience points, but also had a chance of dropping items, albeit with a very low drop rate. Even when items did drop, they typically consisted of mere materials. The occurrence of weapons dropping directly, as seen with Cheng Xing, is exceedingly rare. Such graded weapons are remarkably expensive. As they belong to the products of the end of days, their strength vastly superior to those crafted by ordinary humans. Generally speaking, there are only two means to acquire such equipment. One is through the defeat of disaster beasts, and the other involves gathering materials to forge them with the aid of a talented blacksmith. Thus, despite this weapon being rated at F level, its market price has already surpassed 50,000 Huaxia coins. The drop rate is indeed impressive. What is this? After the initial surprise, Cheng Xing picked up another orb of light, which seemed empty upon acquisition, yet the feedback from the Awakener system arrived in the next moment. Talent, Sprint. Level, F. Talent effect, movement speed increased by 10. Chapter 5, A Grateful Offering from Nature. Talent. Glancing at the information returned by the system, Cheng Xing was momentarily taken aback. And after confirming he had not misread, he was greatly astonished. He had never heard of talents being dropped before. As far as he understood, whether it be levels, equipment, or the rarer skill books, they could all be enhanced or obtained through the slaying of disaster beasts. Only talents were unchangeable once awakened. In scenarios of equal level, equipment, and skills, the combat prowess of a higher tier talent overwhelmingly surpasses that of a lower tier talent. The greater the disparity in talent levels, the more pronounced the difference. In a world of limited resources, naturally, they gravitate towards those with advanced talents. Thus, the saying talents reign supreme came to be. Yet, the situation before him shattered this notion. This was something he could not disclose to anyone. In his contemplation, Cheng Xing resolutely made a decision. He was well aware of the adage that possessing something precious can lead to danger, especially with this discovery that could upend the current order. If exposed, it could jeopardize countless livelihoods. At such a moment, one might not even know how they met their demise. Yet, fear was absent from Cheng Xing's heart. Instead, excitement surged within him. When one is weak, exposure means being laid bare like fish on a chopping block. When one is strong, exposure becomes a declaration of I will not be consumed. Order is dictated by the powerful, and he possessed that very capital. Cheng Xing's gaze was resolute. After 8 arduous years of survival in this new realm, he had finally reached a turning point. With determination, he clenched his palm, and the orb of light transformed into flecks of luminescence, merging into his being. New talent acquired, Sprint. As the light entered his body, Cheng Xing felt an immediate lightness. He opened his panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 1, 5100. Health, 100. Attributes, Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 2, Free Attribute Points 0. Talent, SSS-level drop rate, increase. F-level Sprint. Skills, none. Beholding the newly acquired talent on his panel, Cheng Xing smiled broadly. Although merely an ordinary F-level talent, it marked a promising beginning. At that moment, a disturbance from another trap caught his attention, and his eyes sparkled. The fearsome disaster beast gradually morphed in his mind into treasure chests of varying sizes. Stowing away his broken sword, he drew forth a newly acquired standard Tang knife and cautiously made his way towards the other side. Minutes later, Cheng Xing arrived at the dilapidated intersection of the town. Hearing noises emanating from the left side of the intersection, he pressed himself against the abandoned building and carefully approached the corner. Peering around, a distant scene unfolded before him. Several hundred meters away, a sky bridge had collapsed. Lying across the road, with a frenzied rabbit pinned beneath it, only half of its body visible, blood soaking the surrounding ground, its breath shallow and intermittent. Upon seeing this, Cheng Xing was elated. The frenzied rabbit's greatest strength lay in its speed, and all his traps were designed to limit movement. As long as he could restrict its mobility, even an average person could fell it. This particular frenzied rabbit appeared significantly simpler than the last one. Treasure chest, here I come. Cheng Xing prepared to charge forth and reap his reward. However, before he could emerge from the corner, a dark figure stepped out from a distant alley. Cheng Xing halted mid-motion, squinting to discern the figure. It was another frenzied rabbit. The newly appeared frenzied rabbit, sensing the scent of blood in the air, with its crimson eyes wildly darting, fixated on its pinned counterpart, its jaws opening and closing, viscous liquid dripping from its menacing maw. Without further ado, it dashed forward, sinking its teeth into the head of its kin. Were the frenzied rabbits endowed with intelligence, they would surely express gratitude for nature's bountiful gift. My treasure chest. Watching the frenzied rabbit feast upon its fellow, Cheng Xing's eyes widened in anger, and gripping his Tang knife, he swiftly retreated to cover. What folly it would be to confront a frenzied rabbit in peak condition. He had not allowed overconfidence to cloud his judgment. There existed a clear disparity in their strengths. Yet, an unwillingness to concede spurred him to peak once more. Disaster Beast, Frantic Rabbit. Level 3, Health 140. Attributes, Strength 4, Agility 7, Constitution 3, Spirit 2. Talent, F-level Sprint. Skill, Step LV1. Upon observing the frenzied rabbit's statistics, Cheng Xing decisively abandoned any thoughts of engagement. This creature was even stronger than the previous one. Just as he prepared to withdraw, the frenzied rabbit's ears twitched, and it suddenly turned, locking eyes with Cheng Xing in an awkward moment. Run! Cheng Xing made a swift escape, his form shooting away like an arrow, vanishing down the street. However, the frenzied rabbit was not slow, pursuing him at a speed surpassing his own. Seeing this, Cheng Xing plunged into the surrounding alleys, attempting to use the buildings to obscure his presence. Yet the frenzied rabbit remained relentless, tailing him closely. As the sounds of pursuit grew nearer, alarms blared in Cheng Xing's mind, tilting his head. He suddenly veered to the side, a gaping maw snapping where his head had been moments before. This was it. Cheng Xing gritted his teeth. His actions quicker than his thoughts. He exerted his foot, twisting his body, and slashed with his knife, a glimmering arc of light. The frenzied rabbit momentarily halted. A crimson streak erupting diagonally from right to left, the blow rendering its left eye useless. With a pained howl, the frenzied rabbit thrashed its head, the remaining uninjured red eye wildly darting, spraying viscous liquid. Cheng Xing, having succeeded with his strike, wasted no time and continued sprinting towards a corner of the town. An injured beast is far more dangerous. The frenzied rabbit's frenzied red eye suddenly froze, locking onto Cheng Xing as it continued its pursuit. Despite its loss of one eye, the frenzied rabbit's movement remained erratic, yet its speed had greatly increased. After several minutes of frantic running, Cheng Xing finally spotted a marked abandoned building. His brow unfurled as he hurriedly entered and shut the door behind him. Once inside, he concealed himself in a corner, firmly gripping the hilt of his knife, steadily gathering strength in his legs. Listening to the rapid approach of sounds outside, Cheng Xing found himself increasingly calm. With a loud bang, the stainless steel security door of the building was violently breached, the entrance warped beyond recognition, as the frenzied rabbit burst inside, shaking its head, evidently shaken by the impact. Yet, before the frenzied rabbit could regain its bearings, a whistling sound sliced through the air, as a steel rod shot out from the shadows towards its hind leg. The scene of rebar piercing through the hind leg did not manifest. At the moment the rebar appeared, it seemed as if the hind leg of the mad rabbit was enveloped in an afterimage. Upon a second glance, the rebar had already been crushed beneath its feet, twisted beyond recognition. Before the mad rabbit could react, a flash of blade light emerged, as Cheng Xing materialized in its left blind spot, lunging forward to deliver a swift strike. Instantly, a fresh scar appeared on the mad rabbit's face, forming an X shape with the previous one. The mad rabbit was plunged into utter darkness, frantically careening through the house, desperately seeking that vile human. Cheng Xing deftly evaded its attacks, the sunlight streaming through the window glinting off his blade with a chilling radiance. The tide of battle had shifted. Chapter 6, Quadrant Slash. In the disaster-stricken area of Qincheng, L-Town, the blind mad rabbit flailed about like a headless fly within the confines of the dilapidated building, causing the structure to tremble precariously. Cheng Xing wasted no time. Seizing every opportunity, he closed in and inflicted a long, deep gash on the mad rabbit. Each attack provoked a retaliatory strike from the creature, yet Cheng Xing remained astutely cautious, retreating after each successful strike to seek another chance. The mad rabbit's vitality plummeted with each successive assault, and within mere minutes, it was left with no strength to counter. Following a decisive thrust to its heart, it collapsed entirely. Kill level 3 mad rabbit, experience 10. Immediately, a book radiating a soft blue light fell from the corpse of the mad rabbit, and Cheng Xing's eyes brightened as he hurried to retrieve it. Skill book, Quadrant Slash. Quality, B grade. Skill effect, unleashes 4 slashes in rapid succession, each dealing 150 damage. Skill restriction, requires a weapon that provides slashing effects. To his astonishment, it was a B-grade skill book. The contents of this drop filled Cheng Xing with renewed excitement. Skill books are undoubtedly the rarest of loot dropped by disaster beasts, given their exceedingly low drop rates. Statistics indicate that the probability of obtaining a skill book from defeating a disaster beast is merely 0.1, while the drop rate for finished weapons stands at 1. Even disaster materials only boast a 20 drop rate. This probability pertains to items of the same level. The likelihood of an F-grade disaster beast dropping a B-grade skill book is akin to winning the lottery jackpot in his previous life. The value of a B-grade skill book is estimated to be around 20 million, if he recalled correctly, even with 2 lifetimes of experience. The urge to gather his belongings and return to the city to sell the skill book surged within him. However, he quickly quelled that thought. Cheng Xing cast a glance at the mad rabbit's corpse, the aftertaste of survival still resonating within him. He realized he was still too weak. A level 3 mad rabbit had rendered him utterly helpless. Were it not for the traps he had set in advance, his chances of victory would have been minimal. Now, the foremost task was to enhance his strength. Wealth could be acquired at any time, but life was singular. As for the skill restriction, surely the Tang Dao qualified? Regardless, he decided to test it out. With determination, he utilized the skill book without further hesitation. Acquired skill, quadrant slash. Upon receiving the system prompt, Cheng Xing felt a surge of knowledge flood into his mind. Quadrant slash. His movements were swift as he stepped forward, the blade slicing through the air with chilling speed. In an instant, four slashes marked the weight-bearing pillar of the abandoned building, which then collapsed with a thunderous crash. Gazing at his handiwork, Cheng Xing inhaled sharply. Truly, as a B-grade skill, the destructive power was formidable. Had he possessed this skill earlier, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. He now possessed the genuine capability to confront the mad rabbit head-on. However, a sudden shower of debris from the ceiling interrupted his thoughts, as the dilapidated structure, ravaged by the mad rabbit and Cheng Xing's onslaught, finally succumbed to its fate and began to crumble. Cheng Xing acted swiftly, dashing out just before the building collapsed completely. Onward to further ascension. Cheng Xing brushed off the dust from his clothes, his spirit invigorated with the thrill of battle, and he strode purposefully toward the next trap. The SSS grade talent with a 100 drop rate was indeed exhilarating. Yet, the subsequent traps yielded no disaster beasts, leaving Cheng Xing somewhat disheartened. Could they have all become too adept? With no other recourse, he pressed on to the next trap. The next trap was situated on an abandoned overpass, similar to the previous ones. This time, Cheng Xing did not encounter a void. A mad rabbit was venting its fury upon the broken bridge, unscathed and evidently untrapped. Perfect. It was the ideal opportunity to test his new skill. He glanced at the monster's information and noted it was merely a level 2 mad rabbit, suitable for experimentation. As Cheng Xing boldly approached, he immediately caught the mad rabbit's attention. The moment it spotted him, its bloodshot eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger, fixating intently on the slowly advancing figure. Its scant intellect could not comprehend why this seemingly feeble being showed no fear. Driven by instinct, the mad rabbit opened its maw and charged at Cheng Xing with astonishing speed. Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed. He advanced with purpose, drawing his blade. Quadrant slash. In the next instant, their figures intertwined, and with a flurry of blade light, four crimson lines appeared on the mad rabbit's body, followed by a spray of blood as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A single strike. The damage dealt by the quadrant slash exceeded Cheng Xing's expectations. If executed consecutively, it should yield around 4 strikes. He examined the Tang Dao in his hand and murmured to himself. Afterward, he approached the mad rabbit's corpse. This time, the mad rabbit did not drop anything rare. It yielded only 2 pieces of F-grade mineral materials. However, Cheng Xing bore no disdain, promptly collecting them. For each piece could fetch 500 coins. Next, he resolved to test the limits of his newfound strength. After tidying up, he did not linger further and continued his search for suitable disaster beasts within L-Town. This time, his focus was no longer confined to the traps he had previously set. He would pursue any disaster beast he encountered. With an SSS-grade talent in his left hand and a B-grade skill in his right, even an ordinary dog disaster beast would not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the disaster area, in L-Town. Be cautious, everyone. Though this is an F-grade disaster zone, negligence could still lead to dire consequences. Lu Gu cautioned, casting a sardonic glance at the 4 novice adventurers trailing behind him. Hearing his words, 3 of them turned pale with fear, while only 1 adventurer clad in a black robe remained unfazed. However, you need not fear. With me, an E-grade adventurer, guarding you, you shall remain unharmed. After sowing a wave of trepidation, Lu Gu seized the opportunity to boast about himself. The 3 frightened individuals instinctively inched closer to Lu Gu, pleased by their reaction. Lu Gu smiled, but his expression faltered as he caught sight of the black-robed figure not far away. This person had maintained a consistent distance from him since the beginning, their entire form cloaked in shadow. They had yet to utter a word, leaving Lu Gu uncertain of their gender, which only heightened his suspicion. If given a choice, Lu Gu would prefer not to include them, but he had little choice. He had offered too much. Lost in thought, Lu Gu was abruptly interrupted by the startled cries of the 3 adventurers around him. He turned to see a mad rabbit had appeared before them, glaring hungrily. The 3 novice adventurers, unaccustomed to such sights, immediately collapsed in fear. Do not panic. Watch me, Lu Gu declared confidently. Aware that the moment for performance had arrived, he swiftly advanced, drawing the sword and shield from his back and charging forward. After exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, he successfully dispatched the crazed rabbit, returning to his companions amidst 3 admiring gazes. Now do you grasp the value of this leveling convoy? Yet, one among them interjected, but, boss, we have only gained a mere fraction of experience. At this rate, how long will it take us to level up? Before Lu Gu could boast about his prowess, the question was posed. What do you know? Slow and steady wins the race. Leveling cannot be rushed, he retorted with a glare, attempting to justify himself. Moreover, There are plenty of crazed rabbits. What is there to fear? Having spoken, Lu Gu, wary of revealing any weaknesses, hastened his pace, leaving the others to exchange glances before reluctantly following. Only the cloaked figure trailed leisurely behind. Strange. Where are the crazed rabbits? Have they all been slain? However, as they ventured deeper into L Town, Lu Gu grew increasingly perplexed. Aside from the initial encounter with a crazed rabbit, none had appeared since. After an indeterminate time, they finally spotted the tail of a crazed rabbit around a corner. Lu Gu rejoiced, thinking that the 4 inexperienced ones would no longer be fooled. Yet, as they approached, a gasp of horror escaped them. There lay the crazed rabbit, slumped against the wall, its body marred by 4 gruesome wounds, long deceased. What ill fortune! Lu Gu exclaimed impatiently as he turned to leave, the 3 new adventurers hastily following. At that moment, the usually silent cloaked figure unexpectedly halted. A voice, as clear and melodious as a silver bell, resonated, such a swift blade. Chapter 7, E-Class Bloodroach. Under the scorching sun, at the outskirts of Qing City, in the disaster zone of L Town, fourfold slash. With a surge of intent, Cheng Xing unleashed another skill, toppling a crazed rabbit. His breath was evidently less steady than before. This marked the 15th time he had employed a skill. In total, less than an hour had passed. After a series of trials, Cheng Xing understood why B-class skills commanded such a steep price. Following 5 consecutive uses of fourfold slash, he felt a distinct sense of exhaustion creeping in, requiring approximately 5 minutes of respite before he could cast it once more. The substantial power coupled with such energy expenditure offered a tremendous boost to his combat capabilities. Killed LV3 Crazed Rabbit, Experience 10. Level up, LV1 to LV2. Free attribute points, 3. With the system's prompt, the weariness from employing skills dissipated entirely, as if every cell in his body rejoiced. I've leveled up. Cheng Xing sheathed his Tang Dao, astonished. The speed of his advancement exceeded his expectations. Yet, it was only natural, as he was soloing. All the experience from defeating the disaster beasts was awarded solely to him, thus accelerating his leveling process significantly. He understood that novice groups typically comprised 5 members, and such configurations could easily handle disaster beasts that were 1 or 2 levels higher. Exceeding that number diluted the experience too much, leading to diminished leveling efficacy. As one's talent level increased, the required team size diminished. Solo leveling was reserved for those with S-class combat talents. He opened his panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 2, 5200. Health, 120. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 3, Free Attribute Points 3. Talent, SSS class drop rate increase, F-class sprint. Skill, B-class fourfold slash LV1. With the level up, Cheng Xing's attributes increased slightly. Although the increments were minimal, the tangible changes were distinctly noticeable. After a brief assessment, he allocated his free attribute points in a manner of 1 to strength and 2 to agility. Upon completion, his panel revealed stats nearly on par with a level 2 crazed rabbit. Oh, a drop. After closing the panel, Cheng Xing discovered that this latest crazed rabbit had yielded a ring that emitted a faint green glow. Crazed rabbit soul. Quality, E-class. Effect, agility 2. Without hesitation, Cheng Xing equipped it and continued navigating through L Town. With his combat power bolstered, he no longer needed to tread as cautiously as before. Provided no unforeseen events occurred, he could traverse the entirety of L Town with confidence. Time flew by, and soon the sun dipped below the horizon. As darkness enveloped the land, ominous clouds obscured the moon, casting an increasingly perilous atmosphere over the disaster zone of L Town. The mortality rate during the night far exceeded that of the day. What a cursed day! Why have I not encountered a single crazed rabbit? Lu Gu muttered impatiently, his mind racing. Initially reluctant to linger in the disaster zone after dark, he was concerned that his companions might demand a refund, especially since they had only encountered 2 crazed rabbits thus far. The 3 previously frightened individuals now walked behind him, engaging in idle chatter. How could we have only encountered 2 disaster beasts in an entire day? Surely, we have been deceived. I think that's quite possible. Regardless, if I don't earn at least 10 points of experience today, I will certainly report him. Hearing the conversation behind him, Lu Gu broke out in a cold sweat. Although he had previously exaggerated the dangers, it was merely a stretch of the truth, bordering on false advertising. However, if they returned with only 2 disaster beasts slain after a full day, and he were reported, the Adventurers Guild would undoubtedly investigate. The worst possible outcome could entail the revocation of his adventurer status. Reluctantly, Lu Gu pressed onward, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they had reached the edge of L Town, and that further south lay the outskirts of Qing City. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound emerged from the side, causing Lu Gu's eyes to brighten. Finally, some action. He rushed forward, the 3 following closely behind, anxious to secure any experience. Yet, the cloaked figure at the back halted once more. Something is amiss. As they passed through a row of abandoned buildings, a weed-choked square came into view. A large shadow writhed in the center of the plaza. The first to arrive, Lu Gu, sensed something was off. The shadow was too large. measuring 5 or 6 meters in length. With a gust of night wind stirring the air, the clouds parted to reveal the moon, illuminating the scene ahead. Upon clearer inspection, the four adventurers' pupils constricted, their faces turning pale. In the square lay several disaster beasts resembling 2-meter-tall cockroaches, lifeless on the ground. Above their carcasses loomed a nearly 3-meter-long counterpart, its gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, viciously tearing into the head of its fallen kin, producing a series of crunching sounds. Bathed in the moonlight, the disaster beast's crimson body glistened with a mesmerizing yet perilous allure. Bloodroach. Lugu felt his legs weaken, terror etched across his face. Disaster beast, Bloodroach. Level, 9 to 10. Health, 500. Attributes, Strength 32, Agility 34, Constitution 32, Spirit 22. Talent, E-Class Digestive Recovery Effect. Restores health when digesting food. Skill, Bite LV1. Especially upon witnessing the disaster beast before him successfully ascend from F rank to E rank, Lugu, without a moment's hesitation, turned on his heel and fled. The other three individuals stood frozen for a brief moment before snapping back to reality and hastily followed in his wake. The blood locust's antennae twitched as its eyes locked onto the silhouettes of the four, yet it made no further movement, continuing to feast upon its fallen kin beneath it. Lugu and his companions sprinted relentlessly, soon returning to the safety of L Town. Only when they sensed no immediate threat behind them did the weight in Lugu's heart begin to lift, while the other three were left panting heavily from exhaustion. With the current composition of his team, encountering an E-rank disaster beast would spell certain doom. Be careful. However, just as the four began to relax, a voice as clear as a silver bell suddenly echoed from behind. What a melodious sound. The four were momentarily taken aback. Yet, at that instant, a colossal shadow loomed over them. Boom. Before they could react, a thunderous crash erupted. The previously mentioned blood locust descended from above, landing menacingly behind them. Its muscular forelimbs, lined with barbs, struck out with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. One of the novice adventurers was instantly pierced, caught in the grasp of the blood locust's forelimbs. As it opened its maw to bite down, the air was instantly saturated with a pungent, metallic scent of blood. In that moment, Lugu and his companions were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Before long, the blood locust set its sights on another target, raising its forelimb to strike. Just then, a flash of sword light cut through the air, severing one of the blood locust's forelimbs with a smooth precision. The creature's eyes darted around, only to discover that an enigmatic figure clad in black robes had materialized before the trio, wielding a gleaming longsword. You, defend, I shall attack, the figure commanded, eyes fixed on the blood locust without turning back. At this reminder, Lugu and his companions finally regained their senses, letting out terrified cries as they scrambled away, leaving the black-robed individual to confront the beast alone. Chapter 8. Su Yanran. After a considerable time without any response from the others, the black-robed figure turned to look back, only to find himself momentarily stunned. There was no sign of Lugu and the others. Wasn't he an E-rank adventurer? How could he have been frightened off by an E-rank disaster beast? Noticing the black-robed figure's distraction, the blood locust's eyes gleamed with malice as it swung its remaining intact forelimb with ferocity. Reacting to the sudden assault, the black-robed individual quickly regained his composure, sidestepping to raise his sword in defense. However, he was a moment too late. The blood locust's limbs still tore through the hood of his cloak. In an instant, a cascade of ebony hair spilled forth, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a visage of extraordinary beauty. With skin whiter than snow, a delicate oval face with striking contours, and a naturally cool profile, her high-bridged nose and subtly pursed lips, coupled with slightly furrowed willow brows and almond-shaped eyes that glimmered with a chilling depth, fixated intently on the blood locust before her. Regrettably, such beauty was left unappreciated. With its initial assault thwarted, the blood locust cautiously retreated a few steps. Despite the apparent disparity in strength, the earlier attack had instinctively instilled within it a sense of mortal threat. The antennae atop the blood locust quivered, and in an instant, a flash of sword light swept through the air. It leaped back, narrowly avoiding another strike from the woman. Using this opportunity, the blood locust unfurled its wings and ascended quickly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Don't run. Su Yanran furrowed her brows, instantly realizing the blood locust's intent, and stepped forward to deliver another strike. Yet the blood locust danced nimbly, evading her blow once more as it darted toward the direction Lugu and the others had fled. Grinding her silver teeth, Su Yanran sheathed her sword and pursued. She had no intention of concerning herself with Lugu's fate, but her mission required her to possibly team up with them. How infuriating that the disaster beast from Qingshang would appear in the outskirts of L Town. Meanwhile, Lugu continued his frantic sprint. As an E-rank adventurer, his physical prowess surpassed that of the novices, leaving the two new recruits far behind. Captain, wait for me. Don't leave me behind. Help me. I don't want to die. The two novices, seeing Lugu pulling further away, cried out in desperation. However, Lugu feigned ignorance and kept running for his life. Damn it. Lugu, I want to forget this. I'll report you to the guild when I get back. You wait. The two novices, feeling neglected, cursed angrily. Reporting? If they wished to report him, they could do so, but as long as he survived, he had no fear of their threats. Suddenly, the cacophony of curses ceased, replaced by a horrific scream. Lugu glanced back, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. The blood locust had appeared behind them, having claimed yet another novice. Another scream erupted, and the remaining novice, too terrified to continue their curses, fled in a desperate scramble. Useless. Useless. I thought that person was strong. He couldn't even buy us a moment. Lugu couldn't help but shout. Having previously believed the black-robed figure to be a hidden powerhouse capable of injuring the blood locust, he never imagined they would perish so swiftly. The blood locust, having dispatched the novice with ease, leisurely resumed its feeding, as if relishing the thrill of the chase. Before long, it took to the air again, bringing down another novice. Useless. All of you are useless. Lugu's mouth spewed curses uncontrollably, as an intense sense of impending doom clouded his vision with blood. This cannot continue. I will die. I must devise a plan. There must be a way. I will survive, I must. Lugu muttered incoherently to himself when suddenly, his heightened senses, far superior to those of the novices, caught the sounds of battle emanating from his right. In that moment, a thought struck him, twisting his expression into a sinister grimace. I am an E-rank adventurer. My value to the guild far outweighs that of 5 F-rank novices. Yes, indeed, I am more important. Resolute. Lugu veered to the right. Hot on his heels was the relentless blood locust. As the creature closed in, Lugu could almost taste the blood in the air, spurring him to hasten his pace. Before long, he dashed through a dilapidated alley, finally arriving at the location from which the earlier sounds of battle had emanated, just moments before the blood locust could catch up. However, the anticipated 5-member team was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a solitary figure stood upon the road ahead, surrounded by the carcasses of several frenzied rabbits. Cheng Xing had just gathered the spoils from the fallen rabbits when he sensed someone approaching, instantly on high alert. A young man suddenly burst forth from the alley, his eyes bloodshot and visage contorted with rage, a somewhat familiar sight. Who are you? Is it you? Before Cheng Xing could finish his inquiry, the youth recognized him. At this, Cheng Xing's eyes turned cold as he recalled Lugu's prior attempts to sell him a useless product. Yet, Lugu offered no reply, merely sidestepping him and darting into the alley behind Cheng Xing. This inexplicable behavior left Cheng Xing perplexed, but the next moment, he understood why. A disaster beast nearly 3 meters long emerged from the shadows of the alley, its long antennae swaying ominously. One of its forelimbs bore a smooth, clean cut. An F-rank disaster beast, the blood locust? Isn't this a creature from Cheng Xing? How could it appear here? Is that an E-grade blood roach? Cheng Xing couldn't help but murmur to himself. However, he soon caught sight of the feedback from the system, and his expression darkened. Now, he understood why Lugu had fled without looking back. This was clearly a scheme to draw danger upon himself. With this thought, an unusual surge of murderous intent arose within Cheng Xing. Time and again, he had been set up, and this time it was evident they sought his life. Did they truly believe him to be a living Buddha? You had better not let me cross paths with you, Cheng Xing said coldly, his hands never ceasing their movements as he tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, his gaze fixed upon the blood roach ahead. Upon noticing Cheng Xing, the blood roach ceased its pursuit of Lugu and instead focused intently on him. In its perception, this delectable prey appeared slightly weaker than the previous one. With food so conveniently presented, it would not let the opportunity slip away. Opening his panel, he observed, Name, Cheng Xing, Level, 9, 5, 351. 000, Health, 300. Attributes, Strength 22, Agility 30, Constitution 15, Spirit 15, Free Attribute Points 0. Talent, SSS grade loot rate increase, F grade sprint. Skills, B grade quadrant, /LV1. E grade block, LV1. Cheng Xing glanced at his panel and then at the blood roach, his heart ablaze with the spirit of battle. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. After a day of hunting, his level had ascended rapidly. With an SSS grade loot rate, he had donned a set of E grade armor, and his backpack was overflowing with materials. He was far from helpless against the E-grade blood roach. Come, let us practice, Cheng Xing taunted, raising his hand provocatively toward the blood roach. The blood roach seemed incensed by this challenge and charged at him with astonishing speed. Chapter 9. Beauty cannot share experience on the outskirts of Cheng Xing. In the disaster zone of L Town, the moon hung high amidst a sparse array of stars. A blood roach nearly 3 meters in length faced off against a young man, neither party launching an immediate attack. Unlike its previous prey, the roach sensed no fear emanating from this challenger. Yet Cheng Xing harbored uncertainties, for whether human or disaster beast. Each 10-level threshold represented a significant barrier. Transitioning from level 9 to 10 promised a qualitative change. Hiss. It was not long before the blood roach lost patience, suddenly dashing towards Cheng Xing with remarkable speed. Closing the distance in the blink of an eye, Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed, and he sidestepped deftly, his movements matching the E-grade blood roach's swiftness. After all, speed was one of his strong suits. With a missed strike, The roach's remaining forelimb, akin to the scythe of death, swung toward Cheng Xing's waist. Quick as lightning, Cheng Xing leaped, causing the forelimb to crash against a nearby wall. The concrete wall, as if made of paper, was shredded, leaving a gash several meters long before it collapsed under the strain. Seeing the destructive power of even a casual strike from the blood roach, Cheng Xing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A hit like that would leave him in tatters. As his thoughts raced, his feet landed, and he was already in motion. The glint of his blade flashing as he vanished, the Tang Dao slicing towards the blood roach from an acute angle. Screech! The strike landed upon the roach's body, producing a clash akin to metal on metal, with sparks flying. The roach let out a shriek, swinging its forelimbs at Cheng Xing. He deftly retreated, allowing the roach's attack to rain down upon the pavement, sending fragments flying. How sturdy, Cheng Xing mused, shaking his hand. The previous strike had left his palm stinging. As attacks continued to miss, the blood roach grew increasingly agitated, charging again with even greater speed. Cheng Xing evaded once more, seizing the opportunity to strike back. Yet, his attacks still proved ineffective. Realizing he was unable to breach its armor, the blood roach disregarded his attempts and continued its relentless assault. In the midst of their fierce battle, the streets on either side had been utterly reduced to ruins. I need to change my tactics. After several rounds of probing, Cheng Xing made his decision. Just then, the blood roach lunged once more. Cheng Xing sidestepped to evade the attack and closed in for another strike. However, after the slash, he loosened his grip on the hilt, repositioned his left hand, and exerted force as he executed a fluid thrust to the side of the blood roach. Slish! This time, the roach's proud shell failed to protect it. As the Tang Dao penetrated its body, foul green blood oozing down the blade. I found your weakness. After landing the blow, Cheng Xing withdrew his blade, but the blood roach, now furious, launched a frenzied counterattack. Yet, in Cheng Xing's eyes, its strikes only provided more openings for him to exploit. With each subsequent thrust landing upon the blood roach, its body became riddled with numerous wounds, the repugnant green blood spilling forth. The roach's health had dwindled to less than 1/5. Sensing the moment was ripe, Cheng Xing prepared to deliver a fatal thrust straight between the creature's eyes. Crack! Just as he was about to conclude the battle with the blood roach, a sound of air splitting reached his ears, followed by a whip-like crack. Cheng Xing felt a sharp pain in his side, and he was sent sprawling. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rolled over and steadied himself with his blade. He beheld the once dormant antennae atop the blood roach's head, now writhing with newfound agility like worms. So, those weren't merely decorative? How dangerous! Cheng Xing quickly checked his panel, realizing that the previous strike had cost him over 100 points of health. With his fragile frame, he couldn't withstand many more hits. With this realization, he ceased his probing. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Quadrant slash. In the next instant, Cheng Xing vanished from sight, leaving behind only a web of cracks at his previous position. The blood roach's two antennae tightened instantly before it spread its wings to take flight and evade the impending strike. However, its reaction was slightly delayed, and as 4 glimmering blades appeared, the roach's 4 hind legs and its rear abdomen were cleanly severed. Hiss! The blood roach emitted a wail, its flight becoming unsteady. Yet its antennae continued to attack with a peculiar angle. The speed of the antennae's assault quickened. Even now, Cheng Xing found it challenging to keep pace, forcing him to retreat and await an opportunity. After sustaining significant injuries, the blood roach no longer harbored the will to fight. It simply sought to flee. But Cheng Xing would not allow this plump prize to escape. Defeating an E-grade blood roach could yield unknown treasures. Fortunately, the injured roach flew low and slow, making it easy for Cheng Xing to keep up. Just as he believed victory was assured, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A shadow darted from amidst the debris, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a level 4 frenzied rabbit. As soon as the rabbit appeared, the blood roach's antennae lashed out, piercing it and ensnaring the carcass before voraciously tearing into it. Instantly, the blood roach's health began to recover at a visible pace, its wounded body rapidly healing. This is bad. Seeing this unfold, Cheng Xing's heart sank, and he swiftly advanced for another quadrant slash. Yet, the now rejuvenated blood roach took to the skies at once, distancing itself from Cheng Xing's range of attack. The blood cicada soaring through the sky fixed its lifeless gaze upon Cheng Xing, resolutely imprinting the visage of this man in its memory. It harbored intentions to devour its previous prey before turning its attention to him, driven by an instinct that consuming the victim would grant it yet another upgrade. Subsequently, it prepared to dart towards the direction Lu Gu had fled. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Xing felt as though a cooked duck was about to take flight. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, the unmistakable resonance of a sword being drawn. A figure erupted from the rooftop of a nearby 3-story building, accompanied by a chilling beam of sword light. The sword light deftly sliced through the cicada's back, leaving behind a substantial gash, and then severed its wings at the roots. The wingless cicada plummeted to the ground with a thud. I wonder where you think you can escape to now? The figure, now standing atop a crumbled wall on the opposite side of the street, gasped for breath. Cheng Xing, having witnessed the elegance of that sword strike, Couldn't he help but glance up at the silhouette? Are there others? Su Yanran, too, sensed something amiss and looked down. Their eyes met, and a mutual surprise flickered within them. Quite handsome, quite attractive. After the initial astonishment, noticing the cicada's intent to flee, Su Yanran attempted to extend an invitation. Shall we join forces? That sounds splendid, but I must decline, Cheng Xing replied without a moment's hesitation. It was absurd. Having soloed for so long, how could he possibly share his experience, even with a beautiful woman? Chapter 10. What secret could this be? All right, I shall proceed first, Su Yanran instinctively responded, preparing to strike again, but her eyes widened in disbelief as she processed Cheng Xing's reply. Are you implying that you do not require my assistance? She asked incredulously. Little did she expect to experience betrayal and rejection within a single day. If she had a mirror at that moment, she would certainly have checked her reflection. The situation had undeniably shaken Su Yanran's confidence. Ignoring her probing, Cheng Xing remained fixated on the blood cicada, wary of its potential escape. Frustrated by her defeat against the disaster beast, Su Yanran promptly sheathed her sword, eager to observe how this man would confront an E-rank disaster beast. This time, Cheng Xing did not hold back. He unleashed a flurry of 4 directional slashes. 4 arcs of blade light appeared, each inflicting grotesque wounds upon the cicada. Hiss! The cicada screeched, its health plummeting by more than half in an instant. And its antennae lashed out. Block! Cheng Xing, resolute and unyielding, invoked a silent incantation. The Tang Dao in his hand moved with an almost imperceptible angle, deflecting the assault of 2 antennae. Yet, this was not the end. He swiftly dodged the front limb's attack, reversing his grip on the Tang Dao, and thrust it directly into the joint of the cicada's forelimb. With a determined glint in his eyes, he exerted pressure downwards, severing the cicada's forelimb with a decisive crack, thus disarming one of its primary weapons. Is it him? The swift and intense combat unfolded almost instantaneously, captured entirely by Su Yanran's observant gaze, eliciting a gasp of astonishment. Previously hidden within Lu Gu's team, she had witnessed a multitude of crazed rabbit corpses, all dispatched by the same individual employing identical skills. She had not anticipated encountering him here. In that moment, Su Yanran relinquished her earlier disdain, recognizing the traces of battle that extended behind her. As she pieced together the events of Cheng Xing's initial clash with the cicada, the sequence morphed into vivid imagery before her eyes, a manifestation of her S-rank talent, insight. Such formidable combat prowess, adapting swiftly to the cicada's rhythm of attack. This level of capability suggested a talent no less than S-rank. Which family S prodigy is out here honing their skills? She mused to herself. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion of Cheng Xing being a scion of any clan. The reason was simple. He appeared impoverished, clad in E-rank armor. His weapon was a mere F-rank, devoid of attributes. With his talent surpassing S-rank, he would undoubtedly be treated as a treasure in any family. Matters of early upgrades would undoubtedly be arranged within their own cultivated zones. He seemed to be freshly awakened, and his gear resembled the common spoils of L-Town's disaster zone. Piecing together these details, Su Yanran arrived at an improbable conclusion. Has he awakened an increased drop rate exceeding S-rank? Under the effects of her insight ability, Cheng Xing's information was meticulously unraveled, laid bare before her. Her gaze lingered on a particular aspect. Quite long legs. Discreetly wiping away the sand and saliva that had blown into her eyes, she resolved to make a secret decision. Meanwhile, the battle below had reached its conclusion. After delivering another decisive 4-directional slash, the cicada collapsed, utterly defeated. Concurrently, in a certain location within L-Town's disaster zone, a 5-member team lay in hiding within a derelict villa, fully armed and equipped, their faces masked. One among them suddenly opened their eyes wide at the moment of the cicada's demise. A level 10 cicada has been slain. Cicada killed, experience 500. Level up, LV9 to LV10. Free attribute points 15. This is how one levels up? Cheng Xing was taken aback, only to marvel at the high experience yield from an E-rank disaster beast. He quickly grasped why the disparity between levels 9 and 10 was so significant. Merely ascending 1 level granted him the same number of free attribute points he had previously earned from 5 levels. He opened his status panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 10, 3, 510, 000. Health, 400. Attributes, Strength, 27. Agility, 35. Constitution 20, Spirit 20, free attribute points 15. Talent, SSS rank increased drop rate, F rank sprint. Skills, B rank 4 directional / LV1, E rank block LV1. However, upon seeing the experience required for the next level after reaching level 10, Cheng Xing felt that it was still insufficient. I've leveled up? Su Yanran approached Cheng Xing at some point, her curious almond eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. Cheng Xing felt an inexplicable sensation of being laid bare under the gaze of this unfamiliar girl. What is this? Sensing his discomfort, Su Yanran skillfully redirected the topic. She focused her attention on a pale green orb of light that the cicada had dropped, her eyes widening as the system feedback emerged. Is this a talent? Talents can drop too? Is this the effect of increased drop rate? Su Yanran was taken aback by the information regarding the orb before her. She had never heard of talents being capable of dropping. Yet, all that responded to her was the blinding flash of 4 blade arcs. Flash. As the sound of blades clashing filled the air, Cheng Xing's previously unstoppable 4-directional slash was entirely parried by the individual before him, even causing his hands to throb in pain from the recoil. Her attributes are even higher than mine. Cheng Xing's brow furrowed, a fierce killing intent igniting within his eyes. He swiftly allocated his free attribute points and charged at Su Yanran once more. Each strike aimed to be lethal. Yet, even after enhancing his stats, it seemed as if she had foreseen his every move. She effortlessly evaded his attacks with minimal adjustments, occasionally lifting her sword just enough to deflect his strikes. In the span of mere moments, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. The edge of Cheng Xing's tang, Dao marred with numerous nicks. An advanced weapon? Cheng Xing's expression was grave. He had not anticipated that he would be unable to contend with his opponent, and her weapon appeared to be anything but ordinary. Observing this, Su Yanran finally exhaled in relief, evidently finding it far from effortless to counter Cheng Xing's onslaught. A glance at the revealed talents made her realize that her actions had been rather impulsive, and she was acutely aware of the significant repercussions this matter could entail. I apologize for my abruptness, she said. Please remain calm. I assure you that I will not disclose what I have just witnessed. Su Yanran proactively sheathed her weapon and proceeded to explain. However, the murderous intent in Cheng Xing's eyes showed no signs of abating. In this world, placing blind trust in others was akin to courting death. He scrutinized her intently, contemplating how to eliminate her. What must I do to earn your trust? Su Yanran retreated, fully cognizant that this person before her would not simply believe her words. Thus, she spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing squinted slightly. He could sense her sincerity. Throughout their earlier confrontation, she had remained entirely on the defensive, and it seemed he could not simply dismiss her. With this thought, his murderous intent diminished somewhat. Who are you? How did you come to know of my talent? What is your purpose here? After a moment's reflection, Cheng Xing ultimately decided to extend an opportunity. I am Su Yanran, a junior scout affiliated with the Awakener Management Bureau of the South China Base. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Cheng Xing's brow furrowed slightly. I deduced your talent. My own talent is S-rank insight, which allows me to perceive intricate details and deduce processes. With this, Su Yanran unhesitatingly revealed her panel information to Cheng Xing. Name, Su Yanran. Level, 9,935,1000. Health, 400. Attributes, Strength 28, Agility 33, Constitution 20, Spirit 35. Free attribute points 0. Talent, S-rank insight talent effect. Perceive information and deduce. Skill, B-rank cold light, sword circle, LV1. Upon witnessing Su Yanran's impressive panel, Cheng Xing realized that this girl was far from ordinary. Her level 9 attributes surpassed his level 10, indicating that her equipment was significantly superior to his own, complemented by B-rank skills. All these details pointed to the strength of her background. Most crucially, he could not eliminate her. Those who frequently traverse such realms understood that individuals with substantial backgrounds invariably possessed hidden life-saving trump cards. I am here on a mission from the Bureau to investigate the alarmingly high mortality rate of newcomers in L-Town, Su Yanran recounted, her sincerity palpable. Yet, fearing it insufficient, she bit her silver tooth and continued, since I have uncovered your secret, allow me to share mine. Su Yanran surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one was listening before stepping closer to confide her secret to Cheng Xing. Upon finishing, her usually cool demeanor flushed with embarrassment, leaving Cheng Xing utterly bewildered. What kind of secret was this? Chapter 11. There was no way around it. She had offered too much. What did she mean by calling this a secret? Su Yanran's cheeks flushed with indignation as she retorted, I am still an untouched maiden. Do you have any idea how significant this secret would be if it were to spread? Ah, yes, Cheng Xing replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face. His earlier wariness dissipating considerably. He then picked up the talent that had dropped. Talent, digestive recovery. Quality, E-rank. Talent effect, restores health when digesting food. Indeed, it was the talent of a blood leech. It seemed that talent drops were not as random as skills. Cheng Xing mused silently, immediately activating it. This scene piqued Su Yanran's curiosity, her face practically adorned with the words, I am intrigued. However, she dared not press further, fearing that the hard-won trust might slip away. Cheng Xing, seemingly oblivious to her gaze, continued to collect another item dropped by the blood leech, a knife strikingly similar to a spring embroidery knife. Blood leech's Fong. Quality, E-rank. Effect, damage 20. Upon seeing the equipment's information, Cheng Xing smiled broadly. At last, he had assembled a full set of E-rank gear. Perhaps unable to bear the intensity of her gaze any longer, Cheng Xing reluctantly inquired, what else do you wish to accomplish? Had he not seen Su Yanran's panel, he might have continued to act recklessly, reasoning that only the dead could keep secrets. Yet, experience had shown that he could not contend with her. Her talent was far too formidable in battle. I want you, Su Yanran declared boldly, causing Cheng Xing to stagger back several steps. How could someone with such an icy beauty utter such brazen words? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to invite you to join our scouting team. Su Yanran quickly realized her slip of the tongue, her face turning crimson as she waved her hands in fervent explanation. No thanks, I have no need. Cheng Xing replied without a second thought, for he had never even heard of the so-called Awakener Management Bureau. Moreover, joining a faction would entail certain constraints alongside any potential rewards. Had his talent been merely F rank, he might have eagerly accepted. Do not be so hasty to refuse. Should you join us, you need not conceal your talent any longer. Su Yanran's almond eyes narrowed, her lips parting to deliver her words with piercing clarity, devoid of any circumlocution. Even Cheng Xing felt a moment's temptation. This was his most pressing dilemma. He sensed that Su Yanran was not lying. Thus, her purported Awakener Management Bureau must wield considerable influence. Regrettably, having grown accustomed to a life of freedom, Cheng Xing was currently disinclined to join any faction. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by 2 lifetimes and an SSS rank talent. However, in a moment of desperation, he might reconsider. Here is my address. Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out to me. Cheng Xing mused, while Su Yanran timely handed him a note with her address, succinctly concluding the conversation about joining. Clearly, S-rank insight was not as simple as it appeared. The abrupt end to the topic left Cheng Xing in a state of astonishment as he dazedly accepted the note. Su Yanran, clearly pleased with his reaction, beamed at him, her smile illuminating the dim moonlight like a radiant star. Her carefully maintained distance felt remarkably comfortable to Cheng Xing, a seasoned veteran. Despite the knowledge that she was privy to his most significant secret, he found himself at a loss as to how to handle her. He was thoroughly ensnared. Given that our acquaintance is rare, why not assist me further? With the crisis averted, Su Yanran seized the opportunity to suggest her request. She was making no progress with her current mission, but the information gathered along the way suggested that the situation was far more complex than anticipated. With Cheng Xing's assistance, she could navigate it more securely. No, I am not interested, Cheng Xing replied without hesitation, thinking that he could better use his time slaying disaster beasts than meddling in others' affairs. I will offer you a D-rank piece of equipment, regardless of whether the mission succeeds or fails. At this declaration, Cheng Xing, who was preparing to depart, hesitated. A D-rank piece of equipment was worth at least 500,000. Upon this realization, he smoothly turned around, his demeanor unperturbed as he declared, in fact, I neglected to mention that I possess another commendable trait, my willingness to assist others. There was simply no denying it. She had given him far too much. In response, Su Yanran rolled her eyes dramatically, thinking to herself that a man's words are often deceitful. After reaching an agreement, Su Yanran refrained from further conversation and approached the corpse of the blood slug, bending down to examine it. From the moment she discovered the blood slug, she sensed something was amiss. Despite her innate ability to perceive the unseen, she gleaned no useful information from the remains. Suddenly, a series of fierce combat sounds erupted, coincidentally resonating in the air. The two quickly sought refuge atop a dilapidated skyscraper to survey the surroundings. The cacophony of battle was incessant, and they swiftly pinpointed 5 locations. They're coming. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement forming between them. The tumult of battle seemed to shift, as if something were pursuing them. Over there. Cheng Xing indicated a specific spot within L-Town. A moment's contemplation led him to conclude that if those 5 teams continued their advance, they would ultimately converge at that very location. It appeared as though someone had deliberately gathered the adventurers in L-Town. Su Yanran furrowed her brows in contemplation. This novice leveling area, L-Town, typically boasted a diverse array of teams, from those comprised solely of fledgling adventurers to groups like Lu Gu's, which featured one veteran supporting multiple novices. What could compel them to fight and retreat simultaneously? Was the Qingcheng disaster zone expanding? After much deliberation, she arrived at only one conclusion. However, mere speculation would not unveil the truth. They must go and see for themselves. Leaning against the rooftop's edge, Cheng Xing cast a glance at the still deep in thought Su Yanran and remarked coolly, hearing is believing, but seeing is knowing. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of L-Town, a small team was hastily navigating through the ruins. Unlike typical squads, this one comprised 6 members, and to their surprise, Lu Gu was among them. Hot on their heels was a blood slug. Damn it, why are these wretched creatures everywhere? Lu Gu, unlike before, exhibited calmness instead of panicking. When the blood slug launched an assault, he instinctively stepped forward to shield one of his teammates from a lethal strike. Thank you, Brother Lu, the rescued member exclaimed, gratitude shining in their eyes. Lu Gu waved dismissively, subtly garnering the team's goodwill as they continued to retreat. Look, up ahead, there are people. A keen-eyed team member spotted 2 figures ahead. Excellent. The more, the merrier. What kind of strength do they possess? The team leader's face lit up with hope, realizing that more allies would enhance their safety. One seems to be an F-level adventurer, but I can't see the badge of the other. F-level? I hope they aren't a novice. Let's go? Quickly. As they approached, the 2 figures became clearer. So beautiful. Upon seeing one of the individuals, the 5 members of the team were immediately captivated. Lu Gu felt the same, but his expression shifted dramatically when he recognized the other person. Stop. Don't approach. That individual nearly led to the annihilation of my entire team. Chapter 12. A reunion at his warning, the expressions of the 5 team members changed drastically, and their forward motion halted. When they had first encountered Lu Gu, he had recounted how an F-level newcomer in his party had recklessly led them into a confrontation with a level 10 blood slug. He had intended to buy time for the other members to escape, only to find the newcomer abandoning everyone in a desperate bid for survival. In the end, fortune favored him when the blood slug pursued that very individual, allowing Lu Gu to escape and encounter this current team. The team leader spoke with righteous indignation, detailing Cheng Xing's misdeeds. Miss, I implore you to keep your distance from this treacherous murderer who betrays their comrades. Allow me to rid the world of him, for the sake of justice. With that, the team leader turned earnestly to Su Yanran, eager not to squander this opportunity to impress her. Su Yanran's expression turned peculiar. Betrayal? Murder? Had she not witnessed Cheng Xing's extraordinary combat prowess and Lu Gu's panicked flight from an E-level disaster beast, she might have been swayed by these claims. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing's demeanor darkened, his gaze locking onto Lu Gu, comprehending the source of these malicious rumors. As the two sides confronted one another, the blood slug continued its relentless pursuit from behind. Annoyed by the interruption, Cheng Xing vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before the blood slug. The creature, startled by this sudden appearance, instinctively raised its forelimbs to attack. However, in the next moment, a chilling voice sliced through the air, and a blade gleamed against the night sky. For crimson lines manifested upon the blood slug's surface before a spray of blood erupted, drenching the nearby 6 individuals in the foul-smelling green liquid. In an instant, the blood slug's health of over 300 was reduced to 0, yielding 2 valuable materials. With a flick of his wrist, Cheng Xing cast aside the blood slug's tooth, cleansing his blade of its ichor. I couldn't quite catch what you said earlier. Would you care to repeat that? He stepped forward, weapon still drawn, addressing the group with an unsettling calmness. His words bore no hint of emotion, as if they were mere casual conversation. Yet, a shiver ran through everyone present, especially Lu Gu. Lu Gu's disbelief was palpable. How is this possible? You registered as an adventurer today, and your talent is merely F-level. Could you be an S-level talent? Have you misrepresented your abilities? His eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to fathom why anyone would falsely claim a higher talent tier. You need not concern yourself with such matters, Cheng Xing said dismissively, raising his blade without a second thought. Alarmed, Lu Gu hastily raised his shield to block, only to be met with a force heavier than that of the blood slug's attack. The impact sent him staggering backward, his grip on the shield nearly faltering. This must be a misunderstanding. The team leader, who had developed a favorable impression of Lu Gu, could not help but interject. Oh, do you take issue with my actions? Cheng Xing replied coolly, casting a glance at the speaker. The individual fell silent, realizing they could not provoke this formidable figure, who had effortlessly dispatched the blood slug that had been pursuing them. As the team leader regained composure, he reflected on Lu Gu's earlier narrative, recognizing numerous inconsistencies in the story. With a swift motion, Cheng Xing advanced, wielding his blade, leaving Lu Gu with no choice but to defend passively. The shield in his hands began to show signs of cracking under the relentless assault. Pleas for mercy escaped Lu Gu's lips, yet Cheng Xing showed no inclination to relent. As Cheng Xing's sword found its mark, a deep gash appeared on Lu Gu's arm, crimson blood immediately staining his garments. The excruciating pain elicited a howl of anguish from Lu Gu, but it was abruptly silenced when the deadly blade was poised against his throat. Now, confess what you have done, Cheng Xing commanded. In that moment, any concern for his reputation faded as Lu Gu sank to his knees, recounting in detail the misdeeds he had committed against Cheng Xing at the adventurers' camp, as well as the events following their encounter with the blood leech. It is my fault. You, great sir, possess a generous heart. Do not take my life. I do not wish to die, he cried, continuing to plead for his life. A foul odor emanating from beneath him. The terror of that blade had utterly terrified him. Witnessing this, Cheng Xing's murderous intent dissipated, and he sheathed his sword, returning to Su Yanran's side. The 5-member team, now enlightened with the truth, wore expressions of dismay, realizing they had been duped by this scoundrel. Bah, scoundrel! To avoid the repercussions of his own actions, he cast blame upon others. I have never encountered such a repulsive individual. One of them exclaimed. You wait. We will surely report you to the guild. Another voice piped in. Why must you spare him? Cheng Xing inquired, casting a glance at the pallid Lu Gu in the distance. Although his time with Su Yanran had been brief, he was certain she was not one to exhibit a saintly disposition. Had it not been for her prior caution, he would have already dealt a fatal blow to the man. I cannot divulge that now. You will understand in due time. Just remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not slay an awakened one. Su Yanran replied with a shrug, choosing not to elaborate further. Cheng Xing, lost in contemplation, was interrupted by the commotion arising from the other side. The group turned to see a 5-member team hastily fleeing towards them. upon spotting Cheng Xing and his companions. They quickened their pace, pursued by a blood leech. However, as the team drew within 100 meters, the blood leech abruptly halted, seemingly sensing its lack of advantage against such a multitude. At that moment, Cheng Xing and his group stood before an abandoned mall in L Town, while the blood leech lingered at the edge of the plaza outside. Relieved that the creature did not charge forth, the newly arrived team approached to greet the others. "Greetings. We are the F-Class Hunting Dogs team," one introduced. "We are the F-Class Claw team," came the reply. After a brief exchange of introductions, camaraderie blossomed between the two teams. Both belonged to fixed groups, with registered team names at the Adventurers Guild, and their strengths were comparable, though the Hunting Dogs team had a slight edge, boasting an overall level of 8. Upon noticing the ostracized Lu Gu, they inquired quietly, and the Claw team's captain promptly explained the situation, eliciting disdain from them. Among fixed teams, abandonment was a grave taboo. Such individuals were never welcomed. After all, they did not wish to find themselves forsaken in dire straits. Subsequently, their attention shifted to Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. When the members of the Hunting Dogs team beheld Su Yanran, they were momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Yet her frosty demeanor deterred anyone from approaching. Shortly thereafter, another team hurriedly arrived. Chapter 13, Expansion of Cheng Xing. In the disaster zone of L Town, at the abandoned mall, the arrival of yet another team brought the number of blood leeches outside to 3. Strangely, these creatures remained at the periphery of the plaza, neither advancing nor retreating. The new team, hastily assembled, lacked a designated name and comprised only 4 members, all of whom possessed C-class talents, with everyone reaching a formidable level of 9. They were being pursued by 2 blood leeches. Had there been but one, they would have easily dispatched it. This was the highest level of strength present, aside from Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. Upon merging with the group, the new team exchanged brief information before ceasing further conversation. As C-class awakened ones, they regarded the Hunting Dogs and Claw teams with disdain, their prowess far surpassing that of the latter. Lu Gu was barely acknowledged. Instead, the captain of this new team fixated on Su Yanran, greed evident in his gaze. He refrained from making a move solely because of Cheng Xing's presence. Having heard from the Claw team that this man could slay a level 9 blood leech with a single stroke, he was not willing to risk confrontation, especially since the bond between the two was evidently strong. Cheng Xing's strength was uncertain to him, yet he was fully aware of the threat posed by a level 9 blood leech. Every gaze in the vicinity was drawn to Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. "Truly popular, aren't we?" Cheng Xing remarked, leaning against the mall's exterior wall with a playful smirk. "Unlike some, who is as dense as iron," Su Yanran retorted, tilting her head in indignation. At this, Cheng Xing quickly shifted the topic. "Have we made any progress on the task? It seems highly likely that the disaster zone is expanding from Cheng Xing," Su Yanran replied, her expression darkening. "If that is indeed the case, the situation will become considerably more manageable." As the two conversed, a 4th team appeared. This team also consisted of 4 members, their strength comparable to the previous group. Yet they exhibited a greater sense of arrogance, ignoring both the Hunting Dogs and Claw teams as they engaged with the 3rd team. The number of blood leeches lurking outside had now increased to 5. However, before the 4th team could fully assess the situation, a 5th team hurriedly approached from another direction. Yet, rather than a team, it appeared to be a solitary individual. "What is this situation?" Upon seeing the gathering at the mall and the surrounding blood leeches, the person's expression darkened. He quickly scanned the crowd, recognizing one familiar face, Lu Gu, who stood isolated from the others. Like Lu Gu, he had entered with a team of 4. Noticing the E-Class Adventurer badge on this individual, the members of the Claw team brightened, and their captain stepped forward to speak, relaying the current circumstances. When Zhao Li learned that Cheng Xing had slain a level 9 blood leech with a single strike, astonishment spread across his face before he turned to observe Cheng Xing. However, upon recognizing him, disdain washed over his features. Indeed, Zhao Li was acquainted with Cheng Xing. He had been present when Cheng Xing registered at the adventurer's camp. A rookie adventurer with an F-class talent could not possibly ascend to the status of a leech slayer in such a short span. He was incredulous, sensing something was amiss. "It seems everyone is present. What shall we do now?" Cheng Xing inquired quietly, surveying the assembled crowd. As Su Yanran surveyed the blood insects that encircled the shopping mall from nearly every direction, her delicate brows knitted in concern. The number of these creatures was far greater than she had anticipated. What could be done now? If the disaster zone of Cheng Xing truly spread, our only recourse would be to eliminate them all and return to the base to inform the Adventurers Guild. Yet, I cannot fathom why they have yet to attack. Is there some other reason behind this? If the former is true, the issue simplifies considerably. While these blood insects may pose a nuisance to others, they are not a threat to the two of us. As long as there are no E-rank blood insects, they pose no danger to us. How then shall we deal with them? Cheng Xing gestured towards the crowd not far off, a motley assortment of individuals, and maneuvering them would be a troublesome affair. That is simple. We can fabricate an identity as an investigator from the Adventurers Guild to deceive them, he suggested. Are you not an investigator from the Awaken Management Bureau? Why not utilize that identity instead? Cheng Xing immediately regretted his words as Su Yanran looked at him as if he were a fool, needing no words to express her disdain. All right, just cooperate with me later, she said, tossing a remark over her shoulder as she approached the crowd. Cheng Xing shrugged helplessly. He had little choice but to comply, swayed by the allure of D-rank equipment. Esteemed individuals, please lend me your ears. As soon as Su Yanran moved, all eyes were drawn to her. This was hardly surprising, for her icy beauty, coupled with a voice as melodious as silver bells, rendered her captivating even beneath the heavy black robe that concealed her figure. Were she to take a step forward, many would likely be tempted to kneel in reverence. I am an investigator dispatched by the Adventurers Guild to assess the disaster zone. Recently, the Guild has observed an alarming increase in mortality rates in L-Town's disaster zone. Through our investigations, we have ascertained that the Cheng Xing disaster zone has expanded. Su Yanran spoke coldly, devoid of the warmth she had displayed while conversing with Cheng Xing. What? The Cheng Xing disaster zone has expanded. No wonder there are so many blood insects. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, members of the Hound and Claw teams grew visibly uneasy. There were at least 7 blood insects surrounding them, and with their capabilities, they could hardly hope to fight. The rest exchanged glances, lost in contemplation. The expansion of disaster zones was not an uncommon occurrence, typically following an increase in the strength of the disaster beasts that ruled them. This also explained why blood insects from the Cheng Xing disaster zone had manifested in L-Town. From here on, you are to follow his commands and eradicate all the blood insects. Seeing the moment ripe, Su Yanran pushed Cheng Xing forward. At that instant, no one voiced dissent, for upon their gathering, the Hound team had already informed them of their success in slaying blood insects. They had no qualms about obeying the directives of a stronger individual. We have no objections. With a prominent figure leading us, this is assured. Listen to him. On what basis? Merely because he is a newly registered F-rank talent? Amidst the general agreement, a discordant voice abruptly broke the consensus. I do not know what methods you employed to slay that blood insect, but I witnessed it clearly this morning. He is nothing more than a freshly registered F-rank novice. What gives him the right to command us? Zhao Li slowly stepped forward from the group, his expression dripping with disdain. What? He is merely an F-rank novice? As Zhao Li spoke, others began to recall their encounters with Cheng Xing that morning. You speak nonsense. We have seen Cheng Xing's prowess firsthand. Members of the Hound team quickly retorted, having witnessed Cheng Xing dispatch a blood insect with a single strike. What do you mean you have seen it firsthand? Did you witness it yourself? Zhao Li sneered, and the rest shook their heads. None had actually seen Cheng Xing in action. All were merely relying on the Hound team's claims. Only you few have seen him act. I now suspect you have ulterior motives. He proposed. I suggest that the upcoming battle be led by the 2 E-rank adventurers, while he must remain behind and not accompany us. Chapter 14. Each for themselves. At this moment, Zhao Li revealed his hand, pointing accusingly at Cheng Xing. It was then that the crowd noticed Lu Gu, who had been isolated previously, had somehow aligned himself with Zhao Li. His incitement instantly turned the tide, with the majority present choosing to support Zhao Li. Choosing between a newly registered F-rank novice and 2 seasoned E-rank adventurers was a decision that required no further deliberation. Do you have objections to my arrangement? Before Cheng Xing could react, Su Yanran stepped forward, her frosty gaze fixed upon them. Investigator, we are merely speaking the truth. I believe you have been deceived. It is of no consequence. Even without him, I can safely escort you back to the Adventurers Guild, Zhao Li replied, feigning magnanimity. His gaze roamed over Su Yanran's icy visage, a possessive glint flickering in his eyes. Zhao Li could not comprehend how Cheng Xing had managed to ensnare this ice queen, but if an F-rank novice could do so, why could he not? He was no useless Lu Gu. He had awakened with a C-rank talent, and had he not sought some extra earnings, he would not have been present today. Those siding with Zhao Li chimed in with their support. Observing this, Su Yanran narrowed her eyes. With her perceptive abilities, she could see through their sordid intentions. Very well. Let us each fight our own battles. With that, she returned to Cheng Xing's side. Cheng Xing, may we accompany you? The Hound team cautiously stepped away from the larger group, seeking his approval. Upon receiving a nod from Cheng Xing, they joyously positioned themselves behind him, a gathering of fools, utterly engrossed in their charade. Only Lu Gu's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Xing, filled with resentment. The tides had turned, and it was now his turn to humiliate. If they claimed to be able to eliminate blood insects effortlessly, why not grant them the opportunity to prove it? How about we assign them 3 blood insects to contend with? That should align with their supposed prowess, yes? After a prolonged silence, Lu Gu slowly proposed. You claim you can dispatch blood insects with ease? Let us see how you handle 3. With all the parties now aware of his schemes, Zhao Li was taken aback by Lu Gu's suggestion but quickly realized that with a reduction of 3 blood insects, his own team would have no difficulty dealing with the remaining ones. If they acted swiftly enough, they could even achieve a heroic rescue. With this thought, he readily agreed. Lu Gu is correct. Since he wishes to demonstrate his abilities, we shall provide the opportunity. Indeed, that is the way forward. Zhao Li and his cohort swiftly recognized the advantages of reducing the blood insect count and echoed their agreement. As for the fate of Cheng Xing and his companions, they cared little. With this declaration, the Hound team immediately recognized Lu Gu's plot for revenge and could not help but express their disbelief. Lu Gu, you despicable beast, are utterly deranged. How outrageous. What a shameless act. In the face of the crowd's vitriol, Lu Gu's countenance darkened, but soon enough, a look of sheer delight replaced it. Very well, I accept this arrangement. In contrast to the others, Cheng Xing maintained a composed demeanor and ultimately nodded in agreement. Witnessing Cheng Xing's acceptance of Lu Gu's proposal, Zhao Li silently mused that he had become too engrossed in the act. In his perspective, a single blood roach and 3 blood roaches were not synonymous. Eliminating an F-rank blood roach was a trivial task, something he could achieve with a D-rank attack skill. However, skills were divided into single target and area of effect abilities. When employing a single target skill, other blood roaches could launch simultaneous attacks. You may eliminate one, but they could just as easily eliminate you. As for area of effect skills, their worth exceeded that of single target skills by a factor of 5 at the same level. Those who could afford such skills would never condescend to join this fray. To him, Cheng Xing was as good as dead. With this thought, Zhao Li smirked coldly and signaled his subordinates to commence their assault on the 4 blood roaches stationed outside. Under the barrage of their 15-member team, the 4 blood roaches began to succumb, their vitality dwindling gradually. Meanwhile, the 3 other blood roaches charged forward, intent on launching an attack. Observing this, Zhao Li and his companions taunted, "What's the matter? You're not planning to agree verbally and then stab us in the back, are you? Don't go back on your word. If you don't engage, we'll report you once we return." If Cheng Xing refrained from acting, they were not concerned. After all, the blood roaches seemed disinclined to enter the shopping district, and they could always retreat later. However, at that point, someone was bound to face dire consequences. Rest assured, I am unlike you. I am a man of my word. In a flash, Cheng Xing vanished from sight, reappearing in the path of the 3 advancing blood roaches. The Hailclaw team readied themselves to assist, but were halted by Su Yanran. You all should refrain from causing chaos. Cheng Xing did not rush into action, but instead regarded Zhao Li and his group, a cold smile forming in his heart. Their schemes were laid bare before him. He was certainly not one to back down. Although everyone believed that the current issue in L-Town was the expansion of Cheng Xing, his experiences from 2 lifetimes taught him that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. The various behaviors of the blood roaches hinted at underlying reasons, though the time for revelation had yet to arrive. At that moment, the 4 blood roaches under Zhao Li's command had dwindled to less than half their health, prompting Zhao Li to steal a glance at the other side. Seeing Cheng Xing standing vacantly while the blood roaches bore down upon him, he internally scoffed. You've become too engrossed in the act. Are you now paralyzed with fear? Once you perish, it will be my turn to shine. As the 3 blood roaches descended upon Cheng Xing, their formidable attacks stirred a cloud of dust, and Zhao Li let out a sinister laugh at the sight. However, the moment the dust settled, Zhao Li's expression froze in disbelief. Cheng Xing was nowhere to be seen before the blood roaches. Fourfold slash. In the next instant, a figure emerged from behind the blood roach, vanishing just as swiftly, leaving Zhao Li to witness 4 flashes of blade light. In their wake, a torrent of foul blood gushed forth, and that figure landed silently, the splattered green blood leaving no trace upon them. A one-hit kill. Chapter 15, The Blood Roach Horde. The scene before Zhao Li left him utterly speechless, disbelief etched across his face as he halted his attacking motion. Zhao Li, what are you doing? The others shouted, snapping him back to reality, compelling him to focus on the blood roach before him, yet his heart was tumultuous. Through the relentless barrage of attacks, the 4 blood roaches eventually succumbed, their health depleted to 0 and resulting in their demise. Unfortunately, they did not yield any loot. Look over there. How is this possible? Did he truly single-handedly slay 3 blood roaches? Was the Hailclaw team's claim genuine? The onlookers gaped at the corpses beneath Cheng Xing's feet, their minds echoing the words of the Hailclaw team, akin to an invisible hand striking their faces, leaving a stinging sensation. Especially when they noticed that all the blood roaches at Cheng Xing's feet had dropped items, their eyes widened in astonishment. Why had they ventured into the disaster zone? Was it not for the sake of wealth? Ignoring their fervent gazes, Cheng Xing collected the items strewn across the ground. Blood roach tentacles X2. Quality, A rank. Item description, durable and elastic, a prime choice for crafting whips. Blood roach kidneys X2. Quality, A rank. Item description, contains indescribable energy. Blood roach spear. Quality, A rank. Effect, increases damage by 20. This time, luck was not particularly favorable. He had only acquired a few materials and an E-rank spear. Upon returning, he intended to discard everything except the kidneys to the Hailclaw team. The Hailclaw team nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace Cheng Xing, exclaiming foster father. An E-rank weapon could fetch upwards of 100,000, while those E-rank materials could sell for 30 to 40,000. They had never earned such wealth since their inception. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Li and his group watched the scene unfold, their eyes turning crimson with envy, wishing they could swap places with the Hailclaw team. The captain of the Hound team regretted his decision deeply. After this battle, they had emerged as the weakest. their members sustaining injuries to varying degrees, and not only did they fail to obtain any loot, but they also received barely any experience. Compared to the Hail Claw team, they were worlds apart. In that moment, their attitude toward Cheng Xing underwent a complete reversal, and they approached him, shamelessly declaring, "Cheng Xing, actually, we believed in you from the start. It's all Zhao Li's fault. He spoke ill of you in private, and we were deceived by him. Could you possibly take us under your wing?" Seeing the crowd ingratiating themselves with Cheng Xing, Zhao Li's face twisted with rage, for he too desired to join. Lu Gu stood pale and lifeless, realizing that Cheng Xing's prowess exceeded his imagination. Having offended such a person, his future was undoubtedly bleak. Did we not agree to fight separately? Please, do not start pledging allegiance to different factions. Observing this spectacle, Cheng Xing coldly smiled and mercilessly refused. The reason he gifted the items to the Hail Claw team was twofold. First, they had sided with him at the first opportunity. Second, the materials and weapons were of no use to him, as he had a 100 drop rate. Third, he sought to instill regret in these individuals. When he was slandered, they did not stand by him. Now that he displayed his strength and they sensed potential benefits, they flocked to him. There are no such easy gains in this world. Upon hearing Cheng Xing's rejection, the Hound team could only depart in disgruntlement, while another C-rank talent team, witnessing the snub, muttered curses. "What are you pretending for? You only leveled up to 10 faster than us. We were humble in our approach. That was out of respect for you. You'd best know your place." Unlike the Hound team, these individuals possessed higher talent levels and were destined to advance further along the path of adventuring. In their eyes, Cheng Xing was merely slightly higher in level and wealthy enough to afford area of effect skills. Respect? Had they consumed the fruit of respect or something? A group of individuals, pursued relentlessly by two blood-sucking cockroaches, still had the audacity to frolic before me. If it were me, I would simply find a gnarled tree and cosplay as a sunny doll. The way you all shift your allegiances with the winds of fortune truly evokes laughter, reminiscent of an elderly woman burrowing into her blankets. In my previous life, as a player hailing from the prosperous land of Zhuan, Cheng Xing was in no way lenient towards them. After a barrage of scathing remarks, this motley crew fell silent, their faces smeared with dirt as they retreated. Unable to fight back, they resorted to moral coercion. With Cheng Xing's combat prowess, he could render your moral high ground as laughable as a makeshift barricade. Beside him, Su Yanran gazed at Cheng Xing's verbal onslaught, her beautiful apricot eyes sparkling with admiration. "So this is how one can argue," she mused. "Cheng Xing, it seems something is amiss." At that moment, an astute member of the Haizhua squad suddenly noticed something, his expression shifting dramatically. Soon, everyone sensed the change. A gust of night wind swept through, obscuring the moon with ominous clouds, plunging the earth into darkness. Pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life within the shadows, resembling countless stars, encircling the shopping mall where they stood. Witnessing this scene, nearly all felt their throats dry, unable to suppress a gulp. They understood all too well what those eyes signified. As the clouds parted, the moonlight once again bathed the surroundings, revealing a sight that rendered every face pale with terror. The usually relaxed Cheng Xing and Su Yanran now bore expressions of rare seriousness. Scanning the area, they discovered dozens of F-class blood-sucking cockroaches, tightly enclosing the entire mall. The disaster beast information interface from the system loomed like a wall in their field of vision. Despair silently seeped into the hearts of all present. What was happening? Was the expansion of Cheng Xing progressing at such an alarming rate? How could there be such an invasion of cockroaches? Su Yanran crossed her arms, one hand resting thoughtfully on her chin, her brows furrowed in deep contemplation. Strangely, despite the multitude of cockroaches surrounding the mall, they did not initiate an attack, as if their intent was not to kill, but merely to ensnare them. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as 5 cockroaches slowly crossed into the mall's territory, charging towards Zhao Li and his companions, while another 4 advanced towards Cheng Xing's group. Left with no choice, Zhao Li and his team braced themselves once more to engage. 5 cockroaches posed a challenge, yet they were far from insurmountable. After a grueling battle lasting over 10 minutes, the 5 cockroaches were finally vanquished, leaving the team drenched in green blood, a stark contrast to Cheng Xing's relatively unscathed state. Fortunately, they were luckier this time, as the 5 cockroaches yielded a material drop. Yet before they could allocate it, the 5 cockroaches leisurely entered the mall's confines. This was not merely an expansion of a disaster zone. Chapter 16. The fallen Su Yanran's heart jolted. She finally grasped that something was amiss. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the end," Zhao Li roared, charging once again at the cockroaches. Did they come with a difficulty upgrade? On the other side, Cheng Xing grinned at the 5 cockroaches rushing towards him. He was unaware of the thoughts of those behind him. If a swarm of dozens were to attack together, he might have chosen to evade. However, facing them in batches. Had he not advanced to level 10, he might have felt some strain. Now, these few were hardly enough to pose a challenge for him. Yet since the stage had been set, he had no reason not to perform. This time, Zhao Li's group took 30 minutes to eliminate the 5 cockroaches. By then, the members of the Hound squad were all severely injured, while the other 2 teams had sustained minor wounds. Conversely, Zhao Li and his partner, who had been on the offensive, emerged with few injuries. After this battle, the 5 cockroaches re-emerged, launching another assault. At this moment, they cast hopeful glances towards Cheng Xing, yearning for his assistance, only to be met with despair upon seeing him. Cheng Xing stood, panting heavily, propped against his weapon, his body swaying precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. Is Cheng Xing also reaching his limits? Members of the Heir squad expressed their concern. They had not witnessed him utilize any skills since the onset of the cockroach onslaught. It was understandable, low-level area of effect skills often bore the drawback of significant stamina depletion. Yet Su Yanran, observing this scene, with her keen awareness of Cheng Xing's capabilities, realized his combat endurance. Sensing something awry, she quickly understood his intent. As Cheng Xing appeared exhausted, the numbers of the next wave of cockroaches remained unchanged. Su Yanran stepped forward slowly. The two exchanged glances, speaking little, as the members of the Heir squad gathered around. After an arduous battle lasting over 40 minutes, Zhao Li's Hound squad had succumbed to severe injuries, losing their combat effectiveness, while the remaining members had sustained minor injuries, revealing the disparity in their talents. On Cheng Xing's side, bolstered by Su Yanran and the others, they barely managed to eradicate the cockroaches, during which the members of the Heir squad all leveled up. Outside the mall, the number of cockroaches had dwindled to 10. Gazing at the remaining foes, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the group. Sometimes, one must challenge themselves to uncover their true limits. Following this wave of attacks, several members from the 2 C-class talent squads also leveled up, recovering from their injuries, no longer engulfed in despair regarding the remaining cockroaches. Facing the final batch of cockroaches, they roared and launched an assault. Fueled by soaring morale, the remaining cockroaches couldn't withstand even 30 minutes. After a fierce battle, although Zhao Li and his comrades bore wounds, their faces were filled with expressions of relief. Under the moonlight, the area surrounding the mall was strewn with severed limbs and blood, the ground soaked in a foul stench. Zhao Li and his group, disregarding the mess, collapsed onto the ground, laughing heartily. The earlier sense of oppression from the dozens of cockroaches had overshadowed many details. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran leaned against each other, both appearing utterly drained. The most significant difference lay in their spoils. Zhao Li's side found only a few scattered items among the numerous corpses. In stark contrast, Cheng Xing's area was littered with loot, including items that radiated a faint green glow. As their stamina replenished, Zhao Li's group regained their composure. Greed dispelling the remnants of their earlier relief, taking control of the situation. Leave the female behind, eliminate the rest. Zhao Li sneered, his avarice evident as he waved his hand to issue commands. Lu Gu, having experienced several low points in life, glimpsed hope once more, his malicious intent rising again. The remaining fighters behind him grinned, turning their weapons against those who had previously fought alongside them against the cockroaches. Seeing this, Cheng Xing furrowed his brow. After such an arduous battle, it was not meant for fishing small fry. What are you planning to do? He demanded. The laws of the base clearly prohibit awakened beings from slaying one another. Su Yanran, getting too immersed in the moment, weakly protested. Yet her demeanor mirrored that of a withered flower, further igniting the primal instincts of those around her. This is a disaster zone, a lawless land. As long as we keep quiet, who will know? Enough with the pleasantries. Let us all attack together. Upon completing this operation, we shall reap immense rewards. Just as they began to make their move, a piercing scream echoed throughout the abandoned mall. Hearing the sound, the crowd instinctively halted their actions, turning their heads towards the source of the cry. At the entrance of the derelict shopping center, the once vigilant hunting dog squad found one of their members impaled by a scythe, the agonizing scream emanating from his lips. Who are you? Following the handle of the scythe, a figure gradually emerged from within the mall. The sight took everyone by surprise. They had not anticipated that another individual and a small squad lay hidden within the premises. Before they could receive an answer, 4 more figures stepped out from the mall, all clad in eerily uniform black robes and masks. The masks of the 4 bore several circles, while the last figure displayed multiple circles both above and below. 4 circles and a 1 dot? Mahjong bandits? Their masks resembled the 1 dot and 2 dot tiles from the game of Mahjong, while the onlookers pondered the bizarre masks. The first figure raised their hand to withdraw the scythe, blood gushing forth as the hunting dog member succumbed to his fate amidst the horrified gazes of his comrades. Who are you really? Witnessing a life extinguished before them stirred a sense of unease among many, and Zhao Li's expression darkened as he inquired. Boss, it's still you who should take charge. First, use the blood roach to gather them together, then exhaust their stamina, and finally, reap the rewards. Our squad's performance far exceeds that of our peers. Ignoring the inquiry, the figure with the 1 dot continued to dispatch the remaining hunting dog members with ruthless efficiency while exchanging compliments with the 2 dot figure. Observing their practiced movements sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, and the words spoken by the 1 dot figure left their faces pale with dread. In that moment, no one dared to step forward. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. This is the big fish, he thought, turning to Su Yanran. At that moment, Su Yanran surveyed the masks worn by the figures, her expression heavy with concern. Do you know who they are? Cheng Xing asked quietly, feeling a chill of apprehension. Su Yanran nodded gravely, replying, things are dire. They are the fallen. Before she could elaborate on the nature of the fallen, the previously silent two-figure stepped forth, locking eyes with Cheng Xing and the others. Investigator Miss and an S-grade talent. Do you know the quickest way to level up? Chapter 17. The fastest way to level up is by killing, specifically, killing awakened ones. Cheng Xing was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. Why ask such a thing in this dire situation? Oh, it seems you are unaware, but this investigator lady appears to be informed. Perceiving Cheng Xing's reaction, the two-figure swiftly made a judgment, speaking with a calm demeanor. The others with the one were itching to act, yet refrained due to the authority of the two-figure. Confusion spread among the remaining members as they exchanged glances, wondering why this individual had suddenly taken the initiative to speak. However, some began to slowly retreat. Now's our chance. Quick, withdraw. Seizing the moment, one of the C-grade talent teams swiftly distanced themselves from the main group, heading towards the base. This sudden turn of events left Zhao Li and the others momentarily bewildered. A bunch of fools, still listening to his ramblings. Survival is paramount. By the time Zhao Li and his group reacted, the fleeing team had already vanished into the abandoned streets, their expressions turning ashen with regret for missing their opportunity. Strangely, the one-figures did not pursue, but instead let out chilling laughter. Truly foolish. Interrupted, the two-figure's expression darkened beneath the mask, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. In the next moment, two enormous shadows burst through the rooftop of the mall, racing towards the direction of the fleeing individuals with such speed that most could barely discern their form. Cheng Xing and his companion exchanged grave looks. They recognized them as two E-grade blood roaches. Moments later, four dark figures, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, shot forth from the streets, landing between the two-figure and Cheng Xing's group. The newcomers were none other than the earlier fleeing C-grade talent team, but their legs were grotesquely twisted, the immense impact leaving them on the brink of collapse. Cough, cough, my apologies for the interruption. Let us continue. The two-figure adjusted his attire, speaking with remarkable politeness. His demeanor and speech bore no resemblance to that of a merciless killer. Rather, he resembled a well-mannered scion of a refined family. Yet, paired with the continuous wails of the four figures, the entire scene was utterly chilling. Can anyone tell me the fastest way to level up? After finishing his query, the two-figure turned his gaze towards Zhao Li and his companions, continuing in a gentle tone. If someone answers correctly, I may spare him. Kill disaster beasts. No. It's about gathering fewer people to kill disaster beasts. Ride the upgrade vehicle. Find someone to lead. Hearing the prospect of survival, everyone hastily clamored to respond. Why such eagerness? Because the two blood roaches that had pursued the fleeing team had returned, now lurking menacingly not far behind them. Against F-grade blood roaches, they still had a fighting chance, but the E-grade ones? Theoretically, only 5 adventurers of E-grade or above could contend with them, let alone 2. Listening to their answers, the two-figure shook his head in disappointment, then fixed his gaze on Cheng Xing, speaking deliberately. Killing disaster beasts, whether in a team or solo, is not the fastest method. The quickest way to level up is through killing, specifically, killing awakened ones. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the area. Even Cheng Xing, who had anticipated this, felt his pupils constrict at the revelation. In an instant, he recalled Su Yanran's earlier warning. Do not kill awakened ones unless absolutely necessary. So that is how it is. The means of gaining experience for awakened ones is not solely through slaying disaster beasts, but also through vanquishing fellow awakened ones. This revelation elucidated why Su Yanran had deterred him from killing Lu Gu. She feared he would uncover this secret. The so-called fallen are awakened ones who ascend through murder. What does it mean that killing is the quickest method? Zhao Li and his group remained in a daze, asking vacantly. It's quite simple. The experience you gain from slaying disaster beasts is fixed, but when you kill an awakened one, you can absorb all of their experience. Do you understand what that implies? It means that if a level 1 awakened one kills a level 10 awakened one, they will instantly ascend to level 10. The two-figure's words seemed to weave an invisible spell, captivating everyone present. As he spoke, Cheng Xing distinctly felt the grip on his arm by Su Yanran tighten considerably. She had already surmised the purpose of the two-figure's extensive dialogue. After all, S-grade talent awakened ones are highly coveted by any faction. The allure of rapid advancement is particularly potent for those with higher talents. The threat posed by an F-grade fallen and an S-grade fallen could not be overstated. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with this investigator from the Awaken Management Bureau. The two-figure pivoted his focus towards Su Yanran. Upon hearing the name of the Awaken Management Bureau, the expressions of the one-figures shifted dramatically, their gaze fixated intently on Su Yanran. The Awakening Bureau stands as the sworn enemy of the fallen, tasked with the capture, management, and annihilation of these wretched beings. Awakening Bureau? What is that? Isn't she an investigator from the Adventurers Guild? Unlike the formidable fallen, Zhao Li and his companions wore expressions of utter confusion, having never heard of such an entity, controlling the disaster beasts that besiege adventurers, and ultimately disguising the truth under the pretense of a disaster zone. You must be the S-rank new spirit of the cult of slaughter, correct? Upon realizing her identity was exposed, Su Yanran no longer concealed the truth and revealed Airtong's identity as well. Among the fallen, there exist multiple factions, and the mask of a tube-wearer serves as the emblem of the cult of slaughter, making it easy to deduce their identity when combined with their abilities. To think I am so renowned, but you, from the Awakening Bureau, likely have a confidentiality agreement, so you haven't disclosed your identity to him, have you? The spirit spoke with an unhurried demeanor, as if victory were assured. As long as you join our cult of slaughter, I can offer you these experience packs, 5 level 10 packs, 6 level 9 packs, and a variety of others. These experiences are sufficient to elevate you to level 13. With your talent, you could surpass level 20 within 6 months. The spirit's words were highly enticing to Cheng Xing, yet to others, they fell like a death sentence. The companions behind him were also dissatisfied. If they collectively shared those experience packs, they could all ascend to level 10 and don the tube masks. In that moment, nearly everyone turned their gaze to Cheng Xing. Zhao Li and the others appeared ashen, fearing that the conditions proposed by the spirit were far too tempting for Cheng Xing to refuse. Su Yanran also wore a worried expression, preparing to speak, but was halted by a raised hand. I believe your assertion is incorrect, Cheng Xing replied calmly, as if he were untouched by any temptation. What is incorrect? The quickest way to level up should be through soloing disaster beasts. Cheng Xing nonchalantly stated his answer. The notion that killing people is the fastest way to level up is absurd. It is clearly about defeating monsters. His answer evidently took the spirit by surprise. Soloing disaster beasts. Each word was familiar to him, yet the combination left him perplexed. With that declaration, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Do you dare to mock me? The spirit's expression darkened beneath the mask, feeling insulted. The spirit shook his head in disappointment, raising his hand coldly. I had intended to direct my heart toward the bright moon, yet alas, the moon illuminates the gutter. Attack. Leave none behind. At the spirit's command, 4 of the followers surged forward, their bloodlust palpable, eager to pounce upon Zhao Li and his group. Simultaneously, 2 E-rank blood cockroaches ignited their crimson eyes and launched their assault. The spirit did not focus on Cheng Xing. Instead, he aimed to reap Zhao Li's experience packs first, eager to showcase the methods of the cult of slaughter. At this juncture, he felt assured of victory, having already depleted the stamina of all present using F-rank blood cockroaches. Even the 5 level 10 awakened ones were no match for the 2 E-rank blood cockroaches. With the blood cockroaches charging, he could hardly fathom defeat. Why us? This is unfair, the followers of Zhao Li lamented. Desperately resisting the assaults of the 4 cultists, these individuals, who relied on killing to level up, faced techniques they had never encountered before, compounded by the E-rank blood cockroaches behind them, filling their hearts with despair. The dual blows of physiological and psychological trauma led to numerous injuries in an instant. Cheng Xing and his companion exchanged glances, nodding in unison. The time for the net had come. In the next moment, both figures vanished simultaneously, only to reappear before a blood cockroach. 4 directional slashes. Surrounding blade of cold light. With 2 sharp exclamations, a flurry of blades dazzled the onlookers. The 2 E-rank blood cockroaches were sent flying by their strikes, blood gushing forth, accompanied by their anguished cries. This commotion left everyone in stunned disbelief. Hadn't they been exhausted? How could they still unleash their skills? Cheng Xing's ability to repel an E-rank blood cockroach was already terrifying, yet when recalling his previous formidable prowess, it seemed almost reasonable. However, the fact that Su Yanran could do the same was nothing short of astounding. At that moment, it dawned on everyone that they had been so focused on her beauty that they had never considered how a woman dared to venture alone into a disaster zone for investigation. You 2 possess S-rank talent. The spirit's expression darkened, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond his control. To think they both possessed S-rank talent and had collaborated in this performance. Cheng Xing is impressive. Su's sister is incredible. The Haunting Claw team couldn't help but cheer in support. Upon hearing this, those besieged by the cultists also displayed signs of renewed hope. In the face of their attacks, there was a subtle hint of a counterattack. After all, they were merely drained, not defeated. The spirit furrowed his brow slightly. The advantage in the current situation no longer lay with him. His subordinates alone could not consume the heap of experience packs. They would need to rely on the blood cockroaches to weaken them further before reaping the rewards. With the blood cockroaches now obstructed, should they be annihilated, the outcome would be sealed. Contemplating this, the spirit's earlier composure began to waver. Damn, why isn't my talent spirit SS rank? If it were SS rank, I wouldn't have to go through such trouble. Gazing at the unfolding situation, the spirit felt stirred by Cheng Xing's previous words. His talent allowed him to plant spirit seeds within disaster beasts, thereby controlling them, 3 of equal rank or 50 of a lower rank. While powerful, it came with a drawback. The disaster beasts he controlled would not gain experience from killing other disaster beasts or awakened beings. Soon the spirit realized he had been influenced by Cheng Xing's words, and he swiftly regained his composure. Observing the stalemate among his followers and the retreating blood cockroaches, an idea flickered through his mind, and a sly smile crept across his lips beneath the mask. Would you like to join the cult of slaughter? We do not judge based on talent or background. As long as you prove yourselves, we will welcome you. The spirit gazed down at Zhao Li and his beleaguered companions, speaking with a voice that dripped with temptation, luring their hearts. Memories of past dangers faced while teaming up against disaster beasts, along with rejections from certain squads due to their talents, replayed in their minds. Many found themselves wavering after hearing his words. Do not succumb to his temptation. He is already at the end of his rope. If we can just hold on a little longer until we deal with the blood cockroaches, we'll be fine. Moreover, let me remind you, once you kill and become fallen, you will be enemies of all bases. Upon witnessing the spirit's attempts to sway them, Su Yanran's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly intervened. Following Su Yanran's reminder, the group suddenly regained their resolve. Indeed, everyone, let us endure a little longer. Zhao Li also chimed in, seeking to steady the group. After hearing the spirit's words, he too had felt a fleeting impulse to turn against those beside him. But Su Yanran's warning about becoming enemies of all bases brought him back to his senses. With repeated reminders, the group understood, their faces shedding the despair they had worn. Observing this, the spirit realized he had failed this time and began preparing for a retreat. Just as he was about to abandon his subordinates and flee, a shriek pierced the night sky. Zhao Li's eyes widened in horror as a blade emerged from his chest, soaked in crimson liquid that stained his shirt. As he turned to see the assailant, his pupils constricted sharply. Why have I ever helped you, Lu Gu? Lu Gu's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with rage. I had no choice. Unlike you, there is no place for me in the base. Don't blame me. Blame them. He screamed hysterically, drawing his longsword. Zhao Li collapsed helplessly to the ground, breathless and unable to believe, even in death, that Lu Gu would turn against him. With Zhao Li's demise, a faint glow enveloped Lu Gu. Though dim, it stood out starkly against the night, sending chills down spines. Is this the essence of a fallen one? After slaying Zhao Li, Lu Gu's experience propelled him to a level he had not attained in half a year, and he felt an unending surge of power within him, eliciting a gasp of awe. In the next moment, he charged forth, launching an assault on the other teams. They could barely withstand the onslaught of the slaughtering cultists. But against a fully empowered E-grade adventurer, they were ultimately insufficient. They were harvested mercilessly, as if they were mere vegetables being sliced. He showed no mercy to their pleas. A cacophony of wails erupted. In mere moments, all who could stand among Zhao Li's group had been slain, and Lu Gu had ascended to level 13. Observing Lu Gu's rampage, the spirit being paused. Just E-grade talent? Well, that suffices. After exterminating those standing, Lu Gu did not spare even those who had fled and were incapacitated by the blood leeches. He dispatched them one by one. Aren't you C-grade talents? Why the silence? Didn't you look down on me? Lu Gu shouted as he continued his slaughter, his eyes filled with madness, as if those people were nothing more than tools for his unrestrained rage. Save me, cried the C-grade talent team, powerless on the ground, raising their hands towards Cheng Xing for help. Yet, the only response was Lu Gu's longsword. Xiao Su, is it illegal to kill a fallen one? Cheng Xing asked calmly, as he fended off a blood leech with a swift strike, glancing at the frenzied Lu Gu in the distance. Su Yanran, evading a blood leech's attack, cast a glance and smiled lightly, responding nonchalantly, of course, slayers are always slain. Chapter 19, Kill Lu Gu. In L Town, within an abandoned mall, Lu Gu withdrew his longsword, the last of his foes already lifeless beneath him. In the distance, Cheng Xing unleashed a slash, sending an E-grade blood leech flying, which landed and exploded into two materials. Su Yanran swiftly followed suit, deftly dispatching another blood leech. Now it's your turn. Lu Gu's eyes were bloodshot. A grin of madness plastered across his face as he disregarded Su Yanran and the remaining members of the horrifying claw team, fixating intensely on Cheng Xing before charging at him with incredible speed, far surpassing that of the E-grade blood leech. Upon reaching level 10, every subsequent upgrade provided a substantial increase in attribute points, multiplying the free attribute points by 5, totaling 15 points. This was why the spirit being felt as if it were being mocked upon hearing Cheng Xing's response. As levels increased, the disparity between them would only widen, making it increasingly difficult to surpass levels, let alone exceed them. When blades clashed, sparks ignited, producing a deafening sound of metal colliding. Cheng Xing felt a tremendous force surge through the hilt of his sword, forcing him to stagger back a few steps, his palms tingling. Witnessing Cheng Xing fall to the disadvantage, Lu Gu cackled with delight and continued his relentless pursuit. You're just pretending. Aren't you so good at pretending? After several heavy blows, Cheng Xing deduced that Lu Gu had allocated all his points to strength. Thus, he ceased to engage Lu Gu directly, instead employing agile movements to evade Lu Gu's relentless attacks. With his heightened agility, complemented by his F-grade talent, he was untouchable. Why are you dodging? Aren't you supposed to have an SSS-grade talent? Lu Gu's frustration boiled over, taunting Cheng Xing as his strikes met only air. However, Cheng Xing was not so easily provoked. Seizing the moment, he slashed out. Lu Gu hastily parried, then attempted to counterattack. Yet as his longsword moved barely halfway, Cheng Xing had already appeared several meters away. Damn it! If you have the guts, don't run. Lu Gu bellowed in impotent fury. Even at level 13, he was still a fool. Observing this, the spirit being furrowed its brow, having discerned Lu Gu's point distribution, and silently cursed. Go assist him. Yet, Lu Gu was the only hope for a turnaround. Without the disaster beast, his combat prowess was inferior to that of an ordinary level 10 awakener. With this thought, he issued a command to his subordinates clad in masks. Although they were reluctant to miss out on experience points, they dared not defy the spirit being's orders. After all, he possessed S-grade talent, and his standing within the slaughter cult far surpassed that of ordinary members. Even the third disciple would have to bow before him. For masked cultists, weapons in hand, surged towards Cheng Xing in a frenzy, attempting to restrict his movements. However, before they could reach him, a figure appeared before them. This path is closed. Su Yanran stood firm with her sword, her flowing hair dancing in the wind, her frosty visage compelling all four masked ones to halt in their tracks merely with her gaze. Don't be afraid, let us strike together. One of the masked cultists, gripping a scythe, gritted his teeth and spoke coldly. In unison, the four launched their attacks. Frostlight, sword circle, Su Yanran commanded, drawing her longsword. Unleashing a radiant burst of light, the masked ones were instantaneously torn apart by the brilliance of her blade. How could those who had yet to reach level 10 possibly contend with Su Yanran? After vanquishing the cultists, a gentle glow radiated from Su Yanran, rendering her akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her beauty made her level-up effect appear exceptional. Meanwhile, Lu Gu continued to swing his sword, completely oblivious to the fact that each of his strikes merely grazed past Cheng Xing. With each level gained, the power of his newfound strength began to intoxicate him. In that moment, he felt invincible. It's about time to end this. Once Cheng Xing sensed his body had acclimatized to Lu Gu's combat style, he squinted slightly, murmuring to himself, "What did you say?" Lu Gu paused momentarily, only to realize Cheng Xing was charging toward him. An ecstatic grin spread across his face as he raised his longsword, unleashing a rapid strike aimed at Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing did not evade. He allowed the longsword to descend, and in an instant, the blade was mere inches from his face. The horrifying claw team gasped, covering their eyes in terror. The outcome was clear. Lu Gu had ultimately grown too arrogant. At this distance, no agility-based awakener could dodge. Observing this, the spirit being halted its retreat, shaking its head. The disparity in attributes, compounded by Lu Gu's full allocation to strength, meant that should this strike connect, Cheng Xing would undoubtedly meet his end. Lu Gu's malicious grin widened. At this distance, Cheng Xing was doomed. A vision of cleaving Cheng Xing in two danced in his mind. Block. Clang. The next moment, a thunderous clash of metal echoed as Lu Gu felt an immense force rebound against him, nearly dislodging his longsword from his grip, rendering his entire arm numb. Before him, Cheng Xing had somehow positioned the blood leech's fang horizontally in front of him. "Great skill, Block. You've been hiding your strength?" Lu Gu's expression was frozen in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Cheng Xing was still concealing such formidable strength. "I am merely waiting for my body to acclimatize." "What are you waiting for?" Cheng Xing replied with a cold smile, advancing menacingly. "This is impossible." Observing Cheng Xing's relaxed demeanor, Lu Gu felt the exhilarating thrill of his level-up dissipate, as his illusions of invincibility shattered piece by piece beneath that previous strike. The fall from grace was akin to plummeting from heaven to hell, inciting an uncontrollable roar of fury within him. He immediately gathered his strength and unleashed another full-force attack. Four-direction slash. The resounding clash echoed once more, and a figure was sent hurtling backward several meters, crashing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Lu Gu, who was now the one in shock. The searing pain in his chest jolted him back to reality, and he looked down to find four ghastly wounds marring his torso. As he beheld the approaching figure, Lu Gu instinctively sought to retaliate, but upon raising his hand, he discovered that his longsword had already been severed in twain. In that moment, he was once again enveloped by terror. "Please, spare me." This time, Cheng Xing offered him no reprieve. He stepped forward, his blade mercilessly slicing through the air. Lu Gu's eyes widened in horror as he clutched at his neck with both hands. Yet he could not staunch the flow of warm liquid escaping him. The once boundless power surging within him now ebbed away like the retreating tide. Why? He could not comprehend why. Despite ascending to level 13, he remained no match for Cheng Xing. But no one was there to provide him with answers. Level increased from 10 to 13, gained 45 free attribute points. Cheng Xing sheathed his blade and turned away, striding towards Su Yanran and the others. Had Lu Gu not slain his compatriots and become a fallen one, his identity as an awakener would have been his greatest shield against death. Now, only you remain. Cheng Xing raised his gaze to the spirit seed at the entrance of the mall, speaking with a measured tone. "That is not guaranteed." At this juncture, the spirit seed made no attempt to flee. Instead, It regarded the approaching duo with a calm demeanor. It was acutely aware that, without its control over the disaster beasts, either of the two before it could easily subdue it. You have left me utterly defeated. The spirit seed adjusted its attire and retrieved a pitch-black orb the size of a baby's fist from its pocket, nonchalantly toying with it as it spoke. Cheng Xing furrowed his brow at the peculiar reaction of the spirit seed. The orb emanated an aura of extreme danger. Meanwhile, upon seeing the dark orb in the spirit seed's possession, Su Yanran's pupils constricted sharply, and she instinctively grasped Cheng Xing's arm. Cheng Xing turned instinctively to glance back, only to find Su Yanran's face etched with an unfamiliar gravity. Disaster seed? Chapter 20, Disaster seed. Disaster seed? Cheng Xing heard the unfamiliar term once more. Yet the gravity on Su Yanran's face suggested that it was something exceedingly perilous. We shall meet again. The spirit seed uttered no further words, casting a penetrating gaze at Cheng Xing before crushing the black orb in its grasp. As the orb shattered, a wave of ominous energy radiated outward. Having accomplished this, the spirit seed slowly retreated, disappearing into the shadows of the mall. Cheng Xing, on the verge of pursuit, was halted by Su Yanran's firm grip. Everyone, gather your things swiftly and return to the base. She commanded the remaining members of the Heir squad without offering immediate explanations. The squad exchanged bewildered glances, but upon seeing Cheng Xing nod, they hurriedly collected the spoils of battle littered around them. Within a minute, Su Yanran led everyone directly toward the Huanan base. Cheng Xing refrained from inquiring further. If Su Yanran deemed it necessary to abandon the pursuit of the spirit seed, then whatever lay ahead must undoubtedly be of greater significance than hunting down fallen ones. Ever since he had met Su Yanran, Cheng Xing had come to realize that this world was far more complex than he had previously envisioned. With the Awakener Management Bureau in the front and the disaster seeds lurking behind, there were too many unknowns for him to fathom. Contemplating this, a flicker of insight danced in his eyes as he seemed deep in thought. Wait, I have something I left behind here. Is there enough time? The group moved with remarkable speed, soon reaching the outskirts of the disaster area in L-Town. As they passed a relatively intact skyscraper, Cheng Xing suddenly interjected. There is sufficient time, but unless it is something of value, it is best left behind. Su Yanran paused, glancing at the time before responding instinctively. Gaining the answer he sought, Cheng Xing swiftly borrowed several unused large backpacks from the Heir squad and dashed into the skyscraper. A minute later, he emerged laden with bags, their contents spilling forth. Through the unzipped openings, the others beheld an abundance of disaster beast materials and a dozen pieces of equipment. If we sell all this, it could easily amount to several million. Su Yanran's eyes widened in astonishment. With such a wealth of gear and materials, it was hard to discern whether he had come to level up or to stockpile resources. Could he truly possess SSS-level talent? Help me carry some of this. I will share 10% with you upon our return. After emerging with the spoils, Cheng Xing gestured to the Heir squad. At his words, the members' eyes lit up, eagerly rushing forward to assist. It was in that moment they realized how gratifying it was to ride on someone else's coattails to victory. Once the loot was secured, they wasted no time and hurried back toward the base. During their time in L-Town, Cheng Xing had sensed something amiss. As they traversed the area, all the disaster beasts seemed to be converging towards one location, the mall. They even encountered several frenzied rabbits on their way out, yet they paid no heed to the group. Upon exiting the disaster area, Su Yanran visibly exhaled in relief as battalions of soldiers materialized in their line of sight. The sight of such a formidable military presence startled the Heir squad. They had never witnessed an entire base's army mobilizing en masse. The military quickly spotted Cheng Xing and his companions, swiftly approaching to inquire. When Su Yanran presented a certain identification, an officer stepped forth from the ranks. After verifying their credentials, he respectfully ushered Su Yanran through, leaving Cheng Xing and the others behind. Could something have happened to Sister Su? The Heir squad exchanged worried glances at the multitude of soldiers surrounding them. Rest assured, these soldiers are likely here at her behest. Cheng Xing reassured them. He had seen Su Yanran using her phone to contact someone upon leaving the mall. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, traditional digital devices had become obsolete, replaced by new products crafted from disaster beast materials, albeit at exorbitant prices that were beyond his means in the H district. Shortly thereafter, Su Yanran returned, flanked by the officer and his respectful entourage. After saluting, she led the military contingent toward L-Town. Let us continue our journey back. The remaining matters are beyond our involvement. Su Yanran glanced at the direction the military was heading and spoke softly. As she turned, her gaze met Cheng Xing's, and she began to elucidate. Disaster seeds are a concept proposed by scholars who studied disaster beasts several years ago. They theorize that these beasts possess an energy source within them, which serves as the wellspring of their power. This energy source is what they term the disaster seed, and scholars assert that such seeds can be obtained by slaying disaster beasts. Upon hearing that they could be obtained, Cheng Xing's brow arched in curiosity. If they could indeed be dropped, why had he never encountered one? As if sensing his confusion, Su Yanran offered a gentle smile and continued. The drop of disaster seeds requires the extermination of creatures of E rank or above, and the probability of such drops is exceedingly low. This results in a scarcity of disaster seeds. Once they appear, they are swiftly acquired by the base, leading to a limited number of individuals who are aware of their existence. As for their purpose, the primary knowledge we possess indicates that they possess an undeniable allure for disaster beasts. At this point, Su Yanran recalled the disaster seed held by Lingzhong and added, "The disaster seed in Lingzhong's possession, judging by its size, should be a drop from a C-rank disaster beast, above level 30. This seed is potent enough to attract all C-rank and lower disaster beasts within 100 miles, potentially inciting a beast tide." Upon hearing that they would be surrounded by C-rank disaster beasts, the members of the Heir team couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, they had been forewarned by Sister Su. Otherwise, they would have been oblivious to their impending doom. At this moment, Cheng Xing also comprehended why Su Yanran had chosen to abandon the pursuit of Lingzhong. Firstly, Lingzhong would not simply surrender. No one knew if he had any backup plans. Secondly, the disaster zone in L-Town was perilously close to the base. Situated on the outskirts of the Cheng Xing disaster area, where a multitude of C-rank disaster beasts congregated, posing a significant threat to the base. Should the A-rank disaster beast in the heart of Cheng Xing be disturbed, the consequences would be dire. Weighing the pros and cons, the pursuit had to be relinquished, and the higher-ups at the base were promptly notified to devise a response. After elucidating the situation, the towering walls of the base came into view. Passing through the massive steel gates, they returned to the adventurer camp where their journey had begun. Although night had fallen, the camp remained bustling with adventurers eager to venture out for disaster beast hunts. However, they were informed that C-rank and below adventurers were prohibited from leaving the city for the time being, causing quite an uproar. Upon sighting the familiar adventurer camp, the Heir team, who had danced on the precipice of death, felt a wave of relief wash over them and collapsed onto the ground. Having been chased by blood cockroaches and besieged by a swarm of them, not to mention the appearance of a group of fallen ones. Had it not been for their steadfast grip on Cheng Xing and the others, they likely would have met a fate akin to that of the Hound team. Reflecting on this, they couldn't help but cast grateful glances toward Cheng Xing and the others. Their actions were quickly noticed by some sharp-eyed individuals in the camp, who speculated that perhaps the recently returned group knew what had transpired. Consequently, several individuals stealthily approached them, but before they could draw near, several figures obstructed their path. "The guild investigators are conducting business. Please do not approach." Chapter 21. The leader's father is the city lord. Hunan Base, H District Adventurer Camp. "Who are you? Just because you say you're an investigator, it makes it so?" The adventurer suddenly intercepted, wore an expression of displeasure as he regarded the several individuals clad in uniform black trench coats before him with defiance. The man at the forefront stepped forward slowly, his black trench coat billowing, his face resolute, with a hint of stubble on his chin. His broken brow added a touch of fierceness to his otherwise mature demeanor, leaving a first impression of someone who was both composed and formidable, with few words to spare. As he emerged, the surrounding adventurers instinctively took a step back in trepidation. He merely raised his hand slightly, revealing a complete set of equipment beneath his coat, along with a golden badge hanging from his chest. Upon seeing the badge, the crowd fell silent, their expressions shifting abruptly as they hurriedly dispersed. "It's a C-rank adventurer. Best not to provoke him." The equipment he bore was undoubtedly of C-rank. What a formidable background. After clearing away the onlookers, they approached Cheng Xing and the others. "Everyone, let's discuss this in a different location." Cheng Xing glanced at Su Yanran, and upon receiving her nod, he followed them to a room nestled in a corner of the camp. As the door closed, the man at the forefront's expression instantly darkened. "Heavens, my little ancestor, may I call you that? I tasked you with investigating the rising mortality rate of novices in the L-Town disaster zone, and you've stirred up this mess. Now, 40 of the base's military is mobilized, and even the war god is on high alert." His lament echoed throughout the room. Originally, he had planned to enjoy a drink with a few young ladies, but was abruptly summoned to address urgent matters, only to discover that the Hunan base had been set into a frenzy due to a report from Su Yanran. "Cheng Xing, allow me to introduce our team leader from the Awaken Management Bureau's reconnaissance unit, Su Hauran, who happens to be my elder brother. His talent is that of an A-rank sword soul. He is 24 years old and unmarried, with a penchant for thunderous delights." It seems Su Yanran was oblivious to Su Hauran's distress as she proceeded to introduce Cheng Xing. While her earlier introduction was relatively normal, the latter portion took an unexpected turn, prompting Su Hauran to hastily cover her mouth, fearing she might divulge all of his personal information. "Is this really a 24-year-old? Cheng Xing stared in astonishment at Su Hauran, who exuded a mature, masculine aura. However, after Su Yanran's introduction, he noticed a resemblance between the two siblings, particularly in their contrasting appearances and temperaments, which echoed familial ties. "Hello, I am Gao Chun, the vice captain of the first unit." The members of the first unit seemed unfazed by the sibling squabbles, as one strikingly handsome man, with captivating peach blossom eyes stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Shunya, a scout from the first unit." Next came a striking woman with a sharp bob haircut, exuding confidence. Her trench coat could hardly conceal her impressive figure. And me, Omni Man, also a scout from the 1st unit. Finally, a petite girl with 2 bun-shaped pigtails and an enthusiastic demeanor squeezed herself to the front, eager to be noticed. Greetings, I am Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing smiled and politely extended his hand to shake Gao Chen's. With their introductions concluded, the bickering between the Su siblings began to wind down. Why did you report directly to Dad instead of informing me? Do you realize that bypassing the chain of command is against protocol? Su Haoran scolded Su Yanran, tapping her forehead. The situation was urgent, and your rank is insufficient. Who knows what unexpected consequences could arise if I waited for you to report? Su Yanran retorted defiantly. What exactly transpired? Well, it unfolded like this. After the commotion subsided, Su Yanran recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing that Cheng Xing possessed an S-rank talent for enhancing drop rates, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. For the highest recorded talent for such an ability had only reached D rank, particularly when they learned that the Heir team was laden with spoils from Cheng Xing. Su Haoran regarded him as if he were a legendary beauty of unparalleled allure. However, as the tale progressed to the blood cockroach's ambush, the fallen ones, and finally the disaster seed, their expressions turned grave. This is indeed a matter beyond the capabilities of a team leader. Indeed, it is insufficient. Quite insufficient. Gao Chun and the others nodded in succession after hearing the account. You have gone too far. I am your team leader, after all. Su Haoran wore a pained expression. Yet Gao Chun feigned ignorance and continued, Xiao Ran, you handled this well. Regarding your matter, as our Awakener Management Bureau operates as a confidential institution, and the existence of the fallen also necessitates discretion, it is imperative that you sign a non-disclosure agreement before you may depart. Hai Chun then glanced at Cheng Xing and the Heir team, continuing, the Heir team did not hesitate to nod in agreement. Absolutely. Cheng Xing naturally had no intention of refusing, affirming with a nod. After their consent, the petite figure of Li Man promptly produced the confidentiality agreement for them to sign one by one. Once the agreements were completed, Cheng Xing presented a tenth of his gains from this upgrade to the Heir team as a token of appreciation. Subsequently, the Heir team departed first. As Cheng Xing was tidying up his belongings in preparation to leave, he was called back by Hai Chun. Cheng Xing, please hold on for a moment. Is there something else? Cheng Xing asked, his expression one of confusion as he observed Hai Chun approaching. We would like to inquire if you have any desire to join our team. This time, Cheng Xing did not immediately decline, but instead fell into contemplation. His journey to L-Town had proven to be quite fruitful, yet it had also illuminated various issues. So many matters to consider. Noticing Cheng Xing's momentary hesitation, Su Yanran's eyes sparkled with hope. There was a chance. Hai Chun also appeared anxious, his mind racing with potential questions Cheng Xing might pose, such as whether full sets of equipment would be provided or if assignments would be allocated. If Cheng Xing sought power, they could contemplate replacing the team leader. What are the salary and benefits like? Cheng Xing pondered for a moment before articulating his most pressing concern. Cheng Xing's question caught them by surprise. Hai Chun glanced at the backpack Cheng Xing had at his feet, then back at him, his expression seemingly questioning. Do you truly wish to know what you are asking? I can't help it. I'm an orphan, and I've been poor all my life. Cheng Xing replied with conviction. An annual salary of 1 million, full insurance and housing fund at the highest level, bonuses for business trips and subsidies. Deal. Hai Chun found himself momentarily lacking in confidence. After hearing the benefits from the Awakener Management Bureau, Cheng Xing readily agreed without further hesitation. You're agreeing just like that? Why not ask for a leadership position while you're at it? Otherwise, it would weigh heavily on our conscience. Hey, you rascal. But isn't a confidential organization supposed to require approvals and assessments? Can I just join just like that? In principle, yes. But our team leader's father is the city lord. Chapter 22, at most considered confidential. In the South China base, Area A, stands the towering South China Tower, which pierces the sky and dominates the center of Area A. From the summit, one can gaze upon the entirety of the base's various sectors, even catching sight of the surrounding high walls. This is the power center where the highest combat capabilities of the South China base converge. Surrounding the tower is a vast complex, housing the headquarters of the South China branch of the Adventurers Guild, and extending outward are the various departments that maintain the base's operations. It is no exaggeration to say that should an A-level beast intrude here, it would meet its demise without exception. Within the tower, in a grand conference hall, a middle-aged man clad in a pristine jacket, bearing a solemn countenance, and resembling Su Haoran to a notable degree, occupies the main seat. Seated along either side of the conference table are 11 figures, arranged according to the strength of their aura, the most formidable being the one in the principal seat. Were Cheng Xing present, he would undoubtedly recognize the last figure seated as Cheng Xingyang. Su Tower Master, what is the purpose of summoning us at this late hour? One of the war gods inquired slowly, for such a meeting of the war gods is rarely convened unless the base is under significant threat. You may look for yourselves. Su Jiangwo replied, his face devoid of emotion, and with a slight gesture, documents were distributed to each war god present. as each war god opened the files before them. Their expressions shifted from confusion to solemnity as they processed the information. I can't believe the slaughter cult has resurfaced, and they are utilizing disaster seeds in L Town? Will this provoke the A-level beast in the Cheng Xing disaster zone? The war gods began to murmur amongst themselves, while Cheng Xing appeared puzzled, for he had spotted Cheng Xing's name on the document. Cheng Xing? S-level talent? It must be a case of shared names, Cheng Xing thought, recalling the rebellious child who had opposed him, shaking his head dismissively. That rebellious child is merely an F-grade wastrel, without my support. He likely struggles to find anyone willing to help him upgrade. Reflecting on Cheng Xing's earlier defiance ignited a flicker of anger within him, but the thought of his obedient son, Cheng Yun, provided him with a measure of comfort. I have already reserved an upgrade venue for Yun. With 1 week until the South China Military University admissions, it is certain that he will reach level 10. Cheng War God. Cheng War God. Just as Cheng Xing was lost in thought, a voice broke through his reverie, and he realized that everyone, including Su Jiangwo, was staring at him. Noticing Cheng Xing's distraction in such a setting, Su Jiangwo's brow furrowed, exuding an air of unspoken authority. Cheng War God. Given the ambiguous influence of C-level disaster seeds on A-level beasts, we ask that you personally proceed to the Cheng Xing disaster zone to observe the movements of the A-level red-eyed madhound. How does that sound? Me? Cheng Xing instinctively hesitated. He was only level 50, while the A-level red-eyed madhound was at level 55. He stood no chance against it. Just as he was about to refuse, the look in Su Jiangwo's eyes compelled him to grit his teeth and comply. C-level disaster seeds may not necessarily attract A-level beasts, but considering that the red-eyed madhound has not leveled up in years, it is prudent to keep an eye on its movements. Should it show any signs of activity, timely assistance can be summoned from other war gods. Seeing Cheng Xing agree, Su Jiangwo withdrew his gaze and continued. Since Cheng Xing ascended to the rank of war god, he has begun to form cliques and expand his influence, neglecting his own advancement. Several war gods have since surpassed him in level over the years. This is an opportunity to remind him of his responsibilities. Understood. Meanwhile, at the H District Adventurers Camp, is that all taken care of? Cheng Xing queried curiously after signing several documents. Isn't recruitment for such a confidential organization supposed to be more rigorous? Of course, it's not that simple. You are merely in the reserves for now. Whether you can be confirmed will depend on a selection process. However, given your capabilities, the selection should be a breeze for you. Su Haoran's face was nearly beaming as he patted Cheng Xing on the shoulder and earnestly explained. Cheng Xing is an awakener with S-level talent, a prized asset that various factions would covet. Now, including Su Yanran, their team boasts 2 S-level talents, a truly splendid lineup. With this thought, Su Haoran could already envision a future where he strides confidently within the bureau. Meanwhile, Su Yanran, filled with excitement, boasted to Hai Chun and the others. As if to say, see, he is mine, I brought him in. With the addition of a new member, Hai Chun and the others naturally felt elated. Particularly after hearing Su Yanran's description, Cheng Xing's composed demeanor, his steady approach to tasks, and his humility, stood in stark contrast to their somewhat foolish team leader. Should they consider promoting him to team leader once he is confirmed? Observing the crowd, each harboring their own ulterior motives, Cheng Xing suddenly questioned whether his decision had been rather hasty. At present, he and the girl were akin to novices who had yet to undergo selection, and thus, no tasks would be assigned to them for the time being. After a fleeting moment of satisfaction, Su Haoran regained his composure and continued speaking. As he mentioned tasks, an unsettling thought crossed his mind, causing him to shiver. It was precisely because the investigation task appeared simple that he had sent Su Yanan. The outcome had nearly resulted in disaster. So effortless, Cheng Xing exclaimed in disbelief, finding the situation even more liberating than he had anticipated. Of course, the actual responsibilities were minimal. For the most part, we primarily operated as adventurers. Only when incidents instigated by the Fallen or threats to the base occurred would we be required to intervene, but that was a matter for after your formal induction. Su Haoran proudly displayed his golden badge, boasting, however, you two still have tasks at hand. Pausing for a moment, as if recalling something, he addressed both of them. What tasks? To gain admission to South China Martial University, Su Haoran casually replied. Martial University? Can we still apply to Martial University after joining the Bureau? Certainly. Our identity within the Awakening Bureau is confidential. Having an additional identity as a student of Martial University will only serve to your advantage, Gao Chun interjected, standing nearby. As for us, our external identity is that of the Dragon Team of the Adventurers Guild, as well as an investigation team. Moreover, do not underestimate Martial University. Your knowledge regarding disaster zones, disaster beasts, and awakened individuals is still insufficient. Gaining admission to Martial University will help remedy these deficiencies. Only upon graduating from Martial University can you truly be considered formidable. Gao Chen patiently elucidated the matter to Cheng Xing. All right, I understand. After outlining their tasks and leaving a mobile phone for Cheng Xing, Su Haoran and the others departed, as they still needed to participate in the follow-up work concerning the purification of disaster seeds. Only Cheng Xing and Su Yanan remained. Hee. Am I not loyal enough for helping you keep a secret? You mustn't divulge my secret. What kind of secret is that? It's merely a matter of privacy. Cheng Xing replied, absent-mindedly touching his nose, his gaze inadvertently shifting downward. Chapter 23. Incoming Supplies. In the H District, Adventurers Camp. At this moment, the camp was becoming increasingly crowded, with more adventurers returning from outside in quick succession. They inquired among themselves and discovered that they had all been persuaded to return by the base's military. Have you heard? A major incident has occurred in the disaster zone of L Town. What kind of major incident? What could possibly happen in an F-class rookie upgrade zone? I'm not sure, but I know the base's military has surrounded L Town. There are rumors of a C-class disaster beast sighting. Everyone was intensely curious about the guild's sudden prohibition on exiting through the H District gate, with speculations running rampant. As one of the witnesses to the incident, Cheng Xing leisurely made his way toward the counter. Hello, there are travel restrictions in place at the H District gate. Adventurers below C-class are temporarily prohibited from leaving the city. Is that you? The counter attendant, sensing someone approaching, initially thought someone was attempting to exit the city. However, upon seeing the visitor's appearance, she recognized Cheng Xing. Isn't this the F-class newcomer who registered today? It seems he has returned from the disaster zone alone. Hello. I wish to sell disaster beast materials. Cheng Xing wasted no words and directly stated his intention. However, his appearance attracted considerable attention, including from adventurers who had just returned and those who had met him during his registration. The latter, upon hearing his words and glancing at his large bundles, couldn't he help but mock. Isn't this the newcomer who ventured out alone this morning? When did he sneak back? With all those bags, you didn't go scavenging, did you? Quite possibly. He must have been terrified on his first trip into the disaster zone. The earlier incident had drawn considerable attention to Cheng Xing. As his appearance alone was memorable, adventurers idly lingering in the camp seemed to gravitate toward Cheng Xing, drawn by the commotion. Yet, there were also unfamiliar adventurers who gazed at Cheng Xing's numerous bags in astonishment. With so many backpacks, how many disaster beasts has this person slain? This must be the spoils of an entire team, and he's the one handling it? Yet, given the sheer volume, that team must have been quite formidable. What team? You don't know? He's the F-class talent who just registered today, and he went into the disaster zone alone this morning. How could this be disaster beast materials? The surrounding skepticism even caused the counter attendant to question the situation. In truth, she found it hard to believe that Cheng Xing had amassed such a bounty. In response to the doubts, Cheng Xing shook his head, eschewing further dialogue, and proceeded to pull out each backpack, emptying their contents onto the counter. In that moment, expressions of skepticism and ridicule on the faces of those present transformed into astonishment, followed by wide-eyed disbelief and envy. The contents of several backpacks piled into a small mountain on the counter, among which were numerous pieces of equipment. This scene left the counter attendant utterly stunned. She had never witnessed such a display. Even seasoned adventurer teams, accumulating materials over a month or even half a year, had never presented as much as this newcomer had at once. Could you please expedite the process? I'm in a hurry, Cheng Xing reminded the counter attendant, who had been momentarily lost in thought. Prompted by Cheng Xing, the attendant quickly regained her composure and began tallying the items. The more she counted, the more astonished she became, for it was evident that most of the materials were from F-class mad hairs, indicating that this individual had likely indeed defeated them. After all, there had been instances of wealthy scions secretly purchasing a large quantity of materials and then passing them off as their own. However, their materials were often a mixed bag, hailing from disaster zones worldwide. Yet, upon spotting E-class blood maggot materials, her astonishment deepened. Nonetheless, her professionalism prevented her from panicking. She swiftly completed the inventory of all materials and equipment, providing a quote. Hello, there are a total of 574 F-class materials, 6 E-class materials, 11 pieces of F-class equipment, and 1 E-class weapon, totaling a value of 3.87 million. Here is our detailed pricing list for your verification. The attendant's demeanor had grown considerably more respectful. Since the onset of the apocalypse, societal perceptions had gradually shifted to honor the strong. Cheng Xing glanced over the pricing list and found no objections. The Adventurers Guild's prices were relatively reasonable, though slightly lower than the black market. They were commendably clean. The 3.87 million has been transferred to your adventurer account, and it can be withdrawn from any bank in the base. After the attendant secured the materials, she presented a screen to Cheng Xing. Each awakened individual, upon registering as an adventurer, simultaneously created an account within the Adventurers Guild system. When selling materials to the guild, the proceeds were directly credited to their account. They could also use this account to purchase equipment and materials directly from the guild. At the same time, the mobile phone linked to his information received a notification of the deposit. Having completed the transaction, Cheng Xing did not linger and departed the camp without delay. As he left, the surrounding adventurers finally reacted, exclaiming, "What did I just witness? My goodness, with hundreds of materials, including E-grade ones. The value is enough to purchase my life. Where did this astonishing newcomer emerge from? It seems to me that he isn't merely leveling up. It appears he has gone on a procurement spree. While most are expressing their astonishment, only a small portion of those who initially mocked him wear expressions of embarrassment and hurriedly depart. As for the money in Cheng Xing's hands, they can only feel envy and admiration, yet none dare to entertain any notions of action. It is a jest to think they would follow him to rob. After all, one must acknowledge that the South China base has a comprehensive legal system. Moreover, this newcomer clearly is not an ordinary individual. There have been many who falsely reported their talent levels in the past, but true strength is the ultimate authority. Meanwhile, in Area A of the South China base, within a luxurious villa's basement, a figure kneels. Master, I have failed. If Cheng Xing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this person as the fleeing spiritual seed. No matter. Your subordinates are simply inept. If you had a capable assistant, you would not be in this predicament. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in the basement as another figure slowly emerged from the shadows, a vivid red six-tube mask glaring in the dim light. The six-tube gently assisted the spiritual seed to his feet and handed him a document. This is a candidate I have selected for you as a junior disciple. Engage with him and strive to persuade him to join the holy sect. Should you succeed, he will become a significant ally in your future endeavors. Yes, I assure you, I will not fail this time. As the spiritual seed accepted the document and glanced at it, he muttered to himself, A-grade talent, Sword Saint. Chapter 24, South China No. For high school. After leaving the camp, Cheng Xing gazed at the funds in his adventurer account on his phone, momentarily lost in thought. Such wealth was something he had never possessed in his previous life. His years of perseverance had not been in vain. Stowing away his phone, he realized he had returned to the street beneath his residence. It was already past 9 in the evening, the streets ablaze with lights, and the air was filled with the tantalizing aromas of various street foods. Gurgle. The sound from his stomach reminded Cheng Xing that he had yet to have dinner. Now that he had come into wealth, it was time for indulgence. He plunged into the street and soon spotted a shop named Zhang Ji. Familiar with the place, he walked in. Uncle Zhang, a large portion of wonton noodles, please, 2 servings. Xing, you're back. Well, a day away and you've become quite extravagant. A middle-aged man emerged from behind the cash register, the weariness on his face dissipating upon seeing Cheng Xing. His calloused hands wiped at his waist before he retreated to the kitchen. Uncle Zhang swiftly returned from the kitchen, carrying 2 large bowls of wonton noodles and a sizable chicken leg. You are just like my son, running off after awakening without a care. I bet you haven't eaten all day. Hurry up and eat. This meal is to celebrate your awakening. After placing the dishes down, Uncle Zhang patted Cheng Xing's shoulder and smiled. Hee, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Cheng Xing wasted no time, the enticing aroma of the wonton noodles igniting his appetite, and he began to feast. 3 years ago, when Cheng Xing first moved here, he was alone, struggling to survive in the bustling streets. There was a time when he had no money for food, and it was Uncle Zhang who offered him a bowl of noodles. Since then, he had grown fond of Zhang Ji's wonton noodles. In this world where talent reigned supreme, Uncle Zhang was among the few who knew he was of F-grade talent, yet continued to treat him with kindness. Uncle Zhang, where's Zhang Chang gone? After satisfying his hunger, Cheng Xing finally inquired about his friend. That rascal? Who knows where he's off gallivanting? Uncle Zhang's voice dripped with irritation at the mention of Zhang Chang, who hadn't returned since his awakening. When he gets back, I'll make sure he gets a taste of the belt stir-fry. After a brief chat with Uncle Zhang, Cheng Xing prepared to leave. As Zhang Ji returned to a tranquil state, with few customers that night, Uncle Zhang sat back at the cash register, passing the time with a newspaper. Around 10 o'clock, Uncle Zhang began to tidy up and close for the night. What is this? Stepping out from behind the counter, he discovered a large bag placed in front of it. Puzzled, he opened it and was taken aback. The bag was filled with money and accompanied by a note. As he picked it up and read, a smile spread across his face. Uncle Zhang, the wonton noodles are delicious. Please don't go out of business. That rascal. The following morning, Cheng Xing donned his school uniform and slung his backpack over his shoulder. His demeanor had transformed from that of a reckless hunter in a disaster zone to that of an ordinary student. Hey, Cheng Xing, come eat breakfast before you go. As he passed by Zhang Ji, a boisterous voice called out to him. He turned to see a tall young man, resembling Uncle Zhang, waving at him. Zhang Chang, where did you run off to yesterday? Cheng Xing approached without hesitation and sat down opposite the young man. Uncle Zhang, the usual. Sure. In the bustling kitchen, Uncle Zhang acknowledged him, the shop filled with customers, many of whom wore uniforms from their school, South China No. 4 High School. Before long, Uncle Zhang placed a bowl of wonton noodles in front of Cheng Xing. They exchanged knowing smiles, silently agreeing not to mention the previous day's events. You two must have something going on, Zhang Chang remarked, eyeing the extra wontons in Cheng Xing's bowl. Could it be that we were switched at birth in the hospital? Cheng Xing, you're actually my father's son? Before he could finish, Uncle Zhang delivered a swift slap to the back of Zhang Chang's head. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. With that, Uncle Zhang returned to the kitchen, busy with preparations. Ouch, that hurt. Maybe I am the real son. Seeing Zhang Chang's bewildered expression, Cheng Xing shook his head and focused on his noodles, while Zhang Chang recounted the events of the previous day. Didn't Vice Class Leader Su Wenxuan awaken a C-grade talent yesterday? He invited our entire class out for dinner. You forgot? Oh, it seems I recall something of that sort. Cheng Xing finally remembered that Su Wenxuan had indeed invited him after his awakening. But he had gone to the Cheng family instead and missed the gathering. You missed quite the spectacle. Su Wenxuan was actually planning to confess to our class leader during the gathering. But the class leader didn't even show up. He prepared everything by himself. And in the end, the class leader was absent. It was hilarious. He doesn't even look in the mirror. How could a C-grade talent dare pursue an A-grade class leader? As Zhang Chong animatedly recounted the events of the previous day, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in Cheng Xing's mind. Class leader Chu Yinyan? The two exchanged lively banter, quickly finishing their breakfast and setting off toward school. Along the way, Zhang Chong continued to elaborate on Su Wenxuan's grand gestures, treating them to lunch, then karaoke, and not returning home until late into the night. As more students in uniforms filled the surroundings, the duo soon arrived at South China No. 4 High School, a prestigious institution in District H. While it may not rival those in District A, it stands as the finest high school in the area. Upon merging with the crowd, they made their way to the classroom. Inside, a considerable number of students had already returned, and upon seeing Zhang Chong and Cheng Xing, many wore expressions of shock. Cheng Xing, you're still alive? Am I seeing things? What are you all talking about? Alive? Zhang Chong observed their peculiar reactions, his face etched with confusion, and inquired. Last night, a friend from class 4 mentioned that he saw Cheng Xing venture alone into the disaster zone. I heard the same. They even claimed Cheng Xing was doomed. What? Cheng Xing went to the disaster zone alone? Soon, someone elucidated their bewilderment. The other uninformed classmates, upon hearing that Cheng Xing had ventured alone into the disaster zone, displayed expressions of shock and cast curious glances. Prompted by their remarks, Cheng Xing recalled a few other students from class 4 he had encountered during registration. They were likely the source of the rumors. Cheng Xing, what on earth are you doing in the disaster zone? Alone, no less. Are you courting death? Zhang Chong finally turned to ask, though none of them had ever been to the disaster zone. They were somewhat aware that new recruits should ideally team up for leveling up. Of course, I'm leveling up. Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Cheng Xing shrugged nonchalantly, responding with indifference. Leveling up? An F-grade talent braving the disaster zone alone? Just wandering about. What are you trying to show off? As the crowd pondered how Cheng Xing could possibly return alive from a solo expedition in the disaster zone, an incongruous voice drifted in from the doorway. Chapter 25. Chu Yinyan. Everyone turned to see a rather handsome young man striding in with a disdainful expression, accompanied by a few sycophants. Su Wenxuan. Cheng Xing regarded the newcomer with a blank expression, pulling Zhang Chong back to his seat. The vice class monitor was correct. Everyone knew that leveling required teamwork. Otherwise, it was akin to seeking death. Even the vice class monitor, with a C-grade talent, needed to find 3 teammates to level up. What made Su Wenxuan think he could solo the disaster zone with his F-grade universal talent? Seeing that Cheng Xing ignored him, Su Wenxuan subtly raised his chin, prompting his lackeys to speak up. Upon hearing their words, the other classmates exchanged glances, based on the current circumstances. They were skeptical that Cheng Xing had gone out to level up, yet years of camaraderie suggested that he was not one to deceive. What do you mean, Su Wenxuan? Cheng Xing remained composed, but the impetuous Zhang Chong could not sit still and slammed his hand on the table in protest. Cheng Xing had yet to utter a word, yet they were already branding him with accusations. Su Wenxuan seemed to overestimate his standing in the class, oblivious to the fact that his words had failed to incite the others. It's nothing. I'm merely stating the facts. I formed a team yesterday and, after a grueling day in the novice disaster zone, only managed to reach level 3. Now you're telling me Cheng Xing, with his F-grade talent, can solo the disaster zone? I refuse to believe it. Su Wenxuan feigned indignation, particularly emphasizing the terms level 3 and F-grade talent. At this moment, the other students were drawn to him, yet more in astonishment at his level. True to form, the vice class monitor has already reached level 3, unlike me, who struggles to find teammates. Be grateful. I, with my F-grade talent, can hardly aspire to level up. Su Wenxuan basked in the envious gazes, proudly looking at Cheng Xing. However, Cheng Xing did not spare him a single glance. Cheng Xing's disregard ignited Su Wenxuan's fury. Before his awakening, he had always been overshadowed by Cheng Xing in both academics and appearance. Now that he had finally surpassed him in talent level, he would not let this opportunity to humiliate Cheng Xing slip away. Su Wenxuan, what are you blocking the way for? Just as Su Wenxuan contemplated how to insult Cheng Xing, a voice, as refreshing as a spring breeze yet tinged with impatience, wafted from behind him. At these words, Su Wenxuan's countenance shifted instantly, and he forced a smile as he turned around, saying softly, Yinyan, you've arrived? At that moment, Cheng Xing finally lifted his gaze to see a tall figure standing at the classroom entrance. Standing at 172 meters, she even surpassed some boys. Her loose school uniform accentuated her vibrant physique. Her delicate oval face featured soft lines, arched willow-like brows, and captivating peach blossom eyes that sparkled, complemented by a well-placed beauty mark at the corner of her eye. making her strikingly attractive. With a simple ponytail revealing her fair neck, she glimmered in the morning sunlight. Upon hearing Su Wenxuan's address, Chu Yanyan frowned slightly and coldly remarked, "Su Wenxuan, please show some respect and address me by my full name. Now step aside. The class monitor is coming." Su Wenxuan felt as if doused with cold water, his smile freezing as he vacated the space. After entering the classroom, Chu Yanyan discreetly scanned the direction of Cheng Xing. Upon seeing him, the faint worry on her face vanished, replaced by a bright smile as she briskly returned to her seat. She had heard about Cheng Xing's venture into the disaster zone yesterday and rushed to his house, only to find it empty, worrying her throughout the day. But now that he was unharmed, she felt relieved. Yet all of this unfolded under Su Wenxuan's watchful eye, his expression darkening as he glared at Cheng Xing, his fists clenched tightly. Eventually, it was only after his lackeys reminded him that he returned to his seat. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses entered the classroom. "Do not become complacent after your awakenings. Examinations are still necessary. Not everyone can embark on the path of an adventurer. Education is also a viable route. Prepare well for the exams, and getting into an ordinary university is achievable." Li Jia looked at the diverse expressions of his students with earnestness. Today's youth seems solely focused on becoming adventurers and attending martial universities, neglecting their studies. Now, here is the college entrance examination application form. Distribute it and fill it out. Prepare for the exams in 7 days. With that, Li Jia instructed Chu Yanyan to distribute the forms, and soon everyone had received their application. After the apocalypse and the restoration of order, the college entrance examination system had also evolved, the most significant alteration being that the exams would take place a week after awakening. Particularly for universities, they had been divided into ordinary and martial universities. The former required written exams, akin to the previous era, designated for those without awakened combat talents. The latter required no written exams, only demanding a level or combat ability of A grade or above. Given the rampant beast disasters, the number of individuals aspiring to enter martial universities far exceeded those wishing to attend ordinary institutions. All right, you may discuss among yourselves. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me, but remember to remain grounded. With that, Li Jia took his seat at the podium, opening his thermos to sip tea. The knowledge that could be imparted in these 3 years had already been taught. The rest lay in their own hands to shape their destinies. Cheng Xing, what are you planning to choose? Zhang Chong, seated beside him, turned curiously to ask. I'm considering applying to South China Martial University. Huh? You genuinely plan to apply to a martial university? Zhang Chong's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Cheng Xing's response. Since their acquaintance, attending a martial university had always been part of his plan. However, after Cheng Xing's awakening 2 days prior, he assumed that Cheng Xing would abandon that idea. And you? This time, it was Cheng Xing who asked Zhang Chong, who, unlike him, had awakened a C-grade support talent rather than a combat talent. Where else could I go? Of course, it's Jiang University. Zhang Chong waved his hand, sighing in resignation. Though Zhang Chong appeared to be a simple and carefree individual, his academic performance consistently ranked among the top in the class. Did I hear correctly? You, Cheng Xing, aspire to attend Wuhan University? At that moment, a nearby classmate, who had been listening in on their casual conversation, shouted out loudly, capturing everyone's attention. Did I hear that right? You, with an F-level talent, dare to dream of attending Wuhan University? Where do you derive your confidence? Upon hearing this, Su Wenxuan immediately seized the opportunity to mock, subtly inciting a wave of ridicule from their peers. Strange glances began to cast upon Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing, your academic achievements have always placed you among the top students in the class. Applying to a regular university should be quite simple for you. The bewildered homeroom teacher also chimed in, aware that Cheng Xing's awakened talent was indeed not suitable for Wuhan University. In my opinion, with your lackluster talent, you ought to remain at home rather than embarrass yourself in public. Su Wenxuan continued to press on. Cheng Xing's face darkened with impatience. Initially, he had dismissed Su Wenxuan's taunts as mere buzzing from a mosquito, but as the incessant annoyance persisted, he could no longer hold back his fury. Bang! What talent does he possess? A cold, furious shout echoed, startling Cheng Xing and causing him to falter for a moment. Not only Cheng Xing, but the others were also taken aback. It was then they realized it was the class monitor, Chu Yanyan. However, her face, once serene, was now contorted in anger. On what grounds do you ridicule Cheng Xing's aspirations? Do you dare to apply yourself? Spending your parents' money, wielding a talent superior to others, and belittling others. Do you truly believe you are more noble than him? Although Cheng Xing possesses an F-level talent, he is courageous in his pursuits and never belittles others. To my mind, he is far superior to you. Listening to Chu Yanyan's words, Cheng Xing couldn't help but doubt himself. Am I really that remarkable? Yet, her words resonated with others, and they began to recognize that Cheng Xing had always maintained an impartial demeanor, treating everyone equally, without favoritism or discrimination. Whenever someone sought his assistance, he readily lent a hand, and he was undeniably handsome. In contrast, Su Wenxuan, relying on his privileged background, looked down on others. Comparatively, Cheng Xing, Despite his inferior talent, truly outshone Su Wenxuan. Su Wenxuan, I have warned you multiple times. Sit down and do not repeat this behavior again. Ultimately, sensing the situation escalating, the homeroom teacher intervened to diffuse the tension, calming Chu Yanyan down. And indeed, calming her was imperative, for Chu Yanyan possessed an A-level talent, making her a shoe-in for Huanan Martial University, a prized student in the eyes of the institution. Meanwhile, Su Wenxuan glared darkly at Cheng Xing from a distance. You wait. I will ensure someone takes you down. Chapter 26. Does marrying me when we grow up still count? At Huanan 4th High School, Class 1 of the 3rd year. All students gradually filled out their application forms and submitted them to Li Jie. When Cheng Xing finished and handed his form in, Li Jie couldn't help but urge him once more. Cheng Xing, are you truly not reconsidering? After all, Cheng Xing's talent level was alarmingly low, and the chances of him being accepted into Wuhan University were exceedingly slim. Teacher, you know me well. Since I dare to apply, it is because I possess confidence. Cheng Xing understood that Li Jie genuinely had his best interests at heart, having cared for him over the years. Seeing this, Li Jie refrained from further argument. Cheng Xing was admirable in many respects, but this stubbornness about a single matter was indeed a bit troublesome. Once the choices were made, the class split into 2 groups. Those applying to regular universities needed to stay for further preparations, while those aiming for Wuhan University could leave early to enhance their skills. Upon exiting the classroom, Cheng Xing noticed a graceful figure waiting nearby. Shall we take a walk together? Chu Yanyan approached briskly, her delightful fragrance wafting toward Cheng Xing. Without waiting for Cheng Xing to decline, she gently pushed him along. Their intimate gestures stirred envy among their classmates, who lamented why they lacked such charm. All right. No need to push. I can walk on my own, Cheng Xing said, feeling the gentle pressure from behind. This girl had previously been demure and kept her distance. But ever since awakening her talent, she seemed transformed, exuding newfound boldness. Chu Yanyan playfully peeked around Cheng Xing, bouncing alongside him. Yet she restrained herself from further intimate actions in the school setting. The two, a match of talent and beauty, attracted many gazes along their path. Teachers who initially intended to intervene reconsidered upon recognizing Chu Yanyan, deciding against disrupting them. All of this unfolded before Cheng Xing's eyes, prompting him to tease, truly. The brilliance of an A-level talent is blinding. Even teachers must take a detour. In response, Chu Yanyan playfully pouted, delivering a light punch to Cheng Xing's arm. Cheng Xing feigned evasion, creating a distance between them, only for her to chase after him once more. Their playful banter continued until they reached the school gate. Outside, an inconspicuous vehicle awaited by the roadside. Upon seeing Chu Yanyan emerge, a middle-aged man in a suit quickly approached her. Mississippi Li Shu, I wish to take a walk for a while, Chu Yanyan replied, opting not to enter the car despite her bodyguard's welcoming presence. The bodyguard cast a glance at Cheng Xing, his eyes briefly flickering with disdain, but he quickly concealed it. This young man had gained notoriety within the Chu family. After Chu Yanyan awakened her A-level talent, she boldly declared she would only marry him, shocking the entire Chu household. Especially after it was discovered that Cheng Xing was merely an F-level talent, the family was rife with opposition. However, Chu Yanyan's A-level talent afforded her the autonomy to dictate her own life, impervious to external influence. After reminding her to stay safe, the bodyguard returned to the vehicle, and Chu Yanyan took Cheng Xing's hand, leading him toward her home, the car maintaining a respectful distance behind. Meanwhile, not far away, in a BMW, Su Wenxuan observed the playful interactions between the two, his jealousy boiling over. Over the years, he had endeavored to win Chu Yanyan's favor. And just as he thought success was within reach, Cheng Xing had appeared from seemingly nowhere. Son, is that the Chu family's eldest daughter you mentioned? Yes. But now someone is trying to ruin my chances. Su Wenxuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Do not worry. Your father will assist you in securing her. By the way, that impoverished lad doesn't he have any background, does he? Su's father rubbed his beer belly, his eyes narrowing coldly. Dad, I want him dead. Rest assured. Su's father reassured his son's fury before making a phone call. Hello, find out everything about Cheng Xing from Huanan 4th High School. Quickly, he's just an orphan, right? Good. After uncovering Cheng Xing's background, he made another call. Sang Biao, I wish to hire you to eliminate someone. On the street, Chu Yanyan tilted her head, gazing intently at Cheng Xing with eyes sparkling like stars. Cheng Xing, do you still mean it when you said you would marry me when we grow up? Hearing this, Cheng Xing's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. He never anticipated that the little girl he once rescued from the Welfare Institute, whom he later brought back simply for amusement due to her adorableness, would lead to unforeseen complications. Indeed, Cheng Xing and Chu Yanyan had known each other for quite some time. It was during the first winter after the establishment of the base, when the apocalypse had cast its shadow, and the southern regions were blanketed in a flurry of snowflakes, igniting a sense of exhilaration among the locals. Unable to resist, Cheng Xing stealthily escaped the Welfare Institute to revel in the snow, only to be pursued by the caretakers. In a bid to evade them, he sought refuge in a dilapidated factory site. To his surprise, he discovered the shivering Chu Yanyan in a small room there. Subsequently, he took her back to the Welfare Institute, where he indulged in playful antics, delighting in teasing the charming little girl. After nearly 6 months of residing in the Welfare Institute, Chu Yanyan's parents finally located her, unveiling the tumultuous power struggles that had unfolded since the base's inception. Chu Yanyan had been abducted by the enemies of the Chu family. In their desperate attempt to negotiate, her parents, believing their daughter to be dead, waged war against her captors for 6 months, ultimately annihilating them, only to later discover that Chu Yanyan had been safe in the Welfare Institute all along. On the night she was brought back to the Chu family, she cried inconsolably, prompting Cheng Xing to promise that he would marry her upon reaching adulthood, which finally coaxed her into returning home. Years later, their paths crossed again in high school, where she had blossomed into a poised young lady. Despite their shared memories, they maintained a respectful distance, neither too close nor too far, merely friends, and the promise from their childhood had never been mentioned again. For 3 years, their relationship remained undisturbed until her awakening today, when Chu Yanyan openly sided with him and reacted fiercely to Su Wenshuan's provocations. Have you forgotten about this? Cheng Xing chuckled lightly. You wouldn't believe it, but my family consists of stubborn traditionalists who insist on maintaining social hierarchies. I had to bide my time until the day of my awakening. Now that I possess an A-rank talent, their opposition is futile. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanyan's expression shifted as she recalled something, puffing up her cheeks in indignation, her little fists shaking in exasperation. Cheng Xing couldn't help but laugh at her adorable demeanor, only to be met with a flurry of playful punches. The two of them playfully tussled until they unknowingly wandered into the old district. In the narrow streets of the old district, traffic thickened abruptly, and the bodyguards trailing them were caught in a jam, helplessly watching as Cheng Xing and Chu Yanyan vanished around a corner. The bodyguards hastily exited their vehicle in pursuit, but by then, the two had already slipped from sight. Could you perhaps come up with some new tricks? Cheng Xing idly inquired as he shielded Chu Yanyan behind him, surveying the gang of thugs encircling them. Is this yet another cliché of thuggish blockades? I, for one, am not vexed by it. Even the readers must find it tiresome. Chapter 27. Encountering the Fallen. Next. Are you going to say someone is offering to buy my leg? Then you'll blame me for having offended the wrong people? The thugs exchanged glances, their butterfly knives dropping from their hands in shock. How did he know what they were about to say? Cheng Xing discerned that he had accurately predicted their intentions. As for the identity of the orchestrator behind this, it was a mystery he could not unravel. Cheng Xing's unpredictable demeanor elicited a muffled giggle from Chu Yanyan, who covered her mouth, exhibiting no signs of fear. Her reaction drew the attention of the thugs, and upon recognizing her beauty, their eyes glistened with unabashed greed. What a stunning girl. This deal is going to be lucrative. I'll go first. Why should you go first? Hearing their crude remarks, Cheng Xing's brow furrowed, his expression turning frigid as the temperature in the alley seemed to drop. Strange, why does it feel so chilly? One thug wondered aloud. Girl, step back. Cheng Xing said coldly, preparing to act, but was quickly halted by Chu Yanyan tugging at his sleeve. Let Uncle Li handle them. You mustn't take risks, she said, her face etched with concern. The thugs were clearly at level 3 or 4, and if Cheng Xing engaged, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Seeing her worried expression, Cheng Xing managed a wry smile, realizing it was time to come clean. He needed to fabricate a story about possessing S-rank talent. Otherwise, he would be taunted by every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Although the thrill of playing the underdog was enjoyable, it was not his preference. All right, I have faith in my abilities. I'll explain everything later. He reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. Seeing Cheng Xing's confident gaze, Chu Yanyan finally released her grip. So you want to play the hero, huh? Do you think this is some kind of novel? What kind of performance are you putting on? Let us all go at them. The thugs, incensed by the duo's antics, charged forward in unison. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, 4 out of the 5 thugs were sent crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, curling up on the ground and howling in pain. The remaining thug, having crouched down to retrieve his knife, was a heartbeat too late. Wait for me, he called out as he picked up his knife, but upon rising, he found all of his companions sprawled on the ground, silencing his unfinished sentence. Facing Cheng Xing, his legs turned to jelly, his mouth dry, and he could barely grip his weapon. Hey, do you want to see a show? I can handle this knife like a pro. What responded to him was a fist the size of a sandbag, as Chu Yanyan leapt and rushed to Cheng Xing's side. Her eyes sparkling with astonishment, her mouth forming an O shape, she exclaimed, when did Cheng Xing become so formidable? Clap, clap. However, before Cheng Xing could explain, applause echoed from the shadows of the alley. In the next moment, a figure descended, landing within the narrow passage. This person exuded an aura of approximately level 8. But upon seeing him, Cheng Xing's brow furrowed instinctively. He sensed an aura of menace. This individual had taken lives. This deal has gone awry, Sang Biao remarked, surveying his fallen subordinates with frustration. Although unaware of Cheng Xing's level, he had been informed by his employer that their target was merely a newly awakened student, one without any connections. He thought little of it and dispatched his subordinates to resolve the matter. To his surprise, things had gone awry. With no alternative, he had to step in himself. Kid, you got it wrong. It's not that someone is buying your leg, but rather, they are buying your life. Sang Biao declared menacingly, swiftly advancing to seize Cheng Xing by the throat. His speed was so remarkable that Chu Yinyan barely had time to react. What a beauty. Such a pity you all must die. Sang Biao mused as he cast a glance at Chu Yinyan, eliciting a wave of panic in her. Do you know that within the base, awakened individuals are forbidden from killing one another? Yet Cheng Xing merely patted Chu Yinyan's hand gently, fixing his calm gaze on the imminent threat before him. And what of it? If you're not an awakened one, I wouldn't even bother to kill you. Sang Biao, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, let out a chilling laugh. Oh, so you've killed many, have you? Of course, you are not the first. Nor will you be the last. No, wait. Are you trying to lead me on? As Sang Biao spoke with fervor, he was suddenly struck by an unsettling realization. Why was this boy so composed? Go die? Sang Biao resolved to cease his idle chatter and exert his strength, intending to strangle Cheng Xing directly. However, Cheng Xing's neck felt as unyielding as steel. No matter how much force Sang Biao applied, there was no reaction. You are no ordinary person. At that moment, alarm bells rang in Sang Biao's mind, prompting him to retreat hastily. Yet, a hand had inexplicably found its way to his wrist, and regardless of how he struggled, he could not break free. Who on earth are you? Panic began to set in for Sang Biao. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are in grave trouble, Cheng Xing replied coldly, surprised to encounter a fallen so swiftly. You are the fallen. It was then that Chu Yinyan, who had remained silent until now, finally reacted, staring at Sang Biao with astonishment. The revelation of the fallen's identity startled both Cheng Xing and Sang Biao. Cheng Xing had not anticipated that Chu Yinyan was aware of the fallen's existence as well. Seizing the moment of Cheng Xing's distraction, Sang Biao gritted his teeth and drew a knife from his waist, viciously slashing at his own arm. Was he attempting to escape by severing his limb? Sang Biao clutched his arm and retreated rapidly. However, in the next instant, Cheng Xing's aura erupted forth, and his figure closed the distance in an instant. You are actually level 13. Upon sensing Cheng Xing's aura, Sang Biao received a jarring notification from the system. The words level 13 hovering above Cheng Xing's head filled him with despair. This is the end. In the next moment, an immense force surged from Cheng Xing's waist, and Sang Biao felt as if he had been struck by a truck, propelled several meters away, collapsing to the ground. Devoid of combat capability. At this moment, Chu Yinyan also glimpsed Cheng Xing's level, her cherry lips parting in surprise, her beautiful peach blossom eyes wide with astonishment. After vanquishing Sang Biao, Cheng Xing reigned in his aura, causing the level indicator above his head to vanish. Miss. It was then that Uncle Li, who had been searching for quite a while, finally arrived upon hearing the sounds of the skirmish. Seeing Chu Yinyan unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Particularly, when he beheld the fallen thug and the severed arm of Sang Biao, he was understandably shaken, casting a grateful glance towards Cheng Xing. At that moment, a phone rang, prompting both Chu Yinyan and Uncle Li to instinctively pull out their phones, only to discover that neither was their own. Then, to their astonishment, Cheng Xing produced his phone. Hello, Cheng Xing? Have you offended anyone recently? Someone has been searching for your identity information. Chapter 28, The Su and Chu Families. The situation unfolded as follows. Cheng Xing recounted the entire sequence of events to Su Haoran on the other end of the line. Upon hearing Cheng Xing mention the fallen, Su Haoran's expression shifted dramatically. Where are you now? Stay there. I will come with people immediately. After learning Cheng Xing's location, Su Haoran dropped this remark and hung up the phone. Captain, what is happening? Gao Chen inquired, observing Su Haoran's troubled visage. Cheng Xing encountered a fallen at the base. I need to handle it. What? A fallen? Why are there so many fallen? Gao Chen's expression also changed. In the years since they joined the Awakened Management Bureau, they had only received one fallen case per month at most. How could Cheng Xing have encountered a second one so swiftly? It's nothing serious, just an 8th level fallen. I can handle it. I hope it's not a major issue. Su Haoran found it odd as well, but since Cheng Xing had already subdued the individual, he did not bring along the rest of the team. Su Haoran acted swiftly. After Cheng Xing waited for over 10 minutes, an Audi sped towards him, coming to a smooth stop at the roadside. He then saw Su Haoran alight from the vehicle, striding purposefully. Little Yen, what are you doing here? Su Haoran immediately recognized Chu Yinyan. Su Ge, young Master Su. Upon seeing the newcomer, Uncle Li's expression changed slightly as he hurried to greet him. This man was the eldest son of the Su family, rumored to have joined the Bureau. Why was he here? Did this matter involve the fallen? Call me Captain Su. Su Haoran clearly disapproved of being addressed as young master. Do you know each other? The familiarity between the two surprised Cheng Xing. The Su and Chu families were the forces behind the establishment of the Awakened Management Bureau, so it was only natural they would be acquainted. Moreover, like you, Chu Yinyan is also a reserve member of the Bureau. Su Haoran nodded, marveling at how small the world was. Like me? Cheng Xing. Are you also preparing to join the Bureau? Chu Yinyan quickly seized upon the crux of Su Haoran's statement, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she grasped Cheng Xing's arm eagerly. This is rather fortuitous. Cheng Xing scratched his nose. realizing that the Chu family's influence was far greater than he had imagined. Su Haoran observed the intimacy between the two, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if he had stumbled upon a shocking revelation. After all, he had heard of the astonishing feat performed by the Chu family's young lady just the day before. It was difficult not to be intrigued. The individual displaying the most astonishment was undoubtedly Uncle Li, his face a mask of shock. The bureau was a place reserved for those with exceptional talents and combat prowess. If being accepted into the martial arts university was a mark of genius, then those who became reserve members of the bureau were considered geniuses even among the martial arts university's elite. All right, let's focus on the matter at hand. Su Haoran, having not forgotten their primary concern, exchanged a few pleasantries before heading into the alley. Indeed, it is a fallen, with his wealth of experience. Su Haoran quickly detected the faint trace of murderous intent emanating from Sang Biao. While such malice could be concealed, it was impossible to hide when Sang Biao was unconscious. He promptly began to search Sang Biao's person and soon uncovered a mask. A cultist? Another from the Slaughter sect? Cheng Xing gasped softly upon seeing the mask in Su Haoran's hand. Captain, are there so many cultists from the Slaughter sect in the South China base? No. Quite the contrary. The Slaughter sect has long been active around the West China base, previously expanding to surrounding bases. However, following the cleansing efforts at the South China base and the establishment of the Bureau, they vanished for quite some time. The fallen cases we dealt with previously were all disorganized individuals. Su Haoran regarded the mask in his hand, deep in thought. The frequent emergence of fallen was undoubtedly a bad omen. Cheng Xing, have you recently offended anyone? After all, Cheng Xing had mentioned on the phone that these individuals were summoned by someone. It must be Su Wenxuan from my class. If anyone has wronged me and is still alive, it's only him. Cheng Xing stated without hesitation. Su Wenxuan, was it him? Chu Yinyan frowned slightly upon hearing that name. Captain, please investigate first. We mustn't wrong an innocent. Su Haoran nodded. As a formal organization, they required evidence to substantiate their claims. Then I will take this person away. I will notify the police to handle those others. Su Haoran retrieved a circular ring from his waist, swiftly fastening it around Sang Biao's neck, then lifting him like a chick and tossing him into the back seat. While there are no other witnesses, you two should leave first. Su Haoran arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly. Leaning out the car window, he instructed the two of them before pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Inside the car, Su Haoran dialed a number on his phone. Hello, brother, what are you doing? Sister, you have a rival now, and he's formidable. Young miss, we must return. The emotions of Uncle Li, having fluctuated wildly, compelled him to speak. Today nearly scared the soul out of him. How could he have encountered a fallen one while merely taking a stroll? Following this incident, his career as a bodyguard seemed to have drawn to a close. Fearing further disturbances, he lowered his head and spoke to Chu Yinyan. Perhaps the absurdity of today's events was overwhelming. Or perhaps it was the realization of Cheng Xing's remarkable prowess. This time, she did not refuse. Upon learning that Cheng Xing aspired to attend Wuda, Chu Yinyan worried about his insufficient resources hindering his advancement. Thus she intended to utilize the Chu family's resources to aid his ascension, a plan that now appeared unnecessary. With Cheng Xing's level of 13, entry into South China Wuda was a mere formality. Conversely, she found herself lagging far behind him. Contemplating this, Chu Yinyan hastily approached. And before Cheng Xing could react, she lightly rose onto her toes, as if skimming the surface of water. See you at the Wuda exam, Cheng Xing, she declared, then turned and left, her steps both hurried and buoyant. By the time Cheng Xing processed her words, the image of the girl's rosy cheeks lingered in his mind long after. The love that had been restrained for years now surged forth, bold and fervent as fire. Even the seasoned Cheng Xing found himself momentarily at a loss. In the South China base, District C, within a luxurious mansion in District C, Su Wenxuan paced anxiously, his face etched with urgency. Dad, is it not resolved yet? Su Wenxuan could no longer contain himself. Su Jiqiang, unhurried, lit a cigar, taking a slow draw before responding. Do not fret, I am well aware of Sang Biao's capabilities. That Cheng Xing, he is doomed. You at your age, still so rash in your actions. How can you expect to take over my position in the future? With that, he did not forget to admonish Su Wenxuan. Dad, you have no idea how he treated me. A pauper dares to vie for Chu Yinyan with me. He must die. Su Wenxuan's thoughts drifted back to the events of the day, his face aflame with anger. You, bang. Su Jiqiang intended to continue chastising his son. But before he could, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash, and a swarm of police officers stormed in. Upon discovering the Su father-son duo, they wasted no time in apprehending them. What do you want? I'm well acquainted with your deputy chief. Su Wenxuan protested. Rest assured, given your actions, the deputy chief is quite eager to have a word with you. Without further ado, the officers took both men away. Chapter 29. How could you speak so disrespectfully? A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Cheng Xing remained at the base, refraining from venturing out for upgrades. Due to the previous incident in L Town, access to the H District gates had been restricted for a week. While there were other entrances to the novice disaster zones, for Cheng Xing's level, the benefits of venturing into those areas were minimal. Coincidentally, the recent E-level upgrade disaster zone was located right at the H District gate, while other E-level disaster zones were either too distant or perilously dangerous. Fortunately, Cheng Xing's level was sufficiently high, so he did not press the issue. He spent his time eating and drinking, and whenever he encountered an unfamiliar problem, he would call Su Haoran for guidance. From Su Haoran, he learned that Su Yinran's initial decision had been astute. After a week of clearing L Town, the A-level disaster beast, Red-Eyed Mad Hound, was indeed lured over. It was said that the Red-Eyed Mad Hound severely injured the war god observing the Qingsheng disaster zone. It was only through the combined efforts of other war gods that the beast was eventually repelled, saving the war god's life. Following this incident, the Qingsheng disaster zone underwent a complete expansion. The novice upgrade zone at the H District gate had vanished. After packing his belongings, Cheng Xing headed straight back to school. Students applying to regular universities would take exams on campus, while those applying to Wuda needed to travel to District A for their assessments. Typically, schools would arrange transportation for their students, although those with better financial means often drove themselves. At this moment, Cheng Xing bid farewell to Zhang Chong and boarded the bus for Class 1, awaiting departure in silence. There were quite a number of students from Class 1 taking the Wuda exam today, exceeding 40 individuals. As they boarded, some exuded confidence while others appeared anxious. Once they set off, Li Jai commenced his customary morale-boosting speeches throughout the journey. The buses wove through the streets, and the scenery outside gradually transformed into opulence, captivating many students who had never ventured beyond the H District, prompting gasps of awe. Before long, a towering spire came into view, enlarging as the bus progressed until it finally entered the grand dome structure beneath it. The examination venue for South China Wudao was located at the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. Upon the bus's arrival, students disembarked, lining up in formation according to their classes. Among them, Chu Yanyan, having arrived early, returned to the ranks and stood behind Cheng Xing. The students from the 4th secondary school gazed in astonishment at the monumental edifice before them, exclaiming in wonder, "What a bunch of bumpkins!" However, their reactions elicited laughter from the A District students who had arrived earlier. Hearing this, the 4th secondary school students shot angry glares, some impulsively beginning to shout insults. Yet the A District students continued to disregard them. The reason was simple: they were students of South China First Secondary School, benefiting from the finest educational resources in the South China base. In stark contrast to the uneven levels of the 4th secondary school, the average level in the 1st secondary school surpassed 7, with the lowest being at least 5. The 4th secondary school was not lacking. It was comparable to other schools. But the 1st secondary school's superior conditions and resource allocation led to this disparity. Eventually, the commotion grew too loud, prompting the teachers to intervene and restore order. "Is that Su Wenxuan?" After the brief interlude concluded, everyone quieted down, awaiting the commencement of the examination when a keen-eyed member of Class 1 noticed someone hurriedly approaching from a distance. Indeed, it's the vice class leader. Strange. Why did Su Wenxuan arrive by taxi? Many students began to murmur in confusion upon seeing him, accustomed to his ostentatious nature, always driven to and from school in a BMW by his father. Today, such an important exam. How could he be late? Yet, as they got a clearer view of Su Wenxuan, they were taken aback. The once polished young heir appeared utterly disheveled. His hair was unkempt, and his bloodshot eyes made him seem like a completely different person. Feeling the strange gazes of his peers, Su Wenxuan experienced profound humiliation. After being taken away by the police, investigations revealed that his father had been imprisoned for alleged murder for hire, while he had been released due to a lack of evidence linking him to the crime. Originally, Su Wenxuan had intended to inform his mother, but all of his family's business partners had swiftly severed ties, and the illicit dealings of his father's company were exposed overnight, leading to their family's ruin. His mother had long since absconded with their funds, leaving him to face the fallout alone. Subsequently, his upgrading teammates, deprived of the resources provided by the Su family, expelled him from their ranks. His pride led him to join a temporary team, yet he could not shed his heirs as a rich second-generation offspring, resulting in him being shunned and blacklisted, leaving his level stagnant over the week. "It's all because of you. It must be you." Su Wenxuan's eyes burned with rage as he fixated on Cheng Xing in the crowd. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his waist and charged towards him. He could not fathom why targeting a mere impoverished student would lead to such a dire predicament. As Su Wenxuan brandished his weapon, the surrounding students gasped in alarm. Yet, before he could reach Cheng Xing, he was swiftly subdued by the Chu family's bodyguards. He struggled madly, his face contorted in a grimace. Yet no amount of force could dislodge the bodyguard even slightly. In the examination hall, the assailant wielding a knife was stripped of his qualifications and handed over to the police for further action. The tremendous commotion attracted the attention of the examination staff, who promptly imposed penalties, subsequently entrusting Su Wenxuan to the on-site law enforcement. Thus, this farcical episode drew to a close, leaving a crowd of shaken onlookers murmuring amongst themselves. Suddenly, Cheng Xing felt an unusual gaze upon him. He slowly turned his head, only to discover that the source of the scrutiny came from the direction of Class 1. It was then that Cheng Xing recognized the individual. none other than the faux scion, Cheng Xing, whom he had encountered not long ago. At that moment, Cheng Xing stood amidst the Class 1 cohort, surrounded by envious glances, with numerous young ladies casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Cheng Xing wore a disdainful expression, provocatively gazing at Cheng Xing as if to say, "This position, which you believe should rightfully belong to you, is now mine." He had not anticipated encountering Cheng Xing here. After all, with his F-grade talent, how could he possibly gain admission to South China Martial University? Nonetheless, now that fate had brought them together, he was more than willing to humiliate him once again. "What are you looking at, Cheng Xing?" Chu Yanyan inquired, noticing Cheng Xing's gaze. "Nothing, just observing a fool," he replied casually. "Huh, that is certainly no fool. He is the son of the war god," Chu Yanyan remarked with a laugh. Recognizing Cheng Yun as the esteemed Cheng Yun, being the daughter of the Chu family, can the son of the war god not be a fool? He is hardly a rare specimen, Cheng Xing shrugged, unimpressed. "True enough, he is indeed not a rarity. It is just a peculiar coincidence that he shares the same surname as you. Are you perhaps related to his family? How can you speak so derogatorily?" Cheng Yun, casting a jealous glance at Chu Yanyan beside Cheng Xing, felt overshadowed by her presence, rendering the other young lady's flirtation seem rather dim in comparison. However, the adulation he received from his peers quickly restored a measure of his confidence. Through the advancement channels arranged by Cheng Xingyang, he had swiftly risen to level 10 within a week. With his talent, he was determined to claim the title of top scorer in this examination. The only regret was that Cheng Xingyang had sustained severe injuries in a disaster zone and had yet to recover. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to humiliate Cheng Xing thoroughly before them all. Chapter 30, Virtual Disaster Beasts. At the South China base, headquarters of the Adventurers Guild in Area A. As time elapsed, the entrance examination for South China Martial University commenced officially. The perimeter of the Adventurers Guild was cordoned off, prohibiting any entry or exit until the examination concluded. As the candidates entered, they found themselves in a vast exhibition hall, where a podium was positioned at the center, flanked by 100 machines previously unseen by the crowd, each attended by an examiner. The only peculiarity lay with a young man, lounging on a recliner nearby, sound asleep. Upon the arrival of the candidates, one of the examiners cautiously approached the youth to rouse him. Let us begin," the young man said, appearing disheveled and bleary-eyed. Reluctantly ascending to the podium, what was expected to be a lengthy discourse turned out to be succinct as he scanned the audience and uttered, "Instructor Chun, you need to inform them about the examination content and scoring criteria." At this, the examiner beside the podium, visibly exasperated, quietly reminded him, "Why has South China Martial University sent this instructor to oversee the examination this year? What a hassle," Chen Yifei grimaced. As if the simple task of hosting was akin to a death sentence, and without a second thought, he rejected the request. "Instructor Chun, your teacher has spoken. If you do not fulfill your duties properly, you will face consequences upon your return." Seeing that Chen Yifei remained unmoved, the examiner resorted to a last-ditch effort. Upon hearing the mention of his teacher, Chen Yifei involuntarily shuddered, and then slowly began to speak. Let me briefly introduce the structure. This examination is divided into two parts. 1. Disaster Beast Confrontation. 2. Level Assessment. The former constitutes 90% of the score, while the latter accounts for 10%. Upon hearing this, the candidates erupted in astonishment, for this year's examination content diverged significantly from previous formats. Historically, the exams had prioritized level assessments supplemented by talent evaluations. Consequently, many E-level and even F-level candidates had managed to gain admission to South China Martial University after spending considerable sums to enhance their ranks. However, it was unclear why such a drastic change had been implemented this year, with talent no longer considered in the evaluation. Now, each campus will enter the virtual training machines in batches to begin the Disaster Beast Confrontation, with 1 minute required for passing and 3 minutes for full marks. Chen Yifei gestured towards the neatly arranged 100 machines behind him and continued, "Levels will be scored at 1 point per level, with level 10 being the maximum score." After exchanging a knowing glance with the examiner beside him, he declared, "The examination begins." With that, he resumed his slumber, seeking refuge on a nearby recliner. The remaining personnel took over the subsequent tasks, commencing the roll call. Mai Xiaowen, Oyalu. Soon, all 100 candidates had been called forth, entering the virtual training machines in succession. The results of the first batch of candidates emerged more swiftly than anticipated. Mere seconds after entering the virtual reality, the training machine of one individual emitted a red light, signaling their withdrawal. "What the hell? We were supposed to confront E-level disaster beasts. I barely had a chance to react before being defeated. This is unfair. I wasn't mentally prepared. Who knew we would have to fight E-level disaster beasts?" The defeated candidates expressed their indignation, their faces alight with fury. "Unfair? When you encounter disaster beasts far beyond your capabilities in the disaster zones, try telling them it's unfair and see if they spare you," the lead examiner coldly retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the eliminated candidates. "Fairness? The examination itself carries an element of luck. What more is there to discuss?" Chastened by the reprimand, The candidates fell silent, returning to their ranks with downcast expressions. The others eagerly approached to inquire about the details of their defeats, and the examiners did not hinder this exchange. After all, without sufficient strength, it was nearly impossible to pass this trial. As time passed, more candidates failed and exited, each wearing a disgruntled expression. A minute quickly elapsed, and astonishingly, only 3 individuals remained in the fray. Before long, they too faltered and withdrew, with the nearby examiner tallying their scores. Upon returning, the 3 were met with envy from their peers. The examination continued, with batches of candidates proceeding to take their turns. Soon, it was Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran's turn. Good luck, Cheng Xing encouraged, gently patting Chu Yanyan on the head. Name, Chu Yanyan. Level, 11, 300200000. Health, 350. Attributes, Strength 11, Agility 11, Constitution 11, Spirit 68. Free attribute points 0. Talent, A-grade Magic Mastery Effect. Magic effects increased by 50. Skills, B-grade Thunderbolt, B-grade Mage Shield, C-grade Levitation, C-grade Giant Fireball. Recalling the luxurious panel Chu Yanyan had previously shown him, Cheng Xing knew that this examination would pose little challenge for her. If someone could act as a meat shield to draw the aggro of the disaster beasts, Chu Yanyan would be capable of simultaneously dealing with several E-level disaster beasts. If she is alone, she must exercise caution, yet resolving the situation within 3 minutes poses a significant challenge. After all, the examination prohibits the use of equipment, resulting in a substantial reduction in attributes. As anticipated, Chu Yanyan successfully achieved a perfect score and joyfully shared her success with Cheng Xing. The next batch consisted of Cheng Xing and Cheng Yun. Coincidentally, they found themselves in the same group. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yun's face was filled with disdain. Heaven is on my side. With this thought, he provocatively gazed at Cheng Xing. However, upon noticing that Cheng Xing was engrossed in conversation with Chu Yanyan, completely disregarding him, Cheng Yun's expression darkened. Is it merely due to his good looks? Just wait, I shall trample you underfoot. Let's see how you maintain your facade as a pretty boy. Soon, Cheng Xing took his position, and the machines of Cheng Yun and Cheng Xing were in close proximity. As Cheng Yun cast another challenging glance, Cheng Xing continued to ignore him, inciting Cheng Yun's frustration to the point of grinding his teeth. Name, ID card. Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing handed his ID card to the examiner for verification. Once confirmed, the examiner placed a helmet on his head, signaling the commencement of the examination. With a command from the examiner, the machines activated. Cheng Xing felt the environment shift dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst the ruins of a city. The air was permeated with the same scent as a disaster zone, exhibiting an astonishing level of realism. Cheng Xing pinched his arm, realizing that the sensation of pain did not mirror that of reality. However, this was to be expected, as most candidates were eliminated by the disaster beasts. If pain were to be felt equally, those who failed would lack the strength to protest. Please select your weapon. A screen soon appeared before Cheng Xing, displaying a myriad of weaponry. Embroidered spring blade. Without hesitation, Cheng Xing chose the weapon that bore the closest resemblance to the blood maggot's fang, and in an instant, a basic F-level embroidered spring blade materialized in his hand. Concurrently, a figure quietly emerged before him. Oh, a familiar face. Gazing at the well-known blood maggot before him, Cheng Xing couldn't help but smile. It appeared that fortune smiled upon him. Chapter 31. You possess S-level talents, don't you? After 1 minute had elapsed, only a handful of candidates from Cheng Xing's batch remained. However, it wasn't long before individuals began to be eliminated, scoring by the examiner and departing. Ultimately, only Cheng Xing and Cheng Yun remained on the field. Am I seeing this correctly? Cheng Xing has managed to endure for so long? Isn't he supposed to be F-level? How is this possible? I couldn't last even 10 seconds. Could he be cheating? At this moment, those familiar with Cheng Xing, aside from Chu Yanyan, voiced their doubts. Their murmurs soon caught the attention of others nearby, and the clamor of suspicion intensified. Examiner, I report that he is cheating. How could an F-level talent endure for so long? Exactly. I, with my E-level talent, couldn't last 20 seconds. How does he manage to endure this long? We demand a thorough investigation. The uproar roused Chen Yifei, who had been dozing nearby. He rose with an expression of displeasure and glanced at the examiner stationed at Cheng Xing's position. Receiving a signal, the examiner promptly began inspecting the machine. But after a thorough examination, he shook his head at Chen Yifei. Silence. The machine is functioning properly. With Chen Yifei's authoritative shout, an immense pressure emanated from all directions, descending upon the candidates. At that moment, his level was revealed to all. Level 49. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, astonished that this seemingly disheveled individual was just one step away from becoming a god of war. Once Chen Yifei spoke, no one dared to question further. Upon witnessing the ensuing silence, Chen Yifei retracted his imposing aura and returned to his previous position to rest. Aren't all mentors supposed to be level 20-30? Who is this person at level 49? I have never heard of such a powerful mentor at South China Martial University. The focus of the crowd's discussions swiftly shifted to Chen Yifei. Time swiftly progressed to 2 minutes and 40 seconds. At which point Cheng Xing abruptly opened his eyes and voluntarily removed the helmet. The examiner beside him was momentarily taken aback by this action. Had he concluded the examination? A glance at the machine revealed no red light indicating failure. Wait a moment, this student. There seems to be an issue with the machine. The examiner, puzzled, called out to Cheng Xing, who was preparing to leave. You see, I knew there was a problem. It's impossible for an F-level candidate to endure this long. I suspect the machine's settings were miscalibrated, possibly assigning him an F-level disaster beast. Upon witnessing this, the others erupted in malicious glee, but recalling previous admonitions, they refrained from voicing their thoughts too loudly. Observing their reactions, Chu Yanyan remained remarkably composed, for she was aware of Cheng Xing's level, and with his abilities, failure was inconceivable. I succeeded. At that moment, Cheng Yun felt a sudden rush of heat beneath his feet, signaling his failure just as he hit the 3-minute mark. A perfect score was now comfortably in his grasp. Upon removing his helmet, he was startled to find Cheng Xing still present, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. How could a mere F-level talent possibly surpass him? However, Cheng Yun soon discerned the crux of the issue. Despite achieving a perfect score, few were lauding him, while the majority were condemning Cheng Xing cheating. No wonder he could endure for so long. With this thought, contempt filled Cheng Yun's face. A waste is a waste. How dare he attempt to enter Martial University through deceit? He is utterly unaware of the gravity of his actions. Cheating on the examination is illegal. Cheng Xing is finished. Look, the mentor has awakened. That is a level 49 powerhouse. What petty tricks could escape his notice? He won't evade this time. At that moment, someone noticed Chen Yifei rising once more, striding toward Cheng Xing and Cheng Yun, the atmosphere among the candidates rife with malicious anticipation, particularly among those who had failed. The hostility was palpable. Hearing their remarks, Cheng Yun was taken aback. This individual was a level 49 mentor? He was merely a step away from becoming a god of war, yet appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. As he watched Chen Yifei approach, Cheng Yun suddenly thought, could he be coming to recruit me due to my impressive performance? In an instant, Cheng Yun envisioned a future where he rode on Chen Yifei's coattails, leveraging the Cheng family's resources to soar to greatness, becoming the youngest god of war in the South China base. With this thought, Cheng Yun felt elated, and as he saw Chen Yifei nearing him, he quickly adjusted his attire, straightened his back, and confidently extended his hand, saying, Mentor, I am Cheng Yun, the son of the god of war, Cheng Xingyang. The sudden gesture startled Chen Yifei, who regarded Cheng Yun with a perplexed expression. He did not take the outstretched hand, instead swiftly bypassing him, leaving Cheng Yun's unfinished words caught in his throat. The son of Cheng Xingyang? Is he out of his mind? He doesn't even resemble him. Could he be adopted? How pitiful. Chen Yifei's low mutterings caused Cheng Yun's smile to falter, his expression darkening. After circumventing Cheng Yun, Chen Yifei approached Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing was somewhat astonished by Chen Yifei's level, but did not exhibit excessive emotion. After all, he had previously dared to scold Cheng Xingyang to his face. So how could he fear a level 49 mentor? The performance of Cheng Xing caught Chen Yifei's attention, causing him to regard the newcomer with a heightened level of admiration, as it was rare for a novice to maintain such composure in his presence. After confirming with the examiner that there were no issues with the machine, Chen Yifei's brow furrowed in contemplation. He turned to scrutinize Cheng Xing intently, and after a brief moment, the level of Cheng Xing materialized above his head. When there is a significant disparity in levels between awakeners, even if the lower-level awakener conceals their aura, their level remains transparent to those of higher standing. Upon discovering the unexpectedly high level of Cheng Xing, Chen Yifei was momentarily taken aback, and an astonishing realization dawned upon him, dispelling the drowsiness from his eyes. Did you slay an E-level calamity beast? Chen Yifei inquired, his expression laden with peculiarity. Isn't it permissible to kill? Cheng Xing scratched his head in confusion. The examination requirements didn't state that one cannot eliminate the virtual calamity beasts, did they? However, the weapon's level was still rather low, and without armor. Cheng Xing would have resolved the matter in a mere minute. Upon Cheng Xing's admission, Chen Yifei seemed to have discovered a treasure, which elucidated why he had emerged early without any failure notifications. Chen Yifei then took the document from the examiner that recorded the student's information, glancing at it with a bewildered expression. F-level? Are you jesting? He exclaimed. You are at level 13, having single-handedly defeated an E-level calamity beast. You must possess a talent above S-level. Chen Yifei's subsequent words left Cheng Yun wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief. What? How could he possibly be of S-level talent? Chapter 32, the top scorer of the martial arts examination. Instructor, did you perhaps make an error? Cheng Yun questioned incredulously, unable to fathom how Cheng Xing could possess a talent above S-level. If he were indeed of S-level talent, how could he have severed ties with the Cheng family? It was inconceivable. He was clearly more suited to being deemed a waste. Are you attempting to instruct me? Chen Yifei cast a cold glance at Cheng Yun, an invisible pressure seemingly weighing upon him, compelling him to quickly silence himself. Witnessing Chen Yifei's unwavering certainty, Cheng Yun's expression fluctuated ominously. Should the Cheng family discover that Cheng Xing was of S-level talent, everything he currently possessed would be snatched away. No, this information must not reach them. Absolutely not. After retorting to Cheng Yun, Chen Yifei donned a different expression, increasingly finding Cheng Xing to be more agreeable. Although he was unsure why Cheng Xing had not utilized the qualification for automatic admission above S-level. The fact that he was at level 13 implied he had traversed the disaster zone alone, thus ruling out the possibility of being a scion of nobility or a descendant of a war god. This meant he was a naturally gifted genius of S-level, or even SS-level talent. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Yifei suddenly envisioned his teacher and shuddered, glancing back at Cheng Xing. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. His teacher had exceedingly high standards for students. After all these years, he had only one student. If he were to find another student for her, perhaps after scolding him, she would refrain from chastising him. After this train of thought, Chen Yifei placed a hand on Cheng Xing's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Cheng Xing, remember to seek me out when you enroll. I shall recommend a teacher for you." The admiration in his eyes was palpable, causing onlookers to gasp in astonishment and turn envious gazes toward Cheng Xing. Initially skeptical individuals now fell silent, none daring to utter another word. "Instructor, isn't this inappropriate?" One voice interjected. "Call me not instructor, but Brother Fei. It feels too formal." In an instant, Chen Yifei transformed from a somber figure to a familiar older brother. Engaging in casual conversation with Cheng Xing. Ahem, Instructor Chen, the examination has yet to conclude." The examiner, sensing the situation had taken an unexpected turn, hurriedly interjected, interrupting Chen Yifei's animated dialogue. Only then did he cease, allowing Cheng Xing to return to the queue, casting him a look that suggested he believed in his potential without doubt. "Instructor, how should we grade him?" the examiner queried, a vein of frustration evident on his forehead. However, due to Chen Yifei's stature, he felt obliged to continue. 100 points. It must be 100 points, Chen Yifei asserted. Full marks are 90 points. After a brief yet fervent debate, the examiner invoked the name of Chen Yifei's teacher, ultimately settling Cheng Xing's score at 90 points. This scene incited Cheng Yun's ire, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Hey, why hasn't this person left? Candidate, you should return. The next round of examinations is about to commence." Chen Yifei observed Cheng Yun lingering, promptly gesturing for the examiner to proceed with the examination while he reclined back into a chair to continue his rest. Upon rejoining his classmates, the students of Class 1 immediately surrounded Cheng Xing. "Cheng Xing, you are actually of S-level talent, having deceived us for so long?" "Indeed. Cheng Xing, how did you transition from F-level to S-level talent? Please enlighten us." Cheng Xing glanced at his panel displaying SSS-level talent, refraining from correcting them, merely nodding in response. "I honestly don't know. I just awoke and took a nap at home, and by the next day, I had become S-level talent. Perhaps it was a second awakening." Cheng Xing recounted the narrative he had meticulously prepared. Although rare, instances of second awakenings were not unheard of. Roughly 1 in a million might experience a second awakening after certain events. For instance, there had been individuals who, after sustaining head injuries, found their talents upgraded upon recovery. Or an elder suffering from Alzheimer's who, after treatment, misremembered their talent, resulting in an upgrade. Yet, for these individuals, second awakenings typically resulted in only minor improvements, usually ascending 1 level, with a select few achieving 2 or 3 levels. Cheng Xing's leap from F-level to S-level was indeed extraordinary. "All right, everyone, disperse." Witnessing an increasing crowd, Li Jie promptly interjected. At this moment, he was basking in the glory of having 2 students achieve full marks, a feat unmatched by any class in the first school. After restoring order, Li Jie's peripheral vision caught several teachers from other schools infiltrating, their sights clearly set on Cheng Xing and Chu Yanyan. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he rushed to intercept them. How could they poach students right before him? Having escaped the throng, Cheng Xing breathed a sigh of relief. From once being looked down upon to now basking in the spotlight, he found the transition quite disconcerting. "Hee, I knew you could do it." Chu Yanyan, who had always believed in Cheng Xing's capabilities, exclaimed cheerfully. Although she had only just learned of Cheng Xing's S-level talent, she fully understood the implications. A person with no background suddenly awakening to S-level talent would inevitably attract envy from others. Historically, many with S-level talent had met untimely ends before reaching maturity. Seeing Chu Yanyan genuinely delighted for him warmed Cheng Xing's heart, prompting him to smile broadly and affectionately pat her head. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Cheng Yun returned to his class, all eyes were fixed upon Cheng Xing, leaving him feeling utterly neglected. The stark contrast and attention gnawed at him, his expression darkening with rage. He glared at Cheng Xing in the distance, fists clenched tight. "Continue to revel in your glory. You shan't leap too far." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes as his demeanor softened considerably. As subsequent examinations continued to yield numerous perfect scores, a closer inspection revealed that most of these were scions of prestigious families, all possessing considerable talent and resources. The examination for the rankings was considerably simplified, as the virtual disaster beast had already filtered out the majority of candidates. Those who managed to proceed only needed to release their aura for the examiners to assess their levels before being registered. Naturally, Cheng Xing stood out as the top contender with a remarkable rank of level 13, while Chu Yanyan followed closely behind at level 11. Thus concluded the examination that would shape their destinies. Before returning home, Chen Yifei made a point to approach Cheng Xing, urging him to seek him out upon enrollment and subtly suggesting he would introduce him to his mentor, a teacher of a level 49 awakened. Intriguing. Cheng Xing was visibly taken aback upon hearing about Chen Yifei's mentor, and he couldn't help but acknowledge that a teacher capable of nurturing such advanced students piqued his interest. All right, I shall visit, he replied. With Cheng Xing's response, Chen Yifei felt relieved and allowed him to depart. As the candidates exited, the vast exhibition hall gradually fell silent. It was then that Chen Yifei took out his phone. Speak, came an impatient voice from the other end. Teacher, I've brought back a tremendous gem. Are you feeling mischievous? Not at all. I've discovered a promising talent. I suspect he might possess SS-level aptitude. Chen Yifei involuntarily shuddered and quickly began to explain. After the examination concluded, the results were promptly relayed back to the school. Cheng Xing, alongside Chu Yanyan, quickly ascended to become prominent figures at Huanan No. 4 High School. The principal himself personally escorted them back, and after a series of accolades, they were finally allowed to leave. Over here, as they stepped out of the school gates, they spotted Zhang Chong waving at them. The classmates had originally planned to gather for a celebration, but he found it too bothersome and declined. Cheng Xing had no desire to attend, and naturally, neither did Chu Yanyan, leading to a simple arrangement to meet Zhang Chong at Zhang's restaurant. Congratulations on your admission to Wuda. Zhang Chong raised his glass. And you've done well too, securing a place at Huanda. Cheng Xing smiled joyfully in response. Zhang Chong had successfully gained admission to Huanda, the finest ordinary university within the Huanan base. Cheng Xing genuinely felt delighted for his close friend. The three companions toasted and exchanged dreams of the future. By the time Cheng Xing returned home, night had fallen. He had barely settled down when his phone rang. Congratulations, Cheng Xing, on your acceptance to Huanan Wuda. But what made you choose the martial arts examination? Su Haoran's voice came through the phone, accompanied by the congratulatory voices of Su, Yanran, and others. Why didn't you inform me that having an aptitude above S-level guarantees direct admission? Cheng Xing retorted earnestly. He was indeed aware of the direct admission for those with S-level talents and above. However, during his awakening, he was classified as F-level, and everyone assumed he was S-level. To secure direct admission, he would need to showcase his true aptitude, which would inevitably reveal his actual talent level. Although his previous slip of the tongue had exposed this, it seemed no one believed him, leaving Cheng Xing puzzled about whether SSS-level aptitude held a deeper significance. Until he uncovered the truth, he opted to maintain his concealment. For only a well-hidden card could be deemed a trump card. Did I not mention it? Upon hearing this, Su Haoran on the other end scratched his head, hesitating. Had he really not informed Cheng Xing? Oh, the process isn't important. What matters is the outcome, he hastily added, then continued. I almost forgot about the formal selection process. In a few days, pack your belongings. We'll come to fetch you. Understood, Cheng Xing replied, his eyes narrowing as he anticipated witnessing the so-called selection. In Area A of the Huanan base, at the war goddess residence, a resounding series of knocks echoed. The servants of the Cheng family had formed two lines, and as Cheng Yun stepped out of the Maybach, a cacophony of celebratory fireworks erupted, showering colorful streamers from above. Congratulations, young master, on becoming the champion of the martial arts examination. The servants, reciting their rehearsed lines, collectively offered their blessings to Cheng Yun. Clearly, they were unaware of the recent reforms in the martial arts examination and had not inquired about the results of the day's assessment. Observing this, Cheng Yun's expression darkened. The smiles and congratulations of the servants began to mock him. It was time to replace this batch of servants. They were far too foolish, he mused inwardly. With a stoic expression, he passed through the servants and walked straight into the villa. Strange, why do I feel that the young master isn't very happy? Could it be that he doesn't appreciate our surprise? No way, he used to love this sort of thing, claiming it created a lively atmosphere. Some observant servants noticed Cheng Yun's unusual demeanor and exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, they disbanded only after he retreated to his room. My precious son, you finally returned. Lu Chunyuan exclaimed joyfully as she approached Cheng Yun. Instantly, Cheng Yun transformed his demeanor, donning a warm smile as he embraced Lu Chunyuan. Thank you for your hard work today. I had the servants prepare a feast of your favorite dishes, she said, patting his back as she led him to the dining room. Cheng Xingyang had long awaited their arrival at the main seat, though his pallid complexion indicated he had not yet recovered from his severe injuries. Let me see this year's martial arts examination champion, Lu Chunyuan said, unable to contain her pride as she cradled Cheng Yun's face. Cheng Xingyang also turned to him, his expression filled with approval. According to past martial arts examinations, Cheng Yun's level and aptitude practically guaranteed him the title of champion. They had boasted about Cheng Yun's prowess as the champion to others. However, upon hearing this, Cheng Yun's smile abruptly faltered, and after a moment of awkwardness, he finally said, Dad, Mom, this year the martial arts examination has undergone reforms, although I scored full marks. I am not the champion. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Cheng Yun's expression was one of guilt as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet their eyes. What? You're not the champion? Upon hearing that Cheng Yun did not secure the title, Cheng Xingyang and the others' expressions darkened. They had been boasting about their son's achievements. Yet, seeing Cheng Yun's remorseful demeanor softened their hearts. It's all right, it's not your fault. It must be due to the reforms in the examination. Why change something that was perfectly fine? Lu Chunyuan was the first to comfort Cheng Yun. I want to know who made these changes. Cheng Xingyang seemed to find a semblance of resolve, hastily retrieving his phone. Hello? Director Yao? Why did this martial arts examination undergo reforms without prior notice? Our previous examination was quite effective. Why change it? This is detrimental to the selection of talent. Cheng Xingyang questioned the deputy director of the Education Bureau on the other end of the line with a tone of indignation. It was proposed by Lord Su. Well, that's fine then, he replied, but as he listened to the explanation on the phone, his expression shifted and the strength in his voice waned. A heavy silence fell over the dining room. No, I must see who could possibly be more outstanding than my son. In a moment of embarrassment, Cheng Xingyang suddenly remembered something and picked up his phone to check the rankings of this year's martial arts examination. Dad, don't. Cheng Yun's face changed again, and just as he attempted to intervene, it was too late. Cheng Xingyang soon found the rankings for the martial arts examination and began to scan through them. It didn't take long for him to spot Cheng Yun's name, tied for third place with 5 or 6 others, all of whom he recognized. Not merely a scion of a prominent family, but the progeny of a war god. However, upon encountering the second contestant, Chu Yinyin, his expression shifted once more, and it dawned on him that the Chu family's heiress appeared to be of the same age as Cheng Yun. With this realization, Cheng Xingyang found himself lost in thought. If Cheng Yun were to unite with Chu Yinyin in matrimony, the Cheng family would ascend to unparalleled heights. Such a matter required careful contemplation. Regaining his focus, he then scrolled down to the name of the top scorer in the martial arts examination. Cheng Xing? How could this be possible? Cheng Xingyang stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the name displayed on his phone. Noticing his intense reaction, Lu Chunyin glanced over in curiosity. Upon seeing the name Cheng Xing, she mirrored Cheng Xingyang's astonishment. Yunner, who is this Cheng Xing? They turned their gaze towards Cheng Yun. It's not him. Cheng Yun calmly shook his head, betraying no sign of agitation. Not him. Oh. It seems indeed not. This Cheng Xing possesses S-level talent. How could he possibly be that F-level waste? However, the fact that someone with S-level talent participated in the martial arts examination made it understandable if Yunner did not secure the top position. After reviewing the rankings, Cheng Xingyang and the others comforted Cheng Yun with a sense of justified ease. By the way, Yunner, I have wonderful news for you. This time, I have accomplished a significant feat for the base and secured you a selection quota for the Awakener Management Bureau. In a few days, you shall participate. And do try to get close to a girl named Chu Yinyan. Chapter 34. Undermining Rivals, H District, South China Base. Cheng Xing donned his previous set of gear, gripping a sword in one hand and a bag in the other, patiently awaiting downstairs. Before long, a military jeep emerged at the end of the street, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding vehicles. The occupants of the jeep quickly spotted Cheng Xing and swiftly pulled up beside him. Get in. The window rolled down, revealing Su Haoran clad in the trench coat he had worn during their initial meeting, sporting sunglasses and speaking coolly. The other members in the vehicle exchanged bemused glances, knowing that Su Haoran had a penchant for flirting with girls and exuding a carefree demeanor. Once Cheng Xing got into the vehicle, he barely had time to greet the other members before Su Haoran pressed the accelerator, and the jeep roared to life, speeding away. As he observed the direction of travel, Cheng Xing felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Soon, the gates of H District came into view. The selection ISNT at the base? Cheng Xing couldn't help but utter a light gasp. Of course not at the base, but where exactly? You shall discover in due time. Gao Qin chuckled in response. Rest assured, with both your and Su Yaren's prowess, there should be no unforeseen complications in this selection. Li Man assumed Cheng Xing was anxious and quickly spoke up. If both Cheng Xing and Su Yaren, both possessing S-level talents, failed to pass the selection, then their management bureau would be devoid of new recruits. Oh, Cheng Xing, this is for you. Su Yaren suddenly recalled something, retrieving a box from her pocket and handing it to Cheng Xing. For me? Cheng Xing inquired, puzzled. But upon opening the box, he was enlightened. Inside lay a delicately crafted ring. Soul of the Snow Wolf. Quality, D-level. Effect, Agility 3, Strength 2. It then struck Cheng Xing that Su Yaren had originally offered him a D-level item as compensation for his assistance. Oh, how embarrassing. We are friends after all. No. You must take it back. Cheng Xing insisted, though his hands deftly swapped out his current gear for the soul of the Snow Wolf. Su Yaren rolled her eyes in exasperation. After the jeep entered the camp, Gao Chun disembarked to register at the counter before driving out of the base. As they ventured further in, Cheng Xing began to notice the extraordinary nature of the jeep. The lower-tier disaster beasts encountered along the route fled in terror upon sensing the vehicle retreating to a safe distance. Fascinating, isn't it? The exterior of this vehicle is crafted from materials derived from sea-level disaster beasts, naturally repelling lower-tier disaster creatures. Su Yiren educated him. Aware that traversing disaster zones was impractical on foot for awakeners. Typically, once an adventurer team reaches a certain level, they opt to acquire such a vehicle for traversing disaster areas. However, the effectiveness and cost vary greatly with the material quality. Cheng Xing, while having heard of such vehicles, was experiencing this for the first time. After all, such a vehicle could be a financial burden even for a small team. In the disaster zone surrounding Q City, the first batch of participants had already arrived ahead of time. The disaster beasts within a kilometer radius had been cleared by powerful members of the Awakener Management Bureau, with several strong individuals lurking in the shadows. Cheng Yun gazed at the participants and felt a wave of astonishment. After all, anyone who made it to this location was undoubtedly among the elite talents of the Jiangnan base. The least among them possessed B-level talent, with all members exceeding level 10. Soon, Cheng Yun spotted a graceful figure in a robe amidst the crowd. A few days prior, Cheng Xingyang had shown him a photograph of Chu Yanyan, and he realized she was the same girl who had remained by Cheng Xing's side during the examination. So what if you have talent? Do you have the means to participate in such selections? Cheng Yun surveyed his surroundings, and upon not spotting Cheng Xing, he smirked disdainfully. No matter how high the talent, without resources, it amounted to naught. Observing Chu Yanyan greeting others from afar, Cheng Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. If I were to steal her away, Cheng Xing's expression would surely be delightful. Cheng Yun mused, preparing himself, donning a gentle smile resembling that of a friendly older brother, and approached. Miss Chu? What a coincidence. You are here for the Awakener Management Bureau selection as well? The sudden appearance of Cheng Yun startled Chu Yanyan, and upon recognizing him, she frowned slightly. What is he doing here? She had sensed Cheng Xing's disdain for this individual during the martial arts examination. Despite her upbringing, she nodded curtly in acknowledgement of his overture. Cheng Yun was taken aback by Chu Yanyan's cold response. He had observed her being amiable with others. Why was he being treated differently? Miss Chu, shall we team up? I am an A-level talent swordsman and can serve as your front line. Cheng Yun quickly regained his composure and continued. Having learned from Cheng Xingyang that this selection required teams of 3, with Chu Yanyan's talent designated as a rear-line mage, his abilities could shield her from disaster beasts and create opportunities for her to unleash her powers. He could not fathom any reason for her to refuse. No need. I already have a team. A hint of impatience flickered across Chu Yanyan's face as she promptly declined without a second thought. Impossible. I've been watching you for some time now and haven't seen you approach anyone about teaming up. Cheng Yun instinctively retorted, but he quickly regretted it. Upon realizing someone had been covertly observing her, Chu Yanyan's expression soured. Do I need to inform you about my team arrangements? Pervert. With that, Chu Yanyan took several steps back, attempting to distance herself from Cheng Yun. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to. Cheng Yun called after her, preparing to pursue. However, before he could finish, a jeep came into view. Upon seeing the jeep, Chu Yanyan's face lit up with a smile, and she hurried forward. As the figures disembarked from the vehicle, Cheng Yun's expression transformed dramatically, darkening with an ominous intensity. Damn it, you just want to go away, will you? He seethed through clenched teeth. The individuals emerging from the car were none other than Cheng Xing and Su Yanran. Xiaoran, Yan. Upon stepping out, Su Yanran's face, previously cool and aloof, lit up with a radiant smile as she spotted the approaching Chu Yanyan. The two immediately embraced, drawing close together, shattering the icy demeanor of the so-called Ice Queen in Cheng Xing's mind. Are you two this close? He inquired, astonished. Of course, we are the best of friends, came the cheerful reply. Although Cheng Xing was aware that the relationship between the Su and Chu families was complex, he was still taken aback by the depth of their camaraderie. Nonetheless, the sight of the two women together created a striking tableau. He is actually here too? Cheng Xing soon detected a familiar, unsettling gaze, and upon turning slightly, he encountered the grim visage of Cheng Yun. I recall that position was recommended by the war god. Given his prior involvement in quelling the chaos in L-Town against the crimson-eyed mad dog, Su Yanran remarked, following Cheng Xing's line of sight. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Let us form a team, she suggested. Chapter 35, A Sinister Undertone. Without hesitation, the two accepted Chu Yanyan's invitation to form a team. Cheng Xing soon noticed 3 health bars appearing in his peripheral vision, representing their trio. This selection process required groups of 3, who would then spend a week in the disaster zone. During this week, each team's collection of materials and equipment would be converted into points, with the top 10 teams being selected based on their final score. Chu Yanyan proceeded to explain the rules of the selection process, and the moment they heard it, both Cheng Xing and Su Yanran's expressions turned peculiar. Points based on materials and equipment? Cheng Xing repeated in disbelief. Unaware of Cheng Xing's talent, Chu Yanyan nodded confidently. This is what the staff in charge of the selection informed us upon our arrival. Yanran, do you think your family is engaging in some underhanded dealings? This seems excessively shady. Surely not. Has my father succumbed to corruption? I shall inquire, Su Yanran murmured, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing thoughtfully. This rule undeniably reeks of foul play. Seemingly tailored for Cheng Xing, she added before stepping aside to retrieve her phone. What is with your reactions? Chu Yanyan queried, perplexed by their odd behavior. Are you aware of my talent? Cheng Xing quietly explained to her. Of course. It enhances drop rates. She nodded in comprehension, having learned of his ability when it was still classified as F-level. However, with its advancement to S-level, the effect had shifted significantly, increasing the drop rate to 50. Cheng Xing refrained from disclosing the SSS-level effect, opting instead to align with her understanding of the S-level talent, slightly downplaying its potency. Even so, upon hearing about the 50 increase in drop rates, Chu Yan couldn't suppress a gasp. That probability is absurd. It does lend credence to the notion that this selection is indeed tainted. Could my father truly be involved in such corruption? She pondered silently. Shortly thereafter, Su Yanran returned with an expression of intrigue. I've inquired, and it appears to be a mere coincidence. Meanwhile, Su Jingwo, located far away at the South China Tower, wore an expression of puzzlement. Moments ago, his daughter had called, insisting that their bond was sufficient to navigate this selection without requiring any preferential treatment from him, urging him to refrain from any further corruption. Could it be that someone on my staff has inadvertently facilitated her? He mused, his expression darkening as he summoned the selection rules from the Awakener Management Bureau, using disaster beast drops as points for ranking. This selection is not as simple as it seems. How could I have been accused of corruption? As Su Yanran and her companions continued to scrutinize her father, a throng of individuals began to gather, culminating in an assembly of over 100 participants. After learning the rules, they spent over half an hour organizing their teams. At that moment, a distinct cough resonated through the crowd, capturing everyone's attention and plunging the area into silence. A figure, vibrant with youth, materialized above them. Traversing the air, clad in a trench coat akin to that worn by Su Haoran, albeit in a different hue. With that cough, a formidable aura emanated from him, revealing a level above his head, level 52. Is that the war god? Someone murmured in disbelief. But I've never heard of such a war god. Not everyone aspires to become one, they remarked, astonished by the unexpected presence of a war god-level combatant at such a seemingly trivial selection. However, it made sense, as this selection attracted the most elite new awakeners from the South China base. Any mishap could spell catastrophic ramifications for the base. It's Uncle Qin. Chu Yanyan and her companion recognized him instantly, given their backgrounds as heirs of the Su and Chu families. I am Qin Zhan, the overseer of this selection. Allow me to reiterate the rules, he declared, gathering their attention once more. You should have received a map of the Q City disaster zone on your phones, indicating the parameters of this trial. Within this range, you are free to roam. Higher tier drops yield greater points, and should you possess the capability, you may attempt to hunt D-level disaster beasts. I will not hinder you. Qin Zhan carefully outlined the trial's stipulations, then produced a green orb. This orb contains a fragment of my essence. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, you may shatter it, and I will arrive post-haste. However, doing so will result in your disqualification from this selection. With that, several experts from the Awakener Management Bureau stepped forward to distribute the green orbs to each participant. Be advised, we will only count the quantity of disaster beast drops, regardless of their origin. However, killing is strictly prohibited. At this point, Qin Zhan's gaze sharpened, an invisible pressure descending upon the crowd, causing an involuntary shiver among them. The Awakener Management Bureau was founded to combat corruption. Any violent actions against fellow Awakeners would breach their fundamental principles. Hearing this, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, recognizing the weight of this rule. As anticipated, the atmosphere among all the teams grew tense, each casting wary glances at one another. What on earth is happening? Chu Yan wondered aloud, sensing the growing tension. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran exchanged glances, realizing they had overlooked her somewhat naive demeanor. It was only after Su Yanran whispered a reminder that Chu Yan appeared to grasp the situation. Nevertheless, this will serve as a safe zone, where each team will be allocated an area to store their drops. Within this safe zone, violence is strictly forbidden, Qin Zhan continued, as the participants fell into contemplation. Under the supplementary rules, the operational feasibility of the entire selection process has significantly increased. One must hunt a sufficient number of disaster beasts while also relying on luck, as the drops from these creatures can be quite meager. After acquiring the spoils, caution must be exercised to guard against other teams attempting to snatch them away before reaching the safe zone. Once a warehouse area is secured, they can set off. At Qin Zhan's command, numerous teams sprang into action. Cheng Xing and his companions were quick to locate a warehouse area. This so-called warehouse area was merely a large tent set up, containing several sizable backpacks. After designating their warehouse area, each of them donned a backpack and prepared to embark. However, unlike them, the other teams approached the task lightly, carrying only their own equipment. Observing this scene, Qin Zhan wore a peculiar expression. Aren't those the two young ladies from the Su and Chu families? With their current demeanor, they seem as if they're preparing for a procurement trip. Chapter 36. The selection begins. Upon leaving the safe zone outlined by Qin Zhan, Cheng Xing promptly retrieved his phone to study the map of the outskirts of Q City. After all, he had never ventured into this disaster zone before, so caution was paramount. The map indicated a vast area of activity, encompassing nearly the entirety of Q City. Although Q City was classified as a sea-level disaster zone, the strength of their group meant that delving into the depths could lead to encounters with sea-level disaster beasts, which would likely spell doom. No one would be foolish enough to take such risks. The periphery, classified as an E-level disaster zone, primarily hosted E-level blood cockroaches and plague rats. Let us proceed deeper. Plague rats tend to travel in groups of at least 3. Our initial target will be the blood cockroaches, and we shall challenge the plague rats once our levels increase. As Cheng Xing examined the map, a strategy quickly formed in his mind. The proximity to the safe zone meant a higher concentration of teams. Only by venturing further in would the number of teams diminish. This would allow for a more manageable confrontation with the disaster beast without the worry of being ambushed from behind by other teams. Moreover, their strength was formidable enough to handle deeper incursions. All right, I have no objections. I'll follow your lead. Su Yanran and the others nodded in agreement, expressing their trust in him, forged by past experiences in L-Town. Consequently, Cheng Xing and his group began to traverse the ruins of Q City. Along the way, they encountered several teams. Some had already engaged in battles with disaster beasts. Upon seeing them, these teams immediately grew wary and kept a close watch, fearful of any attempts to steal their spoils. Others, however, observed the ongoing skirmishes from a distance, silently calculating their next move. As they ventured deeper, the level of disaster beasts they encountered began to rise, with level 10 beasts becoming increasingly scarce, most being level 11 or higher, and the number of nearby teams dwindling. After all, not every team could boast an awakened individual with S-level talent. This seems like a suitable spot to begin. Cheng Xing attentively listened, ensuring no other teams were engaged in combat nearby. Before halting their advance, they skillfully located a relatively intact high-rise building and settled their backpacks. From their elevated vantage point, they meticulously scanned the surroundings for disaster beasts. With their elevated levels, their eyesight surpassed that of ordinary individuals. At the 12 o'clock position, 2 kilometers away, there was a blood cockroach. At 4 o'clock, 4 kilometers away, a group of 4 plague rats could be seen. Let us first deal with the nearest one. After marking their targets, the 3 descended and charged towards the closest blood cockroach. Disaster beast, blood cockroach. Level, 11. Health, 550. Attributes, strength, 37. Agility, 38. Constitution, 34. Spirit, 22. Talent, E-level digestion recovery effect. Restores health when consuming food. Skill, bite, LV1. The information about the blood cockroach quickly appeared before them. Cheng Xing nodded to his companions, and without any elaborate strategy, they advanced decisively. 4-way slash. Cheng Xing unleashed a skill, and before the blood cockroach could react, it was met with 4 gashes, causing its health to plummet dramatically. Hiss! The blood cockroach let out a pained screech, but before it could discern Cheng Xing's figure, a lithe silhouette surged forward, radiant with sword light, landing another skill upon it. Simultaneously, the surrounding temperature soared. Chu Yanyan, clad in a robe and wielding a staff taller than herself, radiated a faint crimson glow. As she aimed her staff at the blood cockroach, an intricate red magic circle swiftly materialized, and in the next moment, a 2-meter diameter fireball shot forth. The fireball traveled at blinding speed, striking the blood cockroach in an instant, engulfing it completely. The creature emitted a wail as its health was rapidly depleted, and it collapsed lifelessly. You have slain a level 11 blood cockroach, earning 333 experience points. The trio received feedback simultaneously in their team status. Astonishingly, the level 11 blood cockroach had not even managed a single counterattack against their combined might. Let us see what it dropped, Su Yanran said, wrinkling her nose as she hurried over to rummage through the charred remains of the blood cockroach. Strange nothing? Moments later, Su Yanran approached with a puzzled expression, her hands empty, clearly indicating that no materials had dropped this time. It's possible that I didn't land the final blow, Cheng Xing mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then let us find another. With that, they resumed their pursuit and quickly set their sights on another blood cockroach. This time, Chu Yanyan would initiate the attack, followed closely by Su Yanran, with Cheng Xing delivering the final blow. This time, Su Yanran picked up 2 tooth-like materials from the blood cockroach's corpse. Blood cockroach tooth. Quality, E-level. Effect, minor. Looking at the materials in her hands, Chu Yanyan's peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight. Something actually dropped? This 50 drop rate is astonishing. How exhilarating. When I was leveling up previously, after slaying a plethora of disaster beasts, I barely saw 10 materials drop. Now, we've only killed 1. And we've already got 2. What a stark contrast. What is this? You'll find out soon enough, Su Yanran chuckled, recalling how she had witnessed Cheng Xing even obtain talents from disaster beasts. The final blow will be yours from now on. With that joyful resolution made, the 2 women unanimously decided that Cheng Xing would deliver the finishing strikes. Cheng Xing could only helplessly shrug in response, as long as they were happy. Meanwhile, on another front, Cheng Yin looked at his position on the map of Q City's outskirts with trepidation. The disaster beasts roaming nearby were already at level 13. Ahead of him stood a striking figure and a young man in white. Observing their unyielding pace, Cheng Yin felt a pang of regret. But after a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and cautiously inquired, Wang Qian, do you think we've ventured too deeply into the disaster zone? Do you have objections? Upon hearing this, Wang Qian halted, turned to Cheng Yin with a furrowed brow, and replied impatiently. Wang Qian, adorned in a specially tailored bodysuit, showcased her stunning figure with remarkable aplomb, her enchanting visage capturing the gaze of all who beheld her. This area had already become a haunt for level 13 disaster beasts. Should we venture further? It may prove perilous given our current capabilities. Perilous? Do you still wish to join the Awakener Management Bureau? Are you unaware of the meager drops from disaster beasts? To secure the top position, we must surpass them in quality. Furthermore, are you belittling my S-rank talent? Wang Qian uttered coldly, her reluctance to include Cheng Yin stemming solely from his resemblance to a member of another team. I do not. Then silence yourself and follow me. Chapter 37. Novels are deceitful. Deep within the disaster zone on the outskirts of Q City. Yin, I am in position. Received, watch me. Su Yanran sprinted through the dilapidated streets, shouting into her phone while deftly dodging the shadowy figures lunging at her from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, she discerned 4 disaster beasts resembling oversized rats pursuing her, each measuring a meter in length, with crimson eyes and gray fur glinting with a metallic sheen. Their sharp fangs protruding menacingly. Disaster beast, plague rat. Level, 13. Health, 800. Attributes, Strength 33, Agility 35, Constitution 45, Spirit 26. Talent, E-rank crowd effect. When there are 3 or more individuals in the team, all attributes increase by 10. Skill, Bite LV1. Stealing a glance at the relentless plague rats behind her, Su Yanran displayed not a shred of panic. She mused silently that this batch of plague rats was of commendable quality. Thunderous wrath. Upon reaching the predetermined location, a whisper emanated from the side of the crumbling street. No sooner had the words left her lips than a deep blue magic array materialized above the plague rats, and thick bolts of lightning descended like a merciless storm, engulfing the entire area of the array. By the time the plague rats registered the thunder that instinctively made them tremble, the lightning had already struck them down. Squeak, squeak. In the next moment, they shrieked in agony, their health plummeting dramatically, vanishing in an instant. Frostblade enclosure. With the thunder continuing for several heartbeats, Su Yanran seized the opportunity while the beasts were still reeling from the impact, drawing her sword and unleashing her skill, the blade gleaming ominously. Terrifying gashes appeared on the bodies of the 4 plague rats, further diminishing their health. Just as they began to recover from their stunned state, their speed inexplicably increased. The plague rats' eyes flared with a fierce crimson glow as they charged at Su Yanran, closing the distance to less than 2 meters in the blink of an eye. To this, Su Yanran appeared oblivious, remaining motionless in her stance. Seeing this, the plague rats exhibited an almost human-like sense of triumph. Quad slash. However, in the next instant, a figure that had been concealed in the shadows of the street for quite some time suddenly sprang forth, moving with a swiftness that eclipsed that of the plague rats. With a sharp shout, 4 blades of light emerged as a barrier, separating Su Yanran from the beasts. In an instant, 4 crimson lines appeared across the plague rats. Blood sprang forth, and their health dropped to 0 in that moment. You have slain a level 12 plague rat. Experience 666. You have slain a level 13 plague rat. Experience 666. The 4 plague rats collapsed, dropping a plethora of items. Chu Yinyan dashed over excitedly to inspect the spoils, despite having witnessed many drops before. Each new haul filled her with uncontainable joy. Hey, what is this? The items dropped by this batch of plague rats were notably impressive, including 4 materials and no fewer than 3 pieces of equipment. However, one luminous orb quickly caught her eye. It's here. Cheng Xing and the others exchanged glances. After a lengthy grind, they had finally encountered their first talent of the day. Wow, this is actually a talent. Chu Yinyan picked up the orb, and the system's feedback followed suit. In the next moment, disbelief and excitement flooded her eyes as she rushed to Cheng Xing, clutching the orb. Cheng Xing, you're amazing. You managed to extract a talent. At this moment, Chu Yinyan's eyes sparkled with admiration, her awe evident. As a member of the Chu family, she had never heard of talents being extracted in such a manner. Stay humble. Remember to keep this a secret for me. Cheng Xing casually accepted the orb. Talent, crowd effect. Level, E-rank. Talent effect. When there are 3 or more individuals in the team, all attributes increase by 10. After reviewing the attributes, Cheng Xing handed it to the 2 of them, saying, who wishes to be the guinea pig to see if you can utilize this talent? Yin, you go. Xiaoran, you try. The 2 women exchanged glances before simultaneously recommending one another. There's no need to bicker over who goes first. This talent is exceptional. If both of you can use it, then our target will be the plague rats, aiming for 1 talent each. Cheng Xing smiled, explaining. Upon hearing this, The two women hesitated for some time before ultimately conceding the opportunity to Chu Yanyan. Use it. Chu Yanyan cradled the orb, silently chanting in her heart. You have acquired the talent. Crowd effect. As she read the system prompt, her tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, the joy within them palpable. Seeing this, Cheng Xing understood that the experiment had succeeded. Evidently, the extracted talent could be utilized by other awakeners as well. Name, Chu Yanyan. Level, 13, 5666400000. Health, 550. Attributes, Strength 15, Agility 15, Constitution 15, Spirit 87, Free Attribute Point 0. Talent, A rank Magic Proficiency, E rank Crowd Effect. Skills, B rank Thunderous Wrath, B rank Mage Shield, C rank Levitation. C rank Giant Fireball. Chu Yanyan excitedly displayed her panel information before Cheng Xing and the others. Her joy akin to that of a child who has just received a new toy. Thus, our next target will primarily be the plague rats, aiming for each of us to acquire a talent in the coming days. However, we may need to return to the safe zone first. Cheng Xing reassured the eager Chu Yanyan, who was almost on the verge of leaping onto him, and continued. Why? Shouldn't we seize the moment to hunt more disaster beasts? Chu Yanyan voiced her confusion. It seemed that since she began following Cheng Xing, her demeanor had become increasingly naive. Our backpacks are nearly full. Su Yan, with a hint of annoyance, pinched her cheek and pointed at the plethora of dropped items strewn across the ground. I hadn't noticed. Let us head back for now. Carrying such a load makes it impractical to delve deeper. Cheng Xing shrugged, exasperated. Without hesitation, they began gathering the materials and equipment from the ground. Returning to the location where they had temporarily stored their backpacks, the once empty large backpacks were now crammed to the brim with equipment and materials. Each of the three bore a pack on their backs and carried another in their hands, marching grandly towards the safe zone. To an uninformed observer, it might appear as though the trio was embarking on a camping trip. As they drew closer to the safe zone, the number of teams in the vicinity began to increase. Each of them bore marks from the disaster beasts as well as from other awakeners. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the disaster zone grew increasingly tense. Whenever different teams crossed paths, a fierce battle was on the verge of igniting. Except for Cheng Xing and his companions, nearly every team that encountered them either took a wide berth or completely disregarded their presence. How peculiar, thought Chu Yanyan, raising an eyebrow. What is the matter? I recall having read some novels where, under such circumstances, several teams would typically emerge demanding we surrender our backpacks, lest they wish to witness our demise. Her curious eyes blinked, as if struggling to comprehend the situation. You mentioned novels. Those are mere fabrications, Cheng Xing replied, exasperated. Do you think this is one of those stories? At that moment, a nearby team had just spotted them. Captain, look, they seem to have amassed an enormous haul. One of the team members exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of Cheng Xing and his companions laden with numerous bags. Why don't we just rob them? Another teammate nodded in agreement. However, their captain swiftly reprimanded them. Are you two out of your minds? The selection process has only been half a day. How many materials have the teams that are hunting disaster beasts even dropped? Perhaps a maximum of 3 items? One replied. And the teams relying on theft? The captain continued. They have a bit more. The highest I've seen is 6 items. He then pointed at Cheng Xing and his group, asserting, now look at them, loaded with at least 100 materials. Is that even plausible? Even if we combined all the teams, they wouldn't possess such a quantity. He concluded. The only explanations are that they robbed every other team, or they are merely fishing. At these words, the two teammates finally grasped the implication, realizing their folly. Truly, the captain is wise. Consequently, this team chose to ignore Cheng Xing and his companions altogether. Chapter 38. The son-in-law of the Su or Chu family. In the disaster zone surrounding Q City, within the safety zone, Cheng Xing and his companions returned without encountering a single troublemaker. As they entered the safety zone, Qin Zhan, seated high above, slowly opened his eyes, sensing their arrival. Observing the multitude of bags they carried into the warehouse area, a strange expression crossed his face. With his formidable perception beyond level 50, he effortlessly discerned the abundance of materials stuffed within their backpacks. The daughters of the Su and Chu families? How could they possess such a wealth of resources? Qin Zhan pondered, perplexed, for even he, well-versed in such matters, had never witnessed such a spectacle. After a moment of contemplation, a singular possibility emerged in his mind. The Su and Chu families were orchestrating something behind the scenes. With this thought, Qin Zhan retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Qin Zhan, has something occurred during the selection? Soon, Su Jiangwo's voice came through the line. Brother Su, is this really necessary? It's merely a small selection, and Yanran and the others are certainly capable of passing. Such actions will only incite discontent among the others. Qin Zhan spoke with a tone of reason and emotion. Your words imply I am being corrupt, Su Jiangwo replied, thoroughly confused. Again, Qin Zhan swiftly seized upon the key word, and upon Su Jiangwo's inquiry, he recounted everything he had witnessed. On the other end, Su Jiangwo fell silent, his keen instincts alerting him that something was amiss. Moments later, He recalled a report from the L-Town disaster event, where Su Yanran had mentioned a boy suspected of possessing an S-grade talent. Give me information on this individual, Su Jiangwo commanded decisively. Before long, Cheng Xing's details appeared before him. Top scorer of the martial arts examination, S-grade talent. Allegedly favored by Chen Yifei. Single-handedly defeated an E-grade blood bug while also eliminating a level 13 fallen during the L-Town disaster. Su Jiangwo was taken aback upon reading about Cheng Xing's favor with Chen Yifei. As a level 49 awakened, Chen Yifei was among the fastest rising talents in the South China base, and while his status was not insignificant to Su Jiangwo, he was acutely aware of who stood behind Chen Yifei. Surprise aside, Su Jiangwo continued to read. Has frequented the war god estate. Awakened F-grade talent with an increased drop rate, possibly the son of Qing Zhengyang, has been entering disaster zones since the age of 16. His focus sharpened as he stumbled upon the crucial information. Increased drop rate. There must have been some incident that elevated his talent level to S-grade. Yet, to think that Cheng Xing could be that person's son? It seems I've missed something. Having perused Cheng Xing's information, all the pieces fell into place, leading Su Jiangwo to surmise that the issues stemmed from Cheng Xing. He had a strong inkling about the connection to the Chu family. Truly, a daughter is not easily kept. They've barely known each other, and yet she dares to conceal this from me. With that thought, Su Jiangwo picked up the office phone. Hello? This is Su Jiangwo. Su Haoran has been too idle lately. Find him some work. After releasing a deep breath, Su Jiangwo fell into thought. Cheng Xing's information undoubtedly revealed him to be a discreet, cautious, and composed individual. Particularly noteworthy was that he dared to enter disaster zones at the tender age of 16, a feat not everyone would attempt. An awakened individual struggles against disaster beasts, yet he, an unawakened person, shows such audacity. Furthermore, after acquiring a substantial fortune, he willingly shares it with those who once aided him. Such a person can only be reciprocated with sincerity. With all these clues, Su Jiangwo swiftly reached a conclusion. Cheng Xing's talent was of paramount importance to the South China base, or even the entirety of Huaxia. Presently, he may be at a low level, but the potential of his abilities at higher levels was unimaginable. While Su Jiangwo could not fathom why Cheng Xing chose to remain hidden, he resolved to assist him. Qinzhan, are you still there? I am. If anyone else poses a threat, just state it is the Su and Chu families acting from behind the scenes. Qinzhan gasped at Su Jiangwo's command. What? Also, keep a close watch on Cheng Xing. His safety is paramount. After issuing these brief instructions, Su Jiangwo hung up the phone. It appeared he was using the Su and Chu families as a backing for Cheng Xing. Just who was this Cheng Xing? Qinzhan observed the trio of Cheng Xing and his companions, who had neatly arranged their belongings and were now setting off again, his gaze flitting among them. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that this fellow is the son-in-law of either the Su or Chu family? Unbeknownst to Cheng Xing, he and Su Yanran delved deeper into the disaster zone. 6 days later, in the depths of the disaster zone surrounding Q City, 5 plague rats scurried in panic through the abandoned streets, pursued relentlessly by 3 figures. The trio exuded an overwhelming aura of predatory ferocity, akin to 3 bloodthirsty demons, instilling dread in the rats, which instinctively yearned to flee. What magnitude of carnage must one inflict upon the plague rats to elicit such an oppressive presence? They were none other than Cheng Xing and his companions. Massive fireball, Chu Yinyan chanted, her staff swirling as she conjured a spell, swiftly launching a fireball. In the blink of an eye, the fireball soared over the heads of the plague rats and landed squarely on their path of escape. Flames erupted, severing the rats' retreat. With no avenue for escape, the 5 plague rats turned to face their pursuers, their eyes ablaze with primal fury, their instincts for battle overpowering their dwindling intelligence. In the next instant, they opened their gaping maws and charged toward Chu Yanyan. Swamp technique. With a subtle smile, Chu Yanyan gently tapped her staff against the ground, and an earthen-hued magic circle instantly materialized beneath the 5 plague rats. The dilapidated asphalt road they stood upon transformed into a swamp as the magic circle vanished, causing their charge to falter as they became ensnared in the mire. Cold light, sword enclosure. Observing that Chu Yanyan had successfully restrained the plague rats, Su Yanran, light as a swallow, leaped into their midst. In an instant, the sword's radiance sliced through the air, eliciting anguished wails from the plague rats. Following closely behind, Cheng Xing took a decisive step forward. For direction slash, the blade's light raged forth, and the health of the 5 plague rats plummeted dramatically. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Su Yanran withdrew her sword, leaving Cheng Xing to deliver the final blows alone. Moments later, the plague rat's health was utterly depleted, and they collapsed lifelessly. Kill LV-15 plague rat, experience 1000. Kill LV-16 plague rat, experience 1166. As the effects of the swamp technique dissipated, the ground returned to its original state, drawing their attention to a faint green light emanating from the corpses of the plague rats. At last, something had dropped. Despite the increased drop rate, the chances of obtaining a talent remained relatively low, wiping the beads of sweat from their brows. Chu Yanyan and her companions reflected on the countless plague rats they had slain over the past few days. Although a second crowd talent had emerged the day following the selection, the third had yet to materialize, until now, on the final day. Cheng Xing accepted the talent handed to him by Su Yanran and activated it immediately. Acquired talent, crowd control. He opened his status panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 18, 530, 408, 0000. Health, 800. Attributes, Strength 83, Agility 131, Constitution 36, Spirit 36, Free Attribute Points 0. Talents, SSS-level Increased Drop Rate, F-level Sprint, E-level Digestive Recovery, E-level Crowd Control. Skills, B-level 4 Directions, /LV1, E-level Block LV1, D-level Blade Aura LV1. The intense hunting over the past few days had significantly elevated Cheng Xing's level. With both Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran also reaching level 17, they had equipped themselves with a full set of D-level gear, and the remaining 3 had amassed an abundance of gear and skills that were of no use to them, filling the safety zone storage with materials. Shall we return now that we VE acquired the final talent? Cheng Xing suggested after obtaining the last talent. It was already the final day of selection, and the spoils they had gathered were sufficient to allow them to overpower other teams. Absolutely. I'm utterly exhausted after these few days, Su Yanran replied. Let us return and get some well-deserved rest. As the 3 of them prepared to head back home, a thunderous roar echoed, reverberating in their ears. Chapter 39. If they don't strike, we will. The tremendous commotion immediately captured their attention. Cheng Xing furrowed his brow, contemplating the direction from which the sound emanated. Could it be that someone has ventured deeper than us? That direction led to the outskirts of City Q, and any further in would lead to the transitional zone of City Q. What could be happening? Should we investigate? Chu Yanyan exchanged glances with her companions, a flicker of curiosity igniting in their eyes. Let us go. I too am intrigued by who might have ventured deeper than us. After all, even if they concealed an SSS-level talent, possessing 2 S-level individuals within a team was more than enough to dominate other squads. However, such occurrences were rare. S-level awakened individuals were invariably prodigies, and when 2 appeared in the same team, conflicts often arose as to superiority. As the trio advanced deeper, the sounds ahead grew increasingly thunderous. Upon turning a corner at an intersection, they finally caught sight of the source of the disturbance. Before them stood a colossal rat-like disaster beast, measuring approximately 12 meters in length. Its massive form occupied half the street, and its tail, extending 6 meters, was thick and covered in scales that glinted with a metallic sheen. As the beast deftly moved, its tail whipped across the entire street like a gigantic whip, effortlessly demolishing the abandoned buildings on either side as if they were made of paper. Disaster Beast, Plague Rat. Level, 20. Health, 1,500. Attributes, Strength 102, Agility 103, Constitution 130. Spirit 30. Talent, E-level Crowd Control Effect. If there are 3 or more individuals in the team, all attributes increase by 10. Skills, Bite LV1, Claw Strike LV1, Tail Whip LV1, Summon Plague Rat LV1. With a resounding crash, the beast's tail abruptly halted as it collided with an unseen, solid object in the road. At that moment, Cheng Xing and his companions realized there was, in fact, someone standing in the middle of the road. A towering figure, 2 meters tall, clad in heavy armor and wielding a shield, stood resolutely in the street. Under the impact of the beast's strike, the asphalt beneath him fractured and crumbled. Yet he remained steadfast, like a mountain unyielding under pressure. Witnessing this spectacle, Cheng Xing couldn't help but remark to himself, what a true man. Attack. At the command of the armored figure, 8 silhouettes burst forth from the ruins, weapons in hand, launching their assault on the plague rat. However, their strikes seemed to have minimal effect on the beast. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, causing the plague rat to instinctively lower its massive head. A fist-sized hole appeared in its ear, and had it not reacted in time, the bullet would have struck its eye. A gun? Cheng Xing exclaimed in astonishment, following the sound to see a graceful figure perched at a high point on another street. After the apocalypse, firearms had initially proven invaluable. However, as higher-level disaster beasts emerged, their efficacy waned. Against D-level and above disaster beasts, firearms caused limited damage, and C-level and higher disaster beasts developed a heightened sense of danger, allowing them to anticipate artillery strikes. With the emergence of awakened individuals, firearms gradually fell out of favor, now relegated to the storage of bases, only to be deployed in the event of a disaster beast siege. Yet, this particular shot seemed to possess considerable power. Following the gunfire, an arrow sliced through the air with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, striking the plague rat directly in its eye. The arrow embedded itself deep into the rat's crimson orb, eliciting a furious roar from the creature. For the first time injured, the plague rat's eyes blazed with a fierce light, and its body lifted slightly, its forelimbs spreading wide, sharp claws glinting ominously. Everyone retreat. Seeing this, the armored figure urgently shouted, prompting the remaining 8 to swiftly withdraw. Just as they had distanced themselves, the plague rat launched its counterattack. It lunged forward, its forelimbs coming together, and its razor-sharp claws struck the armored figure's shield with a resounding clash, sending him staggering back a full meter. Lu Xinxin heal. The armored figure commanded decisively, and in the next instant, a striking figure in a white robe burst forth from the street behind him, directing her staff toward the armored man. As Lu Xinxin concentrated, an unparalleled surge of healing energy enveloped him. A tank, a healer, and ranged damage dealers. No wonder they dared to confront D-level disaster beasts at just level 16. Cheng Xing observed their battle with a sense of awe. The true man, positioned at a distance, alongside the healer and two others, all boasted a commendable level of 16, while the remaining 8, presumably their companions, were merely at level 15. Their innate talents were likely not insignificant. Had lower-tier awakeners been summoned, this mere handful would scarcely suffice against a D-grade disaster beast. Regrettably, their damage output remained inadequate. Su Yanran swiftly disowned the root of the issue. Though the true man could withstand the onslaught of the plague rat, the others inflicted insufficient damage, leading to an inevitable defeat. Damn it, Wang Qian, how much longer will you merely spectate? The true man could no longer contain his fury. At that moment, a striking figure hurriedly appeared, her brow furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with the meager damage inflicted by the group upon the plague rat. Following her were Chung Yuan and a man clad in white. Yet neither showed any inclination to intervene. Is it her? Upon seeing Wang Qian, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Yanran's eyes, though she quickly suppressed it. Despite her adept concealment, Cheng Xing keenly perceived her underlying sentiment. Is there a history between you two? Cheng Xing queried softly. She belongs to the Wang family. The former head of the South China base was the patriarch of the Wang clan. However, during his tenure, he abused his power for personal gain, ultimately being ousted from control by a coalition consisting of our Su and Chu families alongside other factions. Since then, the Wang family has become our adversary, embroiled in a bitter rivalry at the upper echelons, and she has consistently regarded me as a formidable foe, seeking to cause me trouble at every turn. Nevertheless, her talents have always been countered by mine, leaving her perpetually in my shadow, Su Yanran remarked, her tone laced with indifference. Is that all? Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, sensing that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Su Yanran shot Cheng Xing an exasperated glance. In some matters, he was as straightforward as a steel-headed man. Yet here, he exhibited a keen perceptiveness. Do you see that individual? Su Yanran gestured discreetly towards the man in white. His name is Su Go, or rather, he should now be referred to as Wang Go. He is my father's adopted son, who, after my refusal of a marriage proposal a few years back, sought refuge with the Wang family. As she spoke, memories of Su Jiangwo's furious reaction to Wang Go's betrayal resurfaced in her mind. Oh. Cheng Xing's gaze shifted to the trio, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered the implications. If there was one thing he despised above all, it was betrayal. 8 years prior, he fought for survival in a world ravaged by apocalypse, and on several occasions, he had narrowly escaped death due to treachery. Since none of them were virtuous, they could hardly blame him for being merciless. Wang Qian, what are you waiting for? Do not forget. It was you who invited us here. Meanwhile, the true man's frustration escalated as he noted Wang Qian's reluctance to act. Yet, the only response he received was a notification of team withdrawal. I am thoroughly disappointed in your performance. Our previous agreement is null and void. We are leaving. Wang Qian cast a cold glance over the battlefield, snorted disdainfully, and turned to depart. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of everyone darkened. At this moment, the plague rat's wrath was focused on them. Without Wang Qian's intervention, retreat was an impossibility, akin to a death sentence. Wang Qian, are you not afraid we will report this to the authorities? This is tantamount to murder. The true man's eyes widened in anger. Murder? Do you not possess items for self-preservation? Wang Qian retorted coldly. If you fear for your lives, feel free to use them. If you do not, it is the disaster beast that will take you down, not I. Blame yourselves for overestimating your capabilities. Furthermore, a mere level 52 awakened is hardly a concern for the Wang family. Wang Qian's demeanor shifted to one of haughty arrogance as she spoke. Following her declaration, an oppressive silence enveloped the area. Given their status, the Wang family loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Only the true man and his companions seethed with rage, gripping their weapons tightly. Noticing their silence, Wang Qian smirked derisively before turning away. However, at that moment, Cheng Xing and his companions emerged, instantly thickening the tension in the air. Wang Qian's expression changed, her gaze fixed intently on Su Yanran, while Cheng Yuan focused on Cheng Xing. Yet, Cheng Xing did not spare them a glance, brushing past them before addressing the true man with a calm demeanor. If they refrain from striking, we shall. Chapter 40. What the? Are you cheating? Humph, just based on you? Wang Qian scoffed dismissively. She had observed their pitiful damage output, even with her contribution. It would be arduous to resolve the conflict before the tank fell. Their current survival hinged solely on the tank's ability to absorb damage. The moment he faltered, the others would be unable to withstand the D-grade plague rat's assault. Moreover, the beast's hidden trump card had yet to be revealed. Continuing the fight would be a futile endeavor. Your inability does not signify our limitations. Those who lack the courage to even attempt should refrain from whining here. Cheng Xing shot back without hesitation. Are you not afraid of the Wang family? If you have the audacity, reveal your name. Wang Qian, taken aback by Cheng Xing's audacity, placed her hands on the hilts of her two long swords. I remain unaltered in name and nature. I am Cheng Yun. Cheng Xing replied with an air of mock seriousness. Very well. You are Cheng Yun, are you? I shall ensure you are properly attended to upon my return. Wang Qian retorted with a fierce glare, but soon realized something was amiss. You are Cheng Yun. Then who is in my team named similarly? Are you mocking me? Both Wang Qian and Cheng Yun's expression soured, while Su Yanran stepped forward, pulling Chu Yanyan slightly ahead. The threatening words that had been on her lips were swallowed back down. In the current South China base, the Su and Chu families held the utmost power. While others might be wary of the Wang family, they were not. Since you have chosen to court death, I shall not impede you. We are leaving. With that, Wang Qian turned her back and strode away, her face a mask of cold disdain. Cheng Yun watched with a sense of dissatisfaction, a resentment simmering within him. Yet the pressure from the Wang family compelled him to follow Wang Qian's lead. Wang Go's gaze remained fixed on Su Yanran, darkening further upon witnessing her stand up for Cheng Xing. After committing Cheng Xing's appearance to memory, he hastened to rejoin the group. With the troublesome individuals now departed, Cheng Xing finally turned to the true man, who had just endured several more strikes from the D-grade plague rat. True man, how did you agree to distribute the spoils? Huh, true man. Upon hearing Cheng Xing's address, Yang Jian momentarily froze, taking a while to realize Cheng Xing was actually referring to him. As for the drops, we do not wish for any. As long as you can secure it, all shall be yours. He replied promptly, and the others concurred without dissent. Absent support, they would likely have had to rely on their life-saving spheres to survive. With assistance now available, they were eager to embrace the opportunity. Furthermore, given that defeating a disaster beast of a higher level would increase the drop rate, yet not guarantee it, they were well aware of what was at stake. Cheng Xing has joined the team. Su Yanran has joined the team. Chu Yanyan has joined the team. After approving Cheng Xing and his companions' requests to join, the three exchanged knowing glances, nodding in silent agreement. Swamp technique. Chu Yanyan pointed her staff, and a magic circle manifested beneath the plague rat, causing its feet to sink and its movements to slow significantly. Frost blade enclosure. Four-directional strike. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran advanced, unleashing their most formidable skills right from the outset. In a moment, the flickering blades of light intertwined, and the previously resilient plague rat, which had withstood the combined might of 8 individuals, suddenly bore numerous wounds, eliciting a pained roar from it. Level 18. Level 17. Everyone was taken aback by Cheng Xing and his companions' levels, which surpassed their own. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan were familiar with each other, being from the Su and Chu families, so their elevated levels were justifiable. However, the fact that Cheng Xing, an obscure figure, boasted an even higher level left them astonished. Focus your ranged attacks. Others, seize the opportunity for the final blow. Cheng Xing commanded swiftly after evading a tail swipe. His words snapped everyone back to attention. The ranged attackers readied their weapons. A sniper rifle was loaded, and a bow was drawn taut, both unleashing a barrage of fire upon the plague rat. After the swamp spell failed, the plague rat regained its speed, its body slightly elevated, forelimbs extended wide. A claw struck towards Cheng Xing. Be careful, Yang Jian shouted urgently. Cheng Xing's eye sharpened as he stood his ground, neither dodging nor retreating. Block. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the plague rat was propelled backward by the force of the impact. Yet, Cheng Xing was not unscathed. He staggered back several meters, his health visibly diminished. Without time to recover, he advanced while the plague rat was off balance, delivering a decisive strike to its exposed abdomen. Frost blade surround. Su Yanran followed closely, their blades intersecting as they carved deep gashes into the plague rat's belly. After their assault concluded, they quickly separated, and a massive fireball erupted behind them, striking the foe. Their coordination was exquisite, a seamless dance of combat, and the plague rat's health plummeted by a third. Next, you take over, Cheng Xing whispered as he retreated beside Yang Jian. Although the block had mitigated the plague rat's attack, its strength far exceeded his, leaving him unable to completely avoid damage. Understood, Yang Jian replied with renewed determination. The plague rat, reeling from the tremendous impact, collapsed to the ground, its eyes ablaze with fury as it rolled over and let out a furious roar. With that roar, 5 E-rank plague rats surged forth from the ruins, intent on joining their D-rank counterpart. Let them distract the smaller ones, Cheng Xing commanded without hesitation. Yang Jian immediately grasped his intent, directing their team members to engage the newly summoned plague rats. The team moved swiftly. Their damage to the D-rank plague rat was limited, and it was more prudent to divert those smaller foes. As the smaller plague rats became occupied, the D-rank one let out a furious roar and charged at Cheng Xing and the others. Unyielding as a fortress, Yang Jian grinned, stepping forward. He plunged his massive shield into the ground, radiating a golden aura, an aura of indomitable strength. The plague rat's colossal form collided with the shield, momentarily halting its advance. It howled in pain, blood spraying from its mouth and nose, momentarily dazed by the impact. The ground beneath Yang Jian crumbled, yet he remained steadfast. Impressive. Truly a man of valor, Cheng Xing marveled, stepping forward to continue the onslaught. With the addition of Cheng Xing and his allies, the plague rat's health rapidly diminished, alleviating the burden on their healer, who now only needed to raise her hand occasionally to provide healing. The plague rat struggled to breach the defensive line formed by Cheng Xing and Yang Jian. Soon, it was battered and bruised, its body riddled with arrows and gunshot wounds, surrounded by gashes and burns, and the scent of scorched flesh wafted through the air. All right, everyone halt, leave this to me. As the plague rat's health dwindled, Cheng Xing shouted, prompting Yang Jian and the others, though puzzled, to cease their attacks. Cheng Xing stepped forward, slicing through the plague rat's neck, its health instantly depleted, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. As all eyes fell upon the ground littered with blue and green glimmers, they were left in stunned silence. What in the world? Is this for real? Chapter 41. Is he really 18? Yang Jian and his companions gazed in awe at the plethora of loot that had dropped at Cheng Xing's feet. Unable to comprehend the situation, Yang Jian slapped himself hard, forgetting he was still wearing a helmet, resulting in a loud clang. Reaching their level usually meant shedding the label of a novice, having slain hundreds of calamity beasts. Yet they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Cheng Xing bent down to collect 2 blue items among the green glimmers, an article of clothing and a skill book. Plague rat's garb. Quality, B rank. Effects, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 40. Special effect, Damage reduction 10. The attributes of B rank equipment were lavish. He glanced at Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan, who instantly understood his intention and shook their heads. Although they possessed B rank weapons, they lacked B rank armor due to their families' arrangements. As long as their strength was sufficient, both families could easily provide a full set of A rank equipment. Declining the offer, Cheng Xing did not hesitate to don the garb himself, his form shifting into a sleek black cloak. After equipping it, he turned his attention to the skill book. Skill, Shield Charge. Quality, B rank. Skill effect, Charge forward with shield, dealing 600 damage. As they all simultaneously regarded Yang Jian, it became evident that this skill was well suited for him. Their sudden gaze caught Yang Jian off guard. Since we can't utilize it, why not sell it to him? We can split the profits, Cheng Xing suggested tentatively. Sounds good. I agree. Both women nodded, recognizing that none of them could make use of the skill. Selling it made sense, especially given Yang Jian's evident S-rank talent. With that, Cheng Xing presented the skill book to Yang Jian. Are you really selling this to me? Yang Jian exclaimed, swallowing hard as he considered the B-rank skill. While his pure tanking abilities were commendable, the lack of offensive options was a significant drawback. He realized that skill books were rare, and those that suited him were even scarcer. Who would have thought that defeating a D-rank calamity beast would yield 2 items of B-rank quality? This feels unreal, he remarked, astonished that a B-rank skill had emerged as well. Don't you want it? Cheng Xing asked. Yes, I just can't believe it. Yang Jian nodded fervently, eager not to miss this opportunity. But I don't have enough money on me right now, he admitted sheepishly, aware that a B-rank skill book would cost at least 10 million, particularly one as rare as this. No worries, you can take it for now. With your master's reputation, we trust you 1T default. Su Yanran smiled, recalling who Yang Jian's master was. After all, awakeners with S-rank talents were exceedingly rare, and she had heard of him. After several delays, Yang Jian ultimately succumbed to the fervent enthusiasm of Cheng Xing and his companions, reluctantly accepting the skill book they offered. The other team leaders cast envious glances in his direction. Cheng Xing and his group exchanged knowing looks, glancing at the materials strewn on the ground, and shared a tacit smile. You all can divide the remaining items, one of them suggested. Is it true? Are you truly like adoptive parents? As soon as the words left his lips, the eyes of the other team leaders sparkled with excitement, and their subordinates could hardly contain themselves. With Cheng Xing's nod of affirmation, they erupted in jubilant cheers. How generous. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Yang Jian, and I consider you a steadfast friend. Yang Jian grinned heartily. I am Ning Xia. Thank you, came a voice from afar. Ning Xia approached, her form-fitting attire accentuating her alluring figure. The sniper rifle slung across her back, coupled with her frosty, resolute visage, exuded an aura of heroism. Turning to Cheng Xing and his companions, she managed to smile and said, My name is Lin Yan. I am immensely grateful to you. With these materials, we can easily vanquish the other teams. At that moment, a lithe figure clad in elven garb leaped from the ruins, her longbow casually slung over her shoulder, the quiver's strap crossing over the budding valley. Her bright eyes brimmed with gratitude for Cheng Xing. You have truly alleviated a great burden for us. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. As the three introduced themselves, a voice as intoxicating as fine wine wafted from behind Cheng Xing. Turning, he beheld a figure clad in white, gracefully approaching, her deep V-necked robe revealing ample curves that swayed with every step. As she passed him, she playfully brushed her fingers against his chin, her striking features and mature allure on full display. Yet, She soon sensed the presence of two dangerously intense gazes. Her fingers grazed his chest lightly before she continued on her way with a serene smile. I am Lu Xinxing. Observing this enchanting figure, Cheng Xing could not help but exclaim, is she truly only 18? However, his moment of distraction was met with sharp pains in his sides. Meanwhile, outside the safety zone, numerous teams lingered, maintaining their distance yet too apprehensive to advance. They regarded the safety zone with wary expressions. Following their gaze, one could see a team standing at the entrance, exuding arrogance, none other than Wang Qian. Anyone wishing to enter the safety zone must surrender 70% of their spoils, Wang Qian declared coldly, surveying the various teams concealed amidst the ruins. She had been tirelessly hunting high-level disaster beasts, but despite slaying numerous foes, the drops had been disappointingly sparse. If this continued, her chances of being selected in this trial were bleak, a reality she, as a member of the Wang family, could scarcely bear. Thus, she turned her attention to the other teams. Unlike others, she chose to block the entrance directly. Initially, only her team was stationed there, allowing several other teams to infiltrate the safety zone from different angles, as the area was quite expansive. However, soon, those allied with the Wang family joined her blockade, resulting in only a handful of formidable teams managing to breach the safety zone. Weaker teams, lacking significant backing, had no choice but to reluctantly surrender a portion of their drops. Qin Zhan observed this situation with a furrowed brow. Wang Qian's tactics were within the bounds of the rules, yet her actions were likely to incite public outrage. Whether she could withstand the backlash remained uncertain. As time slipped by, the teams still lingering outside unleashed a torrent of curses directed at Wang Qian. But soon, 5 teams appeared within everyone's view. Observing their well-maintained appearance, Wang Qian regarded them with disdain. What did I say? In the end, they'll have to concede. A bunch of useless fools thinking they can hunt D-level disaster beasts beyond their means. Chapter 42, Selling Materials. While complaints echoed outside, Cheng Xing's group had already approached the safety zone, standing in stark opposition to Wang Qian's team. Look, those 2 girls seem to be from the Su and Chu families. Someone exclaimed. This scene did not escape the notice of the others, and soon, keen-eyed observers identified Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan. Wonderful. Wang Qian is just relying on her family name to act so brazenly. I wonder how she'll fare against the Su and Chu families, another mused. I couldn't care less. They better start fighting, so we can slip in. Instantly, many began to revel in the potential chaos, eager for Wang Qian to clash with them, facilitating their entry. Aren't they supposed to be hunting D-level disaster beasts? Why are they back so soon? Wang Qian remarked coldly, eyeing the impeccably dressed individuals. If they come soft, the Wang family is no match for the Su and Chu families. If they come hard, these 5 teams are far stronger than the ragtag crew I have. Thus, blocking their advance was unrealistic, but she could certainly irritate them. Wang Qian doubted they possessed the ability to slay D-level plague rats in such a short time frame, let alone do so with such efficiency. In response to her mocking tone, Cheng Xing unfurled his trench coat, revealing the attributes of his equipment before her. The others followed suit. Yang Jian brandished an unused skill book, while the other teams paraded their allocated D-level materials, passing by Wang Qian one by one. They uttered not a word, yet Wang Qian felt as though invisible slaps were landing repeatedly upon her face. Her expression darkened, nearly dripping with fury, while Cheng Yun remained silent, afraid to utter a sound. With a burst of laughter, as soon as Cheng Xing's group entered the safety zone, the 2 girls could no longer contain their amusement. Cheng Xing, you are quite the strategist. I never imagined your methods of humiliation were so creative. Did you see her expression? Ha! Absolutely delightful. Su Yanren laughed, her beauty shining brightly. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and the others felt a wave of relief, their laughter ringing out, remembering how Wang Qian had previously abandoned them. Hearing their unabashed laughter, Wang Qian clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. From now on, anyone wishing to enter the safety zone must surrender 90%. With no means to retaliate against Cheng Xing, she redirected her frustration toward the other teams. Instantly, the faces of those who had been reveling in the chaos turned somber. Damn it, why must we suffer for this? Exactly, cowardly bullies who only dare to act tough. If it weren't for their family backing, that woman would have been beaten to a pulp long ago. Once they distanced themselves from the chaos, Cheng Xing turned to the still eager Su Yanran, a smirk playing on his lips as he quietly proposed, "Do you wish to embark on another grand scheme?" Upon seeing Cheng Xing's mischievous expression, everyone perked up. He then laid out his plan, and after hearing it, all eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that a bit extreme? Wouldn't it be too cruel? What nonsense. Have you forgotten how she treated you before? Cheng Xing assured them. Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility if anything goes awry. Noticing the hesitation among the group, Su Yanran quickly fanned the flames of enthusiasm, confidently puffing out her chest. As the conversation reached this point, others remained silent. Indeed, Wang Qian had gone too far previously, and her current act of blocking the door was equally outrageous. She had thoroughly tarnished her reputation among the bystanders. What could have been a straightforward selection process had devolved into utter chaos due to her antics. Outside the safety zone, the teams continued to curse Wang Qian, noting that her toll was akin to outright theft. They feared retaliation from the Wang family if they retaliated, yet their disgust was palpable. Some teams opted to leave, returning to hunt disaster beasts with the intention of waiting until the selection concluded. Suddenly, a familiar group emerged from the safety zone. Cheng Xing and his companions soon halted not far from Wang Qian and her crew, seemingly mimicking their earlier toll-collecting behavior. Is it possible they're joining in too? The Su and Chu families are all cut from the same cloth. This is a blatant conspiracy. The selection is entirely unfair. In an instant, the ire of the other teams turned towards Cheng Xing and his group, unleashing a torrent of insults. In the sky, Qin Zhan frowned at the unfolding scene. He could not comprehend Cheng Xing's intentions, especially since their storage area was nearing capacity. There was no need to covet the meager offerings of others. Sell the materials, fair prices, generous quantities, and honest dealings. However, the words that followed from Cheng Xing left everyone astounded. He raised a hand, and the members under Yang Jian immediately began to produce one backpack after another, emptying their contents onto the ground before the safety zone. Before long, a small mountain of materials had formed. Brother Xing, don't forget to save a portion for us, Yang Jian whispered immediately after Cheng Xing's call. Cheng Xing acknowledged him with an okay gesture, then beckoned everyone to join in the business. His actions left everyone utterly bewildered. The towering pile of materials left the outside teams wide-eyed. Wang Qian snorted derisively. Clearly, they had gone to great lengths to confront her. Surely, all these materials represented their entire harvest? Did they not fear running short of their own supplies? Contemplating this, she remained motionless, merely observing coldly. Yet, from the ruins, no one dared to emerge right away, as they feared Cheng Xing might be laying a trap. As time passed, finally, a team could no longer resist and swiftly dashed toward Cheng Xing. Welcome. What would you like to purchase? Seeing that Cheng Xing did not immediately attack, the team leader sighed in relief and quickly pulled out their phone to pack up a tenth of the materials. Can we enter through you? After concluding their transaction, the team members cautiously inquired. Of course, Cheng Xing replied with a beaming smile, and the crowd parted to create a path. The three members of the team rejoiced and hurriedly rushed into the safety zone. No way. They're serious. The prices appeared to align with those outside, which seemed remarkably fair. Not a chance. I suspect a scam. I'll wait and see, some murmured. While initial success thrilled many, a dose of cold reality quickly dampened spirits. Nonetheless, more teams continued to step forward to make purchases, gradually depleting the pile of dropped items. When half remained, a wealthy team boldly spent a fortune to acquire the entirety of what was left. This prompted panic among the other teams outside, now convinced that Cheng Xing wasn't deceiving them, and they had squandered a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, Wang Qian wore a smug expression. You shot yourselves in the foot. How will you pass the selection without any materials? However, as Cheng Xing raised his hand once more, the others sprang into action, and another small mountain appeared. Apologies. We'll continue. Chapter 43. My drop rate is merely a tad high. The batch of materials prompted those who hadn't yet purchased to rush forward and snatch them all up. Boss, do you have any more? We still want some. Teams that had previously entered the safety zone emerged, noticing Cheng Xing still had materials, and eagerly inquired. Of course, there is plenty more. Cheng Xing replied with a slight smile, waving his hand as yet another pile of materials was brought forth. At this point, those teams found themselves unable to move. These materials were not just items, they were tickets to join the Awakener Management Bureau. Boss, I want them all. I'll offer 3 million. I'll go up to 4 million. They were undeterred by anything else, desperate to secure the entire batch of materials, especially since many among them were descendants of the war gods or wealthy families. If their families learned they could join the Bureau for such a sum, they would surely applaud their efforts. I'll report you. You're cheating. A sharp female voice laced with anger pierced the air, drawing the attention of the crowd. Everyone turned to see Wang Qian, her face dark with fury as she glared at them. With Cheng Xing continuously producing such a volume of materials, several teams had surpassed her own. If this continued, she might find herself ousted from the top 10. Her voice soon caught Qin Zhan's ear, causing him to frown slightly as he cast a glance in her direction but took no further action. Where did they get so many materials? The Su and Chu families must be secretly aiding them. As the one in charge, will you protect them? Wang Qian's growing frustration was palpable. She believed that there was no way such a haul could be obtained through normal monster hunting. It had to be the result of clandestine support from the Su and Chu families. Confident in her theory, she thought this could even tarnish the reputations of the Su and Chu families, allowing the Wang family to regain its former dominance with a little maneuvering. This is a conspiracy. I will report this to the higher-ups. Such blatant cheating cannot go unchecked. We refuse to submit to corrupt forces. Those allied with the Wang family immediately stepped forward, their faces set with righteous indignation. They had completely bound themselves to Wang Qian. If they could prove the others were cheating, their previously harvested materials would secure their place in the Awakener Management Bureau and earn the favor of the Wang family, a perfect 2-for-1 scenario. Upon hearing this, the teams wishing to purchase materials exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Indeed, how had they not considered how the opposing team had amassed such a wealth of materials? Doubt began to take root, and those who had previously made purchases stepped back, unease creeping in. Once skepticism emerged, it spiraled out of control. Some bolder teams even approached to ask if they could return their purchases. Of course, we operate with integrity, Cheng Xing replied, unfazed by their doubts, raising his hands. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, returning items will result in being blacklisted. You won't be able to purchase from us again. Cheng Xing chuckled coldly. They were all adults, and if they didn't trust him, they could not expect leniency in return. Well, all right, we'll return. The team hesitated. But after a moment of steeling themselves, they returned the materials they had bought. This prompted several other teams to follow suit, especially those who had purchased only small amounts. Humph, what a charade, Wang Qian scoffed, feeling that Cheng Xing was merely putting on a facade of calm. However, Qin Zhan remained silent for an extended time, instilling in her a sense of foreboding. If you accuse us of cheating, then please present the evidence of our wrongdoing instead of merely slandering us. Cheng Xing cast a glance at Wang Qian and spoke indifferently. Wang Qian's expression shifted slightly. She had no evidence to support her claims. To ensure the selection process was fair and just, the personnel involved in maintaining order were chosen from families with little connection to the prominent clans. Although it was unclear how the Su and Chu families managed to manipulate the situation, the Wang family was incapable of infiltrating the selection. Qin Zhan, are you not afraid that after the selection, the Wang family will seek retribution against you? In desperation, Wang Qian resorted to threatening Qin Zhan, invoking the power of her clan in an attempt to compel him to speak on her behalf. Are you threatening me? Qin Zhan responded, his demeanor imposing as he regarded Wang Qian with a cold gaze, an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon her. Wang Qian's complexion paled instantaneously. Despite the Wang family having numerous awakened individuals above level 50, she was merely at level 17 and could not withstand such intensity. Do you know that the staff for the selection are all non-clan members? The entire area for this selection has been cordoned off, and no unauthorized personnel are permitted entry during the process. To accuse them of cheating is tantamount to calling me blind. Qin Zhan articulated each word with precision, increasing the pressure with every utterance. Then how does he explain all this material? Wang Qian clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with malice. Qin Zhan furrowed his brow. He was at a loss for an answer and turned to Cheng Xing, seemingly awaiting his response. It's nothing. My talent is an S-class increase in drop rates, which is why my drop rate is slightly higher. Cheng Xing waved his hand dismissively. Hiss. At this revelation, everyone inhaled sharply. An S-class talent that enhances drop rates? Such a gift was virtually unheard of. Meanwhile, Cheng Yun, who had been quietly enduring, felt a flicker of unease. He knew that if the Cheng family learned of Cheng Xing's talent, he would undoubtedly be cast aside. He watched Cheng Xing, who was now in the spotlight, his gaze filled with venom, and stealthily reached into his pocket. Qin Zhan was equally astonished upon hearing about Cheng Xing's talent. No wonder the Su and Chu families were so eager to curry favor with him. Even he felt an impulse to recruit Cheng Xing as a son-in-law. At his level, he had a profound understanding of the path of the awakened. Strength, after all, is merely the accumulation of resources under equal conditions. An F-class awakened individual equipped with A-class gear could hold their own against an A-class talent wielding B-class equipment. Talent merely determines one's potential. Resources are the true measure of strength. Cheng Xing's talent, therefore, signified that he possessed access to far greater resources than others. How is this possible? Wang Qian's disbelief was palpable as she abruptly turned to Cheng Yun. Initially, when he had mentioned Cheng Xing, he had described him as merely an ordinary S-class talent, which was why she had underestimated him. It was only now that she realized she had been deceived by Cheng Yun. Is there any dissent? Qin Zhan retracted his imposing aura and asked from a position of authority. No, Wang Qian replied, rendered speechless, her expression darkening. At this, Qin Zhan closed his eyes once more and sat cross-legged in the air. Meanwhile, at the edge of a disaster zone, a figure clad in black stood atop a derelict high-rise, surveying the vast expanse of the ravaged area. Sensing movement in his pocket, he retrieved his phone and, upon reading the message, a cold smile crossed his lips. The show is about to begin. Chapter 44, The Beast Tide Approaches. On the outskirts of the disaster zone in Q City, within the safe zone, a brief silence was followed by a frenzy as the teams, having confirmed the legitimacy of the materials in Cheng Xing's possession, surged forward to make purchases. Boss, we were foolish before. Could you possibly sell us some more materials? We can offer an additional 10% on the price. We merely made a mistake that anyone could make. Please allow us to buy them back. The teams that had experienced returns became frantic. Absolutely not. Cheng Xing elongated his refusal, relishing their frustration. Their faces flushed with indignation as they felt mocked. But their outcry was drowned out by the enthusiastic purchasing of other teams. Soon, all the materials on the ground were swept away. This is enough. Selling any further would violate the rules. As Cheng Xing prepared to sell another batch of materials, Qin Zhan's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Although Cheng Xing's actions did not technically breach any regulations, continuing would reduce the selection to mere commerce. However, given Cheng Xing's motives were solely to undermine Wang Qian, Qin Zhan decided to overlook his previous leniency. In response, Cheng Xing made no move, merely lowering his raised hand. He estimated that, combined with the previously agreed portion and what he had just sold, it would be sufficient to push Wang Qian and her group out of the top 10. With his objective achieved, there was no need to continue. Observing this, Qin Zhan nodded in satisfaction. His approach was balanced and composed, neither obsequious nor arrogant. And his admiration for the young man grew. Compared to Wang Qian, who resorted to intimidation with her family's influence, Cheng Xing was far more agreeable. With this thought, he continued to communicate that they should not block the entrance. If they wished to claim other spoils, they should do so by competing. He could accept winning drops through combat, but could not tolerate coercion. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian's expression darkened further, resentment simmering within her. Boss, please continue. Yes. I still have money. Seeing Cheng Xing make no further moves, many teams with remaining energy quickly chimed in. I'm sorry, but this sale ends here. Let us meet again next time. With that, Cheng Xing clapped his hands and shrugged nonchalantly. Wait, I can offer double the price. Don't go, boss. The teams protested vehemently, eager to retain him. However, Cheng Xing remained unmoved, packing his belongings and returning to the safe zone with the others. Let's go. Not far off. Upon witnessing Cheng Xing's group wrapping up, Wang Qian's expression improved slightly as she coldly remarked. As their two factions departed in succession, the other teams quickly grasped that Qin Zhan had intervened. They too decided against lingering, as they had already gained an advantage with the exchanged materials and needed to procure more to stay ahead of Wang Qian's group. Apart from Wang Qian and her team, the ones who regretted their previous actions the most were the teams that had returned materials. They had alienated themselves from both sides. As the other teams set off one by one, news of this confrontation spread to others still outside. Upon realizing they had been targeted by Wang Qian, any team that spotted her quickly fled, denying her the opportunity to approach. Some teams even spontaneously formed an intelligence-sharing alliance regarding Wang Qian's movements. If any team spotted her, they would promptly relay her location and direction to the others. Strange. Where did everyone go? Wang Qian wandered through the ruins of the disaster zone for half a day without encountering a single team. Are they avoiding us? Cheng Yun murmured under his breath. Do you need to point that out? Wang Qian shot him a cold glare. She truly questioned why she had invited him into the team in the first place. Although their names sounded somewhat similar, the disparity in their capabilities was vast. Unexpectedly confronted by her outburst, Cheng Yun felt a surge of anger within. Yet the formidable Wang family loomed in the background, forcing him to swallow his indignation. Xiao Qian, temper your anger. It is merely that little wretch who has stumbled upon a fortunate ally, Wang Go interjected, which notably improved Wang Qian's demeanor. Indeed, without her assistant, she would be nothing. In the safe zone, Cheng Xing sold the previously agreed-upon shares to Yang Jian and his group, instantly reducing their warehouse stock by more than half. Though Cheng Xing retained all the equipment, skill books, and some materials, undoubtedly securing first place in points. After Yang Jian and the others departed, Su Yanran, who had suppressed her laughter for quite some time, finally erupted in joyous mirth, her laughter infectious, prompting Chu Yanyan beside her to chuckle softly as well. Despite her continual opposition to Su Yanran, Wang Qian's misfortune brought her a sense of satisfaction. How delightful. If she can't even pass the selection, I wonder how she will assert her dominance over me in the future. With that thought, Su Yanran couldn't help but embrace Cheng Xing and give him a playful bite. Cheng Xing was enveloped by a fragrant breeze, feeling the delightful softness of her embrace. His gaze involuntarily drifted downward, where the alluring curves pressed against his arm, the fabric barely concealing the warmth radiating from their bodies, a dual assault on his senses that left even the most experienced man momentarily entranced. When he regained his composure, he was left with only the lingering warmth and moisture upon his face. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his waist, causing Cheng Xing to inhale sharply. He noticed Chu Yanyan's delicate features puffing slightly, her brows furrowing, as the air thickened with a palpable tension. I almost forgot about Yanyan, Su Yanran chuckled, pulling Chu Yanyan into an embrace and planting a playful kiss on her cheek, causing her expression to return to normal, only to burst into a triumphant smile with another kiss. However, the delicate hand resting on someone's waist remained steadfast. As the three engaged in their playful banter, Qin Zhan, seated in the air above the safe zone, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed someone had shattered a breath ball. The direction pointed towards the disaster area of Q City. Quickly orienting himself, he furrowed his brow, realizing that someone was foolishly attempting to challenge a D-grade disaster beast. Contemplating this, his figure vanished swiftly. Is someone calling for help? At that moment, within the bustling safe zone, many noticed Qin Zhan's abrupt disappearance, drawing significant attention. Before they could speculate on which team had abandoned their mission, numerous teams began emerging from all directions, hastily returning to the safety of the zone, as if something were pursuing them. Before inquiries could arise, Wang Qian and her companions appeared in view, albeit looking somewhat disheveled and bearing visible marks from their ordeal. The onlookers in the safe zone could not suppress their schadenfreude. Yet, Before they could revel in their misfortune, a member of the returning teams gasped for breath and exclaimed, "Quick, alert the leaders. A beast tide is rushing this way." "What? A beast tide?" Chapter 45. 6 tubes. The commotion outside startled Cheng Xing and his companions, and upon reaching the edge of the safe zone, they heard the ominous term beast tide, their expressions instantly turning grave. How could a beast tide appear without warning? In normal circumstances, a single disaster beast poses little threat, easily dispatched by multiple awakened individuals of the same rank. However, if disaster beasts number in the hundreds or thousands, forming a tide, only those of level 20 or higher could hope to withstand them. Furthermore, the scale of a beast tide grows exponentially over time. A mere F-grade tide, if given time, could escalate to A or even S-grade. What is the scale of this beast tide? What level are they? Observing the large number of returning teams, the experts in the safe zone quickly realized something was amiss and began to inquire urgently. After rough estimations, they concluded there were several hundred beasts, the majority being E-grade, with dozens at D-grade, though none at C-grade were sighted. The team that had witnessed the beast tide panted heavily. Thankfully, it appears to be a D-grade tide for now. Upon hearing this, the experts from the Awakener Management Bureau let out a collective sigh of relief. Everyone, pay attention and prepare for combat. Await instructions and do not linger in battle. A man stepped forward, announcing, "C-grade adventurers?" Cheng Xing noted the golden badge at the man's waist, acknowledging silently. He then surveyed the gathering security personnel. Among them, 10 were above level 20, and 2 were level 30 experts. Though such strength might not suffice to eradicate a D-grade tide, they should manage to protect themselves effectively. Yet, a stone of worry still lodged itself in Cheng Xing's heart as he gazed at the empty sky above. The leader is absent? How fortuitous, something feels amiss. The timing of this beast tide is too convenient, coinciding perfectly with the leader's absence. All personnel, prepare for battle. Pay attention to the direction of the beast tide. A sudden shout from the Awakener Management Bureau shattered Cheng Xing's thoughts. Before them, from the ruins of the city, swarms of plague rats emerged one after another, occasionally interspersed with blood cockroaches, coalescing into a gray torrent that shook the earth, their numerous crimson eyes sending chills down the spine. The sight of dozens of enormous forms filled the teams participating in the selection with a sense of oppression, an intangible pressure weighing down upon them, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. What are you all dawdling for? Engage and eliminate the low-level disaster beasts. The 2 leading experts from the Awakener Management Bureau were the first to draw their weapons, launching an assault on the tide that had reached the edge of the safe zone. With 2 resounding crashes, several E-grade plague rats near the edge were immediately reduced to ashes, and Cheng Xing and his companions swiftly followed suit, joining the fray. As the remaining security personnel also began to engage, in an instant, a significant portion of the tide was cleared. However, it was quickly replenished by the relentless advance of the plague rats. Their battle drew the attention of the onlookers, and Yang Jian's group acted swiftly in response. As they all launched their attacks in unison, it seemed for a moment as if the advance of the beast tide had stalled. Wang Qian and her injured companions sat on the ground, staring blankly at the tide before them, momentarily forgetting the fight. As a daughter of the Wang family, a paragon of excellence, she had never encountered such a scene under the protective shadow of her family's great tree. Before long, the front line of the beast tide was nearly decimated, yet a steady influx of disaster beasts continued to surge towards them. The onslaught of several D-grade plague rats followed, and this time, the defenders were no longer at ease. 2 level 30 experts shouted commands, managing to hold back 10 D-grade plague rats, while 10 security personnel tackled 3, and Cheng Xing and Yang Jian faced one. One that slipped through caused chaos among the remaining personnel, while a continuous stream of F-grade disaster beasts emerged behind them. Break through to the west. Do not linger in battle. Su Yanran called out after striking with her sword, raising her voice. Under her keen insight, she had discerned that the tide was heading south. If they continued to fight head-on, only death awaited them. Upon hearing her words, the experts from the Awakener Management Bureau hesitated momentarily, but quickly regained their composure. They were well aware of Su Yanran's talents and, in unison, pushed back the plague rats. Veering to the left. You all go ahead, Cheng Xing shouted, pushing back a plague rat with his sword towards Yang Jian and the others. Yang Jian and his companions wasted no time. Cheng Xing and his group were the highest ranked among them, making it prudent for them to cover the rear. As the other squads, having heard Su Yanran's words, hastily retreated to the left, we decided to follow suit. Wang Go assisted Wang Qian to his feet, urging him to catch up with the main group. Cheng Xing, we must leave, Su Yanran declared, swiftly unleashing a strike with her sword as she pulled Chu Yanyan away from the battlefield, all the while shouting to Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing nodded, executing a powerful slash that repelled the oncoming D-class plague rats. I will assist you. Just as he prepared to disengage, a sharp command rang out from the side. A slicing sound pierced the air, and an alarm bell rang in Cheng Xing's mind, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Just as he vacated his original position, a wave of sword energy whistled by, aimed at the beast tide. The attack missed its mark. And Cheng Yun let out a cold chuckle before darting left to rejoin the main group. Witnessing this, Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed, his expression turning icy. Cheng Xing. With Cheng Xing's retreat unimpeded, the beast tide surged forward, obliterating any chance of his reunion with the main group. The sight left Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan wide-eyed and gasping in shock. Hurry, do not linger here. Seeing Su Yanran and her companion halt. The experts from the Awakeners Management Bureau were taken aback. Any trouble befalling these two prominent figures would spell disaster. No, I must save him. Chu Yanyan, heedless of her surroundings, instinctively began to move toward the beast tide, but was quickly restrained by Su Yanran. What are you doing, Su Yanran? Chu Yanyan exclaimed, desperately trying to shake off Su Yanran's grip, but as a mage, she was no match for the swordsman's control. Stay calm. Trust in Cheng Xing, Su Yanran urged, shaking the panicked Chu Yanyan firmly, yet soothingly. Gradually, Chu Yanyan regained her composure, and the two women looked up to see Cheng Xing fend off a pursuing plague rat from the beast tide, nodding reassuringly at them, his gaze filled with confidence. In that moment, Su Yanran understood his intent and nodded in agreement. Upon their first encounter, Cheng Xing had single-handedly cleared a disaster zone. This was but a trifling matter for him. Noticing the lingering worry on Chu Yanyan's face, she leaned down and whispered in her ear, have faith. Do you not recognize Cheng Xing's prowess? He undoubtedly possesses hidden trump cards. Now, we have other matters to attend to. With that, Chu Yanyan followed Su Yanran's gaze and spotted the mastermind trailing behind the group. You are correct. Someone must answer for his transgressions. The expressions of the two women turned frosty, having witnessed the earlier incident with clarity. After repelling the disaster creatures that had pursued them, Cheng Xing's figure vanished into the distance. Wait for me, Chu Yanyan murmured softly to herself. Meanwhile, in the Q City disaster zone, strange? Where is everyone? Qin Zhan hovered above the area, observing the spot from which he sensed an aura. Yet, the place was utterly deserted. Logically, with his speed, he should have encountered something. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the safe zone, his expression shifting dramatically. This is bad. Something has happened in the safe zone. Alarmed, Qin Zhan prepared to rush back, but a figure clad in black robes and wearing a mask appeared abruptly before him. Upon realizing the identity of the masked figure, his pupils constricted in horror, for emblazoned upon the mask was a crimson six-tube symbol. What a lovely view. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 46. Can the talents of the Awakeners truly be unleashed? After distancing themselves from the direction of the beast tide, only a few scattered E-class disaster creatures broke from the ranks to pursue them. Having dealt with them swiftly, Cheng Xing did not waste time gathering materials from the ground, but instead sought a relatively intact high-rise, standing atop the building and gazing into the distance. Cheng Xing furrowed his brow. The billowing smoke in the horizon seemed poised to engulf the entire perimeter of Q City. This beast tide undoubtedly exceeded mere hundreds in number. Something feels amiss. Observing the approaching tide, Cheng Xing sensed an underlying unease. Why hasn't the commander made an appearance? As a level 52 awakened, a battle god in strength, Qin Zhan had received distress signals the moment the beast tide emerged. Yet, he still had not shown himself. Boom. As if in response to Cheng Xing's thoughts, a blinding light flared on the distant horizon, followed by a tremendous explosion. Simultaneously, a wave akin to a raging wind swept towards him. Is someone battling? The gust tugged at Cheng Xing's clothing, and as he observed the distant flashes of light and the rhythmic thunderous roars, his eyes widened in astonishment. What level of combat could generate such noise from over 10 kilometers away? Was the commander being detained? Cheng Xing swiftly deduced an answer, as if a veil of fog had been lifted from his mind. After a moment, he retrieved his phone, only to find that he could not place a call. Has the signal been jammed? Cheng Xing felt a sinking sensation. He could almost smell the scent of conspiracy. When all coincidences converge, they cease to be mere coincidences. While Cheng Xing contemplated this, an icy shiver ran down his spine, and alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to instinctively sidestep. A flash of cold light streaked past, and in an instant, a spray of crimson erupted from his shoulder. Had he not moved, the strike would have landed squarely on his heart. Cheng Xing swiftly retreated, drawing his blood-leech fang with unwavering focus. You managed to evade? A voice murmured in surprise, and from the spot where Cheng Xing had stood moments prior, the air warped, giving rise to a shadowy figure clad in black robes, brandishing a glistening dagger stained with a hint of crimson. Cheng Xing's pupils constricted in realization. The masked figure bore the unmistakable emblem of a crimson two-tube. Another member of the killing cult? In an instant, memories of the first killing cultist he had encountered flooded back. If it were indeed him, orchestrating a beast tide would not be beyond the realm of possibility. But why would the killing cult know the location of the Awakeners Management Bureau selection? Cheng Xing doubted such a secretive organization would fall prey to such a rookie blunder. You are the first below level 20 to evade my assassination. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Yet the assailant showed no inclination to grant Cheng Xing time for thought. He raised his dagger, licking the blood from its blade with a sinister grin that seemed to stretch to his ears beneath the mask. With that, he vanished from Cheng Xing's view, ascending into invisibility. Invisibility. Cheng Xing's heart raced as he realized the opponent possessed an assassin's talent. Remaining vigilant, he scanned his surroundings, when suddenly, another flash of cold light appeared. Anticipating the strike, Cheng Xing dove into the street below. Though his movements were swift, the sharp dagger still carved a deep gash across his arm, blood streaming down. Before he could catch his breath, the figure attacked once more, landing several wounds on Cheng Xing's other arm and thigh. After this flurry of strikes, the assailant paused. But any attempt by Cheng Xing to staunch the bleeding would reveal his position, provoking another assault before slipping back into invisibility. Watching his handiwork while hidden, the figure reveled in the thrill of the hunt, relishing the perverse pleasure of drawing his prey's blood and toying with them. Witnessing their health dwindle before their helpless eyes brought him the utmost artistic satisfaction. In this manner, he had already slain a level 17 awakened at level 10. To inquire why poison was not employed is to waste his extraordinary talent. In his view, assassination should be executed thus. Only blood red is the sole hue of significance. Indeed, as he anticipated, the numerous bleeding wounds caused Cheng Xing's vitality to dwindle incessantly. In such circumstances, an ordinary individual would await their demise in the absence of a healer. Alas, the adversary encountered was Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing raised his hand and slowly reached into his pocket. Noticing his movement, Blood Butcher narrowed his eyes. The moment Cheng Xing produced a substance, he would strike without hesitation. However, when he beheld Cheng Xing extracting an item from his pocket, he was momentarily taken aback. For what Cheng Xing held was not a hemostatic drug, but rather a piece of bread, which he proceeded to bite open and consume. Witnessing this scene, Blood Butcher chuckled. Assuming Cheng Xing wished to indulge as a last meal before meeting his end, he refrained from intervention, quietly counting down, awaiting the moment when Cheng Xing, due to excessive blood loss, would succumb to unconsciousness. As the bread was consumed, Cheng Xing's vitality gradually restored, subtly outpacing the rate of blood loss. Upon finishing the bread, Cheng Xing once more delved into his pocket, causing Blood Butcher to tense once again, only to relax when Cheng Xing retrieved several sausages. This would be the last meal. It was indeed prudent to savor it, for opportunities to eat would soon vanish. Blood Butcher sneered, entirely oblivious to the growing brightness in Cheng Xing's eyes. As Blood Butcher mentally counted down to the end, Cheng Xing began to sway, as if he might collapse any moment, with a small pool of blood accumulating beneath him. It was over. Blood Butcher stealthily approached, his dagger poised lightly against Cheng Xing's heart. A mere push would grant him the end he sought. Yet, as he prepared to strike, he suddenly noticed Cheng Xing murmuring to himself, piquing his curiosity. Did no one inform you that if you can act, you should refrain from excessive chatter? In the next instant, Cheng Xing's robust voice reached Blood Butcher's ears, causing his expression to shift in alarm. This is bad. Blood Butcher instinctively sought to flee, yet he witnessed Cheng Xing's long knife thrust downwards, splattering the ground with blood, which then painted a crimson outline in Cheng Xing's vision. 4-directional slash. Cheng Xing ceased the pretense, stepping forward as 4 beams of sword light erupted forth. Blood Butcher found himself soaring into the air, flipping before crashing to the ground, where a familiar silhouette emerged in his line of sight. How could anyone bleed so profusely yet remain alive? Yet, no one answered his query. With Blood Butcher's lifeless body collapsing, the notifications echoed. Level increased by 1820. Gained 45 free attribute points. Cheng Xing's body radiated a brilliant glow, his injuries instantly mending. After closing the panel, his peripheral vision caught something, causing his expression to change. There, atop Blood Butcher's corpse, lay a shimmering golden orb. Could it be that the talents of awakeners can be extracted? Chapter 47. Am I Blood Butcher? Cheng Xing gazed at the talent and skill book on the ground, raising an eyebrow. Upon regaining focus, the system feedback interface materialized. Talent, invisibility. Level, A. Skill effect, entering an invisible state, duration 360 seconds. Attacking will exit the invisible state. Staring at the talent's effect, Cheng Xing was taken aback. It was undoubtedly an assassination technique. Had he not possessed the talent to regenerate, or if Blood Butcher had coated his dagger with poison, this battle would not have been so effortless for Cheng Xing. Regrettably, that talent now belonged to him. Usage. Cheng Xing picked up the talent and activated it directly. Gained talent, invisibility. He opened his panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 20, 9340010000000. Health, 1000. Attributes, Strength 84, Agility 135. Constitution 40, Spirit 40, Free attribute points 45. Talents, SSS-level loot rate increase, F-level sprint, E-level digestion recovery, E-level crowd control, A-level invisibility. Skills, B-level 4-directional, /LV1. E-level block LV1, D-level blade energy LV1. Upon reaching level 20, Cheng Xing felt his senses amplify several-fold. He could distinctly see the leaf veins hundreds of meters away in the dust of crumbling ruins. By concentrating intently, he sensed several unusual locations within a mile radius. While a pricking sensation continuously stimulated his mind, indicating the direction of the beast tide. Is this what they call crisis perception? When an awakener or a calamity beast reaches level 20, they begin to develop a preliminary sense of crisis, enabling them to respond to unknown attacks in advance. Only those who surpass level 20 can truly be considered awakeners. However, was it not said that the range of preliminary crisis perception is limited? This does not seem small at all. As Cheng Xing pondered, the previously sensed anomalies drew ever closer. Are there others? Cheng Xing snapped back to reality, perceiving something approaching. His eyes narrowed, and he began to retreat slowly. Invisibility. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from the desolate street. Shortly after Cheng Xing's disappearance, four figures emerged from the surroundings, their faces adorned with dual-tube masks. The four exchanged glances, yet before they could converse, they were drawn to the nearby corpse of Blood Butcher. Is that Blood Butcher? The newcomer with eyes on his forehead? Yes, I recognize his dagger. As they approached and beheld the lifeless body, they collectively gasped in shock. What a swift blade. He was beheaded before he even had time to react. Did he not possess an invisibility skill? How could he possibly lose? Did he confront a master from the Awakener Management Bureau? No. The spirit said that the masters from the Awakener Management Bureau are on the other side. Here, only a novice participant resides. Did they not claim that the fighters from the Awakener Management Bureau were not particularly strong this time? The four exchanged fearful glances. All were level 16, and they had come only because they believed there to be just one novice. However, with their strongest, Blood Butcher, slain, they stood no chance against the adversary. Realizing this, one promptly drew out their phone to contact the spirit. Yet, in the next moment, a blade energy appeared from thin air, severing that person's arm. The individual let out a scream, instinctively clutching their wound. In the next instant, the other three hastily drew their weapons, watching as Cheng Xing's figure materialized before their eyes. Invisibility. Blood Butcher? You're not dead? Upon witnessing someone suddenly appear, the four were initially startled, but soon their expressions relaxed. They had contended that with Blood Butcher's talent, how could he possibly perish? After all, members of the killing cult operate behind masks. Aside from their immediate superiors, no one knows their appearances or names, and they refer to each other solely by titles, facilitating their concealment among the masses. Their masks even feature voice modulation capabilities. This has long been one of the killing cult's survival strategies. Damn it, Blood Butcher, have you lost your mind? We're executing a mission. Your reckless behavior, fueled by your talent, is one thing, but what are you doing now? Upon my return, I shall ensure that the bishop teaches you a lesson. Bloodslaughter, a solitary figure within the killing sect, is notorious for his capricious temperament and psychopathic tendencies. Despite the fact that his combat prowess would undoubtedly be enhanced through the use of poison, he instead mutters about an art form inaudible to others, deriving pleasure from the torment and slaughter of his enemies. Many within the sect have felt the sting of his blade, while they vocally condemn him. Their hearts are gripped by fear, inexplicably calmed by the realization that should Bloodslaughter fall, it would signify the presence of a formidable adversary exceeding level 20, an omen of impending doom. Yet, as long as Bloodslaughter remains, albeit deranged, he is still one of their own. Observing this, Cheng Xing wore an expression of peculiar contemplation, swallowing the inquiries that had initially escaped his lips. He had severed an arm, yet the others appeared to have relaxed in his presence. How extraordinarily abnormal could one be? Although they vocally criticized Cheng Xing, there was no inclination to approach him. Are you attempting to masquerade as an intruding adventurer? Suddenly, one among the four experienced a flash of insight, his eyes alight with cleverness. Upon hearing this, the remaining three donned expressions of dawning comprehension, finally grasping why Bloodslaughter had revealed his true identity. Especially upon seeing the corpse on the ground, eerily similar to Cheng Xing's form, they could not help but regard Bloodslaughter with newfound respect. It seemed that despite his lunacy, his mind remained agile in critical moments. Is this truly permissible? Cheng Xing mused to himself, wondering from whence the killing sect had procured such hidden talents. After a brief contemplation of Bloodslaughter's persona, he raised his blade and unleashed a flurry of knife energy towards the quartet. Witnessing Cheng Xing's furious reaction, the four became increasingly convinced that he was indeed Bloodslaughter. Enough. We shall speak no more. Confirming that Bloodslaughter not only survived, but had also dealt with the newly arrived, they resolved to cease their verbal sparring. Acutely aware that any sudden movements could provoke a lethal response, they swiftly dispersed, vanishing into the ruins of the disaster zone. Once assured of their departure, Cheng Xing sheathed his weapon and bent down to search Bloodslaughter's body. He quickly retrieved a mobile device from the dark robe's pocket. The phone contained little of substance and lacked signal, yet it housed an application reminiscent of a chat room. Upon opening it, a torrent of messages flooded forth, with the most recent ones originating from the individuals who had just departed. Gunslinger, Spirit Seed, Bloodslaughter has dealt with the newcomers in the east. Swordsman, Spirit Seed. He plans to disguise himself as an adventurer who has intruded from outside to approach his target. Newbie, Spirit Seed. Bloodslaughter just slashed me during the mission. I request the bishop to feed me peanuts. Anonymous, to the one above. I have a support group for Bloodslaughter's victims. I'll add you later. Chapter 48, Turning the Tables. At the South China Base, South China Tower. Master Su, we have detected combat fluctuations exceeding level 50. A secretary hurriedly pushed open the door to Su Jiangwo's office, placing a document on his desk. What? Combat fluctuations over level 50? Su Jiangwo paused his work, maintaining a stoic expression as he examined the document. The location indicated was the disaster zone of Q City. Wasn't that where the Awakening Bureau was conducting selections? This is bad. There has been an incident during the selection. Upon realizing the location of the fluctuations, Su Jiangwo's brow furrowed, swiftly grasping the gravity of the situation. Contact the personnel responsible for this selection at the Awakening Bureau. Yes. The secretary promptly reached out to the relevant parties, and after a brief moment, he returned with a grave expression. Master Su, all personnel related to this selection have gone dark. Is there a war god available in the base? Su Jiangwo inquired. His brow furrowed further, maintaining his composure. No, all war gods are leading teams to tackle the disaster zone. There is only one injured war god remaining in the base. Master Su, the temporary worker requests to be deployed. What? She wishes to take action? Su Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, then rapidly made a decision. After the secretary exited, he fell into contemplation. The selection location of the Awakening Bureau was known only to internal personnel. How could there be a breach? Was there a leak? West of Q City's periphery. Spirit Seed gazed at the messages on his phone, a slight frown creasing his brow. What is Bloodslaughter up to? Attempting to pose as an adventurer? The selection site of the Awakening Bureau is exceedingly remote. While it is indeed feasible for an unknowing adventurer to intrude, it hardly warrants revealing his true self. However, Bloodslaughter is nothing if not a deluded madman capable of such antics, especially considering he has already dealt with Cheng Xing. With this thought, Spirit Seed chose not to delve further. Instead, he focused intently on the approaching beast tide, yet it felt as though he encountered an immense resistance. Veins throbbing on his forehead beneath the mask. Before long, the beast tide, which had been advancing southward, suddenly seemed to be redirected by an unseen force, splitting off a smaller tide that headed directly towards the main forces of the Awakening Bureau. As this smaller beast tide advanced, it gradually amassed a formidable presence. After completing this maneuver, Spirit Seed paused, breathless, and pulled out his phone. Spirit Seed. All members, the beast tide is about to strike. Prepare for engagement, divide the enemy, and act according to plan. The South China base should have already sensed the disturbance. Our time is limited. Anonymous, 1. Gunslinger, 1. In the distance. Among the main forces of the Awakening Bureau, the individuals distanced themselves from the path of the beast tide before coming to a halt, each face reflecting the relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. Except for Su Yanran and her companion, who bore expressions of grave concern. During their retreat, they had attempted to contact Cheng Xing, only to find no signal. Coupled with the colossal combat fluctuations that had erupted in the distance and the sudden emergence of the beast tide, they realized this was likely no mere coincidence. Before long, the elite members of the Awakening Bureau also wore solemn expressions, having discovered that no matter how they attempted to reach the base, there was no response. Just as they were pondering the situation, a terrified scream broke through their thoughts. The beast tide is approaching again. Everyone was startled. Had they not already distanced themselves from the beast tide's path? Why was there still a tide? As they turned to look, the scene they had first encountered with the beast tide reappeared before their eyes. Everyone, listen to my commands. Noticing this, a level 30 expert from the Awakening Bureau immediately stepped forward, preparing to replicate their previous strategy. However, before he could further direct the group, a barrage of varied attacks suddenly erupted from the ruins surrounding them. The crowd was taken aback, yet their seasoned experience allowed them to instinctively evade the onslaught. As they beheld the masked figures emerging, some even identifying those of the 3-tube and 4-tube variety, their expressions darkened. The killing sect? Su Yanran, recognizing the situation, felt a flicker of suspicion within her mind. She had encountered a member of the killing sect before, whose talent seemed to involve controlling disaster beasts. Thus, this beast tide may not have been an accident after all. The emergence of the killing sect shattered the previously orderly ranks of the main forces. And combined with the onslaught of the beast tide, half of the group was scattered. The elite members of the Awakening Bureau aimed to retaliate, but several 3-tube and 4-tube killing sect members moved to restrain them. In a moment of chaos, everyone was forced to retreat while fighting, leading to a scene of utter disorder. Without a commanding presence, the dispersed individuals could only flee in different directions. Everyone hold on, Su Yanran exclaimed, her voice resonating with urgency. The base must be aware of the situation by now. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Her words kindled a flicker of hope among the crowd. In the wake of the dual onslaught from the beast tide and the cult of slaughter, the numbers of the Awakening Bureau had dwindled to half. After repelling several waves of attacks from the cult, they managed to escape over 10 miles before the noises behind them finally ceased. Taking this opportunity, Su Yanran and her companion surveyed the remaining individuals, their brows furrowed in concern. Losses had been substantial. Their numbers had been halved. And another level 30 expert from the Bureau had been separated from them, while familiar faces like Yang Jian were nowhere to be seen. Where are Wang Qian and Cheng Yun? Spirit Seed. They have been scattered. The remaining members are banding together, prioritizing the hunt for isolated individuals. Spirit Seed. Do not pursue the Awakening Bureau's main force for now. Anonymous. Understood. As messages flooded the chatroom, Cheng Xing's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated the Spirit Seed's formidable ability to manipulate the direction of the beast tide. We cannot remain idle. We must head over there first. With a thought, her figure vanished from sight. In her invisible state, Cheng Xing swiftly navigated through the throng of beasts, narrowly avoiding several D-class disaster beasts before successfully traversing the tide. Once clear of the beasts, Cheng Xing utilized her crisis perception to scan her surroundings while retrieving her phone to monitor the movements of the cult of slaughter. Soon, she detected 4 cult members and promptly approached them. Before long, the 4 cult members, adorned with 2-tube headgear, came into view as they relentlessly pursued a severely injured level 15 team. For level 15 members, Cheng Xing smirked coldly, her form dissipating as she surged forward. The beleaguered team, acutely aware of the encroaching cultists, wore expressions of despair. Had they not been injured, they would have faced their attackers with confidence. Alas, their strength was diminished to mere remnants, leaving them with no avenue but death. Damn it, let us fight them. The team leader, feeling the weight of dwindling stamina, clenched his jaw and prepared for a final stand. Just as they turned, flashes of blades appeared from thin air and blood erupted from the cultists, who collapsed helplessly to the ground. What just happened? The team was momentarily stunned, only to realize a figure had emerged amidst the fallen cultists. Is that you? Upon recognizing Cheng Xing, their eyes widened. Her notoriety from the prior incident of selling materials had made her a well-known figure. However, their astonishment turned to shock as they noted Cheng Xing's level. Having just slain 4 level 15 fallen, her level had surged to 21. The main force is to the northwest. Be cautious on your way. With that, Cheng Xing plunged into the ruins, seeking her next target. Leveraging the various updates in the chatroom, Cheng Xing easily located the cultists in the disaster zone and methodically eliminated them one by one. This led to an eerie phenomenon in the chatroom, where anyone who reported their location seemed to fall silent thereafter. While Cheng Xing continued her search, a message in the chatroom caught her attention. Anonymous, requesting 3-tube support. We've encountered a team in the southwest, and one of them is incredibly tough. They have already taken down many of us. We can't seem to inflict any damage on them. Spirit Seed, reinforcements dispatched. Chapter 49. Rescue in the southwest outskirts of Q City. 4 figures darted swiftly through the wreckage, with a dozen cultists hot on their heels. These 4 were the captains of the teams that had previously collaborated with Cheng Xing. Damn it. Where are these people coming from? It's infuriating, Yang Jian exclaimed, glancing back at the relentless cultists. In the wake of the beast tide's assault, they had become separated from their respective teams, only to fortuitously regroup. After dispatching a few cultists together, it seemed they had attracted the attention of even more cultists, who now pursued them relentlessly. Ningxia swiftly turned, aiming and firing, using the recoil to propel herself forward. They seem to know our location. After forcing back the foremost cultist with a shot, she remarked coldly, "Think of something. I can barely keep running." Lu Xinxin gasped for breath, her form struggling under the exertion, her figure resembling 2 frantic rabbits beneath her flowing robe, as if they might leap out at any moment. As a healer, her stamina paled in comparison to the others. Lin Yan mimicked Ningxia, turning to draw her bow and shooting again to push back another cultist, her agile movements contrasting sharply with Lu Xinxin's struggles. I'm powerless as well. There are just too many of them. I can hold my ground, but I can't protect you all. Yang Jian, the largest of the group, clad in heavy armor with a great shield, brought up the rear. After their combined effort against the cultists, their levels had risen to 19, while their pursuers were only at levels 17 or 18. Yet, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. The cultists were not mindless beasts. They would not foolishly focus on Yang Jian alone, prioritizing the elimination of the others first. If there were just a few fewer of them, Yang Jian and his companions would not be retreating. As they pondered how to escape, suddenly an attack surged from the side, aimed directly at them. Watch out! Yang Jian reacted swiftly, thrusting his great shield into the ground, emanating a faint golden glow. The clash of metal resonated with a thunderous boom, kicking up a cloud of dust, causing Lu Xinxin and the others to wince in pain at the sound. Within the dust, a silhouette flickered. Ningxia and Lin Yan seized the moment to strike, unleashing bullets and arrows. However, the figure waved a massive axe, summoning a gust of wind to disperse the dust, deflecting their projectiles and igniting sparks upon impact. As the haze cleared, they finally beheld the newcomer, a hulking figure clad in a black robe, the fabric straining against his form, wielding the massive axe as if it were a mere toy. Upon seeing the crimson 3-tube mask and the level 20 above his head, their pupils dilated in shock. With the sudden strike from the 3-tube figure, the cultists trailing closely behind finally caught up, encircling the 4 of them. Well, aren't you all supposed to be fast runners? Keep it up. I've chased you for so long. I'll make sure to sever your limbs. The encroaching cultists sneered with malice, their murderous intent palpable. Don't worry, I'll take out the men first, and as for the women, ha, I want that stoic one, and that flat-chested one, and that thunderous one. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three women darkened, their grips tightening around their weapons. They resolved that even in the face of death, they would not allow themselves to be sullied by the group before them. Humph. At that moment, Santong let out a cold snort, and the other members of the killing sect fell silent. The hierarchy within the sect was rigid. These Heir Tong members dared not defy Santong, even when the cost was the life of a single individual. I want them all. However, the subsequent words from Santong caused the expressions of the four to drastically change, especially Yang Jian, who had keenly sensed that Santong's gaze lingered on him the longest. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt an unsettling sensation in his core. Yet, an invisible determination surged within him. For the sake of his innocence, he was prepared to fight with all his might. With a fierce shout, Yang Jian charged at Santong, shield raised high, his movements so swift that none could react in time. Yet, Santong possessed an instinct for danger and instinctively raised his axe to block, though he was still pushed back several meters by the sudden onslaught. Seeing Yang Jian make his move, Ningxia and Lin Yan sprang into action. As gunfire and the whistling of arrows pierced the air, two unsuspecting killing sect members fell victim to their coordinated attack, collapsing to the ground, clutching their groins and wailing in agony, resembling boiled shrimp. The remaining members were momentarily stunned, sensing a sudden chill beneath them. However, they did not remain idle. The quicker among them charged towards the two women, weapons swinging. Ningxia, expressionless, positioned her sniper rifle in front of her, successfully deflecting the incoming strikes. Aren't you supposed to shoot accurately? Go ahead and shoot me again, taunted one of the assailants as he closed the distance, attacking viciously. With range support now compromised, it seemed death was the only outcome. Yet, the response to his bravado was a series of gunshots. Several blossoms of crimson erupted upon him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ningxia steadied her sniper rifle with one hand, while the other brandished a pistol, from which wisps of smoke curled upward. However, the pistol's power was ultimately insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Lin Yan engaged in a fierce exchange with her arrows, but before they could resolve their immediate threats, more foes surged forward, leaving the two women scrambling to evade. The sheer number of attackers made it inevitable that they would sustain injuries. Heal. Lu Xinxin, positioned behind them, continuously cast healing spells, barely keeping them afloat. Just then, a dull thud resonated as a shadow hurtled towards them, crashing down before the trio. Gasping, Yang Jian hit the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to muster his remaining strength as he propped himself up with his shield. Yang Jian, heal. Lu Xinxin's face paled at the sight, and she hurried to restore his health. The four exchanged glances, a flicker of despair passing through their eyes as they beheld Santong advancing ominously. They shared a resolute look, determination etched on their faces. Santong sneered. His enjoyment had been disrupted by Yang Jian, and now he simply wished to reap the rewards. He raised his axe high, ready to cleave down upon them. In that moment, the four could only watch helplessly. Whoosh. Yet, the next instant, four blades of light appeared out of nowhere, severing Santong's arm, while three deep gashes marred his body, blood gushing forth. As Santong collapsed, a figure materialized before the four, wielding a long knife still dripping with crimson. Looks like I haven't arrived too late. Chapter 50, Level Up. Cheng Xing? The four exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance of the figure. Their astonishment deepened upon seeing his impressive level of 23. It had only been a brief time since they last saw him, and Cheng Xing had managed to ascend to such heights. We'll catch up later. I need to deal with those over there first. Cheng Xing spoke without further ado, fixing his gaze on the unsuspecting members of the killing sect ahead. Wait, leave them to us. Just as Cheng Xing was about to strike, Lu Xinxin intervened. With a synchronized nod from the four, Yang Jian was the first to charge forward, bullets and arrows erupting from either side, targeting the feet of the killing sect members. The initial reckless assault had already rendered their opponent's combat ineffective, and the remaining foes posed little threat. Lu Xinxin supported them from behind, continuously replenishing their health, enabling their movements to quicken. Having danced on the edge of death, their combat skills improved significantly, becoming more decisive. After a few exchanges, the remaining enemies were all vanquished. Soon, under Cheng Xing's watchful gaze, the four felt a radiant glow enveloping them as they all crossed the threshold into level 20. Upon reaching this milestone, they glanced at the experience required for further advancement, their respect for Cheng Xing deepening. Thank you. If you hadn't arrived in time, we might have met our end at their hands, Yang Jian expressed gratefully. Thanks, Ningxia responded coolly, her expression as frosty as ever. Lu Xinxin, emboldened, climbed closer to Cheng Xing, her delicate arms wrapping around his, her ample bosom nearly engulfing his arm, the delightful sensation lingering. With nimble fingers, she discreetly slipped a prepared note into Cheng Xing's pocket. Leaning closer, her enticing lips parting slightly as her dulcet voice whispered, "Here's my address. Feel free to visit any time. I promise to repay you handsomely." At her words, Cheng Xing felt warmth spread through him, a fire igniting in his core. Coughing lightly, Yang Jian, unable to bear the tension, cleared his throat. Lu Xinxin shot him a glare, casting a flirtatious smile at Cheng Xing before releasing her hold. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ling Zhong observed the conversation in the chat room, gradually sensing something amiss. Why had Santong, whom he dispatched earlier, not returned with news? According to the timeline, he should have already reached the location. The reports from the front indicated that the second wave of beast onslaught had scattered only the new recruits participating in the selection process. While a few prodigies managed to turn the tide, they were few and far between. The situation was particularly troubling this time, yet Santong had been deployed. There was no reason for failure. Ling Zhong murmured to himself, though an ominous premonition gnawed at him, as if he had overlooked something crucial. Just as he pondered the source of his unease, two figures emerged, dragging something into view. As he looked up, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. The primary objective of this plan had been accomplished. As the two approached, their crimson-stained attire caused the surrounding Santong members to bow their heads in deference. Only Ling Zhong, a Santong himself, stared intently at the two figures, and as they drew nearer, it became evident that they were dragging a person. If an agent of the Awakener Management Bureau were present, they would recognize the half-conscious figure as the missing level 30 expert. At that moment, he appeared on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. The two Santong members dragging him bore expressions of greed. If they were to slay him alone, they could easily ascend several levels. As their ranks climbed, the difficulty of hunting Awakeners increased, and such a significant prey was rare. However, this time, it would be offered to Ling Zhong, the newcomer. Ling Zhong meticulously adjusted his attire, retrieving a beautifully crafted dagger from his pocket as if it were a fine dining utensil. Then he slowly approached the individual, examining his tattered equipment and contorted limbs. A slight frown creasing Ling Zhong's brow. "Take him to be cleaned," he commanded brusquely, waving his hand dismissively. At his words, the two from the fourth tube raised their eyebrows in surprise. They had worked tirelessly to capture this person alive, and yet he was being critiqued? "Ling Zhong, haven't you resolved matters on your end?" Came the urgent reminder. "Handle things swiftly. I've received word that the temporary workers from the South China base have mobilized." Just as Ling Zhong and his companions were at an impasse, the voice of his master echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the term temporary workers, Ling Zhong's pupils constricted involuntarily. He refrained from making further demands, instead raising a hand to retrieve a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the dust from the man's face. Simultaneously, a beautifully crafted dagger found its way to the man's heart. The individual attempted to struggle, yet was firmly restrained on both sides, ultimately succumbing as his pupils dilated and his body slumped weakly. As he perished, a radiant glow enveloped Ling Zhong, his level rising steadily. Level 21, Level 22, Level 30. Ling Zhong closed his eyes, appearing to savor a delectable feast. When his level stabilized at 30, he slowly opened his eyes and raised his hand towards the tide of beasts. With a slight focus, the tide parted into 5 streams, spreading outward. Witnessing this, Ling Zhong laughed heartily. Having reached level 30, his talents had become increasingly formidable. Ling Zhong, everyone. Mission accomplished. All units, report on the situation and prepare to depart. Anonymous, killed 1 level 17 newcomer and 2 level 16 newcomers. I have now risen to level 20. Anonymous, killed 1 level 16 newcomer. As Ling Zhong spoke again in the chat room, numerous individuals promptly reported their battle statuses. Observing the messages, Ling Zhong mentally calculated the losses incurred by the Awaken Management Bureau this time. It was already known that 20 newcomers had been eliminated, along with 1 level 30 expert. Initially, a hint of pride graced Ling Zhong's face. However, as time passed, he discerned something amiss. The string of battle reports abruptly ceased. Even the third tube, who had previously gone out for support, had not yet responded. Ling Zhong, everyone, all remaining personnel, report immediately. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing, noticing Ling Zhong's growing awareness of the situation, eliminated a cultist while simultaneously typing a 1 on his phone. Watching the successive reports in the chat room, Ling Zhong's expression darkened gradually. The final count revealed that the number was significantly less than those who had participated in the operation. Someone was hunting us in return, Ling Zhong concluded. Yet this realization was difficult for someone who pursued perfection in all matters to accept. Had he brought everyone back, it would have been a resounding victory. He would have not only advanced to level 30, but also further diminished the enemy's nascent strength. However, as it stood, he had merely achieved a narrow victory, suffering substantial losses while inadvertently nurturing a formidable expert among the adversaries, one capable of slaughtering numerous fallen even in the early stages. Ling Zhong, we sense a terrifying aura approaching. Just as Ling Zhong wrestled with the decision of whether to seek the individual out, the voice of the 6th tube suddenly resonated in his mind. Chapter 51, Wang Qian is dead? Ling Zhong, everyone retreat. Ling Zhong gazed coldly towards the direction of the Awaken Management Bureau's main force, reluctantly issuing the order. According to plan, reaching level 30 would have been the optimal moment to devour the remaining personnel. Yet now, an unexpected turn of events had occurred, compounded by the arrival of an entity they had dreaded facing from the South China base. This marked the second instance since Ling Zhong's emergence that events had spiraled beyond his control. As he commanded the retreat, most of the cultists, eyeing the unharvested experience packages with reluctance, began to withdraw in accordance with orders. A small faction of the cultists, driven by bloodlust, were unwilling to abandon such a bountiful task, as opportunities like this were rare. Recently relocated to the South China base, their foundation was unstable. Typically, they resembled rats in a sewer, lurking within the base without daring to act, whereas in disaster zones, awakened individuals often traveled in groups, presenting few opportunities for leveling through kills. There are still some who haven't retreated, murmured a member of the fourth tube to Lingzhou. They seek their own demise. We need not concern ourselves with them, Lingzhou replied coldly. They wished for death themselves. He would not hinder them. With that, he led the others into the ruins, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Xing regarded the now tranquil chatroom with a furrowed brow. Had the cultists truly retreated? Was the base's support finally arriving? They should head back. Unable to contact Su Yanran and the others, she remained unaware of their circumstances. Cheng Xing? Yang Jian paused, suddenly inquiring. It seems the cultists have withdrawn, Cheng Xing replied, omitting any mention of her phone. Upon her statement, Yang Jian and the others expressed no suspicion. Recalling that Cheng Xing had previously discussed the issue of crisis perception with them and had discovered her awareness extended over a remarkably broad range, they felt certain that Cheng Xing sensed their retreat. Shall we pursue? Lu Xinxin suggested, her feelings towards such fratricidal organizations having soured since their first encounter with the Fallen. Forget it. A desperate foe is not to be pursued. We do not know if they have any backup, so let us rejoin the main force. Cheng Xing shook her head, having learned from Yang Jian that the cultists had even sent out the fourth tube, making continued pursuit too dangerous. The four harbored no objections. Cheng Xing had organically become the backbone of their group. After determining the correct direction, they set off towards the main force. In the northwest corner of the disaster zone in Q City, the Awakened Management Bureau's main force. At this moment, the crowd resembled startled birds, but fortunately, the remaining level 30 expert of the Bureau quickly stepped forward, efficiently organizing everyone present. Those above level 20 and several select personnel formed teams to guard the periphery, maintaining a strategic distance to ensure that any encounters with enemies would alert nearby teams to provide support. Beside the level 30 expert stood Su Yanran and the highest-ranking selected personnel, ensuring that should any team face insurmountable foes, they could swiftly offer assistance. Having been unable to contact Cheng Xing from the outset, would he encounter trouble? At that moment, Xu Yanyan, her face full of worry, could not help but pace back and forth. If the threat posed by the tide of beasts was manageable, the emergence of the cultists had left them feeling increasingly restless. Do not fret. You know his strength well, do you not? Moreover, this is not Cheng Xing's first encounter with the Fallen, Su Yanran reassured her in a low voice, attempting to quell her inner turmoil. Hearing her comforting words, Xu Yanyan managed to calm down somewhat. Shortly thereafter, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, accompanied by a terrified scream. What? Wang Qian is dead? At the sound of this, both women were momentarily taken aback, quickly turning to look. They beheld Cheng Yun, who had been separated from the main force during the second tide of beasts, slowly approaching amidst a protective squad. Once impeccably dressed before the selection, he now appeared disheveled, his equipment in tatters, covered in wounds, and looking utterly wretched. More astonishingly, his level had somehow surpassed 20. The surrounding individuals could not help but cast reverent glances in his direction, unable to fathom the magnitude of the battle that Cheng Yun must have endured to break free from the encirclement of the slaughter cultists, even managing to dispatch several of them. However, there was one exception. Before Cheng Yun, Wang Go clutched at his collar, the earlier cries of alarm having emanated from his lips. The news of Wang Qian's demise was also brought back by Cheng Yun. Say that again. Wang Qian is dead? Wang Go inquired incredulously, having bound his interests tightly to Wang Qian, and as her bodyguard, he had only gained the opportunity to participate in the selection alongside her. Now, being told of her death, he could hardly bear to imagine how he would be treated by the Wang family upon his return. We were pursued by 3 slaughter cultists. In an effort to alleviate the pressure on Wang Qian, I led 2 of them away. By the time I resolved the situation and returned to her side, it was already. Cheng Yun spoke with a face full of grief and indignation, allowing Wang Go to grip his collar as if he were at his mercy. As he recounted his tale, his self-sacrificial image took shape in the minds of those around him, causing them to regard him with newfound respect. It's over. I am finished. Upon hearing this, Wang Go's grip slackened, and Cheng Yun freed himself, while he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen with despair. This is troublesome. Observing this, Su Yanran furrowed her brow. The Wang family was not to be trifled with, and should they learn that Wang Qian had perished during the selection, no one could predict the actions they might take. Wang Qian actually died at the hands of the slaughter cult? After listening, Xu Yanyan's heart grew increasingly anxious for Cheng Xing. The offspring of their families, particularly the direct descendants, often possessed life-saving methods bestowed upon them by powerful allies. To eradicate them, one would need to surpass a certain threshold. Now, witnessing Wang Qian's demise amidst this assault, was it not all the more perilous for Cheng Xing, who had no such trump cards? Do not overthink it. She was already injured previously, and when the second wave of the beast tide struck, we became separated. Given her nature, she may have overlooked using her trump cards, Su Yanran suggested after some contemplation, yet the worry etched on her brow diminished the persuasiveness of her words. All of this transpired under the watchful gaze of Cheng Yun, who, with a slight upturn of his lips, thought, "Humph, still waiting for Cheng Xing? Just wait for the time to collect his corpse." However, at that moment, a commotion arose from behind, and instinctively, Cheng Yun turned around to see a familiar figure emerging within his line of sight. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his triumphant expression suddenly froze. How is this possible? Chapter 52. There is a traitor among us. Who goes there? Sensing someone approaching, the crowd turned abruptly, instinctively drawing their weapons. However, upon realizing it was the guard team returning with survivors, they collectively sighed in relief. "Captain, you're alive. This is wonderful." Several members of the guard team were old comrades of Yang Jian, and upon seeing them survive, they couldn't contain their joy. "You all reached level 20? Your progress is astonishing," they exclaimed. "What a pity, we didn't get a chance to engage." At this moment, Yang Jian and his companions failed to conceal their auras, and upon noticing their uniform level of 20, envy filled their eyes. Seeing this, Yang Jian and his group exchanged wry smiles before recounting their harrowing experiences. Upon hearing that they had been besieged by 3 barrels and 10 slaughter cultists, nearly losing their lives, the crowd fell silent. To be frank, given the circumstances they faced, whether they could hold on until Cheng Xing arrived was in itself a question. When they learned that Cheng Xing had reached the impressive level of 23, everyone was astounded. Such a level even surpassed that of the security experts responsible for this selection. In an instant, all eyes turned to Cheng Xing, filled with admiration and respect. Those who had previously surrounded Cheng Yun hurried over to Cheng Xing, eager to behold this esteemed individual. At that moment, Cheng Xing donned a black trench coat, beneath which was a combat suit that had seamlessly morphed to fit his form. Despite several damages to his attire, paired with his striking looks and composed demeanor, he appeared not disheveled, but rather as if embodying a fashionable, distressed style, standing in stark contrast to Cheng Yun. Observing this, Cheng Yun's expression darkened, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Why is he still alive? What a bunch of useless fools. He had never anticipated that. Despite being the first to disperse and facing an assault from the slaughter cult, Cheng Xing would return unscathed. Amidst the throng of admirers, Cheng Xing rejoined the main group. Yet as he passed by Cheng Yun, he sensed a prickling instinct of danger and subtly glanced in Cheng Yun's direction. However, at that moment, Cheng Yun had already vanished from sight, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Strange. Before Cheng Xing could fully process this, a graceful figure burst from the crowd, diving straight into his embrace, clutching him tightly. Ahem, everyone disperse. The onlookers observed this scene with curiosity, and soon, Su Yanran emerged from the back, gently clearing her throat before gesturing for the crowd to scatter. Upon hearing her, the bystanders promptly vacated the area, granting them much-needed space. Chu Yanyan held on to Cheng Xing, but uttered not a single word, and Cheng Xing, too, remained silent, simply standing still. The fragrance of the young girl enveloped him, and the tension that had initially gripped Cheng Xing began to dissipate as he savored the tranquility of the moment. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Yanyan gradually released her hold. "She was very worried about you." Su Yanran provided a gentle nudge of encouragement. "I know," Cheng Xing replied. The brief half-hour since the beast tide's onset until their reunion felt like an eternity, especially after learning of Wang Qian's demise in the attack. "The base's reinforcements should be arriving soon, right?" Cheng Xing ruffled Chu Yanyan's hair, inquiring. "They should be close," she replied. "What a coincidence. They chose to retreat at this precise moment." Cheng Xing furrowed his brow, muttering in confusion. "Indeed, and with this attack, it stands to reason that the selection location was not made public." Su Yanran nodded, acknowledging that the assault had been meticulously planned, whether in the form of the beast tide or the sheer number of slaughter cultists. "Is it possible they deduced our location?" Cheng Xing queried. "That seems unlikely. We have the Adventurers Guild providing us with hints, warning adventurers not to come here due to recent high-level beast activity. And this warning extends to dozens of locations scattered throughout the base. The probability of pinpointing our location within 7 days is exceedingly low," Su Yanran reflected, shaking her head. "Then that means..." Cheng Xing stroked his chin, exchanging a solemn glance with Su Yanran as they both whispered in unison, "There is a traitor among us." The uncertainty lay in whether the traitor was among the current ranks or within the higher echelons. The likelihood of betrayal from the upper ranks was not small. If the slaughter cult had managed to retreat before the base's reinforcements arrived, then it was highly probable that there were traitors lurking within the higher-ups of the South China base, for they surely knew the location of the selection. If their suspicions were correct, the situation would be far more dire. "Has the slaughter cult always operated on such a grand scale?" Cheng Xing inquired curiously, realizing that since the establishment of the Awaken Management Bureau, he had encountered 3 incidents involving the slaughter cult. "No, according to the records from Huaxi, the slaughter cult has primarily operated in secrecy. They seldom commit murder within their bases, typically preying on weaker teams in disaster-stricken areas. Moreover, many years ago, The slaughter cult attempted to infiltrate the South China base, only to provoke the Chu family, who eradicated them entirely, a matter in which you should also have been involved. Su Yanran recounted the story with eloquence, casting a glance at Cheng Xing at the end. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing was momentarily taken aback. How was he connected to this incident? Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something, turning to look at Chu Yanyan. The matter Su Yanran spoke of must be the occasion when he fortuitously saved Chu Yanyan years ago. Following that event, the Su and Chu families joined forces to establish the Awakeners Management Bureau, and since then, the slaughter cult had not dared to extend its reach towards the South China base again. Just as the two were pondering the recent attack, the enormous commotion in the distance finally subsided. Has it concluded over there as well? Cheng Xing and his companions were slightly taken aback, then looked up. After a brief pause, Qin Zhan's figure appeared above them. At that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his equipment showing varying degrees of damage, and his body adorned with numerous small wounds. However, as time progressed, those wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Report the situation, Qin Zhan commanded. Observing the diminished group before him, his expression evidently displeased. He had not anticipated such a significant oversight from his level 52 awakened, responsible for the selection in the Management Bureau, which left him feeling quite humiliated. The remaining level 30 experts promptly reported the current situation to him. When he learned that others were stranded outside, his expression slightly improved. With his eyes tightly shut, an invisible force rapidly spread out, enveloping the entire disaster area of Q City. Soon, under his guidance, every individual who had been stranded was pinpointed. There are still a few rats that were overlooked. Capture them alive. I wish to interrogate them personally. Qin Zhan ordered his subordinates, having sensed several cultists lingering in the disaster zone. Understood. The expert, who had been stifled throughout, responded coldly, and then swiftly set off. With Qin Zhan overseeing the situation, they naturally felt no fear. After completing these tasks, just as Qin Zhan was about to retract his perception, he suddenly noticed a striking crimson figure had appeared behind him. Someone. Qin Zhan's pupils constricted. He had not sensed the presence of this individual at all. Chapter 53, Zhuke. Cheng Xing, who had been observing the sky, was equally startled, for the figure seemed to have materialized out of thin air. The newcomer possessed long, waist-length crimson hair, and her leather attire accentuated her voluptuous figure, curvaceous and breathtaking, with a delicate waist that captivated the eye. Her exquisitely chiseled jawline, combined with remarkably refined features, appeared flawless even from a low vantage point. What transpired here? The red-haired woman inquired, her tone measured. Why, you are the temporary worker, Lady Zhuke? Qin Zhan finally recalled something, rendered speechless and stammering in shock. Zhu Chue's golden eyes coldly swept over Qin Zhan, uttering not a single word more. The situation is as follows. Realizing the urgency, Qin Zhan hastily recounted the entire sequence of events. Cheng Xing, what are you gazing at? The two women, who were still contemplating the attack, noticed Cheng Xing had spaced out and followed his line of sight. What is that? They soon caught sight of the striking figure, their eyes widening in disbelief. No way. Am I seeing things? Is that the temporary worker? Su Yanran could not help but exclaim. Indeed, I have seen her before. Chu Yanyan nodded in astonishment. You both know her? Cheng Xing asked, intrigued by their rare display of excitement. Of course. Do you know who she is? She is the temporary worker, Su Yanran exclaimed, her expression imbued with rare admiration. The kind of temporary worker who can effortlessly handle difficult tasks and then leave with style? Cheng Xing remarked with a peculiar expression, recalling an anime he had seen in his previous life. What are you even talking about? Chu Yanyan replied, perplexed by Cheng Xing's question, before explaining. Although your statement seems somewhat accurate, a temporary worker refers to a formidable individual so powerful that no base can contend with them. They are not bound by any faction, family, or force. They come and go as they please. That is the essence of a temporary worker. At her words, Cheng Xing was momentarily stunned, based on their description. This individual before him was indeed the epitome of strength in South China. Hearing Chu Yanyan's characterization stirred something within him. If he could become a temporary worker, perhaps he would no longer need to conceal anything. However, he pondered whether it was excessive to deploy a temporary worker merely to resolve an attack. It struck him that if the individual was truly so powerful, mobilizing them to address this incident would be akin to using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. Deploy? Don't be ridiculous. No one can command a temporary worker. They act only when they choose to. Su Yanran corrected him with a shake of her head. As time passed, more and more people began to notice the sudden appearance of Zhuke. Their curiosity piqued as they looked up. Unfortunately, they were not like Su Yanran and the others, entirely oblivious to Zhu Chue's identity. After listening to Qin Zhan's report, Zhu Chue's golden gaze swept across the disaster area surrounding Q City, where a tidal wave of beasts was wreaking havoc. At that moment, the beast tide, having escalated in level, was expanding at an alarming rate, nearing the scale of a B-level beast tide, its growth far surpassing that of a typical occurrence. In response, Zhuke merely raised her hand, her long, elegant fingers slightly apart, and in the next moment, a ball of crimson flame materialized in her palm. The crowd immediately felt the temperature around them soar, as if they had been plunged into a furnace, causing them to sweat profusely. In a hidden corner, the nearly B-level beast tide suddenly ignited spontaneously, engulfed in crimson flames that consumed miles of the horde, turning it to ash in an instant. Once the beast tide was subdued, Zhuke clenched her fist, extinguishing the flames as easily as one might swat a fly. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zhan was once again taken aback. That was a B-level beast tide. Even he would require the cooperation of several god-tier experts to handle such a situation, yet it was resolved in a mere moment. Where are the fallen? Zhuke inquired again, and Qin Zhan dared not delay, promptly indicating the direction from which the six had fled. In the next instant, she vanished from her position. Only Qin Zhan was aware of the resolution of the beast tide, but Cheng Xing, observing Zhu Chua's actions, began to form a rough hypothesis. What intrigued Cheng Xing was that when Zhuke made her move, he could not discern her level. Even more perplexing was the fleeting glance she seemed to cast in his direction before departing. As time progressed, the remaining individuals stranded outside were gradually brought back. Though compared to those who returned on their own, they appeared significantly more traumatized. Many had witnessed their companions perish at the hands of the slaughter cult. Meanwhile, the corpses of the awakened who had perished in this incident were also being returned. And as they gazed upon the lifeless bodies of those who had been vibrant just yesterday, many with fragile mental fortitudes could not suppress their nausea. In an instant, the collective mood plummeted to a nadir until the experts from the Management Bureau returned with several slaughter cultists bound and captured. Almost everyone wore a murderous expression, their gazes fixed intently on the few individuals before them, who regrettably lay unconscious and unresponsive. Let me kill them. At last, one could no longer restrain the urge to act, provoking a second to follow suit, and chaos erupted on the scene. Fortunately, skilled security personnel swiftly intervened, halting their advance. If given the chance, they too yearned to retaliate for the victims who perished during this election. Yet, in order to extract intelligence regarding the slaughtering cult from their lips, their lives had to be spared for the time being. They still held value. Once their usefulness was exhausted, they would face appropriate punishment. It was not until Qin Zhan spoke that the tumult subsided, though the hatred in their eyes lingered long after. The changes in their demeanor did not escape Qin Zhan's notice. It seemed this unforeseen incident might yield more fruitful results from the selection than ever before. Soon, with the restoration of communication signals, nearly everyone's phones buzzed to life, and in no time, reinforcements from the base began to arrive in succession. A new camp swiftly emerged, allowing those who had endured the attack a moment of much-needed respite. The experts who had come to assist quickly secured the perimeter of the disaster area, commencing their investigation. While resting within the tent, Cheng Xing and her companions were abruptly alerted by the sound of hurried footsteps outside. The next moment, the tent flap was thrown aside, revealing the imposing figure of Su Haoran before them. Cheng Xing, Xiaoran, Xiaoyan. Su Haoran's expression, which had once been composed, instantly morphed into one of despair. His face clouded with sorrow. Upon seeing that the trio was unharmed, Gao Chun and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. After learning of the incident at the selection, they had rushed over without delay. Outside, the cleanup efforts continued in an orderly fashion when suddenly, a voice filled with fury rang out. No one is allowed to leave. Chapter 54, Arrival of the Wang Family. As that voice echoed, a commotion erupted outside the tent. Who dares to cause trouble? Cheng Xing and her companions curiously stepped outside. There, at the exit of the camp, a young man accompanied by a dozen bodyguards blocked the way. Before them, the participants of the selection had gathered in small groups, seemingly prepared to return to the base, only to find their path obstructed by the youth. Who are you to prevent our departure? One of those detained spoke up indignantly. I am Wang Sheng, of the Wang family. Wang Sheng cast a cold glance over the crowd, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. It is a member of the Wang family. As Cheng Xing and her companions emerged, they caught sight of Wang Sheng speaking, and Su Haoran furrowed his brow at the sight. Upon realizing that the newcomer was of the Wang family, the others suddenly fell silent, refraining from further protest. Stay here. Without my permission, none of you shall leave. Wang Sheng scoffed, directing his bodyguards. This is not your Wang family's territory. What do you intend to do? The earlier commotion had attracted the attention of Qin Zhan, who promptly appeared before Wang Sheng. Lord Qin, please arbitrate for us. We wish to leave, yet they are stopping us. With Qin Zhan's arrival, the detained individuals felt emboldened to voice their grievances once more. What do I intend to do? My sister perished during this selection. I am here to conduct an investigation. I advise you not to obstruct me, and it would be wise to ensure that your negligence does not lead to the demise of my Wang family kin. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Remarkably, Wang Sheng displayed no fear of the powerful, maintaining an air of disdain as he brushed past Qin Zhan, intent on proceeding toward the location where the corpses were stored. Halt! A nearby security expert, unable to tolerate Wang Sheng's insolence, prepared to intervene. Wang Sheng shot a fierce glare, a potent aura emanating from him, a level 33 appearing above his head. Let him investigate. Qin Zhan frowned slightly, but subsequently gestured for the others to stand down. The Wang family's influence was considerable within the base. Members of the Wang family were embedded in various organizations, including the Adventurers Guild and the Bureau of Justice. To thwart them now would only provide the Wang family with further justification to intervene. If they were denied the opportunity to investigate, the Wang family would not rest easily. All of this transpired before Cheng Xing and her companions, whose observations of the Wang family's brazen conduct prompted a frown from Cheng Xing. In contrast, Chu Yanyan and the others appeared unfazed, clearly accustomed to such behavior. It seems the base will soon descend into turmoil. Before long, Wang Sheng commenced questioning the participants of the selection, attempting to unearth any clues. Unfortunately, due to Wang Qian's antagonistic demeanor during the selection, nearly everyone had avoided her, leaving no one to shed light on the circumstances of her demise. Soon, apart from Cheng Xing, nearly everyone had been interrogated. Are there any members of the Su or Chu families present? Wang Sheng cast a glance at Cheng Xing, who was surrounded by Su Haoran, his brow slightly furrowing. After a moment's contemplation, he shifted his focus to the last individuals, Cheng Yun and Wang Go. Young master, I had no choice. I was swept away by the beast tide. Please, grant me another chance. Wang Go pleaded, humility etched across his face upon seeing Wang Sheng's attention. Yet, in a swift motion, Wang Sheng raised his hand and seized Wang Go by the throat. Wang Go struggled, gasping for breath as his face turned increasingly red and purple from the lack of oxygen. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers hissed in disapproval, none daring to intervene. However, with so many witnesses present, Wang Sheng ultimately refrained from killing him in public, knowing the Bureau of Justice would respond immediately, and he relented, loosening his grip. Wang Go collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air, and then, disregarding his dignity, bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, young master, for sparing my life. Observing the once noble son of the Su family groveling before Wang Sheng, the latter scoffed mockingly and provocatively turned his gaze towards Su Haoran. It was evident that this display was intended for the Su family's benefit. Seeing this unfold, Su Haoran and his companions wore expressions of discontent. After establishing his dominance over them, Wang Sheng redirected his attention to Cheng Yun. I recognize you. You are Cheng Xingyang's son, are you not? You seem a bit different. Wang Sheng offered Cheng Yun little in the way of kindness, for after his investigation, he discovered that Cheng Yun was the first to find his sister's corpse among those present. Cheng Yun had initially worn a hint of a smile, but upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, his expression faltered. Young Master Wang, you jest. I am indeed the legitimate heir of the Cheng family. However, he quickly masked his discomfort and attempted to respond lightheartedly. Jesting? Do we know each other well? Wang Sheng's demeanor shifted from casual to threatening in an instant, startling Cheng Yun. Under Wang Sheng's intense scrutiny, Cheng Yun recounted the events he had previously recounted multiple times. That's not right. My sister possessed life-saving measures left by our family's experts. I just checked. She did not utilize them. If she encountered a fallen, she would not have held back. This implies that the perpetrator who killed my sister must be among you. Upon hearing Cheng Yun's account, Wang Sheng's gaze turned frigid, locking onto Cheng Yun as he spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Observing Wang Sheng's unreasonable accusations, Cheng Xing couldn't help but frown. Was it truly fair to suspect everyone present simply because Wang Qian had not employed her protective measures? As for you, you wouldn't dare. However, Wang Sheng scrutinized Cheng Yun with disdain, shaking his head dismissively and promptly excluding him from consideration. Firstly, his talent was merely rated A, and his level was inferior to that of Wang Qian. Secondly, he was the son of the war god, and aware of the Wang family's formidable strength. He dared not lay a hand on Wang Qian. The perpetrator could only be someone of a level and talent comparable to my sister's, and moreover, a rogue. Wang Sheng declared with confidence, indifferent to the truth of the matter, solely concerned with preserving the Wang family's reputation. How could Wang Qian, equipped with means of survival, perish at the hands of a fallen during the trial? Such a disgrace would tarnish the Wang family's image in the South China base. It was only plausible to suggest that Wang Qian had been betrayed and ambushed by a teammate, leading to her failure to utilize her survival measures, which they could grudgingly accept. Yet, the latter scenario necessitated someone to take the fall, regardless of whether they were indeed the true culprit. Young Master Wang, your words remind me of someone, and this individual has yet to be investigated by you. Upon hearing this, a smirk formed on Cheng Yun's lips as he hastily spoke up. Oh, Wang Sheng raised an eyebrow, and Cheng Yun leaned in to whisper in his ear. As he recounted his tale, Wang Sheng's eyes grew increasingly frigid. Moments later, with a mere glance, he signaled to the bodyguard behind him, who swiftly approached Cheng Xing. Seize him. Chapter 55. He is the one who caused my sister's demise. What are you doing? Wang Sheng advanced with aggression, prompting Su Haoran to step forward, shielding Cheng Xing behind him. I now suspect he is the one responsible for my sister's death. Hand him over. Wang Sheng's expression was defiant, his tone resolutely certain. Take your madness elsewhere and refrain from indiscriminately accusing people here. Su Yanran could not help but retort. As political adversaries, they were well acquainted with the Wang family's tactics. The notion of a culprit was merely a means to scapegoat Cheng Xing, who lacked any substantial backing yet possessed exceptional talent. thus serving as a sacrificial pawn to uphold the Wang family's authority. The Wang family epitomized the archetypal family that prioritized their own interests. If you proved useful to them, they would embrace you, but once you were deemed expendable, they would unceremoniously cast you aside. If he is not the culprit, how could he possibly level up to 23 in such a short span of time? You have all witnessed the methods of the cult of slaughter. They operate in packs. How could he single-handedly vanquish so many of them? I even suspect he has risen to such heights by slaughtering his own kind. Seeing that direct confrontation was ineffective, Wang Sheng sneered, raising his voice. His words echoed throughout the camp, stirring the hearts of many, especially those who had witnessed comrades fall before their eyes during the cult's assault. Conversely, those who had remained within the safety of the main force, under the protection of skilled bodyguards, had not faced such attacks. In an instant, a flurry of doubtful gazes fell upon Cheng Xing. Indeed, his level has risen alarmingly fast. Just a while ago, I saw him at level 18, and now, not long after, he is already at level 23. How many fallen must he have slain? Could it be true that he has turned against his own? The public scrutiny surrounding Cheng Xing erupted in a tidal wave of skepticism. How dare you? You speak nonsense. Witnessing Wang Sheng's slanderous behavior, Su Yanran and the others were immediately incensed. We can testify that Cheng Xing once saved us from the hands of the third cylinder cultists. Indeed, Yang Jian and his companions promptly stepped forward to defend Cheng Xing. They had connections with individuals of war god caliber. And while they might harbor reservations against the Wang family, they would not remain silent in the face of such bullying. You all are practically in cahoots with him. What value does your testimony hold? Since you claim he has slain the cult of slaughter, surely he must have saved many. Ask them. Who else can come forth to testify? Wang Sheng scoffed, his words dripping with contempt as he cast a menacing glance around. Those who had been saved by Cheng Xing exchanged glances, then looked at the formidable Wang Sheng, lowering their heads in silence. Unlike Yang Jian and his group, they had family members working within the Bureau of Awakening or had been invited due to their talents and qualifications. To them, the Wang family loomed as a colossal entity, and offending Cheng Xing seemed trivial in comparison. Observing their responses, Wang Sheng smirked triumphantly, arms outstretched, boasting, "You see, no one can testify. I wonder who dares to shield this murderer. No, this fallen." Wang Sheng cast a heavy accusation. This scene ignited fury within Su Yanran and the others, with the Su siblings and Chu Yanyan itching to draw their swords. Thankfully, Gao Chun and the others managed to restrain them just in time. They had initially intended to speak out, but Cheng Xing raised his hand, interrupting them. He slowly stepped out from behind them and approached Wang Sheng directly. Gazing into Cheng Xing's unflinching eyes, Wang Sheng furrowed his brow. After all his setup, the other party seemed utterly unaffected. Whose dog is barking here? Is no one going to manage this? Yet Cheng Xing's next words caused Wang Sheng to lose his composure, involuntarily exclaiming, "Who the hell are you calling a dog?" Regrettably, the moment he spoke, he realized his mistake, as Cheng Xing feigned enlightenment. "So, you can understand human speech? Truly a person of substance. I initially thought you were just baring your teeth at people. You dare insult me. I am of the Wang family. Enough. I understand. You are just a dog of the Wang family. I am a human, capable of understanding human speech. No need to reiterate that so many times." Before Wang Sheng could finish his retort, Cheng Xing shot back, leaving him momentarily speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. You, what about me? Look at you. So readily believing the words of others. I question whether your mother abandoned you as a child, raising only the placenta. You are indeed a beauty with a noticeable brain deficiency. Once Cheng Xing began, he left Wang Sheng no opportunity to respond, mercilessly berating him to the point of disorientation. Enough. After enduring Cheng Xing's tirade for over 10 minutes, Wang Sheng finally roared, unleashing a powerful aura that forced Cheng Xing back several steps. "If no one can testify for you, I shall treat you as a fallen and execute you on the spot." Wang Sheng's eyes burned crimson, with wisps of white smoke faintly rising from his head. "Why should I provide testimony? What right do you have to demand it? Who do you think you are?" Cheng Xing shot back with a series of 3 rhetorical questions. "Please, understand the situation. You accuse me of murder, so it is your duty to present evidence. Prove that I killed an awakened." Cheng Xing was far too astute to fall into such a lowly self-incriminating trap. "You, step forward and testify." Wang Sheng was left speechless, racking his brain for a response before finally pointing at Cheng Yun behind him, bellowing, Me?" Cheng Yun, having been rendered speechless when Wang Sheng fell silent, only regained his composure when pointed out. "Oh no," Cheng Yun inwardly lamented, realizing this was not the scenario he had envisioned. Faced with scrutiny, the individual was meant to fervently explain and exonerate himself, ultimately being taken away by the Wang family. Seeing Cheng Yun hesitate, Wang Sheng waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to bring him forward. At that moment, all eyes turned to Cheng Yun, and he finally grasped the meaning of being caught between a rock and a hard place. "I have no evidence either," Cheng Yun replied helplessly. "You have deceived me." Wang Sheng erupted with fury, while on the other side, Su Yanran and her companions wore expressions of schadenfreude, the dynamics of the situation having unexpectedly reversed. "Damn it. Enough of this. Capture him. Blinded by rage, Wang Sheng raised his hand to command the bodyguards to seize the individual directly. That's enough. This matter concerns the fallen, and it falls under the jurisdiction of the Awakeners administration. It is not for you to interfere. At that moment, the long-silent Qin Zhan suddenly appeared before Cheng Xing. His level 52 aura radiating outward, causing Wang Sheng and his family's bodyguards to pale as though struck by a heavy blow. I have already instructed you to investigate. It suffices as an explanation from the Wang family. Now you should take your leave. Qin Zhan began to usher them away. The Wang family had already suffered a loss. Having them conduct an investigation was already a privilege. If they intended to use force against Cheng Xing, he could not stand idly by. He understood that Cheng Xing was not one to be trifled with. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago, not forgetting Su Jiangwo's instructions. Observing Qin Zhan's resolute demeanor, Wang Sheng's expression darkened. He had initially aimed to resolve the Wang family's disgrace, but found himself embroiled in yet another scandal. With defeat evident, Wang Sheng cast a lingering glance at Cheng Xing before storming off. This incident was now noted in his mind. After Wang Sheng's departure, Qin Zhan dispersed the onlookers. Without Wang Sheng's obstruction, those wishing to leave began to do so. As for Cheng Yun, he had long since vanished. Meanwhile, beneath a shelter in a disaster-stricken area, a private message suddenly appeared in the Spirit Seed Discovery chatroom. Anonymous, Cheng Xing is not dead. Chapter 56, The Revelation of Identity. The results of this selection will be communicated to you later. For now, you may return to the base. After a pause, Qin Zhan called the selection candidates together. Speaking slowly, given Wang Sheng's interference, allowing them to remain here would only increase unnecessary risks. After much contemplation, Qin Zhan decided to send them back to the base. Cheng Xing, let us return, Su Haoran said upon seeing Qin Zhan take the lead. Although the possibility of a counterattack from the killing sect was nearly non-existent under these circumstances, lingering here would serve no purpose. All right, let us depart. Cheng Xing had no reason to remain, and thus followed Su Haoran and the others as they exited, with the selection candidates gradually departing. Only the experts from the Awakeners administration remained to continue their investigation. After thoroughly scouring the outer disaster areas, Qin Zhan finally returned to the South China Base. South China Base, Area A, South China Tower. Upon his return, Qin Zhan hurried to the top of the tower. As soon as he entered, the secretary opened the door to the conference room for him, and he stepped inside. Almost immediately, he felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him, amplifying the pressure. The individuals present were the war gods who had been summoned back unexpectedly, many still clad in their gear, having been called by Su Jiangwo. What has transpired? One of the more hot-tempered war gods inquired, displeased. They had been on the brink of successfully neutralizing a disaster area, which would have allowed for the expansion of the South China Base. Just as victory was within reach, they had been recalled by Su Jiangwo. Such a significant achievement being thwarted understandably left them in low spirits. The Awakeners administration selection was ambushed by the killing sect. Qin Zhan reported the current situation without preamble. Upon hearing of the attack, the expressions of the war gods shifted dramatically. They had just returned and clearly had not received any related news. Especially upon hearing of the casualties, their faces turned icy with unrestrained fury. It was essential to note that only those with B-level talents were eligible for the Awakeners administration selection, and the loss of this group was a significant blow to the South China Base. Furthermore, the loss of a C-level expert was particularly painful, as nurturing an awakened individual above level 30 demands immense resources. Losing them during the selection was indeed disheartening. Qin Zhan, how could you allow this? You were tasked with overseeing the selection as a level 52 Awakener, and yet such a grave issue has arisen. One war god pointed an accusing finger at Qin Zhan. Let us not assign blame just yet. Continue with the report, Su Jiangwo interjected, raising his hand, his expression impassive. The others, who had been poised to voice their grievances, swallowed their words in deference. During this assault, the killing sect deployed a 6-2 bishop who restrained me and prevented timely assistance. Moreover, the killing sect appears to possess knowledge of artificially creating beast tides. They utilized the beast tide to segment the battlefield and systematically eliminate our personnel. We suspect that the mechanism behind the beast tide's creation is related to the S-level newcomer spirit seed that emerged during the previous disaster at L-Town. The likely objective of this attack was to facilitate the upgrading of the spirit seed. As Qin Zhan continued, the secretary placed neatly organized documents before everyone. After perusing the files, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. The documents clearly indicated that a level 20 spirit seed had triggered a D-level beast tide, and this artificially manipulated beast tide exhibited rapid growth. After reaching level 30, it surged to B-level. Should it ascend to level 50, it could potentially incite an S-level beast tide. The gravity of this realization instilled a growing sense of dread among them. Wait, the killing sect deployed a bishop? Someone soon recalled Qin Zhan's earlier statement. What is the meaning of this? Why would they mobilize such high-level forces? Wasn't it said that their elite powers were all in the West China region? Since the destruction of the Chu family, The fallen in the South China base had primarily been involved in criminal activities, and the killing sect had refrained from extending their reach into South China. What had emboldened them to brazenly enter the South China territory now? What is the situation in the West China base? Su Jiangwo inquired of the secretary at hand. The West China base severed communication with us and the other 4 bases, South China, East China, North China, and Central China, half a month ago. And inter-regional high-speed rail services have ceased. The West China base is out of contact? Upon hearing the secretary's report, everyone fell into contemplation. What could have transpired to sever a base's communication? Did this relate to the killing sect's large-scale southward movement? A thick fog of uncertainty enveloped their minds, eluding comprehension. The situation in West China is beyond my purview, but as for the killing sect, I shall slay as many as they send. Amidst the collective anxiety, Chu Yunfei, seated beside Su Jiangwo, slammed his hand on the table, displaying no fear. Let us set aside the issue of the killing sect's southward advance for now. Do you not find this situation suspicious? Just as the others were preparing for action, an incongruous voice suddenly emerged from beside Chu Yunfei, capturing everyone's attention. The Awakener's administration selection has always been confidential. How could the killing sect accurately locate and orchestrate an attack? War God Wang, are you implying that someone has leaked information? The gathered individuals, astute as they were, quickly grasped what Wang Zi was insinuating. Indeed, and I suspect it is this very individual. Wang Zi produced a registration form from the documents and tossed it onto the conference table. This person has risen rapidly, yet lacks any discernible background. The key point is that I have discovered he is almost invariably linked to recent incidents involving the killing sect. Upon hearing this, the other war gods fell into deep contemplation, while Su Jiangwo and Chu Yunfei furrowed their brows. Because the individual mentioned by Wang Zi is none other than Cheng Xing. Chu Yunfei initially intended to rise and vindicate Cheng Xing, yet he was restrained by Su Jiangwo. With an inconspicuous glance at the solitary vacant seat at the end, Su Jiangwo began to calculate in his mind, preparing to present Cheng Xing with a grand gift. Who told you he lacks a background? As Wang Zi incited the emotions of others, Su Jiangwo slowly spoke. Su Ta, what do you wish to convey? Has the Wang family not investigated him? Su Jiangwo articulated leisurely, causing Wang Zi to furrow his brow. Investigate Cheng Xing? A mere commoner without any connections, who merely served as a sacrificial pawn to embellish the Wang family's reputation. Why would he warrant an investigation? After all, he is the biological son of Cheng Xing. Lost 8 years ago, Su Jiangwo stated blandly, silently adding in his heart, albeit Cheng Xing would not acknowledge him. Cheng Xing's son? How is that possible? I've never heard of such a thing. Wang Zi paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. The others exchanged glances, clearly having never heard Cheng Xing mention this matter, regrettably. Cheng Xing had yet to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, they could have verified it. Simultaneously, their suspicions regarding Cheng Xing gradually dissipated. Upon learning of Cheng Xing's identity, a fabricated conspiracy, non-existent yet vivid, flashed through Wang Zi's mind, reminiscent of the description given by Wang Sheng. Cheng Xing, Cheng Yun, Cheng Xing. Oh, the Cheng family. Are you trying to play me? Chapter 57. Our Cheng family has but one son. In the Huanan base, Area A, at the war goddess residence. Cheng Yun disembarked from the vehicle and proceeded directly towards the villa. At this moment, he had already refreshed himself and donned his customary attire, once again embodying the illustrious son of the war god. Young master. Upon seeing Cheng Yun, the servants in the courtyard halted and bowed respectfully. However, compared to their demeanor when he returned from the martial examination, their expressions were largely unfamiliar. Cheng Yun nodded and pushed the door open to enter. Yinner. Upon sighting Cheng Yun, Lu Chunyin rushed forward with a face full of concern, enveloping him in an embrace. Clearly, they had already received news of the attack on the new recruits of the Awakening Bureau selection. Yunner, you scared your mother to death. It's all your father's fault for insisting you participate in that Awakening Bureau selection. He assured me it was absolutely safe. Yet you cannot imagine how worried I was upon hearing about your attack. Let me see, where have you been hurt? Lu Chunyin said, pulling Cheng Yun to one side and scrutinizing him closely. Only when she saw that he bore no visible injuries did she breathe a sigh of relief. Mom, I'm fine. Sorry to worry you. Cheng Yun replied with a gentle smile. You only know how to spoil him. Cheng Xing descended from the second floor, observing Lu Chunyin's doting demeanor with a shake of his head. However, his gaze soon landed on Cheng Yun's level of 20, and a satisfied smile broke out on his otherwise pale face. Dad. At this sight, Cheng Yun cheerfully spoke, recognizing that his level exceeded Cheng Xing's expectations. Once he joined the Awakening Bureau, his ascent would be meteoric. As for Cheng Xing, no matter how high his level, offending the Wang family would render him unable to thrive for long. Though he was uncertain of how Cheng Xing had come to know individuals from the Su and Chu families, Cheng Yun did not believe that these two families would trouble the Wang family over a deceased individual, even if your talent is rated S, without a solid background. You are nothing. Cheng Yun clenched his fists, recalling the humiliation he endured during the selection. Yunner, quickly tidy yourself up. We have guests coming. Come with me to meet them. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yun swiftly concealed his feelings and donned an expression of excitement. Father, who are the guests? He. You are aware of the Wang family, right? A few days ago, I contacted them, and they have decided to partner with our Cheng family in business. Once we establish a connection with the Wang family, we will no longer be far from becoming a second-tier family. Cheng Xingyang spoke with confidence. Although he was a war god, he belonged to the lower echelon. The Cheng family largely relied on his name to sustain themselves. Though they had made progress over the years, their foundation remained too weak, still far from the threshold of a second-tier family. However, this time, if he could successfully board the Wang family's ship, the future development of the Cheng family would be smooth sailing. Cheng Xingyang continued, oblivious to the frozen smile on Cheng Yun's face. Moreover, within the Awakening Bureau, there is a member of the Wang family serving as the leader of the 4th investigation group. I recommended you to her, and when you join the Awakening Bureau, you can directly take the position of deputy leader in her group. Cheng Xingyang seemingly recalled something, speaking cheerfully. To him, Cheng Yun reaching level 20 during the selection was a foregone conclusion. Regarding the unexpected events in the selection, he perceived them as a blessing in disguise. Observing Cheng Xingyang immersed in his fantasies, Cheng Yun attempted several times to speak up but held back his words. I merely did not directly offend the Wang family. They wouldn't dare refuse to cooperate with the Cheng family. Cheng Yun's lucky mindset prevailed, as he thought to himself. Even if Wang Sheng was humiliated in the end, it was not his fault. Why should Cheng Xing deviate from the script? They shouldn't escalate the matter too far. After tidying up briefly, Cheng Yun feigned calmness as he and Cheng Xingyang awaited the arrival of the Wang family. As time passed, the outside sky darkened. Yet the so-called guests had yet to appear. Husband, did you perhaps misremember the date? Lu Chunyan, growing impatient, finally asked. No, I distinctly remember it being today. Cheng Xingyang also bore an expression of confusion. Shall we call to inquire? How can we call to rush them on something like this? What if it's the Wang family testing us? Cheng Xingyang shook his head, evidently skeptical of any bad omen. Watching the unfolding events, Cheng Yun felt an ominous premonition creep into his heart. Another 2 hours passed, and Cheng Xingyang could no longer restrain himself. He took out his phone and dialed the other party. Hello, Mr. Wang? This is Cheng Xingyang. Did we not agree to discuss our family's cooperation today? After a series of busy signals, the call was finally answered, and Cheng Xingyang eagerly spoke. You Cheng family is bold indeed. You dare scheme against our Wang family, and still have the audacity to call me about cooperation? Who gave you the gall? However, what he received in return was a barrage of insults. Mr. Wang, what are you talking about? I am utterly unaware. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would not dare scheme against your Wang family. Cheng Xingyang exclaimed in bewilderment, hastily attempting to explain. You don't know? You might want to ask your son. The other party concluded and hung up, leaving a dazed Cheng Xingyang behind. Ask my son. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure. Cheng Xingyang swiftly turned to Cheng Yun, his face darkening as he questioned. Cheng Yun, did you offend someone from the Wang family during the selection? Feeling the weight of Cheng Xingyang's gaze, Cheng Yun's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. I did not. Cheng Yun instinctively shook his head in denial. You still claim you didn't? The other party has already said it was you. Cheng Xingyang's expression darkened, as he stepped forward and gripped Cheng Yun's shoulders tightly. Though he ranked lowest among the war gods, Cheng Yun was still no match for him. What are you doing? Let us speak civilly. Why resort to such violence? Seeing the pained expression on Cheng Yun's face, Lu Chunyan hurriedly swatted Cheng Xingyang's hand away, speaking tenderly. At such a time, you still coddle him. Now he dares to provoke the Wang family. Cheng Xingyang spoke with a tone of frustration, as if lamenting the unfulfilled potential. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yun realized that some matters could no longer be concealed. After a moment of contemplation, he gently began to articulate, the individual they mentioned is not me. It is Cheng Xing. What? Cheng Xing? Cheng Xingyang was momentarily taken aback. Cheng Yun then proceeded to recount the events that transpired during the selection process. Understanding that Cheng Xingyang could easily uncover these details through investigation, rather than allowing the situation to spiral, he decided it was best to disclose the truth about Cheng Xing, albeit omitting certain aspects regarding the relationship between Cheng Xing and the Su family. Had Cheng Xing not incurred the wrath of the Wang family, he would not dare to act without apprehension. However, after 8 years spent in the company of the two before him, he was all too familiar with their dispositions. Just as he had anticipated, upon hearing that Cheng Xing had awakened an S-class talent, Cheng Xingyang's expression shifted to one of regret. Yet, when he learned that Cheng Xing had not only clashed with Wang Qian on multiple occasions, but was also the prime suspect in her death, and had ultimately thwarted the Wang family's interests, it solidified his conviction to sever any thoughts of recalling Cheng Xing to the Cheng family. The Wang family was not one he could afford to offend. You were aware that Cheng Xing possessed an S-class talent all along? Cheng Xingyang's brow furrowed as a realization dawned, his voice growing cold. I was merely concerned that my brother would return and hold me responsible, Cheng Yin replied, lowering his gaze with a pitiful expression. Unable to withstand this display, Lu Chunyan quickly enveloped him in her embrace. I care not. I have only one son, Cheng Yun. Spare him your reproachful gazes. Observing his wife's demeanor, Cheng Xing sighed in resignation, with matters having escalated to this point. He had little choice but to wave his hand dismissively. You may all return. I shall handle the remaining affairs. Once he had dismissed them, Cheng Xing summoned the butler. Sir, go, and in my name, issue an announcement declaring that the Cheng family has but a single son, and that is Cheng Yun. With that, he waved his hand irritably, and the butler nodded before retreating. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with you. Blame it on your transgressions against the Wang family. Meanwhile, at Huanan Tower, Su Jiangwo sat deep in thought within his office, a document laid before him bearing the seemingly unrelated words Huaxi, accompanied by a question mark. What on earth transpired in Huaxi? As he pondered, the door to his office swung open abruptly, revealing a striking figure clad in crimson, a delicate right hand grasping a head adorned with a six-tube mask. Chapter 58, The Commencement of Wu University Huanan Base, District C, Huanan Wu University. Wu University sprawled across an expansive area, nearly engulfing the entirety of District C, its entrance defined by an imposing beast skull, rumored to be a remnant of an A-class disaster beast. As the academic season commenced, throngs of people gathered at the university gates. Some were new students reporting for enrollment, while many more were merely spectators drawn by curiosity. After all, gaining admission to Wu University essentially signified the likelihood of surpassing level 20 upon graduation, if not attaining even loftier heights. For those without resources or advanced talents, achieving level 20 within 4 years was an arduous endeavor. Among them, new paragons of battle could potentially emerge. At that moment, 2 inconspicuous vehicles approached, coming to a halt by the roadside. In the next instant, Chu Yanyan and Su Yanan emerged, instantly capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. Dressed in a t-shirt, hot pants, and canvas shoes, Chu Yanyan showcased her long, rounded, alabaster legs, her hair tied in a high ponytail, her fresh visage complemented by enchanting peach blossom eyes, devoid of makeup, radiating youthful vigor while simultaneously exuding an alluring charm. Beside her, Su Yanan's frosty demeanor imparted an air of aloofness, yet her exquisite beauty compelled onlookers to linger. Her porcelain neck revealed delicate collarbones beneath a light blue dress that could not conceal her alluring figure. How beautiful! If I could have a girlfriend like that, it would be worth dying for. You should get some rest tonight. You might just find someone like her, the crowd murmured amongst themselves, with some bold enough to approach for contact information. No, thank you. Chu Yanyan smiled as she declined, while Su Yanan remained silent, adopting the guise of a typical ice queen in the absence of acquaintances. Before long, Chu Yanyan seemed to spot something, her face lighting up as she waved enthusiastically. Cheng Xing, over here. Su Yanan, too, revealed a subtle smile. Observing the reactions of the 2 women, the crowd followed their gaze with curiosity, spotting a young man disembarking from a bus. At this sight, a sense of imbalance stirred within the onlookers. How could this individual, who appeared so modest as to take public transport, capture the attention of these 2 goddesses? However, as Cheng Xing drew closer, the crowd soon recognized his striking features, their envy dissipating as they found themselves compelled to agree he was undeniably handsome. If Chu Yanyan and Su Yanan had captivated the majority of the boys' attention, Cheng Xing had ensnared the interest of the other girls. Mighty District's Wu Yanzu is but slightly inferior to him, they consoled themselves inwardly. Yet, some still clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps Cheng Xing was merely a friend of the 2 goddesses? However, the next scene shattered their illusions. As Su Yanan and Chu Yanyan approached Cheng Xing, they seamlessly wrapped their arms around his, leading him toward Wu University. Ah, Cheng Xing, we kept you waiting. You're being punished to dine with us this evening. As long as you're happy, Cheng Xing replied. As the trio strolled into the campus of Wu University amidst the envious, jealous gazes of the crowd, the architectural layout of Huanan Wu University bore little distinction from that of a typical university, save for its somewhat larger expanse. After completing their enrollments, the trio followed the directions to the gymnasium, where students from various districts had gathered. Unlike Cheng Xing's previous university experience, students were required to select their departments upon admission. Before Cheng Xing stood 8 booths arranged in accordance with the 8 trigrams, each representing a different department of Huanan Wu University: Qian, Dui, Li, Zhen, Sun, Kan Zhen, and Kuan. Each booth was overseen by a mentor, and upon noticing the students' gazes, the mentors eagerly shouted to entice students to join their respective departments. Our Qian department boasts the largest number of students and powerful mentors, with abundant resources. Our Kan department has the most female students, specializing in healing. Our Kuan department excels in basketball. Which department do you plan to join? After a brief assessment, Cheng Xing inquired. As for me, I believe I shall join the Qian department. They possess the strongest swordsmanship awakener in Huanan. After a moment's reflection, Su Yanan responded, I should opt for the Zhen department. They have renowned mages. Without hesitation, Chu Yanyan chimed in, knowing that their talents would easily find suitable placements within these departments. And you, Cheng Xing? Both women turned their gaze toward him. Cheng Xing glanced at his phone before replying, I suppose I will join the Li department. What? Su Yanan and the others looked at him with peculiar expressions, but Chu Yanyan seemed to recall something and nodded repeatedly. Indeed, you can certainly join the Li department. What do you mean? Cheng Xing asked, puzzled. Are you not aware? The Li department hasn't recruited anyone in ages. Su Yanran instinctively retorted, and upon finishing her words, she turned her gaze towards the booth of the departing academy. Unlike the other bustling booths, this one featured a single recliner where a young man lay sound asleep. Though he did not vocally solicit attention like others, a throng of freshmen surrounded the booth. A closer inspection would reveal that these newcomers possessed remarkably high levels, representing the creme de la creme among all present. Yet, they stood quietly around the booth, none daring to disturb the slumbering youth. Meanwhile, the instructors at other booths, eyeing this exceptional group of freshmen, nearly drooled with anticipation but dared not make a blatant move. What is going on with the departing academy? Cheng Xing inquired. Puzzled by Su Yanran's reaction, he was unaware of the underlying intricacies. He had merely contacted Chun Yifei before the start of the semester, who advised him to head to the departing academy when it was time to choose a department. Do you remember the temp worker? Su Yanran whispered. Cheng Xing paused, a vivid image of a crimson figure flashing in his mind. Yes, but what does that have to do with the departing academy? The departing academy, unlike any other department, was the smallest, boasting only a headmaster and a single instructor. However, it stood as the pinnacle of combat prowess among all faculties. Su Yanran left a tantalizing hint without divulging everything. Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed as he suddenly connected the dots. Are you suggesting that the temp worker is the head of the departing academy? Seeing that Cheng Xing had grasped her implication, Su Yanran nodded. Numerous families were aware that the temp worker held the position of headmaster at South China Martial University, and over the years, countless exceptionally gifted offspring flocked to her, hoping to become her disciples. Yet, in all these years, only Chun Yifei succeeded in catching her attention and being accepted as a student. Just as Su Yanran intended to elaborate on the difficulty of joining the departing academy, she was pulled aside by Chu Yanyan. After Chu Yanyan recounted the events surrounding their martial examination, Su Yanran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Then she shot a resentful glance at Chu Yanyan. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You made me ramble on. As she spoke, she reached for Chu Yanyan's waist, eliciting peals of laughter from her friend. I'll go find Chun Yifei. I'll see you later. After enjoying the playful banter between the two women, Cheng Xing made his way to the departing academy's booth. Upon arriving, he showed no sign of halting his advance. The surrounding freshmen began to gloat at the spectacle. Heh, look at this clueless rookie. Doesn't he know that disturbing Instructor Chen's sleep is a grave offense? Probably just an ordinary freshman. No one informed him of the departing academy's rules. Let us see a good show. Waking Instructor Chen will give me the perfect opportunity to showcase my abilities and talents. Chapter 59. Is SSS-level talent equivalent to divine talent? Ignoring the jeers around him, Cheng Xing swiftly approached Chun Yifei. The latter sensed someone approaching and slowly sat up, his eyes still hazy with sleep. Hey, Brother Fei. Cheng Xing greeted with a smile. Brother Fei? How presumptuous. Hey, it's our turn to shine. As Chun Yifei rose, those around him released their previously restrained auras, each displaying their levels, eager to ensure he noticed them. Some even showcased their attribute panels. Cheng Xing was taken aback by their eagerness. A quick glance revealed that the least among them had talents rated B or higher, with all boasting levels above 15. Truly the elite among freshmen. Yet, to this display, Chun Yifei paid no heed. The moment he spotted Cheng Xing, his sleepiness vanished, replaced by a broad smile. Why did you arrive so late? I've been waiting for you, he exclaimed. Let us hurry and complete your enrollment procedures. Chun Yifei's cheerful demeanor left the onlookers dumbfounded. Traditionally, one would expect an outburst against those who interrupted him. Had they been approaching incorrectly all along? As if on cue, a brave soul stepped forward, mimicking Cheng Xing's approach, and called out to Chun Yifei, Brother Fei, shut it. You disturbed my sleep. The departing academy has already filled its enrollment quota for today. You can all leave. Chun Yifei's brows furrowed as he waved dismissively, his earlier warmth nowhere to be found. Me? Disturbing your sleep? The rejected students exclaimed, their expressions innocent, feeling unjustly blamed. Instructor Chun, this isn't fair. How can he be compared to us? Exactly. Aside from being somewhat handsome, is the selection for the departing academy based on looks? Then why not me? The disgruntled crowd gritted their teeth and raised their voices in protest. Unable to accept that someone who appeared to be an ordinary newcomer without connections had outshone them, the proud scions of elite families. Their outcry drew the attention of other freshmen in the gym. What is happening? Is there a booth for a department here? Why haven't I seen the instructor inviting anyone? Is there some drama unfolding? I must join in. As more and more people gathered, the atmosphere around the booth grew increasingly charged. The departing academy was accepting students this year. The instructors from other booths cast curious glances, for it had been ages since the departing academy last recruited, and joining it meant aligning oneself with that esteemed individual, an opportunity of immense potential. Chun Yifei's brows knitted together. The matter of recruitment was indeed troublesome. His mentor rarely took on disciples, yet each year, he found himself tasked with this arduous chore. Perhaps unable to withstand the escalating uproar, Cheng Yifei grasped his recliner with one hand and Cheng Xing's shoulder with the other. In an instant, Cheng Xing found himself outside the gym. I can't argue with you all, but I can certainly avoid you. If you have the guts, go find my mentor. Cheng Yifei muttered, shouldering his recliner behind him. Are we leaving already? Aren't we going to deal with the recruitment? Cheng Xing, perplexed, pointed back towards the gym, questioning Cheng Yifei's abrupt escape. It's fine. Recruitment at the departing academy requires my mentor's approval. My consent is inconsequential. It's merely a formality. You're the only one this year to have caught the mentor's eye. Accepting you completes my task. Cheng Yifei waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Now, don't worry about that. Follow me. Without allowing Cheng Xing a chance to refuse, Cheng Yifei draped an arm over his shoulder. This time, Cheng Xing was prepared. He felt the surroundings whizzing past him, and when they halted, they stood before an administrative building. Let us get your enrollment procedures sorted out. Without further ado, Cheng Yifei led Cheng Xing into an office on the first floor of the building. Inside, only a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean appearance was seated, cradling a thermos, from which an oval red object was faintly visible. Upon seeing Cheng Yifei, the man's expression turned to one of surprise. Well, a rare visitor. Old who? Assist me in processing the enrollment paperwork for the new student from the departing academy. Cheng Yifei chuckled, nudging Cheng Xing forward. Upon entering the hospital, the astonished old who inquired if that individual had finally resumed accepting students. He then scrutinized Cheng Xing from head to toe, his envy palpable. All right, old who. Let's keep the questions to a minimum. I still need to guide him around the campus, Cheng Yifei urged impatiently. Only then did old who commence the enrollment procedures for Cheng Xing, swiftly handing him a student card inscribed with the character for departure on its reverse. This is your student card. Please take good care of it. Old who habitually reminded him as Cheng Yifei eagerly pulled Cheng Xing away. Observing Cheng Yifei's brisk demeanor, old who shook his head and resumed his leisurely tea drinking. Congratulations, you are now considered one of us at the Departure Academy. Unlike other departments, once you join us, you are a student of a teacher, just like me. From now on, you may address me as senior brother. After completing the enrollment formalities, Cheng Yifei did not rush Cheng Xing through the campus. Rather, they strolled leisurely. Make sure to safeguard your student card. It will record the credits you earn from completing academy tasks. Losing it is a minor inconvenience, but if someone were to misuse it, that would be a significant issue. Academy tasks? Credits? Cheng Xing inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Our South China Martial University has a comprehensive credit exchange system, through which credits can be exchanged for various equipment, skills, and so forth. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing squinted slightly. No wonder everyone aspired to gain admission to Martial University. It was all because of this credit system. The disparity between the Martial University's formal forces and ordinary awakeners lay precisely here. For common awakeners, acquiring equipment and skills was an arduous task. Those without money struggled to obtain quality gear and skills, resulting in slower level progression. Although adventurers could earn income, the associated risks were considerable. Venturing into disaster zones not only jeopardized equipment, but also, for those with lower talent levels, it often took many months to gather enough resources for a single piece of equipment. However, upon joining Martial University, everything changed. Students could exchange credits for resources to enhance their abilities, thus accelerating their progression and strength. As for academy tasks, you may liken them to routine assessments at other universities. However, our university's assessments are academy tasks that typically require students to hunt disaster beasts or submit certain materials from them at regular intervals. After all, Martial University cultivates warriors and champions. Furthermore, academy tasks serve as the primary source of credits, supplemented by leaderboard challenges and secret realm explorations. Cheng Yifei continued to elaborate, while Cheng Xing listened attentively, gradually gaining an understanding of Martial University. Rather than a mere university, it resembled a platform specifically designed to nurture the strong. Senior brother. Speaking of which, what is our teacher's talent level? Is it SSS rank? After acquiring some knowledge about Martial University, Cheng Xing suddenly recalled the striking crimson figure and curiously posed the question. SSS rank? How could that be possible? Do you even know what SSS rank signifies? It is also known as divine talent. As of now, no one in this world has ever possessed an SSS rank talent, not awakeners nor disaster beasts. Chapter 60, The Divine Child. Divine talent? Cheng Xing stood there, momentarily stunned, clearly having never encountered this notion before. Given your origin in District H, it's understandable that you wouldn't have heard of it. The existing talent ranking system recognizes SS rank as the highest, while SSS rank is merely a fabrication, a sort of urban legend. Unlike urban legends, the hypothesis regarding SSS rank has been proposed by scholars researching relevant fields. This so-called divine talent possesses truly astonishing effects, and those awakeners who are believed to have such talents are referred to as divine reserves. Personally, I prefer the more colloquial term, divine child. Unfortunately, no one has ever been born with an SSS rank talent. Even our teacher is only SS rank. Cheng Yifei chuckled heartily, patiently explaining to Cheng Xing. When the hypothesis of SSS rank was first introduced a few years ago, it offered a glimmer of hope to those struggling during the apocalypse. However, as time passed and humanity's overall strength improved without an SSS rank ever manifesting, it gradually faded from memory, leaving behind only the urban legend. This led those in lower-tier regions to believe that SS rank was the pinnacle of talent levels. After hearing Cheng Yifei's explanation, Cheng Xing, though somewhat mentally prepared, felt an inner tumult. He had always assumed that SSS rank talents were rare but still existent. He had not anticipated such implications. Divine reserves, divine children. What would happen if an SSS rank awakener were to emerge? Cheng Xing pondered aloud. If an SSS rank awakener were to appear, the entire base would likely hide him away, Cheng Yifei replied, perplexed by Cheng Xing's inquiry. After a moment of thought, he continued, hide him away? Why would they do that? Aren't they supposed to nurture a divine child? Being a divine reserve merely indicates potential for divinity. But do you understand how challenging it is to level up beyond that? Scholars have calculated that to produce a level 100 deity, one would need to eliminate every disaster beast and awakener in the world. Before that, while an SSS rank talent may be powerful, they are still human. Before achieving divinity, consider whether other factions would allow such an existence to thrive. What would they do if they could not control it? Cheng Yifei's words plunged Cheng Xing into deep contemplation. Yet he quickly arrived at the answer. They would choose to eliminate him. Seeing Cheng Xing grasp the concept so swiftly, Cheng Yifei was taken aback but nodded in agreement. Continuing, precisely. If a divine child with an SSS rank talent were to emerge in our Huaxiao, other nations or factions, particularly the fallen, would attempt to recruit them. However, if they could not, they would go to any lengths to destroy him before he attained divinity. Even if he were to be humanity's hope? Currently, SS rank is also humanity's hope, and it is a hope they can control. They do not need an uncontrollable entity with the potential to upend everything. Cheng Xing's expression reflected disbelief. But what if a disaster beast with SSS rank talent were to emerge? Yet that is not the case now, is it? Cheng Yifei's words left Cheng Xing speechless, and he remained silent for a long time. Observing this, Cheng Yifei chose not to press further, as these matters could be overly burdensome and dark for someone of Cheng Xing's age. While Cheng Xing's expression was solemn, he felt a sense of relief within. It seemed he had not showcased his panel to anyone else, aside from that one explosive incident previously. That time, it was evident that no one had believed him. However, considering the risks, Su Yanran was from the Su family, and letting them discover this would yield more benefits than drawbacks for him. Moreover, he was confident in his ability to keep Su Yanran silent. The Haunting Claw Squad would likely have minimal interactions moving forward, and even if they spread rumors, no one would probably believe them. The only threat was Ling Zhong. He needed to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Cheng Xing contemplated, internally adding Ling Zhong to his must-eliminate list. All right, we've arrived. Cheng Yifei's voice snapped Cheng Xing back to reality as they unknowingly approached a somewhat dilapidated dormitory building. Surrounded by towering, pristine dormitories, this 9-story structure stood out conspicuously. What is this place? This will be your dormitory, Cheng Yifei indicated, gesturing towards the building. Is this dormitory solely for our department? Cheng Xing inquired, a note of confusion in his voice. After all, it seemed reasonable that a unique department like Li Yuan would have its own distinctive dormitory, right? What was he thinking? This dormitory, known as the Secret Realm Building, actually belongs to the entire Wuhan University. However, only the top 10 students from each department are eligible to reside here. Moreover, living in this dormitory incurs a daily expenditure of credits, with higher floors demanding greater consumption. At this revelation, Cheng Xing was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that dormitory accommodations required payments, but how could they possibly charge in credits? Considering this, he pointed towards the surrounding ordinary dormitories, which required neither payment nor credits. Cheng Yifei promptly provided an answer. Follow me, you'll understand once you enter. With that, Cheng Yifei stepped into the Secret Realm Building, while Cheng Xing, still puzzled, closely followed. Entering the Secret Realm. The moment Cheng Xing crossed the threshold of the Secret Realm Building, a prompt suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Have you noticed? As the name suggests, this Secret Realm Building has been transformed from an actual secret realm, distinctly different from the conventional dormitories outside. Cheng Yifei chuckled and led Cheng Xing further inside, eventually halting before an unoccupied room marked as number 109. As a new student and a top scholar, you start with an initial credit balance of 100. Go ahead and swipe your card to see. Cheng Xing, half skeptical, produced the freshly acquired student card and scanned it at the card reader by the door. 1 credit deducted successfully. Credit balance, 99. Identity verification complete. Welcome Cheng Xing to your new residence. Upon swiping his card, a system interface materialized before him, and the sign indicating an unoccupied status swiftly changed to occupied. With the door swinging open, step inside and pay attention to your panel, Cheng Yifei instructed, guiding Cheng Xing into the room. The space was quite ample, consisting of a bedroom, a living area, and a bathroom, with excellent lighting, fully furnished, and even equipped with a dedicated weapon rack. Open your panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 23, 270243, 300, 0000. Health, 1,400. Attributes, Strength, 138. Agility, 234. Constitution, 49. Spirit, 49. Free attribute points 0. Talents, SSS-level loot rate increase, F-level sprint, E-level digestion recovery. E-level crowd control, A-level stealth. Skills, B-level quadrant / LV1. E-level block LV2. D-level blade, Chi LV1. Following Cheng Yifei's guidance, Cheng Xing opened his panel. As he scrutinized it, he soon detected an anomaly. My experience is increasing. Chapter 61, The Secret Realm. Cheng Xing's expression turned to one of astonishment, for upon entering this room, he noticed that his experience was rising at the rate of 1 point every 3 seconds. What is happening? Aren't experience points typically gained only by defeating calamity beasts? Cheng Xing queried with curiosity. Under normal circumstances, yes, but this is the experience secret realm. On the first floor, you gain 1 experience point daily, and for each floor you ascend, your daily experience gain increases by 0.5. On the highest floor, you can earn 5 points a day. Cheng Yifei yawned, explaining languidly. Hearing this, Cheng Xing felt a surge of astonishment. Did this mean that he needed to do nothing but reside in the dormitory for 100 days to level up? Despite his rapid advancement, ever since reaching level 20, the experience required for leveling up had skyrocketed. Had it not been for the numerous fallen foes he had vanquished during previous attacks, he would have needed an arduous 23 months of grinding to reach level 23 without sustenance. However, Cheng Xing soon recognized a discrepancy. This so-called experience secret realm appeared to differ from the realms he was familiar with. Could a secret realm possess such a function? As I understand it, secret realms emerged as a result of the apocalyptic invasion 8 years ago. These realms are teeming with calamity beasts and governed by rules distinct from those outside. When the number of calamity beasts in the surrounding disaster zone diminishes, they are replenished from the secret realm, which is also referred to as a nest of calamity beasts. Cheng Xing recounted what he knew about secret realms. Moreover, the relationship between secret realms and disaster zones is not one-sided. When a disaster zone expands to a certain extent, there is a probability that a secret realm will emerge. It is precisely this connection that causes humanity's efforts to reclaim territory occupied by calamity beasts to progress at a sluggish pace. For every disaster zone cleared, new calamity beasts emerge from the secret realm to reoccupy it. Furthermore, as a disaster zone expands, new secret realms are likely to be born. You're correct, but what you may not know is that when a secret realm is thoroughly conquered, it loses its capacity to produce calamity beasts, thus transforming into a realm that offers enhancements to humanity. However, the effects that arise from conquering each secret realm vary. Some may yield fruits that enhance the attributes of awakened beings, while others may provide equipment or resources associated with calamity beasts. Experience secret realms, like this one that can directly elevate and awaken one's level, are exceedingly rare, Cheng Yifei elucidated. Listening to his explanation, Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed. It was astonishing to uncover such secrets behind secret realms. By the way, if Wuhan University possesses such secret realms, why aren't they made available to other students or stronger individuals? Wouldn't their ascension be significantly more arduous? Cheng Xing pondered aloud. I know what you're thinking, but the rooms in the secret realm building are limited, and it is only effective for awakened beings below level 35. Moreover, Wuhan University seeks individuals capable of battling on the front lines, not mere glass cannons built up with resources. Cheng Yifei waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging that the higher-ups at Wuhan University had undoubtedly considered this matter. At this, Cheng Xing nodded in agreement. If such a secret realm were unrestricted, it would indeed be a priceless treasure for the strong, leaving no room for students like them to partake. How many of these secret realms do we have? Wuhan University currently has only 2. Only 2. The number of conquerable secret realms was far fewer than Cheng Xing had imagined. You have underestimated the complexity of secret realms. The lowest tier secret realms are at least D grade and above. Additionally, there are limitations on entry levels and the number of participants for different grades of secret realms. The conditions for a perfect conquest also vary, and the number of calamity beasts within exceeds that of disaster zones of the same grade, making conquest a formidable challenge. The restrictions on entering and exiting secret realms necessitate a high level of talent. Advanced conquests demand immense manpower and combat strength. Otherwise, why would the base remain cooped up behind high walls? As for lower-tier secret realms, while a group of S-grade talents could be gathered to undertake a conquest, how many families would be willing to let such prodigies take the risk? All right, let's leave it at that regarding secret realms for now. After all, this subject may be too distant for you at this stage, Cheng Yifei mused before addressing Cheng Xing. In response, Cheng Xing refrained from arguing. As a newcomer, he intended to familiarize himself with Wuhan University before contemplating any secret realm conquests. With that said, Cheng Yifei rubbed his eyes and prepared to depart. Senior brother, where do I go for classes? Cheng Xing promptly halted him. Classes? What classes? The hallmark of Wuhan University is its freedom. As for graduation, it is equally simple. As long as you reach a certain level, you can graduate at will. Just remember to complete your departmental tasks on time. Cheng Yifei chuckled softly. stating that the objective of Wuhan University was to cultivate formidable individuals. Adhering strictly to classroom protocols would hardly yield strong contenders. However, based on his understanding of his mentor, Cheng Xing was bound to face considerable challenges in the days to come. From now on, you are on your own. Your senior brother cannot assist you, Chen Yifei remarked nonchalantly. He stifled a yawn, gradually regaining his drowsy composure, and gestured towards the computer in the dormitory. If you have further inquiries, feel free to explore the school's forum. I must retire for the night. Should any perplexing questions arise, seek me out again. With that final statement, he vanished from sight, presumably in search of a place to rest. After Chen Yifei's departure, Cheng Xing reclined on his dormitory bed, meticulously reflecting on the insights he had gained that day. The information from District H was even more antiquated than he had anticipated, whether concerning SSS class talents or matters pertaining to secret realms. These were elements he had been unable to gather in District H, though at that time, he had lacked the inclination to do so. Nonetheless, he found great satisfaction in the autonomy afforded by Wuhan University, as bridging the information gap was far more tangible than acquiring other resources. After all, he was not short on resources. As Cheng Xing pondered this, his phone suddenly buzzed. Cheng Xing, where are you? We completed the admission procedures. Come out and explore with us. All right, I'm on my way, he replied with a gentle smile, leaving the dormitory to join Su Yanran and the others. While they were still meandering through the campus of Wuhan University, the campus forum was abuzz with activity. Posts featuring exceptionally high-level freshmen dominated the forefront of trending topics. Had Cheng Xing been perusing the forum at that moment, he would have discerned that these individuals were indeed the likes of Yang Jian, who had excelled in the selection process. However, even more sensational was a headline concerning newcomers to the academy. Wow, I can't believe it. They are actually recruiting newcomers to the academy. I wonder how these new arrivals will perform. Unbelievable. Look at Mentor Chun, a level 49 instructor. Can you believe it? Enough chatter, check the pinned post. Soon, someone noticed a new pinned post. Its title straightforward and audacious. Anyone who defeats a newcomer to the academy will be admitted on an exceptional basis. The original poster, bearing the certification of the dean, was simply named Zhuke. Chapter 62, Climbing the Rankings for Credits. So, your department is quite similar to the academy, isn't it? Cheng Xing inquired, intrigued as he listened to Su Yanran and the others describe their respective departments. The only distinction was that their accounts were more detailed than Chen Yifei's. That may be the case, but have you considered who your dean is? Do you have any idea how many individuals are vying for the opportunity to receive guidance from Lord Zhuke? Su Yanran retorted with a hint of exasperation. What are your plans moving forward, Cheng Xing? Chu Yanyan asked curiously, glancing at him. Me? Cheng Xing contemplated for a moment, and after further discussions with Su Yanran and the others, his direction became decidedly clearer. I aim to level up and earn credits to exchange for a set of quality equipment. After all, possessing formidable strength is the only undeniable truth. His objectives were refreshingly direct. See, I told you, his thoughts are rather simplistic, Su Yanran teased, grinning at Chu Yanyan, who pouted in response. Cheng Xing couldn't resist affectionately ruffling her hair. Leveling up is one thing, but why do you need to exchange credits for equipment? I recall you made quite a fortune during the selection, didn't you? After sharing with us, you should have enough to acquire a set of C-grade equipment. In response to Su Yanran's probing question, Cheng Xing merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to answer. Don't tell me you're keeping a woman on the side? Su Yanran jested, her expression mischievous, and in that moment, Cheng Xing felt a sharp pang in his side. The following day, Cheng Xing awoke to the sound of his alarm, instinctively bracing his waist, as he had exerted considerable effort to clarify matters the previous day. After attending to his morning routine, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan waiting eagerly. Let us go. We need to prepare for the ranking challenge before moving in. The two girls tugged at Cheng Xing, dragging him outside. Having experienced the wonders of the secret realm building the day before, they could hardly contain their eagerness to settle in. However, only the top 10 students from each department were permitted residence in the secret realm, and since they had only just enrolled, they had yet to secure a ranking. Thus were ineligible to reside there. Cheng Xing, on the other hand, was granted access solely because he was the academy's only representative. As for the rankings, they were based on Wuhan University's level leaderboard, allowing freshmen to challenge the ranks on the second day of enrollment, with tallies concluding the same day. The rankings would then remain for a month, and the day following the conclusion would mark a new challenge day, necessitating a fresh attempt to maintain 1S standings. Each ranking settlement would yield credit rewards, with higher ranks corresponding to greater credit gains. After boarding the campus bus, they soon arrived at an impressive domed structure. The words Martial Arts Arena emblazoned above. A considerable gathering of students had already assembled before the arena, which Cheng Xing anticipated. Knowing that there was only a single day to ascend the ranks, missing this opportunity would mean waiting another month. Upon entering the martial arts arena, they were greeted by a vast expanse of platforms, each maintaining a uniform distance from one another, each platform covering several hundred square meters. The Grand Central Platform, in particular, spanned over 1,000 square meters, surrounded by towering walls that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. A multitude of individuals congregated between the platforms. And as Cheng Xing surveyed the scene, he noted that the crowd, numbering in the thousands, included not just freshmen. They all gazed upward, engaged in animated discussions. Following their gaze, Cheng Xing spotted 4 large screens hovering above the central platform, perpetually cycling through real-time updated leaderboards. First-year equipment rankings, third-year level rankings, second-year PK rankings. First-year level rankings, there it is, Su Yanran exclaimed, scrutinizing the screens as she eagerly awaited their leaderboard, pulling Chu Yanyan along to analyze the standings. The first-year level rankings featured not only an overall leaderboard, but also subdivided into 8 smaller boards corresponding to each department. However, at that moment, the number of freshmen challenging the ranks was relatively low, with the highest level on the overall leaderboard being merely 15. Even so, this still left the senior students astounded. This year as freshmen are remarkably high level. Indeed, in our cohort, the highest was only level 11. We never had such conditions. Shall we also go level up? Observing the leaderboard, Su Yanran and her companions could hardly wait, pulling Cheng Xing toward the nearest platform. Upon reaching the edge of the platform, Su Yanran eagerly stepped up. As she entered, the platform emitted a gentle glow, presenting her with a selection interface. Welcome to the combat platform. Please select a function. PK mode, upload personal level mode. Without hesitation, Su Yanran chose to upload her personal level. Please release your aura. Aura is being collected. Aura collection complete. Your level is 18. Would you like to upload this to the first-year level rankings? Yes. As a gentle glimmer swept through, Su Yanran's level was instantaneously uploaded. And in the next moment, her name swiftly appeared atop the freshman rankings, ascending with remarkable speed to claim the first position. What? Level 18? Su Yanran. Who is this divine being? What? I am only level 17 as a sophomore. Even the top achiever is at level 17, while I, a sophomore, languish at level 15. The moment Su Yanran's level was revealed, the crowd erupted in astonishment, turning to seek the whereabouts of such a luminary. Before they could locate her, Chu Yanyan's name followed closely, securing the second position at level 18, inciting further commotion. I found them. At this moment, a keen observer spotted Cheng Xing and his companions. And upon seeing the striking features of Chu Yanyan and her entourage, they were undeniably captivated. I see they not only deserve a place on the rankings, but also belong on the list of the 10 most beautiful. Beautiful and powerful, my friends. I feel the stirrings of romance. Just a few dishes, and you've become like this? However, as soon as Su Yanran and her companions returned to Cheng Xing's side, he was immediately besieged by a multitude of envious and jealous gazes that felt quite piercing. In response, Cheng Xing could only shake his head in resignation. You too. Next time you stand with me, you must wear masks. Listening to Cheng Xing's blunt remark, Chu Yanyan made a playful face at him. And noticing the attention of numerous girls converging on him, she unabashedly draped her arm around his. Given Su Yanran's personality, how could she resist joining in on the excitement? Imitating Chu Yanyan's gesture, she wrapped her other arm around Cheng Xing. In that moment, a significant number of attendees found themselves afflicted with envy. Yet, soon after, a gasp drew everyone's attention back. What? A level 20 freshman? With the exclamation, all heads turned, and they beheld that where Su Yanran once stood, now stood Cheng Yun, boasting a remarkable level of 20. Originally here to observe the new students, they were taken aback by such an eye-opening spectacle. President, this year's freshmen are extraordinary. From afar, a tall figure seated behind the high wall remarked while gazing at the freshman rankings. As he spoke, a robust silhouette behind him slowly opened his eyes. Enough, don't forget the main business. We'll have a chance to recruit them later. Chapter 63. Good news. The new students have been located. Bad news. He is level 23. Glancing at the names on the leaderboard, Cheng Xing furrowed his brow. According to the usual routine, Cheng Yun should have popped up again at this moment, likely to hurl some scathing remarks or incite others to turn against him. Upon Cheng Yun's ranking revelation, the arena erupted with gasps, as nearly everyone searched for his whereabouts. It is well known that level 20 is the minimum graduation standard at Wu University. Those with slightly inferior talent or a lackadaisical attitude typically only manage to reach level 20 upon graduation. The emergence of a freshman directly achieving level 20 was nothing short of astonishing. Unfortunately, despite their searching, they could not find Cheng Yun. This was because he had already stepped outside the arena. After uploading his level, he had promptly departed. He was acutely aware that with Su Yanran's appearance, Cheng Xing would undoubtedly be present as well. Cheng Xing's level was a known quantity to him, and he recognized that with his own meager level, he would merely serve as a stepping stone for him. Yet, for the sake of credits, he had no choice but to upload his level. Cheng Xing squinted slightly. It seems he is not as thoughtless as I had assumed. If Cheng Yun were to continue making appearances, Cheng Xing would begin to question whether he had stepped into a novel. It appears that this faux young master is not as simple as he imagined. After several fruitless searches for the main character, the crowd's enthusiasm gradually waned. Other students from different years began to upload their levels to challenge the rankings. occasionally stirring minor ripples, but none compared to the fervor generated by Cheng Yun's appearance on the leaderboard. Before long, the freshman rankings once again dropped a bombshell on the crowd. What year is it? Another level 20 freshman? Soon. The onlookers discovered yet another name had ascended the freshman rankings, leaving them stunned into silence. Observing the latest addition to the leaderboard, Cheng Xing and his companions exchanged knowing smiles. An old acquaintance has arrived. The newly ranked individual was Yang Jian, and he had surpassed Cheng Yun, claiming the top position. As the crowd regained their composure, Lu Xinxin, Ning Xia, and Lin Yan followed in quick succession, with all of them boasting a uniform level of 20. Am I dreaming? 5 level 20s? What did this year as freshmen consume to grow so rapidly? Even consuming gold would not yield such swift advancement. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena erupted, with everyone staring in disbelief at the leaderboard. Had the words freshman rankings not been clearly inscribed, they would have thought they were gazing at the rankings of 3rd or 4th year students. At this moment, Yang Jian and his trio claimed the top 4 spots in the freshman rankings, with Cheng Yun relegated to 5th, followed by Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan. Meanwhile, on the smaller rankings, Yang Jian held the 1st position in Gen College, Lu Xinxin led Kin College, Ning Xia and Lin Yan dominated Sun College in 1st and 2nd, respectively, while Chu Yanyan topped Gen College, and Su Yanran secured 2nd in Qian College. Simultaneously, in the overall rankings of Wu University, Yang Jian and his cohorts had risen above the 1,000 mark. Observing Yang Jian and the others surpassing him, Su Yanran and her companions felt a twinge of discontent. Yet there was little they could do. These individuals had swiftly risen by vanquishing the fallen during the earlier attack, while they had not encountered any opportunity to strike. I'll take you two to level up. Cheng Xing noted the dissatisfied expressions of the two and spoke up. Really? Then it's settled. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two girls lit up with joy, eagerly shaking his arm, reveling in the soft sensation of his touch. While Cheng Xing immediately employed his 2 decades of restraint to suppress his reaction. This once again drew the envious gazes of many around them. Damn, I feel so envious. Why does he get to act so freely? Does being handsome grant him such privileges? Then why hasn't any girl approached me? Feeling the weight of the surrounding stares, Cheng Xing sighed in resignation. To be honest, if he could, he would prefer to maintain a lower profile, especially after comprehending the implications of possessing an SSS-grade talent. However, for the sake of credits, he had no choice but to challenge the rankings. After preparing himself mentally, he slowly stepped onto the arena, silently reciting to himself. I have no interest in showing off. I am not a fan of ostentation. Upon stepping onto the arena, a selection interface materialized before Cheng Xing as the special effects flickered past. Welcome to the battle arena. Please select a function. PK mode. Upload personal level mode. Please release your aura. Upon seeing the prompt to release his aura, Cheng Xing gradually let go of the energy he had been suppressing. Aura being collected. Aura collection complete. Your level is 23. Would you like to upload it to the freshman rankings? Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xing solemnly replied, yes. Due to the arena's activation, which shielded external auras, those who had noticed Cheng Xing were oblivious to his level. Upon witnessing his solemn demeanor, several individuals could not help but voice their envy. What is he trying to portray with such gravity, as if he has never seen the world before? They mused. One might think he is making a momentous decision. I am curious to see how he believes he is worthy of these two goddesses. However, in the next moment, Cheng Xing's name ascended to the top of the freshman rankings, swiftly claiming the pinnacle with an astonishing level of 23. This remarkable achievement not only positioned him atop the freshman leaderboard, but also propelled him into the overall rankings of Wuda, landing him at an impressive 798th place. Just moments ago, the arena was a cacophony of voices. Now, it fell into an eerie silence as all gazes fixated on the name Cheng Xing, leaving them in a state of disbelief. We should leave quickly. If we linger, we may find ourselves unable to escape. Cheng Xing discreetly descended from the platform, grasping the hands of Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan, urging them onward while murmuring to himself, if showing off were a crime, I would surely face life imprisonment. As they exited the arena, they unexpectedly encountered Yang Jian and his companions, who were also making their escape. Cheng Xing, at last we meet. I didn't see you during the department enrollment, Yang Jian greeted enthusiastically, only to be interrupted by Cheng Xing's shushing gesture. Hush. This is not a place for idle chatter. Let us move. Cheng Xing indicated towards the arena, and Yang Jian and his companions immediately understood, nodding in agreement. The previous commotion had indeed been overwhelming, their reactions far beyond their expectations. They promptly made their way towards the secret realm building. As soon as Cheng Xing and his group departed, a deafening uproar erupted within the arena. What on earth? Did I just see that? Level 23. That level is worth my life. Not that I would risk it. This is absurd. What an extraordinary prodigy. The crowd exclaimed, some rendered speechless, while others simply echoed their astonishment. President, good news. We have located the new student from the Department of Departure. Bad news. He is at level 23. Chapter 64, Wuda Forum. Is this the privilege of the Department of Departure? To move into the secret realm building right upon enrollment? Yang Jian and the others found themselves crammed into Cheng Xing's dormitory, curiously examining every nook and cranny. After each had experienced the thrill of automatic leveling, they could not help but express their awe. The treatment of a unique student was indeed commendable for them from other departments. It would be at least until the next day before they could settle in, and even then, without credits, they had no means to do so. I never imagined you were the new student from the Department of Departure, Cheng Xing hee. I suspect the school forum must be on the verge of exploding. Those who wish to challenge you must be utterly flabbergasted, Lin Yin remarked, and Yang Jian and the others nodded in agreement. Challenge me? Why would they challenge me? Cheng Xing replied, taken aback, with Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan equally perplexed. What? You're unaware that you've already gained fame on the forum? Yang Jian and the others paused, observing Cheng Xing's bewilderment. I haven't checked the forum, and I generally keep a low profile, Cheng Xing replied, feeling a tinge of frustration. Were it not for the need to earn credits, he would have hardly pursued the leaderboard. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Acting ostentatiously could easily invite unnecessary troubles. Yang Jian and his companions exchanged glances before relaying the pin challenge post they had seen on the forum yesterday. Cheng Xing's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately accessed the computer in his dormitory to enter Wu Da's forum. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a pinned post by Zhu Ke, which already boasted tens of thousands of views. The comments below were filled with reverence for the Great One. However, the nature of the posts diverged from what Yang Jian and the others had encountered upon the release of the challenge post. The subsequent threads were all inquiries regarding the identity of the new student from the Department of Departure. At that moment, a post titled Another Extraordinary Prodigy in the Department of Departure caught his eye, featuring a photograph of the arena leaderboard, prominently displaying Cheng Xing's name at the top. Particularly noteworthy, since it appeared on the Department of Departure's mini leaderboard. The replies below were, to say the least, disheartening. I am not the champion. I saw the post yesterday and thought I finally glimpsed hope for entering the Department of Departure. Today, upon discovering the new student's level, I question whether he is even human. Dragon King. I am a senior this year, level 21. He is a freshman at level 23. I seriously suspect he might be a repeat student here to crush us first years. Yu Wang. This is too monstrous. Have they secretly tapped into some kind of spiritual revival, leaving us behind? Cheng Xing observed these posts, his expression a mix of disbelief and annoyance. It seemed his benevolent teacher had unwittingly dug a significant pit for him. Fortunately, they had managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired. Given Cheng Xing's elevated level, it was unlikely that lower-level students would seek trouble. Yet the concern lay in the fact that he would soon be facing not just fellow freshmen, but formidable seniors as well. Cheng Xing. Should I have my father request Lord Zhu Ke to delete this post? Su Yanran suggested, her brow slightly furrowed as she surveyed the posts. Indeed, at this rate, many seniors may seek to trouble you. Chu Yanyan chimed in. Competing within the same year would be one thing, but it was rather excessive to have a freshman contend against seniors. There's no need, let it be. Without pressure, there can be no motivation. This might not be entirely detrimental. Cheng Xing pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. Presently, while the post would undoubtedly influence his future, it must be noted that with his current capabilities, there were few among his peers who could genuinely challenge him. He understood the importance of remaining vigilant. Impressive, Yang Jian remarked, giving Cheng Xing a thumbs up. Had it been him, he might have resorted to consulting his combat master to communicate with Lord Zhu Ke. After all, seniors possessed considerable strength. They had previously noted that those on the overall leaderboard of Wu Da reached levels as high as 29, merely a step away from level 30. With 4 years of cultivation at Wu Da, it was no exaggeration to say that their combat skills and equipment were formidable in a fair match. They might not be easily defeated by a senior, especially considering the level disparity. Seeing Cheng Xing's steadfast refusal, Su Yanran and the others did not press further. As they delved deeper into his character, they recognized that he preferred to resolve matters independently. We should take our leave. We'll return tomorrow to be your neighbors, Yang Jian said, glancing at the time before bidding farewell. How long do you two intend to stay? Cheng Xing inquired, turning to Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran after Yang Jian and the others had departed. With no outsiders around, Chu Yanyan promptly pulled Su Yanran onto Cheng Xing's bed, beginning to frolic without any inclination of leaving. They are probably still searching for you outside. It's quite dangerous. Let us linger a bit longer. Seeing this, Cheng Xing could only shake his head in resignation before returning his attention to the computer before him. Having not had the opportunity to engage with such technology during his time in District H, he found the interface familiar despite its differing construction from what he had previously encountered in his past life. The operation retained the essence of the style he knew, allowing Cheng Xing to navigate it with ease. After a brief exploration of the forum, Cheng Xing discovered that, aside from headlines concerning him, the majority of posts revolved around requests for collaboration or assistance regarding academy tasks. Freshman Academy Task Strategy. Seeking a team for the Sophomore Academy task. Submitting 10E-level Disaster Beast materials. Anyone interested in teaming up? Help needed. How to complete the Senior Academy task of hunting the bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Curiously, Cheng Xing clicked into these threads and meticulously perused them. After a considerable time, having read several posts, his eyes narrowed, and he gained a general understanding of the Academy task system. Wuda's Academy tasks predominantly fall into two categories, those that are mandatory and those that are voluntary. The former is issued by the Academy based on students' abilities, compelling them to engage in real combat within disaster zones, primarily focusing on eliminating disaster beasts. The latter offers an opportunity for eager and diligent students to earn academic credits through various task formats, including slaying disaster beasts or submitting specific disaster beast materials. Moreover, if one can afford the credits, they can even post tasks themselves. Wuda students are either occupied with completing tasks, en route to them, or, for those residing in the secret realm building, engaging in idle efforts. The presence of teachers is rather minimal, typically appearing only to instruct students on combat techniques. As Cheng Xing continued to browse, he soon encountered the post concerning the senior hunting task. It was a plea for assistance. Noting that while the task indicated the bamboo worm as a D-level disaster beast, the system unexpectedly classified it as a C-level disaster beast during the hunting attempt, prompting the poster to retreat in fright. Upon reading this, Cheng Xing lost interest and was about to exit the thread when he casually noticed a reply below. Stranger, haha. Why didn't you do your research before going? Who doesn't know about the bloodthirsty bamboo worm's camouflage ability? It loves to mimic the panels of higher-level disaster beasts to scare people. Mimicking higher-level disaster beast panels? Cheng Xing's finger hesitated in its departure from the thread. Chapter 65, C-level ability, mimicry camouflage. It was not until late into the night that the disheveled Chu Yanyan and her companion finally left after tidying up. After seeing them off, Cheng Xing returned to his computer. With practiced ease, he opened the forum and typed bloodthirsty bamboo worm into the search bar. As he clicked search, a plethora of related posts appeared on Wuda's forum. There were quite a few, and as he examined each one, a thought began to crystallize in his mind. Chen Yifei's words from the previous day echoed vividly in his memory. The revelation of his SSS-level ability would undoubtedly spell trouble for him, particularly if there existed a talent capable of discerning others' panels. Such a scenario could prove perilous. Upon completing his review of the posts, Cheng Xing was resolutely convinced that the bloodthirsty bamboo worm would be his next target. After closing the forum, he directly accessed the Disaster Beast Encyclopedia on his computer, initiating a search for detailed information about the bloodthirsty bamboo worm. The bloodthirsty bamboo worm, classified as a medium-risk creature, inhabits the periphery of the disaster zone in Y City, located 500 kilometers northwest of the South China base. A D-level disaster beast, its surrounding area typically boasts creatures rated around levels 20 to 25. The C-level ability of mimicry camouflage allows it to disguise its aura, superficial appearance, and panel. However, its skills are notably lacking, resulting in a relatively low combat strength. Gazing at the information, which was far more detailed than what he had encountered in the posts, Cheng Xing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The records meticulously detailed the bloodthirsty bamboo worm's habits, habitat, and weaknesses. Notably, each entry concluded with a hunt advisory. Hunt advisory. Students taking on related tasks are encouraged to familiarize themselves with the bloodthirsty bamboo worm's attack patterns at the Wuda Simulation Hall. Recommended team composition. For a creature of the same level, for with C-level abilities, 3 with B-level, 2 with A-level, and 1 with S-level or above. Observing such a user-friendly encyclopedia system, Cheng Xing couldn't help but sigh, a luxury he had not experienced during his time in District H. Out of curiosity, he sought the information on the disaster beasts he had previously encountered. Disaster beast, mad rabbit. Danger level, low. Habitat, found in the periphery of the Qingcheng disaster zone, 20 kilometers south of the South China base. Ability, F-level sprint, skill effect, minimal, skill deficiency, extremely low combat strength, suitable for novice awakeners tackling disaster beasts. Hunt advisory, it is advised to restrict its speed for easy handling. Recommended team composition, 5 with F, E, or D-level abilities against a creature of the same level. Disaster beast, blood slug, danger level, medium. Habitat, resides in the Qingcheng disaster zone, 50 kilometers south of the South China base. Ability, E-level digestive recovery, skill effect, minimal. Skill deficiency, average combat strength, suitable for awakeners advancing in disaster beast hunts. Hunt advisory, vulnerable at the joints, prioritize disarming its forelimbs for a significant decrease in hunting difficulty. Team collaboration is recommended. Reflecting on the detailed content within the encyclopedia, Cheng Xing mused that had he acquired such information earlier, his upgrade pace would have undoubtedly accelerated. Shaking his head, he refrained from further browsing the encyclopedia and swiftly opened Wuda's map to locate the simulation hall. The following day, Cheng Xing awoke early to freshen up. Upon encountering Su Yanran and her companions, he noted that they had already moved into the dormitories adjacent to him. After a brief exchange, they headed off to their respective lecture halls, each having pre-selected their instructors, with arrangements made by their families prior to the start of the term. This arrangement conveniently facilitated Cheng Xing's plans. He resolved to keep the matter of acquiring the camouflage ability under wraps for the time being. Shortly thereafter, He disembarked from the campus bus, standing before a structure akin to a large shopping mall, which housed the simulation hall. Upon entering, he observed that the interior's layout closely resembled that of a mall, save for the shops being replaced by numerous small rooms. Through the glass, he glimpsed the machines used for the simulated disaster beast examinations during the Wuda entrance test. It seemed that these machines had long been popularized in the advanced zones. Cheng Xing surveyed the multitude of simulators and quietly reflected. This was precisely why gaining admission to Wuda had consistently been part of his plans. The disparity in information was exceedingly vast. For someone without connections, this was an invaluable advantage. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted only a handful of students within the simulation hall. Cheng Xing randomly selected the nearest room and swiped his card to enter. Credits: 1. Credit balance: 196. Welcome to the Disaster Beast Simulator. Your remaining usage time: 235,959 seconds. This requires credits too. Just 1 point per day? Cheng Xing was taken aback. Finally understanding the scarcity of students here, it was simply too expensive. He recalled that he had previously researched the ratio of credits to Huaxia currency, which stood at an astonishing 1 to 10,000, and even then, it was a scarce commodity. With this realization, Cheng Xing wasted no time. After shutting the glass door behind him, he donned the simulator helmet. As the simulator powered up, he was immediately enveloped in a blinding white light. The next moment, he found himself in a white space, where an interface materialized before his eyes. Unlike the examinations he was accustomed to, this time he was not thrust directly into combat. Rather, he had the autonomy to select his own equipment, weapons, disaster beast type, location, and more. Cheng Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully and opted for a set of D-class weapons and gear. Simulated disaster beast, bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Location: periphery of Y City disaster zone. Simulation commences. As the system's notifications signaled the start, the surroundings transformed instantaneously, revealing a dense forest before Cheng Xing's eyes, with faint remnants of the city discernible in the distance. Instead of pausing to admire the starkly different environment, Cheng Xing grasped his embroidered spring knife and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The bloodthirsty bamboo worm's camouflage exceeded mere appearances. As Cheng Xing moved slowly through the forest, a sudden whooshing sound pierced the air. His instinctive sense of danger flared, and an overwhelming aura of peril materialized. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading a lethal strike. Turning to investigate, he discovered that a branch, which had appeared to be a part of the scenery, was actually the bloodthirsty bamboo worm, camouflaged as a tree limb. Its slender body extended over 10 meters, and the earlier attack was merely one of its appendages. Disaster Beast, bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Level: 30. Health: 4,000. Attributes: Strength: 200. Agility: 450. Constitution: 200. Spirit: 105. Talent: B-class Berserk talent effect. When health falls below 20, all attributes increase by 30. Skill: Whip LV1. Cheng Xing smiled faintly at the ludicrous panel presented by the system and did not rush to unleash his skills. Instead, he intentionally provoked the bloodthirsty bamboo worm into attacking. After enduring several of its strikes, Cheng Xing was confident that it was merely a D-class disaster beast, its strength at most comparable to level 20. After a few dozen exchanges, he quickly familiarized himself with its attack patterns. With a steely glint in his eyes, he prepared to counterattack in earnest. Following a series of successful strikes against the bloodthirsty bamboo worm, it finally collapsed, its form disintegrating into a myriad of starlit particles. Disaster Beast defeated. Time taken for this battle: 30 minutes, 37 seconds. Rating: C. Virtual hunting points earned: 1. Your virtual hunting points: 1 point. Would you like to continue hunting? As the bloodthirsty bamboo worm vanished, a new interface appeared. Cheng Xing was not surprised. While exploring the simulation hall, he had learned that defeating virtual disaster beasts also yielded a points leaderboard and a rating leaderboard. The former resets monthly, similar to the level leaderboard, while the latter does not. However, it was rumored that achieving an SSS rating upon defeating a disaster beast grants an academic credit reward. Without hesitation, Cheng Xing opted to continue hunting the bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Simultaneously, in a distant realm, a girl whose form straddled the line between reality and illusion slowly opened her eyes. Her large, watery orbs sparkled with data flowing within them, and as she focused her mind, the scene of Cheng Xing battling the bloodthirsty bamboo worm unfolded before her like a video. As her finger brushed across Cheng Xing's face, his panel materialized before her. Detailed in its entirety. He had returned, yet he was still too weak. He was not ready to reveal himself to the world. The girl murmured to herself, her finger lightly caressing the SSS-level talent on Cheng Xing's panel. With her muttering, the SSS rating instantly downgraded to SS, while other talents gradually faded away. Chapter 66. Virtual Points Leaderboard. No sooner had she spoken than the scene before Cheng Xing shifted once more, the environment distinctly altered from the first encounter. This time, Cheng Xing concentrated, unleashing his sense of danger to envelop a 1-kilometer radius. As he moved cautiously, he detected an invisible aura of murderous intent. In the next moment, The sound of slicing air came from above him, and Cheng Xing, as if foreseeing the attack, swiftly sidestepped and effortlessly evaded the bloodthirsty bamboo worm's whip-like strike. Simultaneously, he drew his knife, blade aura, as he silently chanted in his mind. A blade aura descended upon the bloodthirsty bamboo worm's limb with a swift motion of his arm. In an instant, a gruesome gash appeared, splattering green, foul-smelling blood, and as it writhed in pain, its health bar plummeted. Although this simulated bloodthirsty bamboo worm was only level 20, its defenses remained formidable. That single strike had failed to sever its limb. The sudden injury sent the bloodthirsty bamboo worm into a frenzy, several of its limbs lashing out at Cheng Xing with relentless ferocity. The sound of slicing air echoing around him. Block. Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed. Instead of evading, he stood firm, utilizing his blade to intercept. With deft movements, he successfully parried each of the bloodthirsty bamboo worm's attacks. In that moment of blocking, the creature hesitated slightly, allowing Cheng Xing to close in, delivering a decisive four-direction slash to its massive limb. As 4 arcs of light flashed, a shower of blood erupted, and the bloodthirsty bamboo worm wailed as its health bar dropped significantly. Despite sustaining heavy damage, the creature's aggression surged rather than waned. Fortunately, with his blocks, Cheng Xing managed to evade all harm. Seizing the opportune moment, he stepped forward once more, unleashing another four-direction slash, this time targeting its limbs. The B-class skill's devastating power cleanly severed the bloodthirsty bamboo worm's limb, blood gushing forth from the precise incision. With the wound inflicted, the bamboo worm entered a state of bleeding, its health rapidly diminishing. However, its recovery capabilities, particularly as a disaster beast, were notably superior to those of awakened individuals. As expected, after losing 10 health points, the bloodthirsty bamboo worm halted its bleeding, and to Cheng Xing's astonishment, its wound began to heal. Observing this, Cheng Xing did not grant it respite, advancing once again, his skills erupting in a flurry of rapid four-direction slashes that nearly exhausted him. Ultimately, the bloodthirsty bamboo worm succumbed to the barrage, its form fracturing into starlit particles once more. Disaster beast defeated. Time taken for this battle, 21 minutes, 59 seconds. Rating, C. Virtual hunting points earned, 1. Your virtual hunting points, 2 points. Would you like to continue hunting? As the virtual disaster beast perished, the summary interface appeared. AC rating? Cheng Xing squinted at the score. This battle had evidently concluded much faster than the first, yet the rating remained largely unchanged. Surely, this scoring system is not solely based on the duration of combat? Stroking his chin in contemplation, he resolved to continue hunting. The environment shifted once more, and Cheng Xing activated his sense of danger, preparing for the next hunt. This time, he deliberately refrained from using any skills, relying solely on basic attacks against the bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Without skills, Cheng Xing found the battle significantly more taxing. In his eagerness, he fell victim to several of the bamboo worm's abilities and nearly faced a counterattack. Fortunately, with his primary focus on agility, his swift movements allowed him to change direction after each strike, ultimately wearing down the bloodthirsty bamboo worm to its last breath. Disaster beast defeated. Time taken for this battle, 54 minutes, 29 seconds. Rating, B. Virtual hunting points, 1. Your virtual hunting points, 3. Would you like to continue hunting? As Cheng Xing gazed at the settlement interface that popped up, his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, the score was not solely linked to the duration of the battle, but also intricately tied to the nature of the combat itself. Cheng Xing murmured to himself, a man who had lived 2 lives. Quickly grasping the underlying significance of this scoring system. Was this a method to train students to exterminate calamity beasts with utmost efficiency? That single point of credit was exceedingly well spent. With this realization, a subtle smile graced Cheng Xing's lips as he proceeded to embark on his next hunt. Having comprehended the mechanics of the scoring system, Cheng Xing began to recall the weaknesses of the bloodthirsty bamboo insect, deliberately targeting its vulnerabilities during combat. Awaken 1 death. Duration of battle, 9 minutes 28 seconds. Battle failed. However, Cheng Xing's overly deliberate focus on the insect's weaknesses caused him to neglect his own health, leading to a fatal blow that depleted his life force, culminating in a failure of the task. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Cheng Xing felt an invigorating thrill. I should not rely solely on basic attacks. I can experiment with skills to shorten the battle duration, subsequently reducing skill usage while maintaining the same length of combat. He swiftly reviewed his performance, and upon concluding, he initiated the next hunt. Calamity Beast Death. Duration of battle, 15 minutes, 4 seconds. Rating, B. Virtual hunting points, 1. Your virtual hunting points, 4. Would you like to continue hunting? After employing his skills, Cheng Xing significantly shortened the battle duration. This prompted him to reflect. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with the speed achieved. Duration of battle, 10 minutes, 43 seconds. Duration of battle, 8 minutes, 48 seconds. Duration of battle, 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Rating, A. Through several simulations, Cheng Xing successfully compressed the time to under 5 minutes. Realizing he had reached a limit, he decided it was time to begin reducing skill usage. Cheng Xing did not persist in laboring over the duration and moved on to the next round. Compared to his first attempt, he now navigated the hunt with ease, his sense of danger even remaining dormant as he pinpointed the lethal bamboo insect hidden within the forest. As he approached, with a familiar attack descending, Cheng Xing made a slight maneuver, narrowly avoiding the insect's limbs that grazed him by a mere 2 centimeters. His counterattack followed swiftly, wielding the embroidered spring knife. He executed a precise thrust aimed at the joint of the insect's limb. With a sound that elicited a cringe, the limb was effortlessly severed from the creature. Meanwhile, at the martial arena on the other side of Wu University, the number of participants had noticeably dwindled following the update of the ranking list yesterday. Nevertheless, several hundred remained, crowding the arena, their sole purpose being the PK leaderboard. Many on the high walls were keenly observing the combat below. Soon, however, someone noticed the changes in the virtual points leaderboard, a new face steadily climbing its ranks. Look, the virtual points leaderboard is changing. What? No way. Someone is actually grinding that exorbitantly priced virtual calamity beast? Wow, it's him. The new student from the Departure Academy. His points are skyrocketing. With this revelation, more and more individuals recognized Cheng Xing, their astonishment palpable. Given the exorbitant costs of the virtual hall and the inability to form teams for hunting calamity beasts, most first and second-year students lacked the capability to slay these creatures. Typically, when utilizing the virtual apparatus, they were merely practicing for specific academy tasks, familiarizing themselves with calamity beasts in advance. As for the virtual points leaderboard, while there were first and second-year students with the ability to single-handedly slay calamity beasts, their efficiency paled in comparison to Cheng Xing's, and coupled with the high costs of the simulator, few ventured to pursue this leaderboard. Generally, it was only a handful of third and fourth-year students with exceptional talent who would seek to challenge this ranking for credits. News of the new student from the Departure Academy spread like wildfire throughout Wu University, drawing a considerable crowd to the virtual hall. Some in admiration and others with the intent to challenge Cheng Xing. Chapter 67. Rating, SSS. Calamity Beast Death. Duration of battle, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Rating, S. Virtual hunting points, 3. Your virtual hunting points, 43. Would you like to continue hunting? As Cheng Xing's interface materialized, he inhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his features. As the excitement subsided, a wave of mental fatigue washed over him. Although battling within the simulator did not deplete physical stamina, nor did death bear any repercussions, the intensity of the encounters took a toll on his psyche. Glancing at the simulator clock, still ticking after several hours, Cheng Xing resolved not to continue. Based on his estimations, achieving an SSS rating would likely require him to defeat a calamity beast of equal level within 5 minutes without utilizing skills. After defeating the bloodthirsty bamboo insect over 20 times at level 20, he began to challenge higher-level beasts. Eventually, he managed to compress the battle duration to under 10 minutes against a level 23 beast, successfully securing his first S rating. Exhausted, Cheng Xing opted not to continue and exited the simulator. Upon removing his helmet, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The once sparsely populated virtual hall was now teeming with students. Many gathered outside the rooms to watch, including his own. Fortunately, the glass booths of the virtual hall transformed into one-way mirrors upon use, allowing those inside to see outside while remaining concealed from view. Even as Cheng Xing opened his eyes to find dozens of wide-eyed spectators, he was startled. Confused, he picked up his phone to read messages from Chu Yanyan and others. Realizing his location had been disclosed, with a resigned shake of his head, he exchanged a few words with Su Yanran and then adjusted the glass to opaque mode, shielding himself from the prying eyes outside. The private rooms in the virtual hall were equipped with beds, allowing Cheng Xing to rest comfortably. As for those waiting outside, they could wait as long as they wished. After all, the costs of the virtual hall were substantial, and he had no intention of leaving before his time was fully utilized. In addition to the resting area, the room featured a food delivery system. After placing an order, meals were sent directly through a delivery tube to his private room, creating a veritable haven for a homebody. After satisfying his hunger and fatigue, Cheng Xing noticed that night had fallen, and while the crowd had thinned, several remained. However, he observed an increase in the number of simulators in use outside. This did not surprise the onlookers. As long as the simulator booths were open, time continued to elapse. Those striving for leaderboard rankings often resided within for days or even months, as the living conditions in the booths were hardly inferior to those of the dormitories. In light of this, Cheng Xing did not squander any more time. After obscuring the external scenery, he resumed his relentless pursuit of higher scores. As his awakener level ascended, the necessity for sleep diminished significantly. Unless his mental state was severely compromised, prolonged slumber became largely unnecessary, akin to a boon for those who thrive on late-night endeavors. Through extensive combat experience, Cheng Xing became intimately acquainted with the attack patterns of the bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Initially, he would sustain injuries due to his eagerness to engage. Yet now, confronting it felt as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Combat duration, 9 minutes 28 seconds. Score S. Combat duration 8 minutes 57 seconds. Score S. Combat duration 4 minutes 48 seconds. Score S. With each optimization of his skill combinations, Cheng Xing managed to reduce his combat duration by approximately 30 seconds each time. After a little over an hour, he managed to compress his time to under 5 minutes, achieving an S score. However, from that point onward, until the usage time of the simulation room reached 0, he did not manage to refresh this record. Undeterred, Cheng Xing extended his time in the simulation room, persisting in his quest for a new record. Unbeknownst to him, this endeavor caused his ranking on the virtual leaderboard to soar, inciting discontent among the senior students who were also vying for a top position. Unlike the monthly rankings based on levels, the virtual leaderboard updated weekly, and it was through this that they accrued substantial credits. The students aiming for a high rank on the virtual leaderboard were not of low levels, and the disparity in strength was not easily bridged. Without significant opportunities, the rankings remained stagnant. Suddenly, the emergence of a leaderboard juggernaut pushed many down the rankings, which was intolerable for them. Consequently, several students on the leaderboard, under Cheng Xing's influence, set aside their tasks to join the fray. On the second day, Cheng Xing achieved his highest score of S. On the third day, he reached SS. On the fourth day, he obtained another SS. In the Mystic Tower, within Chu Yinyan's dormitory, Su Yanran and Lu Xinxin were gathered, with Yang Jian notably absent. They observed a forum post that continuously updated the virtual leaderboard, engaging in lively conversation. Cheng Xing is truly formidable. Within just a few days, he has climbed to the top of the leaderboard. Indeed, I visited the virtual hall before, and I could hardly contend with disaster beasts of the same level. What kind of brilliance occupies Cheng Xing's mind? And what about that brash Yang Jian? He is still languishing outside the top 100. Upon learning of Cheng Xing's pursuit for leaderboard glory the following day, Yang Jian could no longer contain himself and emulated Cheng Xing's approach. Fortunately, his level and talent were commendable, allowing him to break into the leaderboard, albeit with a ranking far less impressive than Cheng Xing's. By the 5th day of Cheng Xing's tenure in the virtual hall, the seniors on the leaderboard had resigned themselves to relinquishing their pursuit of him, now competing for second place instead. Over these days, their mindset underwent several transformations: initial anger, followed by defiance, then bitterness, despair, and ultimately acceptance. We simply cannot surpass him. What on earth is this prodigy? It is common knowledge that when hunting virtual disaster beasts, the challenge must be of the same tier. One cannot challenge a beast 5 levels lower. If you are level 20, you cannot confront anything below that. And if you are level 26, you cannot challenge level 20. Successful challenges yield no points. Moreover, the scoring system dictates that higher scores translate to more points, with additional points awarded for hunting above one's level. By the second day, they inferred from Cheng Xing's scoring fluctuations that he was consistently obtaining S-level scores or higher, which left them discontented. Emulating Cheng Xing's strategy yielded no points for them, only wasted time. They had come to terms with the notion that this was a combat talent beyond the mere talent system, something they could not hope to rival. However, while Cheng Xing's points continued to rise, they were evidently plateauing, suggesting he had encountered a bottleneck. On the 7th day, as the level 23 bloodthirsty bamboo worm fell, the familiar panel appeared before Cheng Xing's eyes. Disaster beast defeated. Combat duration: 4 minutes 59 seconds. Score SSS. Chapter 68, Leaving the City. Cheng Xing glanced at the score, inhaled deeply, and finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face. He had finally breached the SSS score threshold. In this simulation battle, he had managed to defeat a disaster beast of the same level relying solely on basic attacks. Congratulations to Awakener Cheng Xing for achieving an SSS rating. Earned credits: 100. Credit balance: 390. Would you like to broadcast this school-wide? As the settlement interface closed, another screen popped up, watching another batch of credits roll in. Cheng Xing nodded in satisfaction. He promptly declined the school-wide broadcast. After a week of anticipation, the crowd outside the virtual hall had changed numerous times. Having finally endured until their departure, a school-wide announcement would likely compel him to remain for another week. Glancing at the remaining time, he opted to continue hunting. However, unlike before, he chose to confront the level 24 bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Soon enough, the level 24 bloodthirsty bamboo worm lay shattered, with the battle duration lingering at just over 7 minutes. Cheng Xing, not being arrogant enough to rely solely on basic attacks, utilized his skills for this duration. This time, he disregarded the score and instead opted for the level 25 challenge. This encounter took nearly 14 minutes, almost double the time of the level 24 fight. As the disparity between levels began to widen significantly, in the earlier F and E ranks, one could easily conquer higher tiers with B-level skills, even transcending ranks. Yet now, he felt increasingly fatigued. According to my familiarity with the bloodthirsty bamboo worm, I should still be able to challenge 3 more levels, Cheng Xing muttered to himself. Reflecting on his strategy, at the moment Cheng Xing reached the SSS score, he had mastered the attack patterns of the bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Provided the level difference was not excessive, he was confident in achieving a flawless kill. There was no secret, merely the result of practice. With this realization, Cheng Xing understood the moment had come to withdraw from the simulator. After exiting, he activated the one-way perspective feature of the simulation room to observe the situation within the virtual hall. A few individuals lingered outside, but their numbers had significantly dwindled compared to previous visits. Moreover, many were focused on other simulation rooms, indicating their interests were not solely directed at him. It must be said that Cheng Xing's recent familiarity with the disaster beasts inadvertently allowed him to accomplish both leaderboard aspirations and score challenges, igniting a fervor for climbing the ranks. The usage rate of the simulation rooms in the virtual hall had noticeably increased from Cheng Xing's vantage point. Over half of the rooms were currently in use. Observing this, Cheng Xing swiftly exited the virtual hall. Upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered that Su Yanran and the others had gone to class. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to remain discreet and instead logged into the university's task system. Upon logging in, a plethora of tasks appeared before him: hunting disaster beasts, submitting disaster beast materials, and more. Each task varied in level and offered different credit rewards, with the credits for submitting drops clearly exceeding those for hunting, given the abundance of disaster beasts, though not every beast dropped materials. Except for Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing scrutinized the credit value for material exchange, noting that it was lower than the direct selling price outside. Likely a precaution to deter students from purchasing materials externally for the purpose of converting them into huaxia coins. After flipping through the options, Cheng Xing remained cautious this time, opting not to accept the task involving the bloodthirsty bamboo worm, but instead selecting a hunting task and material collection mission for a human-faced spider located on the outskirts of Y City. Once he had secured the task, Cheng Xing silently departed from Wuhan University and returned to his rented accommodation in the H District. Surveying the familiar surroundings brought him a sense of comfort. However, he no longer needed to worry about paying rent. Since returning from the selection process, he had invested a substantial sum to purchase the entire apartment building from the landlord, thus becoming a small landlord himself. Equipped and ready, Cheng Xing descended the stairs. The parking area in front of the apartment, once cluttered with garbage, had now been cleared, revealing a vehicle covered by a car cover. Cheng Xing approached, lifted the cover, and was greeted by a brand new black SUV. He deftly opened the door, started the engine, and with a press of the accelerator, set off towards the F District base. Indeed, most of the money he had earned previously had been spent on this pickup truck, which, like Su Haoran's vehicle, was constructed from disaster beast materials, designed for traversing disaster zones. Initially, Cheng Xing had thought it would sit idle for a while, but to his surprise, it had proven useful much sooner than anticipated. The journey proceeded without incident, as the special vehicle's appearance bore no distinction from ordinary cars. It was not until Cheng Xing arrived at the adventurer camp at the entrance of F District, located on the western edge of the South China base, that he drew the attention of the surrounding adventurers, who could easily guess the nature of the vehicle. Noticing the envious glances directed his way, Cheng Xing scratched his head, realizing he might have been a bit too ostentatious. However, with his next destination being the disaster zone on the outskirts of Y City, walking would take an indeterminate amount of time. Before Cheng Xing could exit the vehicle, an attractive female adventurer approached and tapped on his window to strike up a conversation. It was inevitable. Even the most basic special vehicles were pricier than the so-called supercars of the present day. After politely declining the advances of the woman, Cheng Xing exited the vehicle to complete his registration. The sight of him alone elicited further astonishment from the onlookers. In this era, those daring enough to venture outside the city alone were typically of S rank or higher. The mask he wore, paired with his penetrating gaze, only added to his enigmatic allure, causing many gazes to intensify. After a brief registration process, Cheng Xing was approached for conversation several times. Startled by the attention, he hastily returned to his vehicle, revved the engine, and plunged directly into the disaster area. So handsome, wealthy, powerful, and aloof. He's practically dancing on my XP. One adventurer mused. I can't even imagine how handsome he must be without that mask. Humph, wearing a mask just to show off. Who knows what grotesque features lie beneath it? A throng of female adventurers lingered, watching as Cheng Xing departed, their eyes filled with lingering thoughts, interspersed with a few spiteful remarks that were quickly met with a backlash. The external road conditions were dire, with many highways rendered impassable due to disaster beasts and years of neglect. Yet such obstacles were trivial for vehicles specifically designed for disaster zones. As Cheng Xing ventured further from the base and deeper into the disaster area, the remnants of urban life gradually faded, replaced by the ruins of dilapidated villages. Soon, the villages vanished entirely, leaving only a crumbling road flanked by dense forests. Were it not for the passenger transport services provided by the Adventurer Guild, these roads would likely have been reclaimed by nature long ago. After 6 hours of travel and rounding a hill, a lush, overgrown city ruin emerged in Cheng Xing's line of sight. He had finally arrived at the Y City disaster area. Chapter 69. Hunting the bamboo worm. Upon approaching the outskirts of Y City, Cheng Xing found a relatively intact courtyard and parked his vehicle. After securing his backpack, he surveyed his surroundings, skillfully choosing a high vantage point to overlook the disaster area surrounding Y City. Nestled among the mountains, Y City was enveloped by forests, and he could faintly discern the semblance of a small county town. Cheng Xing took out a map to familiarize himself with the terrain. Mindful that getting lost would be quite embarrassing, he pondered whether he would encounter the slaughter cult members this time. Cheng Xing rubbed his chin, recalling how frequently they had emerged. Surely, they would be more subdued now, he thought. Remembering Su Haoran's complaints about having to patrol the disaster area daily without a moment's respite. Following the selection attack, the South China base had dispatched numerous skilled agents to scour the disaster zones for traces of the slaughter cult, successfully dismantling several of their hideouts based on intelligence gleaned from captured members. Unfortunately, none of these locations had yielded any signs of spirit seeds. Cheng Xing shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer, and redirected his focus to the disaster area before him. After confirming his direction, he descended from his viewpoint and activated his sense of danger. Huh, Cheng Xing exclaimed softly, taken aback to discover that his sense of danger had expanded to a radius of approximately 100 meters. He had been so engrossed in optimizing his skills in the simulator that he had overlooked this change. It was only now, in practice, that he realized its significance. Does the simulator possess such capabilities? Cheng Xing pondered, gradually forming a hypothesis. In the virtual training facility, he had often pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion, necessitating multiple breaks throughout the day, likely contributing to this newfound awareness. He resolved to inquire with his senior brother upon his return. Setting aside his questions, Cheng Xing charged into the disaster area. Having engaged in numerous battles within the simulator, he quickly fixated on a large tree. As he concentrated, the feedback from the Awakener system materialized before him. Disaster Beast, Bloodthirsty Bamboo Worm. Level, 31 health, 4,400. Attributes, Strength 220, Agility 480, Constitution 230. Spirit 113. Talent, B-grade Jump Enhancement Talent. Increases displacement skill effectiveness by 30. Skill, Venomous Breath LV1. Gazing at the incongruity of the Bloodthirsty Bamboo Worm's panel, Cheng Xing chuckled and charged forward with his blade drawn. With his heightened agility, Cheng Xing moved with remarkable speed, and by the time the bamboo worm reacted, his strike had already landed. The embroidered spring knife sliced through the joint connecting the creature's limb to its body at a precise angle. With a sudden thrust of his left hand gripping the knife's hilt, he effortlessly severed one of its limbs. The bloodthirsty bamboo worm shrieked in pain, but its remaining limbs swiftly lashed out at Cheng Xing. Despite being within striking distance, it was as though he possessed a precognitive ability, deftly evading each attack with the slightest of movements. As the offensive escalated, the bamboo worm shed its pretense, writhing its elongated form free from the tree. Unfazed, Cheng Xing stepped forward. For direction slash, he called internally, and with a thought, for arcs of light manifested. Had Su Yanran been present, she would have been astounded. Unlike his previous casual skill releases, the 4 directions slash he executed now had deviated from its original form, precisely targeting the joints of the remaining limbs of the bloodthirsty bamboo worm. As the foul, putrid green blood gushed forth, the bloodthirsty bamboo worm found 5 of its 6 limbs incapacitated by Cheng Xing in the blink of an eye. Instantly losing its balance, it collapsed, and the immense threat of death compelled its remaining limbs to lash out desperately at Cheng Xing. However, he nonchalantly evaded their strikes, drawing closer step by step. Each time an attack seemed poised to land, he effortlessly parried them with a flourish of his sword. The vast reservoir of combat experience accumulated within the virtual simulator enabled Cheng Xing to execute defensive maneuvers even without relying on skills. Observing the ample health remaining in the bloodthirsty bamboo worm, his embroidered spring knife emitted a sharp whistle as he unleashed a flurry of slashes, targeting its vulnerabilities with precision. The creature's health diminished at a terrifying rate. Defeated a level 21 bloodthirsty bamboo worm, gained 6,000 experience. Within mere moments, its health bar was depleted, and with the kill notification, 2 pale green materials dropped. The battle lasted less than a minute from start to finish. After casually stowing the materials in his backpack, Cheng Xing set out in search of his next target. With a crisis perception radius of 1,100 meters, the bloodthirsty bamboo worms in the forest appeared as colossal targets, clearly visible on his radar. Soon, he pinpointed another, this one marked as level 33. Swiftly, Cheng Xing initiated his assault with a blade aura. 2 arcs of energy struck true upon the bamboo worm's limbs, effortlessly severing them. This particular specimen was noticeably stronger. After sustaining damage, it retaliated with remarkable speed, its basic attacks landing heavily upon its joints, creating a palpable resistance that thwarted Cheng Xing's efforts to dismantle it. Soon, he found himself dodging strikes from above and to the sides. With narrowed eyes, he retreated just in time to evade a pincer attack, countering with a swift slash that severed the tip of one limb. The relentless barrage of damage incited the bloodthirsty bamboo worm's fury, its eyes ablaze as it hastened its assaults. Yet, no matter how it attacked, Cheng Xing effortlessly discerned its blind spots, maintaining a composed demeanor amidst what would be a chaotic onslaught for others. After successfully blocking one of its strikes, he swiftly assessed the creature's actual level to be 23. Cheng Xing held nothing back. This was not a mere exercise in the virtual arena for points. With a determined step forward, he unleashed a series of precise strikes on the bamboo worm's weaknesses, steadily diminishing its health. With a pained wail, the worm succumbed to another of Cheng Xing's 4 directional slashes, emptying its health bar entirely. Repeatedly employing his skills left Cheng Xing slightly breathless. After all, this was real combat. In the simulator, each challenge reset his state, significantly dulling pain perception so that even death felt akin to a mere punch. The only toll was on his mental fortitude. However, in reality, there was no system reset. Cheng Xing would tire, both physically and mentally. He took a moment to gauge his remaining stamina, collected the dropped items, and vanished into the forest. Days passed, and the number of bloodthirsty bamboo worms in the disaster zone dwindled rapidly. Concurrently, at the heart of the disaster area surrounding City Y, a stark, barren clearing emerged. Perfectly circular with a diameter of 100 meters, encircled by dense woodlands, evoking an eerie silence. As the number of disaster beasts dwindled, the head of a bloodthirsty bamboo worm materialized in the center of the clearing, gradually revealing its full form, as if an invisible door had opened in the midst of the clearing. Unlike its counterparts, this one appeared significantly larger. Chapter 70, Swapping a Bird Gun for a Cannon. On the outskirts of City Y's disaster zone, Cheng Xing dispatched another bloodthirsty bamboo worm with a swift stroke of his blade, collecting the materials that fell to the ground. After carelessly tossing them into his backpack, he wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly distanced himself from the battlefield, aware that the scent of blood could easily attract other disaster beasts. Gurgle. The sound of his stomach interrupted Cheng Xing's thoughts of continued hunting. Using his crisis perception, he effortlessly located a nearby area devoid of beasts. 5 days had elapsed since he entered the disaster zone, during which he had escalated his daily kills from 50 bloodthirsty bamboo worms to an increase of 10 each day. Despite this rapid pace, it paled in comparison to his performance in the simulator, where he could easily dispatch over 100 beasts in a single day. Unfortunately, the physical and mental toll of real combat was significant, requiring unwavering focus, which was exhausting. Moreover, the distribution of bloodthirsty bamboo worms in the disaster zone was sparse, often presenting only 1 or 2 within the range of his crisis perception. Cheng Xing could not afford to push himself to exhaustion, while his perception was advantageous. It was not infallible. Surprises and unexpected events could strike at any moment. Typically, when he felt hunger or fatigue, he sought out a relatively safe location to rest and recuperate. At night, he returned to his vehicle and emptied his backpack. After organizing his belongings, Cheng Xing retrieved the prepared water, bread, and jerky from his pack, satisfying his hunger. As he filled his belly, he opened his status panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 23, 2994040300000. Health, 3,400. Attributes, Strength 228, Agility 344, Constitution 189, Spirit 109, Free Attribute 0.0. Talents, SSS-level loot increase, F-level sprint, E-level digestion recovery, E-level crowd control. A-level stealth. Skills, B-level 4 directional /LV1, E-level block LV1, D-level blade aura LV1. The experience bar was nearly full. Killing 1 more beast should suffice for an upgrade. Cheng Xing swallowed a mouthful of bread, murmuring to himself, before grabbing a piece of jerky and chewing it. Lowering his gaze, his equipment was laid bare before him. During the selection process by the Awaken Management Bureau, he had undergone a round of equipment upgrades, as the drop rates were indeed high. In that selection, all his gear was upgraded to at least D level, save for the weapon, which remained the Bloodroach's fawn. Insect helmet, set. Quality, C level. Effect, Spirit 20, Constitution 10. Set attributes, 2-piece set. All attributes 15, for piece set. All attributes 45, 5-piece set. Damage reduction 10. Insect gauntlets, set. Effect, Strength 20, Constitution 10. Insect boots, set. Effect, Agility 20, Constitution 10. Insect pants, set. Effect, Agility 20, Constitution 10. In just 5 short days, he was on the cusp of leveling up and had successfully acquired a complete set of C-level gear. As for his upper garment, Cheng Xing had not overlooked it. Rather, he possessed a more powerful B-level piece, and since the 5-piece set attributes of the insect gear mirrored his current equipment, there was no reason to swap it out. As the levels increased, the discrepancies in equipment gradually became apparent. From the D rank onward, each piece of gear could provide half a point of attributes corresponding to its level, while 5 pieces could elevate 1's rank by 2.5 levels. Although it is said thus, only those scions of noble families, the affluent offspring, could don a C rank set alongside B rank accessories during the D rank awakened phase, much like Cheng Xing. For others, amidst the severe resource disparities in the current base, acquiring superior equipment was nearly impossible. Even the students of the Martial University, who toiled tirelessly for credits, considered themselves fortunate to utilize equipment of the same level. Meanwhile, ordinary awakened individuals unable to gain admission to Martial University typically ended up as adventurers, often settling for a set of inferior gear. The sole inconvenience was that equipment below B rank did not support transformation. Clad in 4 pieces of the insect set, Cheng Xing resembled a figure adorned in light armor crafted from the black carapace of some unknown insect. Due to the incongruity of the B-rank plague rat's attire, he transformed it into the appearance of the insect set's upper garment. After a brief respite, Cheng Xing tidied his belongings. Although acquiring a full C-rank set was considered a tremendous fortune by others, he remained steadfast in his original purpose for this venture. With keen perception, he once again locked onto a bloodthirsty stick insect. As it came into view, he stepped forward. 4 direction slash. For streaks of blade light did not target the limbs of the bloodthirsty stick insect, but instead struck precisely at its vital points. With his new equipment, Cheng Xing no longer needed to impair its mobility. He simply needed to unleash overwhelming damage to obliterate the target. As anticipated, with the 4 directional strikes landing, blood erupted. Yet this time, the bloodthirsty stick insect did not even emit a cry. Its health instantly depleted. Truly, such was the power of C-rank equipment. The damage output was astonishing. Although it was not his first encounter, effortlessly dispatching a level 20 disaster beast with a single skill still elicited a sigh of admiration from Cheng Xing. After all, bolstered by his lavish gear, his attributes had effectively reached the threshold of level 30. Defeated LV 20 bloodthirsty stick insect, gained 6,000 experience. Level increased to 24. Acquired free attribute points, 30. With the defeat of the bloodthirsty stick insect, Cheng Xing finally advanced to level 24. After allocating his attribute points, he discovered that the creature had actually dropped a weapon, a knife radiating a deep green glow, resembling the Yinling blade. Blade of the stick insect. Quality, C-rank. Effect, damage 40/damage 10. Gazing at the weapon in his hand, Cheng Xing slowly drew it forth. Its blade as dark as the unknown carapace from which it was forged, sharp beyond measure. This blade harmonized perfectly with his ensemble. With a flick of his wrist, a splendid flourish of the blade blossomed in his hand before sheathing it seamlessly. After assessing the feel of the weapon, he replaced the long-used blood cockroach's fang. The acquisition of this new gear lifted Cheng Xing's spirits, prompting him to intensify his hunt for disaster beasts. Before long, he sensed a new target. As he approached, a bloodthirsty stick insect emerged into his line of sight. However, this particular specimen did not conceal itself among the trees, but stared directly at him. Its form slightly larger than those he had previously encountered. Caught up in his gear's enhancement, Cheng Xing unconsciously overlooked these details. As he focused intently, the system's feedback promptly appeared. Disaster beast, bloodthirsty stick insect. Level, 31. Health, 4400. Attributes, Strength 220, Agility 480, Constitution 230, Spirit 113. Talent, C-rank Mimetic Disguise Talent Effect, Disguise Appearance, Panel. Skill, Whip LV1, Iron Block LV1. Oh, this time, it did not possess the talent and skills to disguise itself as another disaster beast. Chapter 71. A genuine article amidst a sea of fakes. Cheng Xing smiled faintly, not pondering too deeply, as he drew his blade and stepped forward in one fluid motion. 4 direction slash. Cheng Xing exclaimed with a touch of bravado, unleashing 4 arcs of blade light aimed at the vital points of the bloodthirsty stick insect before him. Clang. With the sound of metal clashing, the familiar scene of a one-hit kill did not materialize. Instead, all of Cheng Xing's attacks were completely deflected by the insect's limbs, which now glimmered with a metallic sheen, sending sparks flying as his strikes met their mark. Feeling a tingle in his palm, Cheng Xing's expression changed abruptly. Something was amiss. As the insect's limbs lifted, an overwhelming sense of danger pierced through him like needles. In the next moment, several limbs vanished from sight, and before he could react, his body instinctively moved. Block. Cheng Xing subconsciously activated his blocking skill. Clang, clang, clang. As his long knife traced an unpredictable trajectory, resonant sounds erupted, and he witnessed sparks fly before his eyes. It turned out the limbs had not vanished. They were simply too swift for Cheng Xing to perceive. The searing pain in his hands jolted him back to reality, prompting him to retreat instantly. In that fleeting moment of his retreat, the sound of slicing air filled his ears, followed by a tremendous roar and a billow of dust. Cheng Xing burst forth from the cloud of debris, his feet striking the ground in rapid succession, appearing several meters away in the blink of an eye. Only after creating some distance did the immense sense of danger begin to wane, albeit slightly. Once he steadied himself, Cheng Xing's expression grew grave, his gaze fixed intently ahead, his hands moving swiftly to toss aside his backpack. As a mountain breeze swept by, the dust dispersed, revealing a deep crater where he had previously stood. From the brief exchanges, it was evident that had Cheng Xing not distanced himself at the earliest opportunity, that blow could have easily claimed his life or left him grievously injured. It seems my luck is rather unfortunate. Who placed a genuine article among a sea of fakes? Cheng Xing chuckled bitterly, his focus unwavering from the true threat before him. Were it not for the countless battles practiced in the simulator, coupled with his extraordinary sense of danger, those last 2 strikes could have cost him his life. Yet, despite his words of misfortune, his grip on the long knife tightened. an indescribable thrill surging within him. As the bloodthirsty stick insect, its crimson eyes once again locking onto Cheng Xing, prepared to charge, its 6 limbs sprang into action, propelling its form forward. Here it comes. In a state of complete concentration, Cheng Xing finally perceived the movements of this C-rank disaster beast. In the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty stick insect was upon him, its thick limbs striking toward him. Cheng Xing did not underestimate the threat. Upon recognizing the attack's trajectory, he refrained from meeting it head-on. He swiftly altered his position, barely evading the assault. Seizing the opportunity during the creature's attack, Cheng Xing retaliated, unleashing a flurry of strikes. One precise slash targeting the joint of one limb. However, the previously effective assault against its weak points now encountered considerable resistance. Fortunately, with a surge of power, he managed to sever it. After that strike, Cheng Xing quickly withdrew, mindful not to be greedy against an opponent swifter than himself. At present, Cheng Xing's ability to evade attacks is solely attributed to the extensive accumulation of experience and foresight. Observing the slightly diminished health bar of the bloodthirsty bamboo insect, Cheng Xing furrows his brow. This creature is remarkably resilient. Nevertheless, instead of succumbing to discouragement, he adeptly adjusts his stance to counter the oncoming bloodthirsty bamboo insect, seizing every opportunity during its moments of vulnerability to launch his own assaults. However, unlike the D-class calamities, after Cheng Xing successfully strikes for the first time, the bloodthirsty bamboo insect seems to become aware of his intentions, no longer passively enduring his attacks, but rather beginning to evade with intent. Finally, after executing 2 consecutive square slashes, Cheng Xing manages to sever the tip of one of its limbs. This act, however, provokes the C-class bloodthirsty bamboo insect, which emits a hoarse roar, its movements accelerating significantly. Given the already substantial agility disparity of over 100 points, Cheng Xing inadvertently finds himself on the receiving end of a powerful blow. He feels an immense force strike his waist, propelling him several meters away. Hiss! The searing pain in his midsection prompts an involuntary gasp, and he realizes that this single strike has reduced his health by more than half. Swiftly, Cheng Xing retrieves a piece of dried meat from his belongings and consumes it. Gradually, his health bar begins to restore. It appears that even with attributes approaching the C-class, confronting a C-class calamity remains exceedingly challenging. Cheng Xing lets out a rueful smile. Indeed, fighting above his rank is far more complex than he had anticipated, with the attribute disparity being a secondary concern. Upon reaching C-class, calamities develop a semblance of intelligence, no longer relying solely on instinct. Cheng Xing senses that opportunities to strike the creature's weak points have diminished considerably as the battle progresses. Yet, the bloodthirsty bamboo insect provides him little respite, charging at him once more in the blink of an eye. Having gained intelligence, it is driven by an overwhelming urge to consume him, one that surpasses even its instinctual drive for reproduction. Faced with this, Cheng Xing summons all his focus, continuously evading its attacks while occasionally retaliating. Though his counterattacks yield minimal effect, in a moment of clarity, he resolves that retreat is his best course of action. As he observes his health bar, which has only declined by a fifth, he furrows his brow, realizing that his stamina has already been significantly depleted. To persist in this state would be tantamount to courting death. At that instant, as the bloodthirsty bamboo insect launches another strike, Cheng Xing swiftly raises his weapon to block, utilizing the rebound to retreat rapidly. In a heartbeat, he whispers a silent incantation, rendering his figure increasingly translucent until he disappears from sight. Once cloaked in invisibility, Cheng Xing does not linger, darting away at a breathtaking speed. Within moments, he covers several hundred meters. As his form vanishes from the bloodthirsty bamboo insect's sight, a flicker of confusion crosses its eyes. It surveys its surroundings, desperately seeking Cheng Xing. Upon realizing he has completely vanished, its menacing mandibles emit a series of agitated sounds. Frenzied, the bloodthirsty bamboo insect thrashes its limbs aimlessly, snapping nearby trees in half. Yet, soon it recalls something. An instinctual sense of danger radiates outward, swiftly locking onto Cheng Xing, who is now 500 meters away, just shy of escaping its perceptive range. Once it reestablishes its target, it surges towards him. At this moment, as Cheng Xing attempts to ascertain his bearings, an alarm bell rings in his mind. The piercing sense of danger he felt when facing the C-class calamity resurfaces, rendering his invisibility ineffective. Instinctively, he releases his own sense of danger and, almost instantaneously, perceives an immense threat barreling toward him. He does not need to ponder what it is. Can invisibility not evade the pursuit of danger perception? Chapter 72, Avoiding its Sharpness. Cheng Xing's expression shifts slightly. It seems invisibility is not an omnipotent solution. Time is of the essence, and he chooses not to linger, swiftly moving while discerning his direction. Fortunately, with his F-class sprinting talent, he manages to increase the distance between himself and the creature, albeit only marginally. With pursuers on his tail, he abandons the idea of returning to his vehicle. Upon reaching level 20, the speed at which awakened beings and calamities can erupt far surpasses the acceleration of any vehicle. Attempting to escape in a car while still being pursued would only make it easier for them to catch up. Moreover, regrettably, the special vehicle he purchased is only effective against calamities below C-class. Cheng Xing remains calm, meticulously gauging the distance between him and the bloodthirsty bamboo insect. Noting that he can increase the distance by approximately 1 meter every second, with the creature currently about 300 meters behind him. Contemplating this, he suddenly alters his course from southwest to west, glancing back at the bloodthirsty bamboo insect. As he shifts direction, the insect does not immediately follow. Instead, it hesitates momentarily before adjusting its trajectory. Its failure to pursue him instantaneously indicates that his invisibility still holds some efficacy. It must be relying on its danger perception to track him. With this realization, Cheng Xing deduces that as long as he can escape its perceptive range, he should be safe. He hopes its range is not excessively vast. Calmly analyzing the situation, he quickly formulates a strategy. The only uncertainty lies in the extent of a 30-level calamity's danger perception, given that he possesses a 1-kilometer radius at level 20. A 30-level creature might possess a range approaching 2 kilometers. Cheng Xing mentally calculates based on his assumptions and arrives at a rough estimate of time. With that, he resolves not to hesitate any longer, quickening his pace with the intention of widening the gap to at least 1,000 meters. Thus, the chase begins. A man and a beast racing through the disaster-stricken outskirts of Q City. 350 meters, 400 meters, 499 meters. Before long, the distance narrows to 499 meters. In just over 2 minutes, the bloodthirsty bamboo insect will be outside the coverage of Cheng Xing's danger perception. Just as he continues his flight, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Under the influence of his danger perception, a calamity's presence suddenly manifests ahead, along with several distinct auras unlike the previous one. Enhanced by his heightened senses due to his level increase, he clearly hears the sounds of battle emanating from the front. People. Cheng Xing's expression shifts slightly. He had not anticipated encountering others in such a remote disaster zone. Should he lure the calamity toward them to buy himself some time? In an instant, that thought crosses his mind. He senses that the individuals ahead are far weaker than he is, and should they confront the C-class calamity pursuing him, their demise would be all but certain. Yet, they might still buy him a moment's respite. However, in the blink of an eye, he dismisses that notion. The next moment, Cheng Xing halts, changing his course once more, this time darting toward the northeast. He hopes to remain the more appealing target. Based on his calculations, the C-class calamity's danger perception likely extends 2 kilometers. Those individuals have probably already been detected, and his change of direction may have come too late. One can only pray that the allure of the C-rank disaster beast proves stronger, even though this might shorten the distance he has painstakingly created. Nonetheless, those individuals should be safe. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing stepped forward, unleashing a 4-directional slash against the surrounding forest. As the blade's light swept through, entire trees were severed at the trunk, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. After completing this, Cheng Xing quickened his pace to depart. However, with the attack, his presence was revealed, and he was immediately spotted by the C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect. Seeing this, Cheng Xing finally exhaled in relief. Not far away, a small team was diligently assaulting a level 20 bloodthirsty bamboo insect, startled by the sudden loud noise from behind. Captain, there are others here. With one team member's warning, everyone became acutely alert, for the disaster zone is the most perilous place for robbery and murder. Be cautious. After redirecting their attention, Cheng Xing reduced the distance to the bloodthirsty bamboo insect to about 250 meters. Once he ensured that the creature's ire remained focused on him, he entered a state of invisibility once more. Although this tactic bore little effect against the C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect, it still served to evade encounters with D-rank disaster beasts. Thus commenced the familiar game of cat and mouse, with the distance widening to 500 meters again, but this time, nothing unexpected occurred. They merely delved deeper into the terrain. Soon, Cheng Xing sensed something amiss. After the distance exceeded 500 meters, the gap between them suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he could barely perceive the creature. Is the C-rank disaster beast's sense of crisis limited to such a narrow range? He mused in astonishment. After being pursued for so long, he hardly believed that a mere passage of time would exhaust the creature's patience. It was far more likely that he had escaped the C-rank disaster beast's detection range. Time to put this to the test. Cheng Xing calculated that testing it posed no risk, as the creature could hardly catch up to him. Without hesitation, he carefully approached, swiftly entering the 500-meter radius of the C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect. In the next moment, the insect, which had lost its target and was erratically scuttling about, instantly locked onto his location and charged towards him once more. Oh, does the C-rank disaster beast's sense of crisis have a diameter of merely 1 kilometer? Upon realizing this, Cheng Xing turned and fled, an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. This spectacle validated his conjectures. He was elated not only for confirming his hypothesis, but also for possessing a sense of crisis that surpassed that of the C-rank range. Though elation surged within him, he knew he must continue to flee. In the ensuing chase, he managed to distance himself from the C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect once again. This time, he refrained from taunting it further, instead focusing on creating a substantial gap to ensure he would not be detected again. Once the threat behind him was neutralized, Cheng Xing wiped the fine sheen of sweat from his brow, relieved that his sprinting skills had saved him from a potentially dire fate. For safety's sake, he did not relinquish his invisibility but remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings while seeking a vantage point to ascertain his current position. Before long, he fixed his gaze upon a distant large tree and hurried towards it. However, before he could reach his destination, he was met with an unexpected sight. A perfectly round clearing nestled within the dense forest appeared before him. Chapter 73, Inadvertently Entering the Disaster Beast's Secret Realm. Cheng Xing regarded the clearing before him, his face a portrait of confusion. In the midst of a thick forest, such a meticulously regular circular expanse suddenly materialized, which was indeed quite peculiar. Could it be that someone had previously camped here? Cheng Xing scratched his head, surveying the entire area with a thoughtful frown. He was unconvinced that such an orderly clearing could exist without some human intervention. Perhaps it would be wise to circumvent this place. Standing at the edge of the clearing, he refrained from advancing recklessly, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively chose to bypass the area. Regardless of the circumstances, he had no desire to take unnecessary risks. The clearing spanned several kilometers in diameter, not an insurmountable distance for Cheng Xing. However, as he quickly retreated to navigate around the clearing, he suddenly noticed that instead of moving away, he was actually drawing closer to its center. What is happening? Cheng Xing's expression shifted dramatically. He was clearly stepping back, yet his position was inexplicably moving toward the clearing's center. This bizarre occurrence sent a chill down his spine, filling him with an ominous premonition. If nothing unexpected occurs, then an anomaly is bound to emerge. Cheng Xing took a deep breath, forcibly dispelling the unease within him. Striving to regain his composure, he stood still, refraining from any hasty actions, while simultaneously unleashing his sense of crisis. As his perception expanded, he found everything around him to be normal, with no signs of any life-threatening presence. My luck cannot be this dreadful, can it? Cheng Xing seemed to have an epiphany. Smiling wryly, to validate his suspicions, he took a step back, and although he was clearly moving in reverse, his trajectory bizarrely indicated forward motion. Then, he stepped sideways in both directions, and sure enough, he again moved forward 2 paces. Yet, stepping ahead resulted in genuine forward movement. This defiance of the laws of physics further confirmed Cheng Xing's hypothesis. Have I inadvertently stumbled into a secret realm? Cheng Xing's countenance grew serious. This place bore an uncanny resemblance to the secret realm that Qin Yifei had mentioned. How could a secret realm exist here? However, before setting out, he had thoroughly reviewed the posts on the Wu University forum about the bloodthirsty bamboo insect and the disaster zones around City Q, and he had found no mention of any secret realms. It is known that discovering a secret realm and reporting it would yield a substantial reward from either the Adventurers Guild or Wu University. If this secret realm existed previously, it could not have gone unmarked. Wait, typically, a secret realm is linked to a disaster beast of the Lord rank. Once someone attempts to conquer it, the beast would come rushing forth. With this thought, Cheng Xing immediately scanned his surroundings. Not to mention a Lord disaster beast. He had not even spotted a single ordinary disaster beast. Based on his hunting experiences over the past few days, there should be at least 3 disaster beasts present in this clearing. He also recalled the C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect. If the general level of disaster beasts here ranged from 20 to 25, it would undoubtedly be the Lord Beast. Just as he suspected, the C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect must have emerged from this very secret realm. Sure enough, as Cheng Xing surveyed the area, he discovered a trail of disaster beast footprints extending southward from the clearing, leading directly to the area where he had previously hunted bloodthirsty bamboo insects extensively. Have I killed too many, triggering the replenishment mechanism of the secret realm? Cheng Xing's expression was one of incredulity. It seemed that being pursued by the C-rank disaster beast was not merely a stroke of bad luck. The emergence of a Lord disaster beast, yet lacking any connection to it, indicated that this was a nascent secret realm. Cheng Xing's eyes sparkled from the moment he set foot in the clearing until now. The time was more than sufficient for the C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect to arrive, yet he had not sensed its presence under the vigilant watch of his crisis perception. However, he remained cautious. Even a newly formed secret realm could pose significant danger. Afterward, Cheng Xing commenced a series of futile attempts to escape, experimenting with various methods, leaping, crawling, and even attempting to traverse upside down, but to no avail, as he found himself inexorably drawn closer to the center of the clearing. Fortunately, thus far, he had sustained no injuries, and his heightened sense of crisis had failed to detect any imminent danger. He endeavored to use his mobile phone to contact the base. Yet the peculiar physical laws of the secret realm rendered his device utterly devoid of signal. No matter how he moved, it seemed he could only advance toward the center. Cheng Xing attempted to formulate a rule regarding this phenomenon. What might transpire upon reaching the center? He pondered, since he was unable to escape or summon reinforcements. He had no choice but to confront the situation, particularly with the uncertainty of when that sea-grade disaster beast might return. Thus, he set forth, resolutely making his way toward the heart of the clearing. Before long, Cheng Xing arrived at the very edge of the center, and as he took a single step forward, he felt a sudden transformation in his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, he transitioned from the clearing into a dense forest. Cheng Xing looked up to see a brilliant azure sky, yet the sun was nowhere to be seen. Entering Disaster Beast Secret Realm. Realm level, C-grade. Restriction level, 2029. Quest conditions. Within 7 days, single player must consecutively slay 1,000 bloodthirsty bamboo worms. Special rule. Use of profane language is strictly prohibited. Quest failure penalty for violating rules, annihilation. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared within Cheng Xing's line of sight, observing the quest conditions and special rules of the secret realm. An expression of perplexity crossed his face. This secret realm is rather peculiar, he mused. As the interface faded away, a modest anxiety indicator appeared on the left side of his vision, displaying a quest progress interface. Quest progress. Remaining time, 167, 59, 59. Kill count, 0-1000. Upon seeing this, Cheng Xing immediately activated his sense of crisis, and soon thereafter, the presence of several disaster beasts emerged within his perception. Unlike the outside world, the beasts within the secret realm emanated a constant aura of murderous intent, allowing Cheng Xing to distinctly sense their locations without the need for meticulous discernment. The density of their numbers was exponentially greater than that of the outside. The sole silver lining was that these creatures lacked the oppressive presence of the previous C-grade disaster beast, suggesting they still fell within the D-grade category. If he were tasked with slaying 1,000 C-grade beasts, he might as well resign himself to his fate. With this realization, Cheng Xing felt a modicum of relief. As long as they were not C-grade, the situation was manageable. He then attempted to take a step back, hoping to exit the secret realm, but alas, he remained firmly in place, evidently trapped in a one-way entry. Although he couldn't retreat, the bizarre physical laws that had plagued the entrance were absent here. Forward meant forward, and backward meant backward. Cheng Xing once more retrieved his phone in an attempt to contact the outside world, but it was patently futile. Forget it, since I'm here. I might as well make the best of it. Time to start the hunt, he declared, narrowing his eyes. The quest conditions of the Disaster Beast secret realm varied greatly, and as luck would have it, he had encountered one of the simplest types, a kill count quest. Of course, this simplicity was relative to Cheng Xing. Had it been anyone else, despair would have long since set in. To slay 1,000 disaster beasts within a week was, indeed, a daunting challenge. However, for Cheng Xing in his current predicament, it alleviated his immediate concerns, as he had been lamenting the lack of a suitable place to grind for experience. Chapter 74. Yet another C-grade disaster beast. In the outer disaster area of Y City, a cautious 4-person team navigated through the forest. Observing the eerie silence surrounding them, one member voiced his apprehension. Brother, should we head back? We're already at a central location, and given our strength, I fear. What are you afraid of? Aren't you curious about what those individuals discovered earlier? Before he could finish, his elder brother interrupted him. Had Cheng Xing been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this team as the very one he had encountered previously, adorned with the emblem of South China University on their chests. After dealing with the prior disaster beasts, they had rushed to investigate the commotion caused by Cheng Xing. Soon, they stumbled upon the vast expanse of severed trees and the trail of a bloodthirsty bamboo worm in pursuit. Perhaps they didn't find anything significant. Maybe they were simply overpowered by the bloodthirsty bamboo worm and fled to avoid trouble. Lin Fei, who had been interrupted, scratched his head innocently. Overpowered? Who doesn't know that the beasts lurking here are around level 20? Without sufficient strength, who would venture this far? Lin Kong retorted, exasperation evident in his voice. Stop being so naive. This is a disaster zone, a lawless land. If you don't adjust your innocent mindset, even with an A-grade talent, you will inevitably meet your demise here. Lin Kong gazed at his younger brother's naivete, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. Lin Fei, you should take heed. This is a disaster area, and no one is that benevolent. The other 2 members echoed his sentiments. Lin Kong's younger brother was already in his 3rd year of university, yet he remained so blissfully unaware. Despite this, Lin Fei maintained a serious demeanor, convinced that his assumptions were correct. That is not right, he insisted. At that moment, the group arrived at the clearing, peering through the gaps in the trees to behold the vast open space. How can there be a clearing here? Lin Kong remarked, puzzled, and raised his hand. You all stay put. I'll go check it out. With that, he cautiously stepped out of the forest and onto the clearing. The desolate expanse greeted him, and after scanning the surroundings for threats, he let out a sigh of relief. All clear, you can come out now. He called back as he turned to face them. Wait, don't come over. Just as he turned to take a step back, Lin Kong's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly called out to the others. However, his warning came too late. Before he could finish, apart from Lin Fei, the other 2 had already entered the clearing. Brother? What is happening? Lin Fei asked, bewildered, but obediently refrained from stepping into the clearing. We're in trouble. If I'm not mistaken, we discovered a new secret realm entrance, Lin Kong stated gravely. What? A new secret realm? Does that mean we struck gold? The others responded with excitement. It was well known that reporting the discovery of a secret realm to their university would yield a handsome reward. But we already stepped into the entrance of the realm. Lin Kong replied with a wry smile. As he reminded them, the others realized that it had been Lin Kong moving toward them earlier. Yet now he was being drawn toward the center of the clearing. To confirm their suspicions, they quickly pulled out their phones, only to find they had no signal. Their expressions shifted as they recognized the gravity of the situation. Following the pattern established by Cheng Xing, the other two began testing the rules, discovering that no matter what they attempted, they could not escape. Don't move recklessly, Lin Fei. Contact the instructor, quickly. Within the secret realm, Cheng Xing focused intently on the nearby bloodthirsty bamboo worm, awaiting the system's feedback. Disaster Beast, bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Level, 31. Health, 4,300. Attributes, Strength 230, Agility 470, Constitution 210, Spirit 123. Talent, B-level breeding enhancement talent effect. Increased target probability by 30. Skill, Bite LV1. Gazing at the attribute panel, which bore no relation to the bloodthirsty stick insect, Cheng Xing finally let out a sigh of relief. He promptly brandished his blade and advanced forward. With a precise square slash, he struck at its weak point, swiftly depleting its health bar, after which it collapsed, yielding a material upon its demise. Killed LV-21 bloodthirsty stick insect. Experience 7,000. Cheng Xing disregarded the system's notification, neglecting even the material on the ground, and cast a glance at a progress bar on the left side of his vision. Strategy progress. Remaining time 167, 54, 35. Kill count 11,000. He charged towards the next target. Even for him, slaying 1,000 bloodthirsty stick insects within 7 days was no trivial task. Time was of the essence, and anything that did not contribute to resolving the immediate issue could be forsaken. As Cheng Xing relentlessly hunted, his progress incrementally advanced. Kill count 51,000. Kill count 151,000. Kill count 196,1000. Within the confines of the secret realm, there was no alternation of day and night. Gazing at the unchanging sky, Cheng Xing could only rely on the countdown to gauge the passage of time. Through nearly uninterrupted hunting, he had eliminated close to 200 by the end of the first day. The high-intensity slaughter left him physically and mentally drained. After some contemplation, he decided to find a relatively safe spot to rest. A few hours later, as Cheng Xing lay on a tree, he gradually opened his eyes and resumed his hunting task. As he delved deeper, the levels of the bloodthirsty stick insects he encountered began to rise. Upon dispatching another bloodthirsty stick insect, his sense of danger suddenly detected an exceedingly perilous presence ahead. He immediately halted, for this aura bore an uncanny resemblance to the sea-level disaster beast that had previously targeted him. Another sea-level disaster beast. Cheng Xing's expression shifted slightly. He had suspected that conquering the secret realm would not be a simple endeavor. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty stick insects within the realm were perpetually emanating murderous intent, allowing Cheng Xing to sense the danger in advance, thus remaining outside the perception range of that sea-level disaster beast. Otherwise, he would have to waste time evading it. Upon realizing that a sea-level disaster beast lurked within the secret realm, Cheng Xing became even more cautious in his hunts. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, after Lin Fei notified Wu Da, the instructors from the 8 major academies quickly arrived with members of the Adventurers Guild. They swiftly erected a cordon around the open area and subsequently rescued Lin Kong and his companions. The method of extraction was straightforward. Individuals outside would throw a rope to ensnare them, pulling them back one by one. After their rescue, investigators from the Adventurers Guild commenced their work, rapidly launching an investigation into the newly born entrance to the secret realm. Hey, you are quite fortunate. You encountered a freshly emerged secret realm. Rest assured, upon your return, your credits will not be lacking, the instructors from Wuda remarked, patting them on the shoulder with joyful smiles. It is known that such newly born secret realms are the easiest to conquer, and given its appearance here, the level is unlikely to be exceedingly high, presenting a promising opportunity for conquest. However, one individual was an exception. Chun Yifei stifled a yawn, adeptly retrieving a reclining chair from his back, and began to doze off. If secret realms were that easy to conquer, they wouldn't be called secret realms. You mentioned coming with another team? After a while, an investigator from the Adventurers Guild approached Lin Kong's group, wearing a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then you are truly fortunate. According to my investigation, aside from you, another individual has been here, and that person was pursued here by a sea-level disaster beast. You managed to reach this place without encountering that sea-level disaster beast. What incredible luck you possess. Chapter 75. He is such a formidable junior. Slap, gone. What? There is a sea-level disaster beast here. The members of Lin Kong's team were utterly astonished. Indeed, and it emerged from within the secret realm. Fortunately, you did not recklessly enter. Otherwise, disregarding the unique rules inside, the disaster beasts alone would have been enough to pose a significant threat to you. However, it is unfortunate that the individual you mentioned seems to have already gone inside. The investigator from the Adventurers Guild shook his head. He had observed numerous wounds on that sea-level disaster beast and could not help but commend the individual's strength. Regrettably, sea level is a threshold for disaster beasts. Those prior to this stage possess relatively low intelligence and are easier to deal with. After this level, the intelligence of disaster beasts increases with their level. And once they reach level 40 and ascend to B-level, their intelligence becomes indistinguishable from that of humans. Such disaster beasts will prove increasingly difficult to confront. Since this mysterious awakener dared to venture alone, it signifies that their talent must be above S-level. Unfortunately, having entered the secret realm, they are likely no longer alive. The investigator lamented with a sigh. Ladies and gentlemen, the preliminary results of the tests have been compiled. It can be concluded that the entry level for the secret realm is 2029, with the emergence of sea-level disaster beasts, estimating the secret realm's level to be sea level. With a danger rating classified as extremely dangerous, conquest is not recommended. Sea-level disaster beasts are expected to appear successively, potentially elevating the region's level to sea level. After multiple assessments of various levels, the investigator from the Adventurers Guild discovered that only individuals within the level range of 2029 would be affected by the unique rules of the entrance. Those above or below this level range would not be affected and could not enter the secret realm. Upon announcing the investigation results, the previously excited instructors from Wudo appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Initially, they had anticipated that the emergence of a secret realm within a D-level disaster zone would mean it, too, would be D-level. Had this been the case, with Wu Da's strength, it might not have been impossible to conquer. However, they had not expected the new secret realm to be sea level, thereby elevating the surrounding disaster zone to sea level as well. The entry level was D-level, yet the secret realm was sea level. Such an inequitable scenario rendered any attempts to send more personnel fruitless. Unless someone could achieve a breakthrough against sea-level disaster beasts from a D-level, there was no point in considering it. What did I say? I was sleeping soundly, and you had to drag me over here. Cheng Xing, reclining in his chair, took the opportunity to deliver a parting shot. Such inequitable secret realms were not uncommon. In fact, most known secret realms were of this nature. Oh, we were merely hoping to encounter a simpler secret realm. The instructors from the other academies rubbed their hands together awkwardly. The rewards from conquering a secret realm were exceedingly substantial, to say nothing of, within the South China base. Those families aspiring to become first-rate forces must possess their own secret realms. Otherwise, they would only be considered second-rate. Well, you may continue. I shall take my leave. With that, Cheng Xing rose, unconcerned, folding the reclining chair he had been using and tucking it under his arm, his determination to depart evident in his demeanor. By the way, according to our investigation, we have located a special vehicle in the southwest direction. As the mention of special vehicles arose, the investigator could not help but swallow hard. He had encountered special vehicles before, but he had never seen one filled to the brim with the remnants of calamity beasts. Through the examination of the vehicle's purchase information, we were able to ascertain that the individual who entered the secret realm was an adventurer named Cheng Xing, who, it appears, is also a student of your esteemed Marshall University. After a brief pause, the investigator continued speaking, with a sudden clatter. The sound of an object hitting the ground echoed as Cheng Xing, who was preparing to depart, stood there in a daze, his armchair slipping from under his arm. Cheng Xing? That name sounds familiar. Yes, I believe I have heard it somewhere before. Wait, I remember now. The new student who just enrolled this year is indeed named Cheng Xing. The instructors from other departments took a moment to recollect who Cheng Xing was. Meanwhile, Lin Kong and his companions were struck with astonishment. Is it really him? What a pity. I had intended to challenge him. No wonder he did not continue after securing the top spot on the leaderboard last week. He must have ventured into the disaster zone for hunting. Lin Kong and the others sighed in regret, still recalling Cheng Xing's previous ranking of level 23 on the leaderboard. Nonetheless, he certainly possessed the capability to hunt calamity beasts in this realm. However, it was unwise of him to recklessly enter the secret realm. Could you repeat that? Who entered the secret realm? Cheng Xing exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he swiftly appeared before the investigator, gripping his shoulders and asking each word with deliberate emphasis. Cheng Xing, that's the name on the vehicle registration, the investigator replied, startled. Old Cheng. Oh no. In the next instant, Cheng Xing found himself at the center of a clearing, desperately reaching out in an attempt to open the entrance to the secret realm. However, upon realizing he was merely grasping at air, he could not help but pound his fists in despair, lamenting the loss. He was such a promising junior. Just like that. Gone. How could one not feel sorrow? Unbeknownst to the outside world, Cheng Xing was completely unaware of the events unfolding. At that moment, he was swiftly navigating through the mountains and forests. Since he had entered the secret realm, nearly 12 hours had elapsed in the outside world, yet within the realm, he had experienced the passage of 3 days. Progress of strategy. Remaining time, 86, 54, 32. Kill count, 510-1000. As Cheng Xing moved, he took a moment to glance at his strategy progress, letting out a bitter laugh. Indeed, he had encountered yet another unexpected turn. Was this treacherous secret realm even conquerable? Cheng Xing scoffed inwardly. In his heightened sense of danger, a C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect had been relentlessly pursuing him. No matter how much distance he created, it would soon catch up, as if something was guiding it. This peculiar phenomenon began occurring after his kill count surpassed 500, as if the secret realm were specifically targeting him, the outsider. With gritted teeth, Cheng Xing tightened his grip on his long knife and decisively charged toward a D-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect. With a swift stroke, skills unleashed in a flurry, and in the blink of an eye, the insect's health bar was completely depleted. Kill LV-23 bloodthirsty bamboo insect. Experience 8,000. After dispatching it, Cheng Xing cast a hurried glance at the loot that appeared on the ground before hastily departing, just as the C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect closed the distance by several meters. Once he had created sufficient distance, he struck again. Thus, by widening the gap with the high-level calamity beasts and swiftly eliminating the lower-level ones, Cheng Xing's kill count continued to rise steadily. When his kill count reached 600, a second C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insect appeared. Chapter 76, Strategy of Illusory Bodies. Cheng Xing sensed the presence of two C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insects within his perceptive range and nearly let slip a curse. Was this secret realm truly conquerable? It was outrageous enough to demand a D-rank awakened to single-handedly slay 1,000 D-rank calamity beasts, and yet it also harbored C-rank beasts that would approach him once his count reached 500. This was simply absurd, a level of absurdity that defied reason. Faced with the remaining 400 calamity beasts, Cheng Xing steeled himself and continued onward, dragging his weary body. Through the intense hunting, he had become increasingly precise in targeting the weaknesses of the bloodthirsty bamboo insects. Those below level 25 could hardly withstand 5 seconds before him. If he were to return now and challenge the bloodthirsty bamboo insects for their scores, he would likely achieve an effortless SSS rank. However, an even more pressing issue loomed. Ever since being targeted by the C-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insects, Cheng Xing had scarcely found time to rest, and at this moment, he was utterly drained. His eyes a fiery red. He had sustained himself solely through sheer willpower. Yet, Cheng Xing was not in despair. He continued to seek out his next target. Before long, a bloodthirsty bamboo insect appeared before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Xing summoned his last reserves of strength to execute a 4-directional slash. With precision akin to machinery, the blade struck its vital point, and the calamity beast that would typically require a team of several to tackle was swiftly eliminated by Cheng Xing. Kill LV-24 bloodthirsty bamboo insect. Experience 9,000. Level up 2425. Attribute points earned 30. Skill level up 4-directional slash LV1 LV2. As his level rose, a radiant glow enveloped Cheng Xing, a surge of power coursing through his body, revitalizing him and dispelling the fatigue that had previously weighed him down. Relishing the sensation, he charged toward his next target. The skill had actually leveled up. He opened his status panel. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 25, 705000000. Health, 3,450. Attributes, Strength 244, Agility 370. Constitution 195, Spirit 115, Free Attribute Points, 30. Talent, SSS rank Increased Drop Rate, F rank Sprint, E rank Digestion Recovery, E rank Crowd Control, A rank Stealth. Skills, B rank 4-directional slash LV2, E rank Block LV1, D rank Blade Aura LV1. After allocating his points, Cheng Xing caught a glimpse of the upgraded 4-directional slash out of the corner of his eye. B rank 4-directional slash LV2 skill effect. Execute 4 slashes at an extremely rapid speed, each slash dealing 250 damage. Beholding the enhanced skill effect, Cheng Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The improvement was substantial. He nearly succumbed to the impulse to turn and confront the C-rank calamity beasts. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. If there were only one pursuing him, he would not hesitate to test his newly upgraded skill. However, facing 2 C-rank calamity beasts was a different matter entirely. He was not yet prepared for that. With the enhancements brought by his level up and the restoration of his stamina, Cheng Xing began to manage the relentless pursuit of the C-rank calamity beasts with increasing ease. Moreover, the upgrade to his 4-directional slash made dispatching the D-rank bloodthirsty bamboo insects a far simpler task. A drop? After defeating his 640th calamity beast, this time the loot was not materials or equipment, but rather a skill book radiating a blue glow. Cheng Xing had no time to examine it and swiftly grabbed the skill book before fleeing. As soon as he acquired it, the system's prompt followed. Skill, Strategy of Illusory Bodies. Quality, B grade. Skill effect, generates a clone identical to the original, possessing the same attributes, skills, equipment, and talents as the original. The clone deals 50 damage, lasts for 600 seconds, and has a cooldown time of 30 minutes. I told you that misfortune wouldn't persist indefinitely. Cheng Xing grinned broadly. Upon seeing this skill effect, a new idea blossomed in his mind. Without hesitation, he utilized the skill book. Combat technique, Phantom Body. As Cheng Xing silently recited the incantation, a clone identical to him materialized beside him, evoking a peculiar sensation. Before him lay two perspectives, one belonging to him and the other to the clone. The moment the clone emerged, it began to navigate through the forest with the same fluidity as him, as if it had innately learned the skills while multitasking. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Xing wasted no time. After all, the clone's duration was only 10 minutes. With a mere thought, the clone immediately separated from him and dashed in the opposite direction. Having executed this, he attentively monitored the movements of the two C-grade disaster beasts. To conduct an experiment, Cheng Xing deliberately instructed the clone to slow its pace, gradually approaching the sensory range of the two C-grade disaster beasts. Before long, the clone entered their detection zone, and in the next moment, Cheng Xing's excitement surged uncontrollably. In his perception, as the clone infiltrated their awareness, they reacted like sharks catching a whiff of blood, instantly redirecting their charge towards the clone. What an incredible skill! Cheng Xing couldn't help but exclaim. He realized that aside from the statistics, the clone also inherited his sense of danger, effectively doubling his detection range. Seeing the C-grade disaster beasts take the bait, Cheng Xing commanded the clone to sprint wildly while he himself halted, shifting his focus to the D-grade disaster beasts. He let out a cackling laugh reminiscent of a villain. At this moment, no one could interrupt his relentless hunt of the disaster beasts. Subsequently, the progress bar, which had slowed due to the pursuit of the C-grade disaster beasts, regained its previous speed, even accelerating beyond that. With the elevation of his skill level, Cheng Xing discovered that the damage from his four-sided slash was astonishingly high. Moreover, with the absence of the C-grade disaster beast's interference, he began to lure multiple beasts at once, aiming to slay them in one fell swoop. Initially, he struggled to manage this, relying solely on the area damage from his four-sided slash to obliterate them. However, he gradually began to experiment with targeted attacks, steadily enhancing his hunting efficiency. Unfortunately, as the duration of the clone elapsed, the C-grade disaster beasts, having lost their target, redirected their attention back to Cheng Xing's original form. He was compelled to continue his pursuit while simultaneously eliminating the beasts. Once the cooldown for combat technique, Phantom Body concluded, Cheng Xing employed the same strategy to attract the attention of the C-grade disaster beasts, though this time, 3 of them were in pursuit. Fortunately, they easily became distracted by the clone. After his upgrade, Cheng Xing seemed to be on a fortunate streak, as the items he collected noticeably improved, including several rare disaster seeds with an exceedingly low drop rate. However, he refrained from picking them up. Engaging in combat with the disaster seeds posed a significant risk, and he dreaded the potential consequences in such a densely populated realm of disaster beasts. With the acquisition of combat technique, Phantom Body, Cheng Xing found himself considerably more at ease. When fatigue set in from hunting, he could use the clone as bait to afford himself some respite. Thus, his kill count soared to the impressive milestone of 900. Concurrently, as the 900th disaster beast fell, a radiant sphere emanating a deep green light descended. Chapter 77, Talent Acquired. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of the deep green sphere, Cheng Xing had anticipated that after such a prolonged endeavor, it would finally manifest. He swiftly collected the sphere. Talent, Mimetic Camouflage. Level, C. Talent effect, disguises aura, appearance, and stats. Gazing at the talent in his possession, Cheng Xing was at a loss for words. He hadn't foreseen the extensive effort required to obtain this one talent. First, he had been relentlessly pursued by C-grade disaster beasts, then inadvertently stumbled into the secret realm. He was on the verge of fully conquering the secret realm when it finally dropped. Upon inspection of the remaining time for the secret realm and the duration of the clone, and finding ample time to spare, he began to delve into the intricacies of this talent. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 25, 28304705000000. Health points, 3,500. Attributes, Strength 254, Agility 390, Constitution 195, Spirit 115. Free attribute points 0. Talents, SSS-level drop rate increase, F-level sprint, E-level digestion recovery, E-level crowd control, A-level stealth, C-level mimetic camouflage. Skills, B-level four-sided /LV2, E-level block LV1. D-level blade, Chi LV1, combat technique, Phantom Body, LV1. Observing his original stats, Cheng Xing raised his hand to swipe across the talent section, and instantly, the panel began to transform before his eyes. Talent, SS-level drop rate increase. Talent effect, increases drop rate by 70. The name, level, and skills remained unchanged. But the other talents vanished in an instant, and the SSS-level talent was upgraded to SS-level. Witnessing this extraordinary transformation, Cheng Xing's playful spirit ignited. As he glided his hands across the various sections, a completely new panel appeared before him. Name, Bloodthirst. Level, 23, 28304703000000. Health points, 3,300. Attributes, Strength 214, agility 340, constitution 145, spirit 135, free attribute points 0, talent, A-level stealth, skills, none. After perfectly cosplaying as Bloodthirst, Cheng Xing did not halt. Following another round of modifications, a humanoid bamboo worm emerged. Disaster Beast, Bloodthirsty Bamboo Worm. Level, 31. Health points, 4,400. Attributes, Strength 220, Agility 480, Constitution 230, Spirit 113. Talent, sea-level mimetic camouflage. Talent effect, disguises appearance and stats. Skills, Whip LV1, Iron Block LV1. Observing the successful replication of the C-grade Bloodthirsty Bamboo Worm stats, Cheng Xing grinned. This talent was indeed entertaining. However, with the disappearance of the clone, his desire to continue experimenting was interrupted. Yet, a bold notion sparked in his mind. What would happen if he were to cosplay higher-level stats? With this thought, Cheng Xing immediately adjusted the level and attributes of the Bloodthirsty Bamboo Worm to 40. After accomplishing this, he made no effort to conceal his aura and charged directly towards the nearest Bloodthirsty Bamboo Worm. What unfolded before him ignited his exhilaration. As he approached within 50 meters of the D-grade Bloodthirsty Bamboo Worm, it seemed to sense a terrifying aura and bolted in fright. Cheng Xing chuckled at the sight. Since the simulated aura proved effective against D-grade disaster beasts, what about the C-grade ones? With a mischievous grin, he ceased his play with mimetic camouflage. Reining in his aura to continue hunting disaster beasts, for the time to conquer the secret realm was dwindling. As for the C-grade disaster beasts, he still possessed combat technique, phantom body, and he could always test it then. Before long, the cooldown for the illusory avatar technique concluded, and Cheng Xing promptly activated it. In an instant, an apparition of Cheng Xing, exuding a terrifying B-rank aura, materialized before him. Observing this, Cheng Xing nodded in satisfaction, with a mere thought. The avatar swiftly lunged towards the 4 C-rank disaster beasts lurking behind him, while he himself remained quietly poised. As the avatar encroached upon the perception range of the 4 C-rank disaster beasts, Cheng Xing distinctly sensed a momentary halt in their movements, after which they unerringly diverted their paths, treating the avatar as one of their own. They did not even attack the avatar? Cheng Xing peered through the avatar's vision, noting that the 4 beasts had seemingly failed to register the avatar's presence, opting instead to evade it preemptively. Contemplating his next course of action, Cheng Xing commanded the avatar to appear directly within their line of sight. This unexpected manifestation elicited an immediate surge of hostility from the 4 C-rank disaster beasts. Their gazes fixated upon the avatar. Strangely, however, they refrained from launching an attack, their eyes reflecting a mixture of wariness and confusion. Why does this human before them emit an aura akin to their own? So it appears that merely masking his aura can deceive their senses? Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, taken aback by the disparate reactions of the disaster beasts to visual and sensory stimuli. What if they could no longer see him? With this thought in mind, Cheng Xing directed the avatar to activate its invisibility. In the next moment, the avatar's form vanished from the sight of the 4 disaster beasts. This sudden disappearance evidently caused their small brains to falter. The figure that had been before them just moments ago had inexplicably ceased to exist. Yet in their sensory perception, Cheng Xing's avatar remained present. Cheng Xing attentively observed their responses as the avatar remained hidden. The 4 disaster beasts exchanged glances, none daring to pursue. Success. At least in part. Cheng Xing felt a surge of joy upon witnessing this scene. Although the C-rank disaster beasts possessed considerable intelligence, it was evidently insufficient to navigate such a complex scenario. If it were an awakened being, the situation would certainly be more challenging. Given that the avatar was not being pursued, what would happen if his true self approached? Without hesitation, Cheng Xing released a concealed aura and gradually approached the perception range of the 4 disaster beasts. Shortly thereafter, the same reaction reoccurred. The 4 C-rank disaster beasts, sensing a formidable presence, opted to steer clear of Cheng Xing, though they remained nearby, circling him. Thus, the secret realm can pinpoint my location, but it cannot relay this information to the disaster beasts in real time? Cheng Xing mused internally. For him, a novice in navigating the secret realm, every step felt like traversing uncharted waters. Once he had confirmed his theories, Cheng Xing finally exhaled in relief. With his illusionary disguise, he no longer feared the pursuit of the C-rank disaster beasts. Should they approach, he would simply release his aura and coexist peacefully with them. Subsequently, he reined in his aura, shifting his focus toward the D-rank bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Meanwhile, the illusory avatar was not idle, joining the hunt for disaster beasts. However, due to the avatar's diminished damage output, which was reduced by 50, its speed paled in comparison to that of his true self. Nevertheless, leveraging its extensive experience, the avatar's hunting speed far surpassed that of several small teams. Kill count, 951-1000. Kill count, 962-1000. Kill count, 1000. As the last D-rank disaster beast fell, Cheng Xing successfully completed the 1000 beast slaughter with 7 hours remaining. Roar. Simultaneously, The 4 rank disaster beasts that had been lingering around Cheng Xing let out mournful cries before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Each creature then erupted with a plethora of items. However, Cheng Xing did not witness this. After slaying the final disaster beast, the notifications continued to pop up, and with them, the tension that had gripped his heart dissipated. Exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave. After 7 consecutive days of hunting, his mind had reached its limit, and he collapsed on the spot, unconscious. Secret Realm clearance completed. Rating, SSS grade. Secret Realm binding initiated. Current ownership, Cheng Xing. Chapter 78, The Time Secret Realm. In the disaster zone surrounding City Q, Minter Chun, please accept your grief and move on. It is futile. Indeed. You have seen it for yourself. This is a C-rank secret realm. Even an S-rank talent at level 29 would face near certain death within, others from various departments urged. Yet, Chun Yifei remained resolute, disregarding his image as he sat at the entrance of the secret realm. Since learning that Cheng Xing was the one entering, he had spent nearly an entire night there. The investigators from the Adventurers Guild, after conducting their inquiries, had departed, needing to relay the information to the various camps as swiftly as possible to prevent more low-level awakened beings from stumbling in. The other department mentors initially intended to leave as well, but Chun Yifei seemed determined to remain. You do not understand. Cheng Xing will not fall so easily. At this moment, Chun Yifei exuded a calm demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier panic. If it were anyone else, hope might have been scarce. But Cheng Xing was different. He was the first awakened being Chun Yifei had encountered who exhibited signs of an SS-rank talent. Though he had not personally witnessed Cheng Xing's panel, the various feats he had accomplished were far beyond the capabilities of an S-rank talent. Observing the unwavering confidence in Chun Yifei's eyes, the other mentors exchanged glances, unsure of the source of his conviction. However, as only a day had passed, they resolved to wait a while longer. Of course, some were secretly relishing the misfortune, eager to see the consequences of Cheng Xing's predicament. The Lee Academy, among the 8 major institutions, was the most peculiar. Despite having only 2 students, they received more resources than the combined total of the other 7 institutions. Especially following the earlier post from Zhu Ke, many outstanding students were seeking Cheng Xing, eager to challenge him to join the Lee Academy. This irked them greatly, as the students they had labored to recruit could be swayed by a mere gesture from the Lee Academy. Wasn't that akin to a betrayal? Yet, they dared not voice their grievances. Zhu Ke loomed like an unyielding mountain, casting a shadow over them without a hint of wavering. However, this did not preclude them from seeking superiority in other areas, particularly regarding the uncertain fate of Cheng Xing. Should this newly admitted student of the Lee Academy falter, would it not tarnish the legendary reputation of the institution? With this thought, the other department personnel had no intention of leaving, opting instead to remain and accompany Chun Yifei in his anxious vigil. However, they did not intend to escalate matters. News of Cheng Xing's situation had not yet reached the Martial University. They merely wished to see the Lee Academy's legend challenged, not to provoke Zhu Ke recklessly. Lin Kong and his companions were also curiously awaiting developments. Cheng Xing had already become a legendary figure in the history of the Martial University. Upon entering, he had swiftly claimed the top spot in the freshman level rankings at level 23 and subsequently dominated the virtual scoreboards with ease. Such a trajectory led them to feel a glimmer of hope that perhaps Cheng Xing could indeed emerge unscathed from the secret realm. Meanwhile, within the disaster beast secret realm, time passed unmeasured. Eventually, Cheng Xing slowly opened his eyes. Hiss! As he awakened, a searing pain akin to being pricked by needles assaulted his mind, causing him to gasp sharply. Especially as Cheng Xing subconsciously employed his sense of crisis, the acute pain surged 100-fold, rendering his complexion as pale as death, nearly causing him to faint from the agony. It appears that he must rest for a considerable duration. With a bitter smile, Cheng Xing recognized this as the after-effect of overextending his mental fortitude in battle. Although he had regained his strength after leveling up, the time for recuperation had ultimately been insufficient. During the period of acquiring his disguise, he could have rested. However, the time allotted for the strategy was limited, and he dared not linger too long in repose, compounded by the strain he had endured over the past week. After the conclusion of the strategy, he had succumbed to unconsciousness immediately. Cheng Xing surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no calamity beasts present, and allowed himself a faint smile. This was precisely the reason for reserving some strength after each battle. Should he faint in a disaster zone, he could easily become a meal for the calamity beasts. After a brief respite, Cheng Xing activated his panel. Observing the still bloodthirsty bamboo segment insect display, he nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the modified panel would not revert to its original form upon his loss of consciousness. As he glided his palm across the panel, it instantly reverted to its prior state. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 25, 3730-47050000000. Health, 3,500. Attributes, Strength 254, Agility 390, Constitution 195, Spirit 115, Free Attribute .0. Talent, SSS grade drop rate increase, F grade sprint, E-grade digestion recovery, E-grade crowd control, A-grade invisibility, C-grade mimicry disguise. Skills, B-grade square/LV2, E-grade block LV1, D-grade blade chi LV1, combat phantom LV1. Mystery realm, C-grade time mystery realm. As the panel restored, Cheng Xing noticed the addition of a mystery realm section. With a mere thought, the details of the mystery realm unfolded before him. Time mystery realm. Level, C-grade. Realm owner, Cheng Xing. Entry level, none. Realm status, not open. Realm effect. The time flow ratio between the realm and the outside world is 61. A time mystery realm? What purpose could this serve? Cheng Xing pondered, perplexed, for this was not a fantastical world where one could ascend merely by meditative practice. During his strategy's completion, the calamity beasts within the realm had perished almost instantaneously. It could serve as a front for a nefarious company, where one could work inside the realm and receive wages based on the external time. Cheng Xing mused with a touch of dark humor. A question arises. How do I exit? As if to answer him, in the next moment, Cheng Xing found his vision expanding infinitely, revealing the entirety of the mystery realm before him. If the sense of crisis could only detect the vague aura of murderous intent, then this was a true manifestation of the spiritual awareness he had encountered in Xinxia novels. With a mere thought, everything within the mystery realm magnified instantly, revealing intricate details with remarkable clarity. Soon, he discovered a vortex at the center of the realm, radiating a faint blue luminescence. As Cheng Xing focused, a system prompt followed. Mystery realm exit. In addition to discovering the entrance, Cheng Xing also found a multitude of scattered materials, equipment, and skill books throughout the realm. He quickly sensed something amiss, as the sheer volume of drops was excessive, and he recalled having only previously acquired a single skill book for combat phantom. Did the mechanism's slaying of the calamity beasts count as his own kills? Cheng Xing speculated, swiftly seeking the location of the earlier C-grade calamity beasts, and his eyes brightened. Indeed, the corpses of those C-grade calamity beasts were littered with a wealth of drops, including equipment and skill books emanating a blue halo. This is a windfall. Cheng Xing grinned widely and hurried towards the corpses of the C-grade calamity beasts. Chapter 79. A healer with an abundance of healing power. Before long, Cheng Xing arrived at the corpse of a C-grade calamity beast, casually picking up a piece of equipment glowing with a blue light. Giant insect boots, set. Quality, B-grade. Attributes, agility 40, constitution 20. Special effect, movement speed 10. Set attributes, 2-piece set. All attributes 35, 4-piece set. All attributes 85. 5-piece set, skill attack power 10. To his delight, he had found a B-grade set. Cheng Xing could not help but chuckle at the shoes in his hands. It is well known that sets are the most valuable among all equipment, as ordinary gear can be crafted from materials, but sets can only be obtained from calamity beasts. Moreover, compared to ordinary equipment, sets possess an additional set attribute, making them significantly superior. Cheng Xing chose not to equip them immediately, but instead carried the boots to the next C-grade calamity beast corpse. As for the other materials and C-grade equipment, he had no means to collect them, having long since lost his backpack and unable to carry such a load. Once again, he discovered another B-grade piece of equipment. Bamboo segment ring. Quality, B-grade. Attributes, strength 20, agility 20, constitution 20. Special effect, breath reduction 10. This time it was an accessory, and Cheng Xing promptly equipped it. In addition to the gear, this calamity beast also dropped a skill book. Skill, backstab. Quality, C-grade. Skill effect, attacks initiated from behind deal 200 increased damage. Observing this skill, which was exclusive to assassins, Cheng Xing was determined not to let it slip away. A back attack combined with his invisibility would render him nearly invincible. The remaining 2 C-grade calamity beasts yielded a giant insect hand and a staff. Giant insect hand set. Attributes, strength 40, constitution 20. Special effect, strength 5. Cheng Xing equipped the giant insect set. Although it was all part of a set, the B-grade giant insect set was evidently more exquisite than its C-grade counterpart. To maintain consistency, he chose to transform it to resemble the C-grade set visually. After updating his equipment, Cheng Xing's gaze shifted to the staff nearby. Withered leaf staff. Quality, B-grade. Equipment effect, healing effect increased by 100. Special effect, threat reduction -10. This staff is specifically for healers. What a pity. Otherwise, it could be gifted to Yan Yan. Cheng Xing mused to himself as he examined the staff. However, he reconsidered. Xu Yan Yan and the others already possessed their own B-grade weapons, so it seemingly held little value. Regarding healers, Cheng Xing swiftly recalled a certain healer renowned for her vast healing capacity, but after a moment, he shook his head. It would be better to sell it to her. Cheng Xing stored the staff away, acknowledging that their relationship had yet to reach a level where he could casually gift B-grade equipment. After collecting the drops from the C-grade calamity beasts, Cheng Xing once more entered the perspective of surveying the entire mystery realm, searching for any additional high-grade equipment. Unfortunately, aside from what he had already discovered, he could find no other B-grade or higher items or skills. The highest remaining were merely C grade. Cheng Xing felt no greed in this regard, as the rewards from this mystery realm strategy had already proven to be exceedingly generous. With the enhancement of multiple B-grade items, should he face the level 31 bloodthirsty bamboo segment insect again, the question of who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. The secret realm lacks a convenient feature for gathering items all at once. The remaining treasures can be collected at a later time. Cheng Xing glanced at the spoils scattered throughout the vast expanse of the secret realm, and couldn't he help but voice his exasperation internally. The area was immense, nearly equivalent to the disaster zone surrounding City Y, and without even a backpack to his name, he mused that gathering everything would take an eternity. Regardless, the secret realm was right here. Without his activation, no one could enter, and leaving the treasures here was far safer than outside. Having been out for a while, he decided it was time to return before someone discovered him. With that thought, Cheng Xing resolved his indecision and made his way toward the exit of the secret realm. Meanwhile, at the periphery of City Y's disaster zone, Chen Yifei remained fixated on the entrance to the secret realm, while the other mentors from various departments engaged in idle chatter. How much time had passed? Surely half a day had gone by. Soon, he would have to confront reality. Indeed, throughout history, no awakened individual who inadvertently entered a secret realm had survived beyond 48 hours. Alas, I've squandered my resources. As they conversed, Chen Yifei suddenly sprang to his feet, angrily rapping his head. This unexpected display startled the whispering mentors into silence. What now? What is he up to? Could it be that he overheard our conversation? Or perhaps he was unable to accept the reality and intended to vent his frustrations upon us. The other mentors, filled with trepidation, recoiled, especially when Chen Yifei turned to face them, causing them to instinctively take a step back. If Chen Yifei sought to unleash his ire upon them, they would have no chance to flee. Among them, the strongest was merely at level 38, while Chen Yifei towered at level 49. It was akin to an adult bullying a child. Oh no, he is coming this way. You've led me astray. I should have left sooner. Now I'm going to bear the brunt of this. Nonsense. You were the one who lingered the longest. As Chen Yifei approached, the mentors erupted into chaos, hastily deflecting blame onto one another. Chen, a dead man cannot be resurrected. How about this? You may choose a few of us to leave the academy at your discretion. One mentor stepped forward as soon as Chen Yifei drew near, though his intentions were loud enough for those within the base to overhear. Our department is brimming with talent. Feel free to pick anyone. As a mentor, I wouldn't mind joining the ranks of those departing. Hearing this, Chen Yifei wore a bemused expression and waved his hand dismissively. I am not here to seek you out. Your attempts to barter for safety are rather brazen. He offered no further courtesy and bypassed them, approaching Lin Kong and his companions. Mentor Chen. Upon seeing him, Lin Kong and his peers immediately rose respectfully. I require your assistance. I possess several exit stones from the secret realm. Who among you can venture inside to assess the situation? The mention of exit stones startled the gathered mentors. Exit stones. Each one is worth millions. Is it truly worth it to save a single student? I recall that they are only utilized for conquering high-level secret realms, right? Lin Kong and his companions exchanged uneasy glances. After all, that was a Class C secret realm. Sending them in would be tantamount to a death sentence. Do not worry. The exit stones can enforce an exit from the secret realm. Should you encounter danger, simply use them. Furthermore, each of you will receive an additional 300 academic credits for your efforts. Goodness. Chapter 80. Because I have successfully conquered the secret realm. As soon as the words left his lips, one individual could no longer contain himself and eagerly raised his hand. Observing his two friends succumbing to temptation, Lin Kong furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. 300 credits were immensely tempting for someone like him. Hailing from a humble background, it would take at least 6 months of arduous labor to earn that through academy tasks. I will go as well. After casting a glance at his younger brother, Lin Kong gritted his teeth and stepped forward. That amount of credits would suffice to procure a decent set of equipment for Lin Fei. Brother? Then I shall go too. No, you stay behind. Lin Kong rejected him without a moment's hesitation. Lin Fei opened his mouth to protest, but was instantly silenced by Lin Kong's fierce glare. Do not fret. It is merely a reconnaissance mission. If danger arises, you will exit immediately. Should you chance upon Cheng Xing, deliver the exit stone to him. Chen Yifei cast a surprised glance at the Lin brothers before promptly stating, your safety is paramount. After Chen Yifei reiterated this, the three of them finally relaxed. Surely, merely observing would pose no danger, right? They exchanged glances before carefully taking the exit stones and making their way toward the entrance of the secret realm. Upon arriving at the center of the open space, the trio halted, taking a deep breath before stepping into the realm. You have a commendable brother. Observing Lin Fei's disgruntled expression, Chen Yifei remarked. He merely finds me a hindrance, Lin Fei retorted, feeling a sense of injustice. Lin Kong had often reprimanded him, incessantly claiming that it was for his own good. Seeing this, Chen Yifei scratched his head, opting not to press further. After all, he was not one to meddle unnecessarily. However, before long, Lin Kong's voice unexpectedly rang out from a distance. Mentor Chen, The secret realm seems rather peculiar. Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow. Swiftly appearing behind the three, he witnessed them repeatedly attempting to enter the secret realm, only to pass through just as he had before. Strange, why can't you enter? Cheng Xing furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by the unfolding events. Mentor Chen, there is something else. Lin Kong appeared to have made another discovery and continued. The strange rules at the entrance of the secret realm seemed to have vanished. As he spoke, he took a step back, yet this time he did not retreat but advanced instead. What did you say? The rules have disappeared. Cheng Xing's expression shifted from confusion to sheer elation. Haha, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Observing Cheng Xing's unrestrained laughter, the other mentors outside the clearing exchanged bewildered glances. Has Cheng Xing lost his mind? Perhaps it wasn't he entirely out of the realm of possibility. Cheng Xing's sudden outbursts startled the four, who were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there were four of them. In addition to Lin Kong and his companions, there was also Cheng Xing, who had just emerged from the secret realm. Why are there so many people? Why is my senior brother here as well? As soon as Cheng Xing stepped out, he was taken aback by the surrounding environment. His hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword, but upon recognizing Cheng Xing, he exhaled in relief. Cheng Xing? The sudden appearance of Cheng Xing left everyone astonished, particularly the other mentors in the distance, their eyes wide with disbelief. No way, he is really alive. Indeed, he appears unscathed. Could it be a mistake in the secret realm's assessment? How could a D-class Awakened One survive in a Class C secret realm? Cheng Xing, are you alright? Upon seeing Cheng Xing emerge, Cheng Xing's laughter abruptly ceased, and he swiftly appeared before him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his smile unwavering. Congratulations, old Chun. I always said Cheng Xing is destined for greatness and would never fall in this minor secret realm. Indeed, Cheng Xing is truly a remarkable individual. Akin to a dragon among men, as he has managed to depart from the secret realm unscathed without relying on the stone of departure. By the way, Cheng Xing, could you kindly enlighten us about the conditions for conquering the secret realm? This would aid us in arranging subsequent strategic tasks. The other instructors swiftly gathered around, their expressions shifting at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, they felt a wave of relief, grateful that they had concealed news of Cheng Xing's entry into the secret realm. Had they previously relayed his perilous circumstances, they would likely have faced the consequences from the Vermilion Bird. However, upon reflection, if a level 23 Cheng Xing could exit the secret realm unscathed, it could imply that the Adventurers Guild's prior assessments were erroneous. After all, aside from Cheng Xing, no one else had truly ventured into this secret realm. One cannot simply enter with the stone of departure to survey, a feat only the exceedingly affluent, like Cheng Xing, could accomplish. The conditions for conquering the secret realm? Cheng Xing cast a puzzled glance at Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing, clearly perceptive of something, nodded knowingly. Since they were eager to learn, he thought, why not share, as there are no miserly souls among us. Faced with Cheng Xing's overt sarcasm, the gathered instructors exchanged awkward smiles, evidently aware that their previous whispers had been overheard. Very well, the conditions for conquering the secret realm are as follows. Although unsure of Cheng Xing's ulterior motives, Cheng Xing articulated the requirements clearly. A C-level secret realm, with a level restriction of 20 to 29, necessitating the solo elimination of 1,000 disaster beasts within 7 days. Upon hearing Cheng Xing's stated conditions, they collectively gasped in astonishment. The expressions of Lin Kong and others also drastically shifted. Such a requirement would surely spell doom for them. Nonetheless, it was not entirely impossible for a level 29 Awakened One to attempt it, provided they were equipped with B-grade gear. The instructors pondered for a moment and quickly devised a strategy. Solo hunting of disaster beasts was manageable, given sufficient equipment. However, with both a time and quantity constraint, it seemed only feasible for a level 29 Awakened One to attempt it. Yet, Cheng Xing's next words shattered their illusions. When the kill count reached 500, C-level disaster beasts would commence pursuit of the adventurer, and for every additional 100 kills, another C-level disaster beast would join the chase. At this revelation, not only the instructors, but even Cheng Xing stood dumbfounded. The difficulty had escalated beyond comprehension. Even a level 29 Awakened One clad in B-grade gear would struggle to withstand the onslaught of 4 C-level disaster beasts. How did Cheng Xing manage to conquer it? Cheng Xing found himself deep in thought. This was dire. It appeared that his junior brother had some unusual prowess. What? After 500 kills, C-level disaster beasts would pursue? Then at 900, wouldn't there be 4? How could one possibly conquer such a challenge? Wait, how did you know such intricate details? The gathered instructors became increasingly agitated. The rules seemed insurmountable, which explained why it was designated a C-level secret realm. But soon, someone noticed the anomaly. Why was Cheng Xing aware that C-level disaster beasts would pursue after 500 kills? How did I know? Quite simply, I completed the conquest of the secret realm. Chapter 81, The S-Rank Dream of 1,000 Autumns. With that declaration, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, broken only by the rustle of leaves in the wind. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Cheng Xing felt an immense satisfaction. He had anticipated the Secret Realm's entry rules would vanish upon its completion, for only a successfully conquered Secret Realm could lead to such an outcome. Cheng Xing, could you repeat that? We didn't quite catch it, one of them implored. Cheng Xing affirmed that he had indeed conquered the Secret Realm. Chen Yifei, with a mischievous grin, interjected, "That's impossible. This is a sea-level Secret Realm, and you are merely level 23. How did you manage it?" "Indeed. Weren't you saying that upon reaching 500 kills, you would be pursued by sea-level disaster beasts? How did you evade the pursuit of 4 sea-level disaster beasts?" The instructors were incredulous, their disbelief palpable. They understood that as levels increased, the chasm between them only widened. A single sea-level disaster beast could indeed be confronted by a level 29 awakened one equipped with B-grade gear, but facing multiple simultaneously rendered victory nearly unattainable. Thus, Cheng Xing realized that failing to reveal some details today would only heighten suspicion. As soon as he spoke, a figure identical to him appeared beside him. Shadow clone technique. No, that's not right. The shadow clone technique doesn't exude such a powerful aura. Witnessing this, the crowd was taken aback, but soon discerned the discrepancies. The shadow clone technique was only a D-level skill, merely replicating the awakened one's appearance. Yet, the clone before Cheng Xing not only mirrored his aura and equipment, but seemed to possess combat capabilities as well. Look at his level. What? 25. The clone did not suppress its aura, and soon the observers noted the displayed level, causing quite the shock. How could it be that only this brief time had passed, and Cheng Xing had ascended 2 levels? Lin Kong and his companions wore expressions of astonishment. After all, they had only just reached level 25 themselves, and this level placed them among the upper echelons of their cohort. However, considering the Secret Realm's task involved solo slaying 1,000 disaster beasts, they began to believe that Cheng Xing had indeed conquered a sea-level Secret Realm single-handedly. The experience from so many disaster beasts was roughly equivalent to that required for a 2-level increase. Moreover, observing Cheng Xing's clone, the instructors, seasoned in combat experience, quickly grasped his strategy. Utilizing the clone to attract the attention of sea-level disaster beasts while the main body eliminated them could indeed render conquering the Secret Realm feasible. The instructors lowered their heads in contemplation. With such an extraordinary technique, it would be plausible to avoid direct confrontation with sea-level disaster beasts while achieving the objective. As for his strength, they were not blind. They recognized the few B-grade items on Cheng Xing. However, unbeknownst to them, Cheng Xing had only recently acquired his skills and several B-grade pieces. By the way, may I inquire, what did the Secret Realm transform into upon completion of the conquest? At this stage, if they still doubted Cheng Xing's success, it would be the height of folly. It's not a particularly useful Secret Realm, merely a time realm. Within it, the flow of time is at a ratio of 6 to 1 compared to the outside world. Cheng Xing did not conceal the truth. This time realm offered him little utility, as he needed to hunt disaster beasts to level up. The conquered Secret Realm held no more disaster beasts for him to slay, rendering it seemingly of little worth, unless it were to be exploited for nefarious purposes. What? You consider this an unremarkable Secret Realm? The instructors were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief. There are no disaster beasts within, and it cannot accelerate my leveling speed. Isn't that the very definition of a useless Secret Realm? Cheng Xing replied nonchalantly. It may be of little use to you, but consider this. If you were to relocate the simulator into your Secret Realm, wouldn't it reduce the time needed to familiarize yourself with disaster beasts? Furthermore, you are aware that we have craftsmen capable of forging equipment, correct? If you were to allow them to enter and forge equipment within, wouldn't that result in a staggering 6-fold increase in efficiency? The assembled mentors were momentarily rendered speechless. But after a brief contemplation, several examples were presented to Cheng Xing, perhaps due to the aftereffects of excessive combat. It was only after the mentor's illustrations that he recollected that this Secret Realm seemed rather promising. With this thought in mind, Cheng Xing turned to glance at Chen Yifei, only to find him standing motionless. The others soon took notice of this scene, their expressions morphing into confusion, which quickly transformed into astonishment. Goodness! Can you recall what Mentor Chen's talent is? What is so peculiar about Mentor Chen's talent? Isn't it merely a digging talent? Such digging. Can you not exhibit the demeanor of a mentor while doing so? In an instant, the mentors erupted in a chorus of exclamations, leaving Cheng Xing utterly perplexed. It was merely a Secret Realm. Why such a grand reaction? And what did it have to do with his senior brother? Cheng Xing, could you repeat that? What is your Secret Realm? After a prolonged silence, Chen Yifei finally regained his composure, his hands trembling, as he incredulously inquired once more. The realm of time, senior brother. Your reaction seems rather exaggerated. Cheng Xing's expression was one of bemusement. Was there truly such significant utility in his Secret Realm? Ha! The next moment, Chen Yifei let out a thunderous laugh, disregarding his mentor's image, which had never been of particular concern. After laughing, he rushed before the other mentors and exclaimed, "Quick! Strike me, I cannot be dreaming." Witnessing his demeanor, Cheng Xing could not help but cast a curious glance at the other mentors. Your mentor, no? Your senior brother possesses a rather unique talent, classified as S-rank dream of 1,000 years. As long as he continues to sleep, he can acquire experience. Your secret realm constitutes an epic enhancement for him. The other mentors exchanged glances, conveying to Cheng Xing the reason behind Chen Yifei's extraordinary reaction. Gaining experience simply by sleeping. Wasn't it stated that leveling up necessitates slaying disaster beasts? Moreover, why is it only S rank? Cheng Xing's face mirrored astonishment. Was this talent not exceedingly exceptional? This was the first time he had heard of a talent that did not rely on monster slaying for advancement. While this notion held some truth, there remained certain exceptions. Take the Secret Realm Tower, for instance, which also allows for leveling without monster slaying. However, such exceptional cases were exceedingly rare and had not become mainstream. As for your senior brother's talent level, it is assessed as S rank because, as he ascends in levels, the requisite sleep duration for leveling increases. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing finally comprehended why Chen Yifei was so elated. For him, simply sleeping within Cheng Xing's secret realm would yield an astounding six-fold increase in his leveling speed. Ahem, my apologies for my lack of decorum. After a considerable time, Chen Yifei regained his composure, clearing his throat in an attempt to restore his image. Mentor Chen, we can no longer make use of this. Once Chen Yifei had calmed down, Lin Kong and the others returned the secret realm extraction stone to him. Today, I am in high spirits. Consider the secret realm extraction stone a gift. Chen Yifei declared with a grand flourish. Secret realm extraction stone? What is that? Cheng Xing inquired. His curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar term. Oh, you are unaware? It is a peculiar stone produced within the secret realms controlled by the Wang family, capable of forcibly ejecting individuals from the realm. Chapter 82, The Secret Realm Extraction Stone. Is that truly so? Thank you, Mentor Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong and the others were momentarily stunned, then elated. Although they were uncertain about the nature of the secret realm extraction stone, the envious reactions of the other mentors indicated its considerable value. Moreover, anything bestowed by Chen Yifei could hardly be mundane. One can forcibly exit a secret realm? Cheng Xing was taken aback. Never having imagined that there was a possibility of exiting once inside, he had assumed that once one entered, there was no turning back until the realm was conquered. Indeed, some secret realms inherently possess exit rules, though the majority do not allow for direct withdrawal. If exiting were impossible, how would we gather intelligence on the secret realm prior to conquering it? A visibly cheerful Chen Yifei patiently elucidated to Cheng Xing. By sacrificing lives? Cheng Xing pondered aloud. Well, you are not entirely incorrect. Prior to the emergence of the Wang family's secret realm, our ancestors did resort to such measures in their conquests. However, since the advent of the secret realm extraction stone, lives need no longer be squandered in such a manner. After all, our combat-capable awakeners are not mere cabbages to be carelessly utilized. Listening to Cheng Xing's response, Chen Yifei felt a pang of bitterness, even though Cheng Xing's reasoning held merit. So, with such a divine artifact, our conquest of the secret realms should be considerably less arduous, correct? Cheng Xing scratched his head and inquired once more. If they could ascertain the conditions for conquering the secret realm in advance, it would save an immense amount of effort. As a targeted approach is far superior to blindly groping in the dark. If the production of secret realm extraction stones were abundant, then certainly. Alas, the Wang family's secret realm extraction stones yield only 10 per month, and they can only be acquired through auction. This level of production is simply insufficient to meet demand. Chen Yifei shook his head. Cheng Xing's thoughts were accurate, yet the scarcity of these stones meant they could only be employed for particularly critical secret realms. Furthermore, their price was not negligible. Upon learning of their significance, Lin Kong and the others' eyes brightened, immediately stowing away the secret realm extraction stone they held. This is no mere stone. It is akin to gold, nay, a treasure worth more than gold. Nevertheless, even if the production were somewhat limited, it would significantly reduce casualties during our explorations of the secret realms. Are secret realm extraction stones solely produced in the Wang family's secret realms? Cheng Xing queried again. Indeed, in the South China base, only the Wang family produces them. Other bases may have them as well, but these items are considered strategic resources, and trade between major bases is generally not permitted. Upon hearing Chen Yifei's response, Cheng Xing's brow furrowed. It was no wonder the Wang family's methods were so ostentatious. With no one to counterbalance their power, it turned out they monopolized such a crucial strategic resource as the secret realm extraction stone. All right, junior brother, quickly store the secret realm so we can return. After sharing so much, Chen Yifei could hardly contain himself and urged Cheng Xing. The secret realm can be stored? How does one do that? Cheng Xing asked, his expression one of astonishment. He had assumed that once the secret realm was conquered, it would remain in place. Certainly. Otherwise, do you think the secret realms in the secret realm tower are simply laid out in the Wu University? Chen Yifei chuckled, not minding Cheng Xing's inquiry. After all, very few people were aware of what transpired after conquering a secret realm. His knowledge stemmed from the fact that his teacher was Zhu Ke. Secret realms can be stored away, just like equipment. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing's eyes lit up, and a bold idea blossomed in his mind. If he were to encounter an insurmountable adversary, could he not simply place the entrance to the secret realm down and slip inside? Are you contemplating entering the secret realm amidst battle to evade attacks? Or to escape the pursuit of insurmountable foes? Chen Yifei seemed to read Cheng Xing's thoughts, chuckling. Is that not permissible? Cheng Xing was momentarily taken aback. Had he displayed his thoughts so overtly? You may give it a try. I posed the same question to my teacher initially. Chen Yifei did not provide a direct answer, but merely teased a bit. Subsequently, he shared the procedure for collecting the secret realm with Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow and promptly approached the entrance of the secret realm, entranced to the time's secret realm. As Cheng Xing focused intently, information regarding the entrance materialized above it. He extended his palm towards the entrance and softly uttered, "Collect the secret realm." No sooner had the words left his lips than a prompt sprang up in his vision. Collecting the secret realm will consume 30 minutes. The secret realm cannot contain living beings in a portable state. Would you like to proceed with the collection? Upon seeing this, Cheng Xing instantly grasped Chen Yifei's implication. If the collection took such a long time, how long would it take to release it? In the midst of battle, that half hour spent collecting the secret realm could very well lead to Cheng Xing's demise countless times over. Proceed with the collection. As soon as he spoke, a progress bar appeared before him, and the previously invisible transparent entrance began to twist and coalesce in his hand. While Cheng Xing collected the secret realm, others could not contain their curiosity and gathered around to witness this spectacle, a sight they had never encountered before. The 30 minutes swiftly elapsed, and a sphere resembling a snow globe materialized in Cheng Xing's palm, yet instead of a snowy scene, it depicted a miniature version of the surrounding forest. Time secret realm, portable state. Realm ownership, Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing gazed at the sphere in his hand, inspecting it with intrigue. Upon closer examination, the forest within the transparent sphere mirrored the panoramic view he had beheld within the secret realm. The sphere felt light in his grasp, akin to a resilient bubble. This was indeed the portable state of the secret realm. Should one wish to sell it, they could modify its ownership while in this state. Chen Yifei stepped forward, his eyes filled with curiosity as he regarded the transparent sphere in Cheng Xing's hand. It was also his first encounter with the portable state of a secret realm. However, as he spoke, the breaths of those around them noticeably grew heavier. A secret realm trade? How much could a secret realm be worth? They could hardly fathom. If they were aware that there were currently 8 known secret realms in the South China base, with the Su and Wu families each possessing 2, and the Chu, Wang families, Adventurers Guild, and base military each holding 1, the one before them would be the 9th. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the power dynamics within the South China base knew that to ascend to a first-rate power, one must possess a secret realm. This requirement had stifled countless second-rate factions, and should someone choose to sell a secret realm now, the price they were willing to pay would surpass anyone's imagination. Senior brother, I have a request. Cheng Xing scrutinized the secret realm in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly before he spoke. What request? Chen Yifei paused momentarily, and then Cheng Xing leaned in to whisper in his ear. Are you certain? You must understand that for an awakened, this is an unparalleled honor. Can you truly bear to relinquish it so easily? Honor? It is clearly an endless source of trouble, he retorted. Chapter 83. 3 Swords Against an A-Rank Catastrophe Beast. Chen Yifei had intended to say more, but, seeing Cheng Xing's resolute demeanor, he could only shake his head in resignation. Let it be known, I cannot guarantee that the teacher will acquiesce to such a request. After all, the teacher has a rather peculiar temperament. I can at most inquire on your behalf. With that, Chen Yifei stepped aside and took out his phone. A while later, as the call connected, Chen Yifei swiftly adopted a different tone. Hello? Teacher, it's me. Xiaofei, I haven't caused you any trouble. It's just that my junior brother has something he wishes to ask for your help with. He has conquered a secret realm, and he wants to. Chen Yifei spoke with an ingratiating demeanor, the smooth transition in his attitude leaving Lin Kong and the others dumbfounded. He was a level 49 awakened, merely a step away from level 50. Yet he had to humble himself before the dean? The other instructors from different departments were accustomed to this and did not exhibit any peculiar expressions. They were far more afraid of being on the receiving end of Chen Yifei's wrath. In Wu University, the prevailing atmosphere encouraged sparring between students and instructors, so to avoid a beating, they feigned ignorance. Soon, Chen Yifei conveyed Cheng Xing's proposal to Zhu Quebec. Cheng Xing's request was quite simple, to publicly declare that this secret realm was conquered by Zhu Ke or Chen Yifei. Cheng Xing understood well that with so many people present, especially considering the significance of the secret realm to the base, it was impossible to deceive anyone. Thus, he could only attempt to distance himself from the matter to avoid drawing unwanted attention. However, Chen Yifei felt uncertain. Based on what he knew of Zhu Ke, it was highly probable that she would refuse such a request. Take his own experience for instance. Aside from occasionally assigning exceedingly challenging tasks and providing guidance during moments of stagnation, Zhu Ke had never overly intervened in his affairs. Fine. However, the anticipated refusal from Chen Yifei never materialized. Is there anything else? No. Since your junior brother has successfully conquered the secret realm, it's time for you to demonstrate 3 swords against an A-rank catastrophe beast. On the other end of the line, Zhu Ke spoke tersely. Any additional words would be akin to horror stories for him. 3 swords against an A-rank catastrophe beast? Do you think an A-rank catastrophe beast is a mere pig? Chen Yifei felt like crying without tears. Logically, after Cheng Xing joined the academy, the teacher should have shifted her focus to him. So why was she still fixated on him instead? How did it go, senior brother? Cheng Xing inquired with curiosity. The teacher agreed. So rest assured, Chen Yifei replied, putting away his phone and forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. The earlier excitement had been extinguished by Zhu Kei's task. Meanwhile, with Zhu Kei's nod, news of the Ninth Secret Realm's emergence spread rapidly among the high-ranking officials. The South China Tower, Adventurers Guild, Wu University, the 3 major families, and second-rate factions all received the news promptly. The Ninth Secret Realm has appeared. Which faction conquered it? The Su family or the Chu family? It is said to be an exceedingly rare time secret realm. Have you heard? Our South China has secured the Ninth Secret Realm, reportedly conquered by Lord Zhu Quebec. As soon as this news broke, it sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the base. Those second-rate factions were all restless, eager to discover the owner of this secret realm. However, upon learning that the Ninth Secret Realm had originated from Zhu Kei, those second-rate factions fell silent. In the South China base, who could possibly purchase a secret realm from this esteemed figure? Amidst the myriad of news, Cheng Xing's name was conspicuously absent. The source of this news had become glaringly obvious. After securing their contingency plan, Cheng Xing and his companions prepared to return to the base. However, before they could venture too far, Cheng Xing halted the vehicle as they passed through a disaster zone. Cheng Xing, what is the matter? Chen Yifei, sitting in the passenger seat, queried in confusion. The Wu University vehicle behind them also came to a stop, with the instructors wearing expressions of curiosity. After all, Cheng Xing's achievements were simply too remarkable. It's nothing. I have a task to attend to here. Cheng Xing chose not to present the prepared remarks he had in mind, opting instead for a forthright approach. If he had not been discovered and managed to acquire the talents, completing the secret realm and stealthily returning to the Martial University, he could have continued to use the pretense of being on a college mission. Now, however, his off-road vehicle was overflowing with the materials from the bloodthirsty bamboo stick insect. To claim he was out for another task would be a tad disrespectful. A task? A college mission? No, wait. You freshers haven't reached the stage for college missions yet, have you? Chen Yifei's face displayed confusion, mirrored by the other instructors behind him. Freshmen typically begin their mandatory college missions in the second semester. This semester is primarily for acclimatizing to the campus and honing combat skills. It's nothing. I need credits and wanted to get a head start on the college missions, so I came out to have some fun. Cheng Xing casually fabricated an excuse. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. You need credits? Who doesn't know you topped the level leaderboard and the virtual score leaderboard? The combined credits from these 2 prestigious standings already amounted to 200. Among both freshmen and seniors, he was considered a significant credit holder. Particularly, Lin Kong and his companions were more aware of Cheng Xing's accomplishments than the instructors themselves. Need credits? Why not just tell me? Chen Yifei instinctively spoke up, clearly unaware of Cheng Xing's pursuit of the rankings. Could you add credits for me? Cheng Xing inquired. I can't. Chen Yifei replied awkwardly with a smile. Don't you instructors have credits? Cheng Xing asked, surprised. Of course, we possess credits, and we also have credit quotas that must be distributed within a deadline. However, we cannot simply gift them to students. We can only assign credits through tasks that students must complete, Chen Yifei explained, scratching his head. The instructors at the Martial University had a considerable amount of credit allocation, and arbitrary gifting could easily lead to complications. Many of the freely available tasks in the task hall were released by the instructors. The other instructors nodded in agreement. The Martial University was established with the intention of creating a relatively equitable platform for numerous awakened individuals. Without such restrictions, the issue of resource imbalance would only worsen. All right then, wait for me a moment. I'll resolve this quickly. Cheng Xing nodded, aware that the Martial University had its own rules after all these years. Oh, come on, let us see. One instructor immediately interjected. They were keenly interested in Cheng Xing's current combat prowess. Just keep your distance. Cheng Xing pondered for a moment, but did not outright refuse. He had already acquired the camouflage talent and could afford to be a little more relaxed. If he could not remain entirely hidden in the shadows, he would at least disguise himself as much as possible. As for keeping them at a distance, it was merely a precaution against an unexpected stroke of luck revealing his talent, allowing him to utilize it at the first opportunity. If he inadvertently exposed himself, it would not matter. Did they really think he was part of the Awakening Management Bureau, just joining the academy for fun? These were merely contingencies he had prepared for himself. Chapter 84, Martial Skills, Meticulous Precision. After receiving Cheng Xing's consent, Chen Yifei and the others silently followed behind him. Observing as he ventured deeper into the disaster zone, Cheng Xing felt little pressure and quickly entered his combat state, unleashing his sense of crisis. Soon, he locked onto a target, a level 20 human-faced spider. Senior brother, please record a video for me. Cheng Xing called over his shoulder as he handed his phone to Chen Yifei. His current task was a hunting mission, specifically to hunt human-faced spiders of D rank or above. Since it involved hunting disaster beasts, the credit awarded was minimal, only 5 points. Conversely, providing a video of the hunt sufficed for task submission. Got it. Chen Yifei nodded, not refusing, as he aimed the phone at Cheng Xing, intrigued by how quickly he had spotted the target. As Cheng Xing advanced, a 10-meter-long human-faced spider came into view. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and executed a square slash. Although Cheng Xing had never engaged a human-faced spider in the simulator, the common weaknesses of insect-type disaster beasts were well known. In an instant, 4 blades of light erupted, precisely slicing into the joints of its body. The level 20 human-faced spider did not even have time to utter a cry before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Whoa! Someone pinch me. I must be dreaming. Is this truly half a step into meticulous precision? Indeed, it's genuinely half a step into meticulous precision. Witnessing this scene, everyone except Lin Fei gasped in astonishment. What a prodigy! He was merely a freshman, yet he was nearly at the realm of meticulous precision. This level of progress was something most fourth-year students, and indeed, many graduates, could scarcely achieve. What is meticulous precision? Lin Fei, bewildered, inquired. Meticulous precision is a realm within ancient martial techniques. You haven't learned it yet, but fundamentally, everything you've learned thus far is laying the groundwork for it. Lin Kong awkwardly chuckled, quickly covering Lin Fei's mouth. Seeing this, the other instructors remained silent, instead opting to educate him. Our students at the Martial University, aside from resource access, differ from other awakened individuals primarily in this ancient martial technique. This concept was proposed at the inception of our institution. Based on the ancient martial arts passed down in China before the apocalypse, it represents a new method of enhancement, distinct from talents, levels, equipment, and skills. Depending on mastery, it is divided into 5 realms. Entering the hall, meticulous precision, seamless integration, balance of hardness and softness, and unity of heaven and man. Lin Fei was taken aback. He had never heard of this before. Meticulous precision, being the second realm, allows an awakened individual to streamline their skills and movements, ensuring each attack inflicts maximum damage while also allowing for preliminary alterations to the form of skills, much like Cheng Xing demonstrated. At this point, everyone turned their gaze towards Cheng Xing, the astonishment in their eyes still palpable. Scientific validation has shown that under comparable conditions, awakened individuals who have mastered meticulous precision exhibit a 200 increase in hunting efficiency compared to those who have not. It's akin to having several strikes before achieving a critical hit, while others achieve critical hits every time. Naturally, their efficiency skyrockets. To explain it more scientifically, this ancient martial technique enhances the awakened individual's control over their own power through training. The entry-level realm is the simplest. Upon learning a skill, one enters this stage, where an awakened individual typically achieves a control level of 10. Meticulous precision is at 20, seamless integration is at 30, balance of hardness and softness is at 50, and the unity of heaven and man reaches a terrifying 100. The Martial University was founded with this ancient martial technique as its core. But the loss of extensive ancient martial data during the apocalypse made this path exceptionally arduous, far more so than leveling up, upgrading equipment, or acquiring skills. Over the years, very few have managed to master meticulous precision before graduating in their 4th year. Now, to inform them that someone had achieved half a step into meticulous precision in their freshman year was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, they finally comprehended why Cheng Xing was capable of conquering the secret realm at this level. The esteemed mentors, upon reflecting, were confronted with a pivotal question. Why had Cheng Xing so swiftly comprehended the intricacies? As they pondered, their gaze fell upon Chen Yifei's silhouette, and enlightenment struck them. Since the inception of the ancient martial arts system, its pinnacle had been represented by the vermilion bird, residing in the 3rd realm of seamless perfection. It was evident that Chen Yifei, as the foremost disciple, must possess certain methodologies for rapidly mastering these ancient techniques. With this revelation, the mentor's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. How remarkable! Chen Yifei, I had long presumed you to be the most negligent of mentors, yet today you have truly broadened our horizons. It is you who has guided Cheng Xing to such swift mastery of ancient martial arts. Indeed, I have resolved to emulate your approach, exclaimed one mentor. Chen Yifei, momentarily taken aback by the flurry of compliments, turned to see the admiring gazes of his fellow mentors, utterly bewildered. Me? But I haven't done anything, he thought, though he soon became ensnared in the whirlwind of praise, puffing out his chest with an air of confidence. However, despite their fervent flattery, the mentors gleaned no pertinent information from him, leading them to silently exclaim at Chen Yifei's reticence. As they contemplated a change in strategy, Cheng Xing had already concluded his task. Returning with materials in hand, he was met with a scene that left him utterly perplexed. Oh, Cheng Xing, have you accomplished it? Chen Yifei, while capturing moments on his phone and relishing the accolades from the mentors, soon noticed Cheng Xing's return. Could you share with us the process of your meticulous mastery? One mentor inquired eagerly upon seeing the protagonist reappear. Meticulous mastery? What is that? Cheng Xing responded, his face a mask of confusion. At this, Chen Yifei stepped forward to enlighten him about the ancient martial arts techniques. Such a thing exists? Cheng Xing's astonishment was palpable as he realized that what he had thought was merely an increase in proficiency from repeated practice was, in fact, termed meticulous mastery. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that there were 3 additional realms beyond this. You didn't know? Then how did you achieve it? The mentors observed Cheng Xing's reaction and immediately sensed something amiss. I don't know. If I must attribute it to anything, it would be that I attained an SSS rating in the simulator, and that, it seems, transformed into what you refer to as meticulous mastery.